Chapter 1 Awakening Day. Above the sky, thunderclouds churned. On the playground of Sky City's first Awakening Academy, tens of thousands held their breath, eyes fixed on the tall figure at the center of the Awakening platform. Su Chen. 17 years old, Su family's adopted son. At this moment, he stood on the high platform, lightning swirling around him, his clothes moving as if blown by no wind. Above his head, dark clouds gathered into a vortex, thick lightning snakes crawling and roaring within, as if doomsday had arrived. This is an awakening phenomenon. A teacher shouted from below the stage. Before the words fell, a bucket-thick purple lightning bolt descended from the sky, crashing onto Su Chen. But he was unharmed, instead opening his arms to let the lightning flow into him. The next moment, a line of golden small letters appeared above his head. Name, Su Chen. Awakening ability, Lord of Heavenly Thunder. Ability level, SSS. Boom. The whole place erupted. SSS level. It really is SSS level. Lord of Heavenly Thunder? What kind of ability is that? I've never heard of it. So strong. This must be an attack ability, attack power at least 50 times stronger. As expected of young Master Su. I've long heard he was predicted to be SSS level, I didn't expect it to be true. Among the crowd, Su family's 3 sisters were moved to tears. Eldest sister Su Yao clenched a handkerchief tightly, eyes red. Brother Chen, he really did it. Second sister Su Ling covered her mouth, voice choked, I knew it, I knew brother Su Chen was the best. Third sister Su Xiaoxiao jumped up and cheered, Brother Chen. Sister loves you. Su mother Lin Wanqing stood beside her daughters, face full of joy as she looked at her adopted son on the platform, tears glimmering at the corners of her eyes. Su father Su Jinghua stood with hands behind his back, though silent, the slight curve of his lips betrayed his current mood. As one of the 5 strongest in Huaxia, an 89-level SSS ability master, less than 10 people awaken SSS-level powers each year. And now it appeared on his son. Though adopted, he was still his son. Su Jintian nodded slightly, not bad. Just 2 simple words, but they made the surrounding Su family even more excited. Dad praised Su Chen. Dad rarely praises anyone. Su Yao said excitedly. Su Chen is really outstanding. Su Ling wiped her tears. Around the Su family, a group of Su Chen's friends and followers were now wildly praising him. Young Master Su is so handsome. I told you young Master Su must be SSS level, you didn't believe me. From today on, young Master Su is Sky City's #1 genius. What genius? That's the future #1 in the country. Cheering, screaming, praising rang continuously, the whole playground seemed like Su Chen's personal show. At the far edge of the crowd, a boy stood quietly. His name was Su Lin. Su family's biological son. Su Jinghua and Lin Wanqing's real son. At this moment he wore a faded old-school uniform, cuffs frayed, pants a bit short, exposing half of his calves. Shoes were old, soles worn, walking felt the uneven ground. Dressed like this, among students in new uniforms or branded clothes, he looked like a poor boy from the slums. In fact, in many eyes, he was even worse than a poor boy. Living in the servant quarters of the Su family, what good could he be? See? That's Su Lin. Su Lin? Which Su Lin? The one from the Su family, that one. Oh, I know, the one living in the servant rooms, not allowed at the table, useless? Yes, that's him. Heard at home he is worse than the servants, punished to kneel in the basement every day. Pfft, really? At least he has Su blood, right? Blood doesn't matter. Useless is useless. Look at his clothes, like a beggar. Heard he will awaken today too? Predicted D level? D level? Ah, that's the useless of the useless. Ha ha ha. Harsh laughter came from all directions. Su Lin showed no expression, as if he did not hear. 18 years, he had long been used to it. In the eyes of the Su family, Su Chen was the cloud in the sky, he was the mud on the ground. Whatever the cloud did was right. Everything Su Lin did was wrong. Even if Su Chen stepped on the mud, it would still be the mud's honor. Quick, quick. Someone from a university is coming. Suddenly, someone shouted. Everyone looked up and saw several flying vehicles speeding towards them, steadily landing at the edge of the playground. The doors opened, and a group of distinguished people filed out. It's people from Kyoto University. And from the Magic City Academy. That's Dragon City War Academy. The #1 war academy in China. Oh my god, all the top universities sent people? Of course, with an SSS-level ability awakening, they must be fighting for it. Sure enough, the admissions officers from those top universities immediately rushed toward the awakening platform as soon as they got off the flying vehicles, surrounding Su Chen, who had just stepped down from the platform. Young Master Su, I am the director of the admissions office at Kyoto University. We are willing to offer a full scholarship, plus a villa in the third ring. Student Su, come to our Magic City Academy. We will provide you with an independent laboratory and an annual research funding of 10 million. Young Hero Su, Dragon City War Academy welcomes you. As long as you come, you'll directly enter the elite class and enjoy one-on-one guidance from a mentor. Young Master Su. Student Su. Su-chen was surrounded by everyone, with a perfectly modest smile on his face. You all are too kind, I need to discuss this with my family first. This was said in a dignified and graceful manner, making everyone praise him again. Not only is young Master Su extraordinarily gifted, but he is also so filial, this is rare. Yes, this is the demeanor of a noble. Su Yao and her two sisters were overjoyed, their faces filled with pride. Lin Wanqing was even grinning from ear to ear, holding Su-chen's hand. Su-chen, I knew you were the best. Su Jingui rarely spoke, not bad, not arrogant or impetuous, he has the bearing of a noble. Su-chen obediently lowered his head, it's all thanks to my parents' teachings. The family was warm and happy, and the people around them sent their blessings. But in the corner, Su Lin seemed to be forgotten by the entire world. No, not forgotten. It was deliberate neglect. Next, please come up, the next awakened person. The host's voice rang out. Su Lin raised his head, looked at the awakening platform, then at the people from the Shin family surrounded by everyone, and silently stepped forward. He walked through the crowd, making his way from the edge to the center. Wherever he passed, the crowd automatically parted, but not to make way, rather, out of disdain. Move aside, don't rub against my new clothes. Ugh, what's that smell? This is worthy of awakening? Awakening what? Is he going to be a waste? Ha 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 ha. Su Lin ignored them, step by step, making his way to the awakening platform. Down below, the Su family finally noticed him. Su Yao furrowed her brows, why is he awakening today too? Shen Ling sneered, predicting a D-level ability, how embarrassing. Su Xiaoxiao snickered, hurry up and finish awakening, then go home, don't embarrass us out here. Lin Wanqing's face was not happy, this child insists on joining the fun today, doesn't he see the occasion? Su Jingui didn't speak, but his brows furrowed slightly. But Su Chen spoke, his voice gentle, sisters, don't say that, after all, he is my older brother, today is his awakening day, we should bless him. Su Yao immediately said, brother, you're just too kind, being so polite to such a waste. Su Ling agreed, exactly, does he even deserve it? Su Xiaoxiao sneered, bless him? I'll bless him with awakening a D-level ability, thoroughly giving up. Su Chen gently pulled on their sleeves, stop talking, he's up there. That tone, that expression, seemed like he was truly considering Su Lin. But deep in his eyes, there was a trace of barely noticeable mockery. On the platform, Su Lin stood in front of the awakening stone, took a deep breath, and placed his hand on it. The awakening stone glowed slightly, and then, a piece of information appeared before everyone's eyes. Name, Su Lin. Awakened ability, health enhancement doubles health. Ability level, D. The entire venue fell silent for a second. Then, a thunderous burst of laughter erupted. Ha 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 ha. Doubled health? This is called an ability? I can't believe it, awakening a D-level ability is fine, but such a useless one? Ha ha ha, it's killing me, Su family's children awaken a D-level useless ability. The adopted son awakens as the SSS-level Lord of Heavenly Thunder, the contrast is just too sharp. Exactly, a servant's brat awakens a useless power, perfect match. Laughter surged like a tide. Su Lin stood on the stage, motionless. He looked down at the crowd. Su Yao was laughing very happily. Su Ling was laughing so hard he bent forward and back. Su Xiaoxiao was laughing until tears came out. Lin Wanqing frowned, feeling extremely embarrassed. Su Jingui did not laugh, but also showed no expression. On that stern face, there was only coldness and disappointment. Su Chen did not laugh either. He stood there, eyes complexly looking at Shen Mo on the stage, lips moving, seeming to want to say something. But Su Lin understood that look. That look was saying, what can you compare with me? Su Lin withdrew his gaze, looking down at his own hands. D-level. Health doubled. This was his 18 years of life. Humble, tiny, worthless. At that moment, Ding detected strong dissatisfaction of host with current family status. One-time golden finger activated. You have one chance to modify your power description. Modification rule, can change one character in the power description. Su Lin froze. Change one character in the power description? He looked at his power description. Power, health enhancement, health increased to 2 times. One character. 2 times. Su Lin stared at the two. If I change it? Countless thoughts flashed in his mind. Change it to 3, D level becomes C level? Change it to 5, becomes B level? Change it to 10, becomes A level? Change it to 50, SSS level? Of course 10 and 50 are numbers, cannot change. If the 2 character. Change it to. What about the E character, 100 million? Power, health enhancement, health increased to 100 million times. Su Lin's pupils sharply contracted. At the very moment he thought of this, a golden light only he could see flashed. Modification completed. He immediately pulled up his personal data panel. Name, Su Lin. Level, 1. Health, 10 billion, base health 100 asterisk 100 million times. Attack, 10. Power, life enhancement, passive. Effect, health increased to 100 million times. Passive, none. Points, 0. Tongtian Point Shop, click to enter and buy items. Su Lin stood there dumbfounded. 10 billion health? His father Su Jinghua, level 89 supreme, one of the 5 peaks of China, without counting equipment, powers, passive, or items, had only 90 billion health. And he, just awakened, level 1. Health 10 billion. He immediately became one of the top health in this world. Su Lin took a deep breath, suppressing the emotions surging inside. He did not make a sound, did not show off, just silently retracted his hands and walked down the awakening stage. Below, the laughter still continued. Oh, coming down? Not standing a bit longer? Standing longer is useless, D level is D level. Trash, go home. Su Lin ignored them, walking straight out of the crowd. Passing by his family. Su Yao sneered, oh, isn't this the genius of our Shin family? Awakened a D level, so amazing. Su Ling continued, right? Doubled, from 100 health to 200 health, can take a bit more as a meat shield in the future. Su Xiaoxiao laughed violently, sis, don't say that, he's still our brother. Though he lives in the servants' room, can't sit at the table, punished to kneel in the basement every day but still shares the same blood. Lin Wanqing frowned, impatiently waving her hand, go home quickly, don't embarrass yourself outside. Su Jinghua did not speak, just coldly turned and walked toward Su Chen. Su Chen spoke gently, brother, don't be discouraged, powers can upgrade, maybe in the future. He didn't finish, but the meaning was clear, maybe it could become sea level in the future. Su Lin glanced at him. That face was full of sincerity and concern. If this were the first meeting, he might have believed it. But 18 years. He knew that face too well. The more sincere the face, the more cruel behind it. Su Lin withdrew his gaze, said nothing, and continued walking out. TCH, what kind of person? Su Chen kindly comforts him, what's his attitude? Exactly, biting the hand that feeds you. Forget it, don't stoop to a trash's level. Su Lin walked out of the playground, walked out of the school gate, and returned to that home. He needed to find a quiet place to digest this exponential increase by 1 billion times. To be exact, it was a basement next to the Su family's mansion. Damp, dark, with only a palm-sized window letting in a little light. This was the place where he had lived for 18 years. He lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling, the golden words on the panel constantly flashing in his mind. Health, 10 billion. 10 billion. The ceiling of health in the country. And he had just awakened. At that moment, the door was kicked open. Su Yao stood at the door, looking impatient. Why are you still lying there? Mom called you upstairs. Su Lin sat up and followed her upstairs. In the living room, the Su family was all there. Su Jinghua sat in the main seat, Lin Wanqing sat beside him. The 3 sisters sat on either side. Su Chen sat next to Lin Wanqing, holding a cup of tea, with an elegant posture. Su Lin stood at the door, not entering. Come in. Lin Wanqing said coldly. Su Lin walked in and stood in the center of the living room. Lin Wanqing looked him up and down, her eyes full of disdain. You embarrassed the Su family at the awakening ceremony today. Su Lin said nothing. Do you know how many people were watching today? Do you know how many big shots were there? Do you know how much your dad's face you ruined? Lin Wanqing grew more and more angry. Chun'er awakened to SSS level, how glorious is that? And what happened? What happened was you ruined it all. Everyone is talking, saying how could the Su family have such a waste like you? Su Lin still said nothing. Do you know how many top universities are fighting to accept Chun'er? Kyoto University, Magic City Academy, Dragon City War College. Any of those are the best in China. And you? What qualifications do you have to compare to Chun'er? Lin Wanqing sneered, both sons, but why is the difference so huge? Su Yao interrupted, Mom, stop it. He's like this anyway. Su Ling added, yeah, with a D-level ability, he'll never be anything. Su Xiaoxiao was even more direct, just find a factory job, stop eating the family's food. Suchin quickly said, sisters, don't say that, brother, he doesn't want it. Lin Wanqing looked at Qinxingxi, her expression softened, at least Chinner understands. Then she turned to look at Su Lin, her eyes growing cold again, look at Chinner, then look at yourself. Chinner speaks up for you, what about you? What have you done for this family? You walk around with a long face like someone owes you something. Su Lin finally spoke, his voice calm, since I am your disgrace, and you dislike me so much, from today, I, Su Lin, will sever all ties with the Su family. The living room fell into a deadly silence. What did you say? Lin Wanqing doubted her own ears. I said, Su Lin said slowly, I want to sever all ties with the Su family. Are you crazy? Su Yao screamed, where can you go if you leave the Su family? That's right, who do you think you are? Without the Su family, you're nothing. Su Ling sneered. Fine, go then. Hurry up and leave. I want to see what you can make of yourself. Su Xiaoxiao pointed straight at the door. Lin Wanqing was shaking with anger. Fine. 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 You think you've grown wings, huh? You want to fly? Fine. Go. Don't come back if you leave. Su Jingwa said nothing, just stared silently, his brow furrowed even tighter. At this moment, Su Chen stood up, his face full of urgency. Mom, Dad, sisters, stop it. Brother must have been impulsive, he doesn't really want to leave. Brother, quickly apologize to Mom and Dad, tell them you didn't mean it. Saying that, he walked over and grabbed Su Lin's arm, whispering, Brother, don't be foolish. Where can you go without the family? Quickly apologize, Mom and Dad will forgive you. Su Lin looked at his face. Sincere, caring, anxious. A perfect performance. Su Lin gently pulled his hand away and took a step back. No need. He looked at everyone in the living room, his gaze slowly sweeping over their faces. Su Yao disdain. Su Ling sneering. Su Xiaoxiao mocking. Lin Wanqing anger. Su Jingwa indifference. Su Chen sincere worry. But Su Lin knew, deep down in his eyes, the truth. He had pride and mockery. Just like earlier on the awakening stage, that condescending gaze. Su Lin withdrew his gaze and turned towards the door. Wait. Su Jingwa's voice rang out. Su Lin stopped but did not turn back. Su Jingwa paused for a moment and slowly said, Are you sure? Sure. All right. Su Jingwa nodded. Since you've made up your mind, I won't stop you. But you must remember, once you walk out of this door, you are no longer a part of the Su family. Everything of the Su family is none of your business. And, Su Jingwa paused again, your ability is degrade, be careful out there. If things don't work out, you can come back. The last sentence was said with a complicated tone. But Su Lin didn't turn around. He simply said calmly, no need. Then he pushed open the door and walked out. The door closed behind him. In the living room, Su Chen looked at the door, a hint of a smile flashed deep in his eyes. He laughed. Good. This annoying guy, finally gone. From now on, everything in the Su family is his. As for that waste? He wouldn't last 3 days out there. Su Chen withdrew his gaze and put on a concerned expression again. Dad, Mom, should we send someone to follow brother? He's alone out there, I'm worried. What are you worried about? Lin Wanqing sneered. He wanted to leave, he deserves to die out there. Exactly, why care about him? Su Yao chimed in. Chen, you're too kind, that kind of person isn't worth your concern. Su Ling said. Su Xiaoxiao even directly said, stop talking, today is a day of celebration, don't let that waste ruin the mood. Su Chen, which university accepted you? Come on, tell us. Su Chen looked at them, smiling gently. It's not decided yet, I want to hear Mom and Dad's opinion. Oh, just decide for yourself. Yes, you're so outstanding, any school would be lucky to have you. Exactly. The living room became lively again. No one mentioned the young man who walked out the door. As if he had never existed. Outside the door, Su Lin stood at the gate of the Su family mansion, looking back at the brightly lit villa. 18 years. Exactly 18 years. He had finally walked out of this door. No reluctance, no nostalgia, just an indescribable sense of relief. He looked up at the night sky. The stars were scattered across it. Tomorrow will be a good day. He took a step forward, walking into the night. Behind him, the lights of the Su family gradually faded away. Chapter 3, Understanding the Rules of the Sky Tower. Su Lin walked in the night, with the Su family's lights growing distant behind him. He did not turn back. He reached the park, found a public bench, sat down, and opened his phone. I need to take another good look at the rules of this world. The original owner's memories were there, but most of them were scenes of being bullied. The part about the rules needed to be reviewed. In fact, the original owner had been suffering from malnutrition for a long time, and on this awakening day, another world Su Lin took over his body. He had no feelings for the Su family, which is why he had just now severed ties with them, also fearing that others might notice. Su Lin opened the browser and searched for Sky Tower Encyclopedia. The page loaded, and information appeared before his eyes. Sky Tower Encyclopedia, a must-read for everyone. Sky Tower, a giant tower that suddenly appeared on Earth 100 years ago, with 99 floors. Humans level up by passing through the Sky Tower. Each time a floor is cleared, the level increases by 1. The highest number of floors cleared, 88 floors. Rule 1, Method of clearing, solo or team. There is no limit to the number of people in a team, but all team members must be at the same level. When in a team, the number of monsters will increase by the corresponding number of people, but their attributes will remain unchanged. Rule 2, the Sky Tower opens every Sunday, with only one chance to clear it on that day. Only one floor can be cleared at a time. After a successful or failed attempt, the player will be teleported out. If failed, they can never re-enter, and their level will be locked forever. It is recommended to team up to increase the clearing rate based on complementary abilities. Rule 3, every 10 levels, there is a passive skill trial opportunity. There are various types of passive skills. There are skills that increase attack, skills that increase health, skills that restore health, and skills that strengthen special abilities, etc. After choosing the passive skill trial, you also need to choose the trial difficulty. The higher the difficulty, the stronger the passive skill you get. The trial is only one chance. It is recommended to choose a trial you are confident in, not blindly pursue high difficulty. Rule 5, killing monsters outside the Tower of Heaven, including monsters from spatial rifts and monsters outside the city, or mutated monsters, cannot gain experience for leveling up, only points and a very low chance of item drops. Items are strange and varied. Points can be used in the Tower Mall to buy equipment, potions, materials, and other goods. Level attribute growth rules. Level 1 to 10, each level up, health plus 100, attack plus 10. Level 11 to 20, each level up, health plus 1000, attack plus 100. Level 21 to 30, each level up, health plus 10,000, attack plus 1000. Level 31 to 40, each level up, health plus 100,000, attack plus 10,000. Level 41 to 50, each level up, health plus 1 million, attack plus 100,000. Level 51 to 60, each level up, health plus 10 million, attack plus 1 million. Level 61 to 70, each level up, health plus 100 million, attack plus 10 million. Level 71 to 80, each level up, health plus 1 billion, attack plus 100 million. Level 81 to 90, each level up, health plus 10 billion, attack plus 1 billion. Level 91 to 99, unknown, no one has reached it yet. Monsters are divided into 6 qualities: normal, excellent, elite, rare, epic, legendary. Attribute multiplier, compared to same level human base attributes. Normal monster, 1x. Excellent monster, 3x. Elite monster, 5x. Rare monster, 10x. Epic monster, 50x. Legendary monster, 100x. Note, monster level attribute calculation is the same as humans, some monsters have their own skills. Killing monsters gains points. Normal monster level 1 gives 1 point. From level 1 to 10, each higher level adds 1 point. From 11 to 20, each higher level adds 10 points. From 21 to 30, each higher level adds 100 points, and so on. Killing an excellent monster gives 9 times the points of the same level normal monster, killing an elite monster gives 25 times, killing a rare monster gives 100 times, killing an epic monster gives 2,500 times, killing a legendary monster gives 10,000 times the points of the same level normal monster. Current highest human level, 89, 5 people in total. 5 great powers. Su Jintian, Tianxiang Su family level 89, special ability SSS, 8 passive skills. Lin Xiao, Kyoto Lin family level 89, special ability SSS, 8 passive skills. Yi Wuxuan, Zhang Nanyi family level 89, special ability SSS, 8 passive skills. Zhan Tianxian, military level 89, special ability SSS, 8 passive skills. Yun Zhongzi, freelancer level 89, special ability SSS, 8 passive skills. Note, even at the same level, due to differences in special abilities, passives, equipment, combat skills, tools, etc., strength varies greatly. Su Lin looked through each rule carefully, remembering them in his heart. Then he opened his own panel. Name, Su Lin. Level, 1. Health, 10 billion, base 100 times billion times. Attack, 10, base 10. Special ability? Health limit increased by billion times. Passive, a none. Points, 0. Tower Mall, clickable. 10 billion health. Equivalent to the base health of a level 80 expert. Of course, it is possible that level 60 to 70 masters also have 10 billion health. They can increase health through special abilities, passive skills, equipment, potions, or tools. He continued to browse the encyclopedia, finding information about the first floor of the Tower of Heaven. Tower of Heaven First Floor Guide, Public Version. Monster Setup, 5 Normal Level Flame Dogs, Level 1. Monster Attributes, Health 100, Attack 10, No Skills. Clear Condition, kill all 5 monsters within 1 hour. Recommended Combat Power, Team recommended for clearing, Solo recommended with special ability level C or above, or good level 1 equipment. Notes, monster size similar to adult wild dog, normal speed, attacks by biting. Recommended to carry basic weapons, or clear in a team. Failure statistics, first floor failure rate about 3%, mostly due to carelessness or unpreparedness. 3% failure rate. It seems low, but for every awakened, they make full preparations before entering. If successful, move upward, the future is limitless. If failed, forever level 1, can only buy low-level equipment from the Point Mall, fight normal monsters outside the city to survive, always at the bottom. So no one dared to be careless. But he might be an accident. The group chat on the phone kept popping up with messages. Su Lin opened the class group, and saw that the messages had already reached 999 plus. Chapter 4, The Noisy and Mocking Class Group. Class Group Awakening Day Extra Noisy. Wang Fatty, Brothers. Tomorrow is Sunday, the Tower of Heaven opens. I awakened a C-level ability, health increased 3 times. Anyone wants to team up for the first floor? Zhang Wei, I am A-level, attack increased 10 times, now attack is 100. I already made appointments with 3 B-level, 1 spot left, private message me if coming. Zhao Shui, I am S-level. Ice ability. Can attack from distance, also has control effect. Lu Yang, Envy S-level big boss. I am B-level, health increased 5 times, my family bought me level 1 armor, adds 200 health, should be safe. Sun Shui, you all are so well prepared? I just memorized the first floor guide, should be okay, right? Wang Fatty replies to Sun Shui, sister, don't be careless. My cousin's classmate's younger brother, he was careless on the first floor, surrounded by 5 monsters, didn't get out, became level 1 for life, now fights normal monsters outside the city every day, earns almost no points in a month, really miserable. Li Shuai, yes, must be completely safe before going in. Better slow than fail, I plan to train combat skills outside the city a few days, next Sunday go in, have ability and equipment ready, best to find an S-level first floor classmate to join, then safe. Zhang Wei, the ones I booked are all B-level and above, 1 A-level, 5-person team, blood shield, damage, healing, all ready, plan to go next Sunday, wait for coordination, should be fine. Zhao Shui, actually first floor is not hard, but no one dares to risk, after all, if fail, can't level up for life. Lu Yang, by the way, is Su Chen in the group? Today he awakened SSS level ability, really envy him. Wang Fatty, golden light shoots to sky. The whole plaza is crazy. Li Shuai, anyone know the effect? If attack type, at least increase 50 times attack? Lu Yang, seems called Lord of Heavenly Thunder, long range attack ability, maybe area attack, specifics unknown, but SSS level, starting point is big boss. Zhang Wei, envy to cry, if I were SSS level, tomorrow I go straight to first floor, could pass with eyes closed. Zhao Shui, SSS level attack ability, tomorrow sure to clear, maybe family 89 level big boss father prepared full set level 1 rare equipment. Sun Shui, by the way, Su Lin is in the group too, right? What did he awaken? The group was quiet for a few seconds. Wang Fatty, him, I heard, D-level, health increased 2 times, pure cannon fodder ability. Li Shuai, TSK, isn't Su family top rich family? How come their own son awakened this? Zhang Wei, what own son, new here? Don't know Su Lin's position in Su family? Less than a dog. Zhao Shui, don't say that, at least he is part of Su family. Lu Yang, part of Su family? My dad said, Su Lin broke off with Su family today, left by himself. Wang Fatty, really? Broke off? Crazy? D-level, leaving Su family can still live as young master? Li Shuai, probably kicked out, with that ability, Su family must find him shameful. Zhang Wei, true, Su family got SSS level adopted son, who cares about own D-level useless child? Zhao Shui, sigh, kind of pitiful. Sun Shui, pitiful? He did it to himself, heard he bullied Su Chen at home, Su Chen so kind, cried many times because of him. Wang Fatty, yes, heard that too, Su Lin's character is bad, serves him right. Li Shuai, enough, don't talk about him, kill the mood. I don't plan to enter tower tomorrow, but want to watch Su Chen big boss's challenge. The replies below all said, me too, tomorrow must worship the big boss's style. Su Lin looked at these messages, face expressionless. Bullying Su Chen? He bullied Su Chen? That dead Su Lin, 18 years, wronged countless times. It always starts because of Su Chen. Now even these unrelated outsiders firmly believe that it is him who bullies Su Chen. Su Chen. Such a good method. Su Lin closed the group chat and didn't reply to any messages. No need to explain. Explaining is useless. Only strength is the best explanation. He looked over the first level strategy again. 5 ordinary monsters, 100 health, 10 attack. His health is 10 billion. That means, even if he just stands there and lets the 5 monsters bite him for a year, his health won't even drop. Their attack is only 10, but the monster's health is only 100. For one monster, he needs to hit 10 times. Just 10 times. It's no big deal. Su Lin thought for a moment and opened the Celestial Mall. Celestial Mall. Welcome to the Points Mall. Your current points, 0. Recommended products. Level 1 Novice Longsword, white, common attack plus 20, price, 100 points. Level 1 Novice Leather Armor, white, common health plus 200, price, 100 points. Beginner Healing Potion, restores 100 health, price, 10 points. Beginner Strength Potion, attack plus 20 for 10 minutes, price, 20 points. Su Lin glanced over and closed it. No points, nothing can be bought. But he doesn't need it. With his current stats, the first level is like fighting with his eyes closed. The night wind is cool, and it's a bit cold on his body. He's wearing an old, faded coat, and his phone only has 15% battery left. He needs to find a place to stay. Su Lin opened the map on his phone and searched for nearby rental houses. The housing prices in Tianqiang City are ridiculously expensive. Even a single room in the suburbs costs over 3,000 a month. He searched through the original owner's memories and found that he only had 1,200 yuan on him. Who would have thought that the son of the nation's top expert would only have a little over 1,000 yuan in his pocket? With just over 1,000 yuan, he couldn't even rent a basement in the city center of Tianqiang City. Su Lin thought for a moment and found a place on the map, the old district in the east of the city. It's a slum area, inhabited by low-level awakeners, with cheap rent, where a single room can be rented for 500 or 600 yuan a month. But the security isn't great, and there are often thugs causing trouble. But Su Lin doesn't care. Right now, the thing he fears the least is fighting. After an hour on the subway, Su Lin stood in front of a shabby 6-story building. The walls were worn, the electrical wires were haphazard, and the lights in the hallway were broken, making it pitch dark. The landlady is a woman in her 50s, an awakener, level 8, with a C-level strength enhancement ability. She sized Su Lin up and asked suspiciously, 18? Just awakened? What level? What ability? Su Lin thought for a moment and said, D-level. He didn't say much else. The landlady let out a sound of acknowledgement and didn't ask further. D-level is too common, there's nothing much to ask about. Second floor, room 207, 600 a month, pay 1 month's rent in advance, 1,200 total. Do you want it? Su Lin counted the money, it was exactly 1,200. He handed it all over. The landlady handed him a key and pointed upstairs, go up yourself, buy your own bedding, water and electricity are extra, 100 a month. Su Lin went upstairs. The door to room 207 was an old wooden door, the lock was a little loose, and with a push, it opened easily. Inside the room was just a bed, a table, and a chair. The wall paint was peeling, the window leaked wind, and the bathroom was shared. But Su Lin was quite satisfied. At least it was better than the basement in the Su family. The basement was damp and moldy, no heating in the winter, no air conditioning in the summer, the walls were covered in black spots, and the quilt always smelled musty. Here at least there's a window and ventilation. Su Lin lay on the bed, opened his phone, and continued looking at the Celestial Tower's information. He needed to plan for what to do after clearing the first level tomorrow. The first level was very easy for him, there was no possibility of failure. After clearing the first level, his level would rise to 2, his health would become 20 billion, and his attack would become 20. Then he would have to wait until the next Sunday for the Celestial Tower to open before he could enter the second level. In this week, he needed to find a way to earn points and buy equipment. He had just looked at the second level's information, and it seemed a bit troublesome. Celestial Tower second level strategy, public version. Monster configuration, 6 ordinary level monsters, 5 charging wild boars, level 2, 1 healing slime, level 2. Monster attributes. Charging wild boar, health 200. Attack 20, skill, charge, straight line dash, damage plus 50%. Healing slime, health 200, attack 20, skill, healing, restores 30 health per second to a nearby friendly target. Clearance condition, kill all 6 monsters within 1 hour. Recommended battle power, strongly recommend team play. Solo play is extremely difficult. Suggested setup, main tank, health above 500, plus damage dealer, attack above 50, plus control/healing. Key strategy: kill the healing slime first with ranged attacks. This will greatly reduce the difficulty. Otherwise, the charge wild boar heals 30 per second, making it very hard to kill. Failure statistics: second floor failure rate is around 30%, solo challengers have a 60% failure rate due to insufficient damage, causing the monsters to heal infinitely and eventually run out of time. Su Lin looked over and frowned. His current attack is only 10, even if it reaches level 2, it will only be 20. The charge wild boar has 200 health, so he needs to hit it 10 times to kill it. But if the healing slime is nearby, healing 30 per second, when he hits for 20, the enemy heals 30, not only is it ineffective, but the wild boar's health also increases. He must eliminate the healing slime first. But the wild boars will form a solid wall and not give him a chance to approach the slime. Fight the wild boars? Can't do it. It's simply impossible. Unless his attack is high enough, over 30, and he has to kill them all within 1 hour. Su Lin calculated that in order to pass the second floor solo, he would need an attack over 40. He had nothing. Only thick health. But thick health is useless if you can't kill the monsters. I need to buy equipment. Su Lin opened the Heavenly Tower Mall and looked at the level 2 equipment. Level 2 Bronze Sword, common attack plus 20, price 500 points. Level 2 Bronze Armor, common health plus 200, price 500 points. Level 2 Strength Ring, common attack plus 10, health plus 100, price 500 points. Su Lin glanced at his points, 0. After clearing the first floor tomorrow, he would have to go outside the city to hunt wild monsters. A level 1 regular wild monster gives 1 point, a level 2 regular wild monster gives 2 points. To buy a 500-point sword, he would need to kill 500 level 1 monsters or 250 level 2 monsters. A bit of a grind. But there's no other way. Su Lin closed his phone and shut his eyes. Tomorrow, he would clear the first floor of the Heavenly Tower, then go outside the city to hunt wild monsters. In a week, he should be able to gather enough points. Chapter 5, Clearing the First Floor, Chapter 44, Counterattack Damage. The subway reached the station, and Su Lin followed the crowd out of the exit. As soon as he stepped out, the sight before him made him pause. A sea of people. The entrance to the Heavenly Tower was a huge blue light gate, about 10 meters in diameter, floating in mid-air, emitting a faint glow. Below the light gate was a plaza, now packed with a dense crowd. At least 10,000 people. There were students in school uniforms, adventurers in combat gear, reporters carrying cameras, and many middle-aged people with deep auras. Those were high-level awakened, here to watch their children challenge the tower. Today was Sunday, and the Heavenly Tower was only open once a week. Everyone cherished every opportunity. Su Lin stood at the edge of the crowd, staring at the light gate. This was the Heavenly Tower. The miraculous building that changed the world, the only way for humans to become stronger. Around him were his classmates from the First Awakening Academy. Wang Fati, Zhang Wei, Jia Shui, Lu Yang, Sun Shui, almost everyone from the class had come. Some wore brand new gear, eager to try the challenge today. Others wore ordinary clothes, holding small notebooks, planning to observe and learn, entering next week. Did you all form teams? Wang Fati shouted loudly, I formed a team with 2 C levels, 1 shield and 1 damage dealer, it's gonna be safe. Zhang Wei proudly patted his chest, I'm A level, attack boosted 10 times, I've arranged 3 B levels, perfect setup, we'll pass for sure today. Jia Shui, as an S level, had a circle of people around her, all asking to form a team. Lu Yan looked at her with envy, being S level is so nice, so many people are fighting to team up with you. Sun Shui whispered, I haven't formed a team yet, how about we join together? What's your ability? I'm a healer, C level. Alright, then, the 3 of us with Wang Fati, a 3-person team, we should be able to clear it. Su Lin listened to these discussions, silently observing. He realized that over 80% of the people here had formed teams. 2-person teams were the most common, 1 shield and 1 damage dealer. The 3-person team is not uncommon, with shield, damage, and healing and iron triangle. There are also 5-person teams, with more specific roles. Solo adventurers are rare. And those who come alone are either S-class or above ability users, brimming with confidence, or they have luxurious equipment, obviously from a wealthy family, or they have a serious expression, hesitating at the light gate, not daring to step through. The reason is simple. The mechanism of the Tower of Heaven forces people to form teams. If you're alone, you might deal high damage, but can't withstand monster attacks. If your health is thick and you can take the hits, but your damage isn't enough, you can't guarantee clearing within 1 hour. The further you go up, the stronger the monsters, the more complex their skills, and the difficulty of solo clearing increases exponentially. For example, on the 2nd floor, there are healing monsters. If your damage is insufficient, the monster's healing is faster than your attacks, and you can never kill them. So, in this world, team formation is the mainstream. Solo challenges? That's the choice of geniuses and madmen. Su Lin looked at the people forming teams, then looked at himself. Alone. No equipment. In the eyes of others, he is the crazy one among the madmen, the kind who seeks death. But he knows his trump card. 10 billion health. Today, he is here to clear the tower alone. At that moment, the crowd suddenly became restless. They're here, they're here. Make way. The Su family is here. It's Su Chen. The SSS-level genius. The crowd split like waves, automatically clearing a wide path. Su Lin followed the path and looked ahead. Su Chen walked at the front. Today, he was wearing a brand new combat suit, silver-white material shimmering with a faint glow, clearly not ordinary goods. A short sword hung at his waist, with 3 gemstones set into the scabbard, gleaming in the sunlight. That equipment was worth at least hundreds of thousands of points. Wearing this to fight the first floor? He could pass even with his eyes closed. Behind Su Chen were his 3 older sisters, Su Yao, Su Ling, and Su Xiaoxiao, all gazing at him. Further back was Lin Wanqing. At the very back was Su Jinghua. One of the 5 greatest powerhouses in China, an unparalleled SSS-level ability user, level 89. He walked with his hands clasped behind his back, his steps steady, his aura restrained, but every step seemed to stomp on the hearts of everyone around. The crowd automatically made way. Not for Su Chen, but for him. Giving way to the strong is the rule of this world. The head of the Su family is here personally. No kidding, his son awakened to SSS level, wouldn't you come if it were you? True, that kind of grandeur, TSK. Su Chen and his group reached directly beneath the light gate, an area that had already been cleared for them. The people around looked at them with envy, admiration, and awe. Su Chen smiled and waved to everyone around. Su Gongzi. Go for it. Su Chen, you're the best. Break the record. Break the record. The cheers rang out, one after another. Su Chen nodded slightly, his posture humble and graceful. Su Lin withdrew his gaze and shifted towards the edge of the crowd, trying to find a less conspicuous spot. But someone had sharp eyes. Hey! Isn't that Su Lin? A sharp voice rang out. Su Lin paused in his steps. The eyes of the people around instantly turned towards him. Is it really him? Which one? That one, the one wearing old clothes, the one without any equipment. In this plaza, almost no one isn't wearing any equipment, so Su Lin was easily spotted. Oh, it's that D-level useless one? Yeah, it's him. Awakened yesterday, his health doubled, haha. Why is he here too? A D-level useless person dares to come to the Tower of Heaven? Probably here to watch the show, maybe just to admire Su Chen's greatness. Watch the show? In those ragged clothes? Isn't he ashamed? Whispers turned into open mockery. Su Chen's group also noticed the movement here. Su Yao turned her head and took a glance, her face immediately showing a look of disgust. Why is he here too? Su Ling curled her lips, so unlucky. Su Xiaoxiao was even more direct, standing there in those clothes, isn't he just trying to make sure everyone knows there's a useless person in our Su family? Lin Wanqing furrowed her brow, her face darkened. Today was a big day, Su Chen was challenging the tower, all the media were watching, and all the strong people were paying attention. But this embarrassing fool showed up too? She lowered her voice and said something to the butler beside her. The butler nodded and walked toward Su Lin. Young Master Su Lin, the butler stood in front of him, his tone cold. Madam says, please leave here. Su Lin looked at him. This is the Tower of Heaven, the place for everyone to upgrade. You have the right to kick people out? The butler frowned. Madam just feels that you are not suitable here. Not suitable? Su Lin said calmly, on the opening day of the Tower of Heaven, anyone has the right to come. Whoever dares to kick someone out from here cuts off their path to upgrade, and becomes an enemy of all Awakeners nationwide. You don't understand this reason? The butler's face changed. The people around also fell silent for a moment. Yes. What kind of place is the Tower of Heaven? It is the only way for humans to become stronger. To drive someone away from the Tower of Heaven entrance and stop them from upgrading, what kind of act is that? It is to defy all under heaven. Whoever dares to do this becomes an enemy of the whole nation. Even Su Jinghua would not dare. The butler opened his mouth, but could not speak. In the distance, Lin Wanqing's face was dark as iron, but in the end she said nothing. Su Chen glanced at Su Lin, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes, then he returned to his gentle expression, lightly tugging Lin Wanqing's sleeve. Mom, don't make it hard for him. If he wants to come, let him come. After all, he also wants to upgrade. These words were well said. They showed generosity, while subtly reminding everyone his D-level ability, upgrading? What level? He couldn't even pass the first layer. The people around laughed again instantly. Yes, let him come, anyway he won't make it. Watching the fun is fine too, consider it gaining experience. Let's see how he comes out, probably crying? Su Lin ignored these voices. He turned and walked toward the crowd in line. The Tower of Heaven entrance had strict order. Everyone queued to enter, one by one. At this time, a staff member in uniform ran quickly toward Su Chen, respectfully saying, "Young Master Su, this way please. You can use the VIP channel, no need to queue." Su Chen paused slightly, then waved with a smile, no need, I'll queue. Everyone should be fair. The staff hurriedly said, "Young Master Su, you are too polite. It is our honor to have you try at our entrance. The VIP channel is specifically for families of high-level awakeners. Your father is level 89 Supreme, fully qualified." Su Chen looked at Su Jinghua. Su Jinghua slightly nodded. Su Chen then smiled, "Then please." After saying this, he followed the staff toward another direction. There was a small door leading directly to the light gate. The people around watched this scene, sighing with admiration. Look at him, directly through the VIP channel. Of course, his father is supreme. Do you have that? Sigh, being born right really is a skill. Exactly, look at Su Lin, same Su family, one through VIP, one queues, the difference is huge. Ha, don't even mention it, he is at least the former young master of Su family. The mocking voices never stopped. Su Lin stood at the end of the line, expressionless. The few people in front of him turned back to look at him, their eyes full of curiosity, mockery, pity, everything. But he said nothing. Just quietly waited. Soon, Su Chen reached the light gate. He turned and waved to his family, then took a deep breath, stepping into the light gate. In a flash of light, his figure disappeared. The square instantly went silent. Everyone stared at the light gate. The timer started. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. 4 seconds. 5 seconds. The light gate lit up again. Su Chen appeared. He stood in front of the light gate, smiling, calm and composed. The whole place was silent. Then. What the hell? 5 seconds? 5 seconds to clear the first layer? Impossible, the first layer has 5 monsters, even one shot each takes 5 strikes. Did he kill 5 with 1 strike each? SSS level, terrifying. Record broken. Record broken. The fastest first layer record at the East Gate entrance is 15 seconds, he did it in 5. Oh my god. The whole crowd erupted. Reporters pressed their shutters like crazy, flashes lighting up like a sea. The 3 Su sisters jumped up excitedly. Shun. Awesome. I knew you were the best. Lin Wanqing laughed so much she couldn't close her mouth, nodding again and again. Su Jinghua's mouth curved slightly, though he didn't speak, everyone could see the expression, satisfied. Su Chen was surrounded by people, countless rushing to congratulate him. Young Master Su, you are amazing. 5 seconds. Unprecedented. Young Master Su, can we have an interview? Young Master Su. Su Chen smiled, answering one by one, with humility and proper manners. Just lucky, my power suits the first level better. I'll keep working hard. Thank you all, thank you. Among the crowd, students from the First Awakening Academy were even more excited. Our school's god. So strong, so strong. SSS level is really different. One fatty was so excited his face turned red, I wish I were even half as good as Su Chen. Zhang Wei patted him, half? Dreaming? He's SSS level, what level are you? I'm C level. Wang fatty laughed awkwardly. Then it's fine. Amid all the excitement, the line continued to move. The line in front of Su Lin grew shorter, little by little. Finally, it was his turn. He walked to the light gate. People around noticed him, causing another stir. Look! That loser is really going in. Alone? No equipment? Is he crazy? D level with double health, only 200 health, going in to feed the monsters? Ha ha ha. The 3 Su Yao sisters also noticed. Su Yao frowned, why is he still here? Su Ling sneered, so embarrassing. Su Xiaoxiao laughed coldly, let him go in. If he fails, he becomes a complete loser, no more shame for the Su family outside. Lin Wanqing glanced at him, displeased, but said nothing. Su Jinghua stood with his hands behind his back, eyes on Su Lin, eyebrows slightly furrowed. Su Chen, standing among his family, also looked over. His face showed just enough concern, but deep in his eyes, the look was still the same. What can you compare with me? Su Lin stood in front of the light gate. The staff glanced at him, expression complicated. Student, are you sure you want to go alone? No teammates? No equipment? Su Lin nodded. The staff opened his mouth, wanted to say something, but finally just sighed. Go in. Remember, if you can't win, run back to the gate. You can exit early. It counts as a failure, but better than dying inside. Su Lin nodded. Then he stepped forward, crossing into the light gate. A flash of light, his figure disappeared. In the square, mocking voices rose again. He went in, he went in. How many seconds do you think he will last? 5 seconds? No, 5 seconds is Su Chen's clear time, he should last 5 seconds. 5 seconds? Too generous, I think 3 seconds. 3 seconds? I think 1 second, he'll be knocked down by monsters immediately. Ha ha ha. Su Yao sneered, so shameful. Su Ling sneered, good thing we cut ties, otherwise we'd be embarrassed too. Su Xiaoxiao added, exactly, a D-level loser going alone, isn't that asking to die? Lin Wanqing frowned, stop talking, just watch. Su Jinghua still said nothing, just stared at the light gate. Su Chen stood beside, face showing faint worry. But inside, he was smiling. Go in. Fail inside. Then forever a loser. From now on, everyone mentioning the Su family will remember only the SSS level genius. As for that D-level loser? Who remembers him? Inside the light gate. Su Lin opened his eyes. Before him was a wasteland, ground blackened, air full of sulfur smell. In the distance, 5 dog-shaped creatures wreathed in fire stared at him. Flame dogs. Level 1, ordinary monsters. Health 100, attack 10. 5 of them. Su Lin stood still, not moving. The 5 flame dogs looked at each other, then pounced at him together. They were very fast, reaching him in a blink. The first opened its mouth, biting Su Lin's calf. -10. Su Lin looked down. Felt nothing. His health was 10 billion. The monster's attack was 10. Even if it bit him for a year, it couldn't take any blood off. The second, third, fourth, fifth also jumped up, biting different parts of Su Lin's body. Su Lin moved his wrist. Then he clenched his fist and swung at the dog's head. 1 punch, 2 punches, completely ignoring the blaze dog's attacks, only attacking. One of the blaze dogs, when its health dropped to the bottom, became scared. It just wanted to run, but found its legs locked by the other, unable to escape. He kept hitting until the 10th punch. This blaze dog finally collapsed when its health reached 0. The remaining 4 froze for a second. He continued attacking, and Su Lin's attacks were simple, punch after punch to the flesh, giving up defense. When the blaze dogs tried to run, he chased and hit them. 5 minutes later. All 5 blaze dogs lay on the ground. Looking at the health, he clicked 500. If it were his original D-level ability, it would have been wasted here. Ding, congratulations on clearing the first floor of the Tower of Heaven. Clear time, 6 minutes. Teleporting out of the tower. A flash of light. Su Lin appeared in front of the light gate. In the plaza, the mocking voices continued. 6 minutes, and he's still not out? Could he be dead inside? If he's dead, it's fine. At least he won't come out to embarrass himself. Exactly, a D-level useless guy. Before the words finished, the light gate lit up. Su Lin's figure appeared. The mocking voices stopped abruptly. The whole plaza was dead silent. Everyone widened their eyes, staring at the boy in the tattered old coat in front of the light gate. He came out. He cleared it? A D-level useless guy, without equipment, alone, cleared the first floor? Impossible. He came out? Wang Fatty stammered. 6 minutes he used 6 minutes? Zhang Wei's face was full of disbelief. D-level ability, double health, alone, no equipment, 6 minutes to clear the first floor? Zhao Shue's mouth dropped open. How is this possible? The crowd erupted with loud discussions. The 3 Su Yao sisters froze. Su Ling rubbed her eyes, he cleared it? Su Xiaoxiao's face was ugly, impossible. It must be fake. Su Yao gritted her teeth, how could he clear it? D-level ability, no equipment, alone? Lin Wanqing frowned, her face complex. Su Jinghua still stood with hands behind his back, but his gaze landed on Su Lin, a slight, hard-to-see ripple in his eyes. Su Chen stood among his family, still with his gentle expression. But his hand quietly clenched. 6 minutes. He used 5 seconds. That useless guy used 6 minutes. But he is D-level. No equipment. Alone. Su Chen gritted his teeth. Impossible. There must be a problem. At this moment, someone shouted out. He cheated. He must have cheated. Yes. How could a D-level useless guy clear the first floor? The Tower of Heaven must have a bug. Or he didn't clear it, he just ran out. Yes, yes. He must have run out. The voices of doubt in the crowd grew louder. Su Lin stood still, looking at these people. He suddenly smiled. Run out, he said lightly, running out counts as failure. Would it teleport you out? The doubting voices paused. Right. Tower of Heaven rule, failing the challenge also teleports you out. But the difference is, those who fail appear with a light column of a different color. When Su Lin came out, it was the golden light column of clearing. He really cleared it. A D-level useless guy. No equipment. Alone. Cleared the first floor. Everyone was silent. Looking at him with eyes as if seeing a ghost. Su Lin didn't look at them anymore. He turned and walked out of the crowd. Passing by the Su family, it was like strangers, no pause at all. The three Su Yao sisters were pale, unable to say a word. Lin Wanqing frowned, lips moving slightly, but said nothing. Su Jingguo watched him, eyes deep. Su Chen stood beside, still with gentle expression, but deep inside, something stirred. He is level 2 now. And those people. Su Lin's mouth curled slightly. Those classmates who mocked him mostly didn't dare enter the tower today. He didn't think about these. He still needed one level 2 equipment to clear the second floor after 7 days of challenge. He had no time to waste on this. He needed to collect 500 points within 7 days. He walked firmly towards the direction of the city gates under everyone's gaze. But what he didn't know was, someone would be waiting outside the city today to kill him. Chapter 6, stabbed over 20 times by Su Chen. Tianxiong City has an inner city and an outer city. The inner city is a safe zone, protected by walls, with monsters unable to enter. The outer city is the wild area, filled with monsters everywhere. Awakened ones can hunt in the wild outside the city, earning points and sometimes getting equipment drops. But the risks are high, and if surrounded by monsters, they could die. The death rate outside the city is recorded every year, and last year, over 3,000 awakened ones died. Most of them were low-level newbies, greedy for points, who ventured deep into the wild and never returned. Su Lin took the subway for 40 minutes and arrived at the East City Gate. There were many people at the gate, mostly awakened ones forming teams to leave the city. 4 people short 1. Looking for a tank. Health over 500. 3 people short 2. Looking for damage dealers, attack over 50. Any healers? Our team needs a healer, and we'll split the dropped gear. Su Lin walked alone toward the city gate. Someone glanced at him but didn't pay much attention. Solo players leaving the city were common, mostly high-level experts or reckless newcomers who weren't afraid of dying. Su Lin didn't look like an expert, more like a reckless newbie. Outside the city was a wilderness, with overgrown weeds, distant forests, and small hills. Su Lin walked for a kilometer and encountered the first monster. Monster, wild dog, level 1 common. Health, 100, attack, 10. A lone wild dog was chewing on something. Su Lin walked over. The wild dog noticed him and lunged at him with a growl. -10. Su Lin punched it hard. -20. 5 punches. The wild dog fell to the ground. Killed a level 1 common monster, earned 1 point. Current points, 1. Su Lin continued walking. He encountered another wild dog. -10, 5 punches, dead. Points +1. Another 1. Points +1. 3 hours later, Su Lin had killed 50 wild dogs. Points, 50. He had been bitten 500 times, each bite costing 10 health. Total health lost, 5,000. Out of 200 billion health, he lost 5,000. His health bar didn't even visibly change. Su Lin found a rock to sit on and rested. It wasn't exhaustion, just sore hands. One punch after another, 50 dogs killed, 100 punches. His hands were sore. I need a weapon. Su Lin opened the shop and looked at weapon prices. Level 1 Novice Longsword, White Common Attack +10, price 100 points. 100 points, and he currently had 50. Another 50 monsters and he'd have enough. Su Lin stood up and continued searching for monsters. At 3 p.m., he finally accumulated 100 points. Su Lin opened the shop and bought the sword. Purchase successful, level 1 Novice Longsword ×1. Consumed points, 100. Remaining points, 0. A rusty iron sword appeared in his hand, rough in craftsmanship, but stronger than his fists. Su Lin gripped the sword and continued hunting monsters. He encountered a wild dog and swung the sword. -30. For swings, dead. Faster than his fists. Su Lin spent the afternoon shopping and killed another 80 monsters. Points, 80. It was still early, and Su Lin planned to keep hunting for a while longer. At that moment, he suddenly felt something was off. It was too quiet. He could still hear birds and insects earlier, but now there was nothing. Su Lin stopped and perked up his ears. Footsteps. Not monsters, but people. And not just one. Su Lin turned around. Two people walked out from the nearby forest. One was a young man, about 17 or 18 years old, wearing a white casual outfit and a gentle smile on his face. Su Chen. The other was a middle-aged man, around 40, dressed in black combat gear, with a badge on his chest, level 21. Su Lin narrowed his eyes. Level 21. Why was Su Chen here? Brother. Su Chen spoke, his voice still gentle, with a hint of surprise. What a coincidence, you're here hunting monsters too. Su Lin remained silent, staring at him. Su Chen took a step forward, still smiling. I heard you ran away from home yesterday, and I was really worried. I came out today to look for you, and I can't believe I really found you. He pointed to the middle-aged man next to him. This is Uncle Wang, our Su family's guard, level 21, he's with me to train. The middle-aged man nodded at Su Lin, his face emotionless. Su Lin still said nothing. Su Chen sighed, his expression turning a little sad. Brother, what you said yesterday really hurt me. I've always considered you my real brother, how could you say something like that? Su Lin watched him perform, a smile almost escaping his lips. But he didn't smile, only said calmly, what do you want? Su Chen shook his head, nothing. Just wanted to see how you're doing. I heard you're living in the old district in the east of the city? How can a person live in a place like that? Brother, why don't you come back with me? I'll talk to Mom and Dad, they'll definitely forgive you. Forgive? Su Lin almost laughed out loud. His parents would forgive him? What did he do wrong? No need. Su Lin said, I'm doing fine. Su Chen's smile froze for a moment, then softened again. Brother, don't be like this. I know you're upset, but we're family. What's so hard to get over? Su Lin looked at him and suddenly asked, what exactly do you want? Su Chen was stunned for a moment. What did you say, brother? Su Lin took a step forward, staring into his eyes. I said, what exactly do you want? Su Chen's smile finally vanished. He stared at Su Lin, his gaze slowly changing. It became colder, more mocking. Brother, you're really boring. He sighed, I came here with good intentions, and this is the attitude you give me? Su Lin didn't respond, just kept watching him. Su Chen was silent for a few seconds, then suddenly smiled. The smile was different from before. Before, it was gentle, kind, innocent. Now, it was laced with amusement, looking down from above. All right. Su Chen said, since you've asked like that, I won't pretend anymore. He took a step back and waved at the middle-aged man. Uncle Wang, take care of it. The middle-aged man nodded and took a step forward. Su Lin's pupils contracted. The next moment, the middle-aged man disappeared. No, not disappeared, he was just too fast. Before Su Lin could react, he felt something crash hard against his chest. Bang! A tremendous force sent him flying through the air. Su Lin flipped twice in the air before crashing heavily to the ground, rolling several meters before finally stopping. His chest was in excruciating pain. He looked down for a second. There was a deep fist mark on his combat suit, the chest caved in, and blood was seeping out. Minus 200,000. 200,000? Su Lin was stunned for a moment. 200,000 damage? He glanced at the battle log. Damage received, target level 21, base attack 2000, A-class superpower multiplied by 10, passive skill added 10, attack power 200,000. Actual damage dealt, 2000 times 100 is equal to 200,000. 200,000 damage. Su Lin currently had 20 billion health. 200,000 was less than 1/10,000th. But on the surface, it looked like he was dying already, acting. A big hole in his chest, blood smeared all over his body, twitching on the ground. Su Lin thought for a moment, then closed his eyes and stayed completely still. Uncle Wang, how is it? Su Chen's voice came, tinged with a little nervousness. It's taken care of. The middle-aged man's voice was calm. I used all my strength in that punch. He's level 2, he's definitely dead. Su Chen let out a sigh of relief, then smiled. Level 2, D-class superpower, and still dare to fight me? Footsteps grew louder. Su Lin could feel Su Chen standing in front of him, looking down at him. Tisk, so pathetic. Su Chen's voice carried amusement. Brother, why did you have to do this? Why not just live quietly as a useless person, hiding in the corner, struggling to survive? Why did you have to cut ties with me, make things difficult for me? He squatted down, staring at Su Lin's face. Do you know why I have to kill you? It's not because you saw through me. A fool like you, so what if you saw through me? It's because your existence is a threat. You're the biological son of the Su family, and I'm an adopted child. What if one day those fools suddenly develop a conscience, feel sorry for you, and want to take you back? What will I do then? So, you have to die, and only then will I be at ease. He extended his hand and patted Su Lin's face. Don't worry, I'll set up a monument for you. It'll say Tomb of the Su family waste, how about that? Su Chen laughed as he stood up, saying to the middle-aged man, Uncle Wang, take care of the body, make it look like he was attacked by wild monsters. The middle-aged man nodded and walked over. At that moment, Su Lin moved. He suddenly opened his eyes, grabbing Su Chen's ankle with his right hand and pulling hard. Su Chen was caught off guard, and his whole body fell backward. Ah! He screamed in pain, falling heavily to the ground. Su Lin flipped over and pounced, pressing Su Chen's chest tightly with his left hand, drawing the bronze sword at his waist with his right hand, stabbing hard at Su Chen's stomach. Puff! The sound of the blade cutting into flesh. Ah! Su Chen screamed miserably, Uncle Wang. Uncle Wang! The middle-aged man's face changed drastically, and he lunged forward. But Su Lin didn't dodge at all. He held down Su Chen, one stab, and another. Puff! 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 Stabbing countless times, blood splattered all over him, covering his face. Stop! The middle-aged man punched Su Lin in the back. Bang! Su Lin's body shuddered, his health bar dropped again. But he didn't let go. Another stab. Puff! Su Chen's cries had turned into wails, his stomach a mess of blood and flesh. The middle-aged man panicked, throwing another punch. Bang! Another punch. Bang! 3 punches in a row, each causing 200,000 damage. Su Lin's health dropped nearly 1,000,000, but he seemed unaffected, still pressing Su Chen down, stabbing one strike after another. Crazy! You're crazy! The middle-aged man finally reacted, grabbing Su Chen's shoulders and pulling hard backward. Su Lin was pulled forward, and the sword in his hand slashed another cut on Su Chen as he stumbled. Ah! Su Chen screamed again. The middle-aged man retreated quickly, punching repeatedly to force Su Lin back. Su Lin didn't follow. He stood in place, covered in blood, holding the dripping sword, coldly watching them. The middle-aged man dragged Su Chen, running without looking back. Disappearing into the forest. The surroundings fell silent. Only the wind rustling the leaves. Su Lin looked down at himself. 3 fist marks on his chest, blood smeared all over. He opened the panel. Health 19 998 000/20 dropped over 1,000,000. Not bad. Su Lin looked toward the direction Su Chen disappeared, a curve forming slowly at the corner of his mouth. How many times did he stab? He didn't count. But at least 20 times. The guts probably came out, but judging by his luxurious equipment, definitely more than 2,000 health, probably won't die. King of green tea? Su Lin chuckled. Let it play out slowly. He wiped the blood from the sword on his clothes, turned, and continued killing monsters. Tianqiang City, Su family mansion. A rush of footsteps broke the evening calm. Master! Madam! Something's wrong. The middle-aged man rushed in holding the blood-covered Su Chen, smashing open the door. Lin Wanqing was drinking tea. Seeing this, her cup fell to the ground with a crash, shattering. Chen-er! She screamed and rushed over. Su Zhentian came down from upstairs. Seeing Su Chen, his face turned dark. Su Chen lay in the man's arms, covered in blood, his stomach a blur, guts exposed. What happened? Su Zhentian roared. The middle-aged man, sweating heavily, said, It's at Su Lin. We met him outside. The young master wanted to greet him, but he drew his sword and stabbed without a word. I couldn't stop him. Su Yao, Su Ling, and Su Xiaoxiao also rushed out. Seeing Su Chen, each screamed. Brother Chen! Oh God! What happened? Lin Wanqing held Su Chen, tears streaming. Chen-er, wake up. Don't scare mommy. Su Chen weakly opened his eyes, lips trembling, voice like a mosquito. Mom, I'm okay, don't blame brother, I wanted to talk to him, he maybe was too excited. After speaking, his head tilted, fainting. Chen-er. Lin Wanqing let out a heart-wrenching scream. Su Zhentian's face darkened terrifyingly, fists cracking as he clenched them. Su Lin. He gritted out the words through his teeth. Find him for me. Even if we turn Tianqiang City upside down, we must find him. Chapter 7, Su Lin wanted, spending the night outside the city. Su Lin stood in place, watching Su Chen dragged away, disappearing into the forest. He didn't chase. He couldn't catch up. Level 21 speed, he was level 2, even with thick health, couldn't catch. What a pity. Su Lin glanced at the sword in his hand, the blade still dripping blood. Those more than 20 stabs just now. Each strike was a cut to the flesh, each strike brought blood. Su Lin's gear was clearly not cheap, with a health bar of at least a few thousand, definitely not dying. Su Lin wiped the blood from his sword onto his pants and sheathed it. The sky was growing darker. He had to hurry back to the city. Su Lin turned around and walked toward the city gates. He hadn't taken many steps when he suddenly stopped. Wait. Return to the city? The Su family must have already received the news. That green tea Suchin would definitely cry and whine once he gets back, saying, "My brother stabbed me." I don't blame him, he must have been too emotional. Then Su Jintian would fly into a rage, Lin Wanqing would scream, and the 3 older sisters would scold him for being heartless. And then? Then the entire city would be looking for him. Tianqiong City was Su family's territory, and Su Jintian was one of the 5 strongest, so finding a person was too easy. As long as he entered the city, it wouldn't even take half a day before he'd be found. Then he'd be dragged back to the Su family. And then? Break his legs? Lock him in the basement? Or just kill him? Su Lin thought of how the original owner had his ribs broken and spent 3 months lying in bed. He remembered the damp, moldy walls of the basement. He recalled those nights of being wronged. Go back? Go back and wait to die? Su Lin stood still, staring at the distant silhouette of Tianqiong City. As the sun set, the city lights began to flicker on. That was the safe zone, with city walls, patrol teams, and warm beds. But he couldn't go back. At least not now. Su Lin turned around, looking toward the other side, the wilderness. In the distance, the mountains stretched on, and after the sunset, eerie howls began to echo from the forests. Those were the sounds of monsters. Spending the night outside the city, he recalled a rule from the original owner's memories. Citywide announcement: all awakened must return to the city 1 hour before sunset. It is strictly forbidden to stay outside the city overnight. Violators will bear the consequences. This announcement rang out 3 times every evening above the city, even 3-year-olds knew it. Because during the day, you hunt monsters, but at night, monsters hunt you. After nightfall, the number of wild monsters would increase by 10 times or more. And high-level monsters would come out to hunt. It was said that once, a level 49 expert, thinking he was invincible, insisted on challenging the rule and stayed outside the city overnight. The next morning, people found only half of his body. The other half was eaten by some monster, no one knew which one. Since then, no one dared to challenge this rule. Even experts of levels 40 or 50 would return to the city before sunset. Better to kill fewer monsters than to gamble with their lives. But now, Su Lin had no choice. Returning to the city meant certain death. Leaving the city gave him a slim chance of survival. Su Lin took a deep breath, turned around, and walked deeper into the wilderness. The sky grew darker. The moon hadn't risen, and everything around him was pitch black. Su Lin turned on his phone's flashlight and shone it ahead. His phone battery was only at 30%. He had to conserve power. He turned off the flashlight and proceeded in the dark. After about 20 minutes of walking, a forest appeared ahead. Su Lin stopped, raised his ears to listen. There was movement in the forest. Rustling, like something was crawling. Su Lin gripped his sword tighter and slowly approached. Suddenly, a shadow darted out from behind a tree. Su Lin instinctively dodged to the side, sweeping his sword horizontally. Thud. The sword struck something, and a sharp, painful cry rang out. Su Lin took 2 steps back, and in the faint moonlight, he saw what it was. Monster, Shadow Cat, level 2 normal. Health, 200, attack, 20. Skill, Night Walk, speed increased by 30% at night. A black cat, about the size of a wild dog, its body entirely black except for its eyes glowing with a faint green light. It had been slashed by Su Lin's sword, a gash opening on its neck, and it was now snarling at him. Minus 30. Su Lin glanced at the battle record. His attack was 20, plus 10 from the sword, totaling 30. One strike took away 30 health points. The Shadow Cat had 200 health, leaving it with 170. The cat was fast, with a nighttime speed boost. But it was no match for the sword. Before it could react, Su Lin took another step forward and swung his sword again. Thud. Minus 30. The Shadow Cat let out a scream and turned to run. Su Lin chased after it, slashing repeatedly. Puff. The Shadow Cat fell to the ground. Killed level 2 normal monster, gained 2 points. Current points, 82. Su Lin took a breath and put away his sword. Just as he wanted to move forward, he suddenly heard rustling sounds all around. More and more. He looked up, and his scalp tingled. In the darkness, pairs of green eyes lit up. A dozen, no, dozens of shadow cats were surrounding him from all directions. Su Lin took a deep breath. He knew monsters were more at night. But he didn't expect so many. Run? He couldn't outrun them. Cats were fast, and at night even faster. He was level 2, there was no escape. Then he had no choice but to fight. Su Lin gripped his sword, ready for battle. The next second, dozens of cats pounced at once. Su Lin didn't dodge, and he couldn't dodge. He squatted down, hands protecting his head, showing his back to them. Puff 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 puff. Countless claws scratched his back, mixed with tearing and screaming sounds. -20, -20, -20, -20. Damage notifications popped up like crazy. Su Lin stayed still, letting them bite. He counted quietly. After about 30 bites, his health dropped by 600 points. Out of 2 billion, it was just 600. Not even a fraction. Su Lin understood the situation. He suddenly stood up, gripping his sword, and swung sideways. Puff puff puff. 3 shadow cats were hit, screaming, flying back. Su Lin chased them, one sword, one cat, sending them to death. The remaining cats froze for a moment, then attacked even more crazily. Su Lin didn't dodge, just stood and let them bite. He only needed to swing sword after sword. 1, 2, 3. 10 minutes later. Cats' corpses all over the ground. Su Lin stood among the bodies, covered in blood, breathing heavily. Not from tiredness, but excitement. Killed level 2 normal monster times 37, gained 74 points. Current points, 156. Su Lin opened his panel to check. Health, 19.997 billion/20 billion. Lost less than 60,000 health. 37 cats, biting countless times, together only 60,000 damage. Su Lin smiled. This health bar was really thick. But there was a problem. He had no automatic healing ability. Health lost was lost, it would not recover on its own. To heal, he had to spend points to buy potions in the shop. Su Lin opened the shop, flipping to the potion page. Basic healing potion, restores 100 health, costs 10 points. Intermediate healing potion, restores 1000 health, costs 100 points. Advanced healing potion, restores 10,000 health, costs 1000 points. Useful for others. But for Su Lin, all trash. He had 20 billion health, drinking one advanced potion, restore 10,000 health? What could 10,000 health do? A few bites from monsters and it was gone. Su Lin kept scrolling. On the last page, he stopped. Percentage healing potion, special restores 1% of max health, costs 1000 points. Note, this potion is special, materials rare, production very low, usually only high-level strong players buy it, because low-level players' health is too small, spending 1000 points to restore 1% health is too wasteful. Su Lin stared at this line, eyes brightened. 1%? His health was 20 billion, 1% was 200 million. Spend 1000 points, restore 200 million health? The cost-effectiveness was insane. And now with 20 billion health, when it drops to 19.8 billion, drink one potion, instantly full health. He calculated. 1000 points restore 200 million health. 1 point restores 200,000 health. Normal potion 1000 points only restore 10,000 health. This potion's cost effectiveness was 20,000 times normal potions. Su Lin took a deep breath. This thing was made for him. He checked his points, 156. Far from 1000. He needed to keep farming. Su Lin put away his phone, gripped his sword, and continued deeper into the forest. That night, he did not close his eyes. After killing one wave of cats, another wave of dogs came. After killing one wave of dogs, another wave of wolves came. After killing one wave of wolves, another wave of bears came. From dusk to midnight, from midnight to dawn, from dawn to sunrise. Su Lin did not know how many monsters he had killed. He only remembered swinging his sword countless times, until his arms went numb, until his palms cracked. But he did not stop. Because points were increasing. 156. 342. 578. 803. The sky finally showed a faint white. The sun slowly rose. Su Lin stood in a clearing. His whole body was covered in blood, his hair was matted in clumps, and his clothes were beyond recognition. Around him, there were the corpses of countless monsters. At least 200 or 300. Su Lin opened the panel. Current points, 1247. And his health, 19.801 billion/20 billion. He had lost nearly 200 million health in one night. That's enough. He opened the shop and found the percentage recovery potion, then clicked to buy. Purchase successful, percentage recovery potion X1. Points spent, 1000. Remaining points, 247. A bottle of light gold-colored potion appeared in his hand. The bottle wasn't large, about the size of a palm, and the liquid inside emitted a faint glow. Su Lin drank it in one gulp. A warm feeling spread from his stomach, flowing to his limbs and bones. You have used the percentage recovery potion, restoring 1% of your maximum health. Current health, 20 billion/20 billion. Full health. Su Lin sighed and sat down heavily on the ground. Tired. Really damn tired. He hadn't slept all night, killed over 300 monsters, and swung his sword thousands of times. Right now, all he wanted was to sleep. But he couldn't sleep here. Daylight had arrived, the monsters had returned to their lairs, but humans were also out of the city. If someone saw him, recognized him, it would be over. Su Lin got up and, dragging his exhausted body, walked deeper into the forest. He walked for about half an hour and found a big tree. The tree trunk was thick, needing 2 or 3 people to embrace it. The canopy was dense, and hiding in it was no problem. Su Lin climbed up using both hands and feet, found a sturdy branch, and lay down. Just as he closed his eyes, he opened them again. He took out his phone and checked it. The battery was only at 8%. He turned off the phone, stuffed it back into his pocket, and closed his eyes. 3 seconds later, he fell asleep. Meanwhile, Tianqiang City. 7 a.m. Major media outlets pushed a news report at the same time. Shocking. Su family adopted son Su Chen was attacked last night, severely injured and unconscious. The assailant turned out to be his biological son Su Lin. Exclusive, according to insiders, Su Chen went out of the city for training yesterday and happened to encounter Su Lin, who had been kicked out of the house. Su Lin, jealous of Su Chen's SSS class ability, attacked with a sword and stabbed him more than 20 times. Su Chen is in critical condition and still in emergency treatment. Su Jintian enraged, a citywide manhunt for Su Lin. A reward of 1 million points for anyone who provides a clue. Lin Wanqing cries out, Shenner is so kind, he always treated him like a real brother, how could he commit such a vicious act? Su Yao, he's just an ingrate. A heartless bastard. Su Ling, if Shenner suffers even the slightest harm, I won't let him off. Su Xiaoxiao, bad guy. Catch him and beat him to death. The comments section exploded. Holy shit. How brutal is that? Stabbing him over 20 times? Su Chen is such a good person, I saw him breaking records and clearing the first floor yesterday, smiling so brightly. Su Lin, that D-class trash, must have been insanely jealous. People like him should be caught and executed. The Su family raised him for 18 years, and this is what they get? I heard he only attacked after being kicked out of the house, how small must his heart be? If I were Su Jintian, I'd slap him to death on the spot. Offering 1 million points for clues? I'm going out of the city to look for him now. Don't bother looking, he definitely wouldn't dare to spend the night outside the city, he's probably hiding in some corner inside. True, who the hell would dare spend the night outside? Isn't that suicide? Let's search inside the city, we'll definitely find him. Tianqiang City East Gate. At the city gate, there were usually a lot of people lined up to go out and hunt monsters at this time. But today, there were even more people. Not leaving the city, but gathering to watch the show. A giant wanted poster was posted at the gate, with Su Lin's photo and a reward amount of 1 million points. A group of awakened ones gathered around the wanted poster, discussing excitedly. 1 million points, that's enough to buy a top-tier set of equipment. Su Lin? That D-class waste? He's worth so much? Worth or not, doesn't matter, just need to catch him. I bet he's already run out of the city. Out of the city? Are you crazy? He's only level 2, does he dare to spend the night outside? Is he looking for death? He's definitely hiding in some corner inside the city. City's easier, just search slowly. Right, inside the city is safe, he definitely wouldn't dare to leave. Su Lin. He slept for 4 hours and woke up hungry. When he was hungry, he needed to eat. Monster meat can be eaten, but it must be roasted, eating it raw can easily make you sick. He found a secluded place, lit a fire, and roasted the legs of 2 shadow cats. The meat was tough, tasteless, but it could fill the stomach. After eating, he thought for a moment, and decided to go to the city gate to see the situation. He wanted to know what the Su family's reaction was now. What he saw was this wanted poster. 1 million points. Su Jintian is really generous. Su Lin glanced at it, lowered his head, and walked back. No one paid attention to him. A common boy in old clothes was too inconspicuous in the crowd. After Su Lin walked away, he found a place with no people, took off his coat, and put it on inside out. Then he found a small river and washed his face. In the mirror, his face had not changed much, but his eyes had. They became colder, deeper. Su Lin looked around, made sure no one was there, then returned to the big tree, climbed up, and continued to sleep. He slept until the afternoon. When he woke up, the sun had started to lean west. Su Lin sat on the tree, looking at the distant wilderness. This spot was good, the view was wide, he could see the surroundings clearly. Suddenly, he saw a group of people far away. About 7 or 8, farming monsters. Su Lin squinted, looking carefully. The leader was a girl, 17 or 18, wearing silver white light armor, holding a thin sword, movements clean and sharp. With one sword, a level 2 wild wolf fell directly. Su Lin looked at the battle record, he was too far to see the exact numbers, but could feel the girl's attack was strong. Behind her were a few people, some with shields, some with bows, some with staffs. They worked well together, farming monsters efficiently. Su Lin looked a few more times. Not for other reasons, just because he hadn't seen a living person for a long time. The girl suddenly stopped and looked in Su Lin's direction. Su Lin's heart tightened, he immediately hid back in the treetop, completely still. The girl looked for a while, shook her head, and continued farming. Su Lin breathed a sigh of relief. He lay on the tree, watching the group farm monsters all afternoon, only packing up to return to the city when the sun was about to set. As the girl left, she looked in this direction again. But still discovered nothing. Chapter 8 Outside the City Hunt, heading to Villain Valley. Su Lin crouched in the treetop, completely still. When the group walked away, he slowly poked his head out. The last look the girl gave made him a little uneasy. It was not an illusion. She really looked in his direction. Though she found nothing, Su Lin remembered her face. Silver white light armor, thin sword, clean sharp movements. Next time he meets her, he must go around. The sun set. The last streak of red in the sky was swallowed by darkness, the wilderness filled again with howls echoing. Su Lin climbed down the tree, ready to farm monsters again, when he suddenly heard human voices in the distance. He immediately crouched, hiding behind a bush. The voices grew closer. "Boss, do we really go out at night to search?" "Nonsense, 1,000,000 points, don't you want it?" "But there are too many monsters at night, there are only 5 of us, what if?" "What if what?" "The Su family said, as long as we provide clues, we get the points, they didn't tell us to catch. Find it and run, can't run, hide, what's there to fear?" "True. Hey, do you think that Su Lin really dares to spend the night outside the city? He is just a level 2 useless, does he dare? Then what are we looking for?" "True. But since we are here, let's just walk around and report back." "All right." The 5 passed by the bush where Su Lin hid, the farthest less than 5 meters from him. Su Lin held his breath, completely still. When they walked away, he slowly exhaled. He took out his phone to check. Battery only 5% left. He turned on the network, scrolled casually. The headlines were all about him. Whole city wanted Su Lin. 1,000,000-point reward. Exclusive, Su Chen's first words after waking, "Don't blame brother." Su family spokesman, regarding Su Lin's evil deeds, the Su family will never forgive. The comment section was full of scolding. Su Chen really is an angel, aw. He almost got stabbed to death, yet he's still speaking up for that useless person. Someone like Su Lin should be captured and tortured to death. If I were Su Zhentian, I would slap him to death with one blow. I heard he's still outside the city? Has anyone formed a group to find him? Form a group? Who would dare go out at night? True. Let's wait until morning. Su Lin finished reading, then stuffed his phone back into his pocket. The whole city is under a manhunt. $1 million bounty. Even at night, people are out looking for him. He can't go back to the city. It's not safe outside the city either. He needs to find somewhere to hide. But where can he hide? The entire area around Tianchong City for hundreds of miles is wilderness, full of monsters and awakened ones hunting them. He can't stay in this tree forever. One day, he'll be found. Su Lin leaned against the tree, his mind racing. Suddenly, 3 words popped up in the original owner's memory. Evil Man Valley. It was a legendary place. At the far north of Tianchong City, past 3 huge mountains, through a poisonous swamp, that's where it was. There are no laws there, no rules, only one ironclad rule. The Valley Master, level 88, has the final say. Who lives in Evil Man Valley? Wanted criminals. Desperate fugitives. Pitiful people hunted by big families, with nowhere else to go. And some are just madmen who refuse to be bound by rules. But no matter who you are, once you enter Evil Man Valley, you must follow its rules. Those who don't follow the rules will die. It is said that once there was a tough guy, level 75, who thought himself invincible and started killing and looting in the valley. The next day, his head was hanging at the valley entrance, with a note saying, "Sent by the valley master personally." Since then, no one dared to cause trouble in the valley. Because the valley master, level 88, was a true killing god. Though his level was one lower than Su Jintian's 5 level 89s, his ability was bizarre, said to be a rare spatial type power. Can't defeat him? He can still escape. Can't beat you? How about your son? Your grandson? Your whole family? That's why no one dares to mess with him. No matter how strong Su Jintian is, he wouldn't dare to cause trouble in Evil Man Valley. Because he knows he can't kill the Valley Master, but the Valley Master can wipe out his entire family. This is the survival rule of Evil Man Valley. You are strong, but you dare not touch me. I am weak, but I have backing. Su Lin thought of this and his eyes lit up. Evil Man Valley. That place has an entrance to the Tower of Heaven, and like the city, you can level up by clearing stages. There are no laws there, no one will care who he is. And with the Valley Master, level 88, in charge, no matter how strong Su Jintian is, he wouldn't dare to go in and arrest anyone. As long as he enters Evil Man Valley, he'll be safe. Su Lin immediately took out his phone and opened the map. Only 4% battery left. He quickly typed Evil Man Valley into the search bar. Evil Man Valley, northwest of Tianqiong City, about 230 miles from the city center. But entering the valley isn't easy. 230 miles, you have to cross 3 mountains and go through a toxic mist. The toxic mist drains 10 health per second, regular people can't pass through. And there are wild monsters all along the way, the further you go northwest, the stronger they get. Most importantly, entering the valley requires 1,000 points. Su Lin glanced at his points, 247. He still needed 753. He had to gather enough points on the way. Su Lin put away his phone, gripped his sword, and headed northwest. Night fell. The moon hadn't risen yet, and everything was pitch dark. He walked in the dark, relying on his senses to find his way. After about half an hour, the lights from the city walls were no longer visible behind him. All around him was wilderness, with grass taller than his knees, and distant mountain shadows. The night wind blew, and the grass rustled. Su Lin stopped, pricked up his ears to listen. There was a sound. It wasn't the wind. It was footsteps. Very light, very quick, many of them. Su Lin tightened his grip on the sword, slowly crouched down, and hid in the grass. The footsteps grew louder. Using the faint starlight, he finally saw clearly. It was wolves. Not one, but a pack. At least 30 or 40, coming down the hillside to his side, heading towards him. Su Lin held his breath, completely still. The wolf pack passed just 20 meters from him. He could see their eyes, green and glowing, flashing in the dark. 2 wolves stopped and looked in his direction. Su Lin tightened his grip on his sword, ready to act. But the 2 wolves looked for a few seconds, then continued forward. The wolf pack disappeared into the night. Su Lin exhaled in relief and kept walking. He hadn't gone far when he stopped again. Ahead was a chaotic stone beach, with rocks of all sizes piled messily. Something was moving among the rocks. Su Lin squinted to look carefully. It was snakes. Many snakes. The big ones were as thick as arms, the small ones like chopsticks, coiling densely on the rocks, hissing and flicking their tongues. Monster, stone-spotted snake, level 3 normal. Health, 300, attack, 30. Skill, poison fawn, 10% chance to poison target on attack, 10 HP per second for 10 seconds. Su Lin looked at the mass of snakes, his scalp tingling. Take a detour? Mountains surrounded him, no way around. Only one way, fight straight through. Su Lin took a deep breath, gripped his sword, and stepped into the stone beach. As soon as he entered, the nearest snakes noticed him. Hisses. They lifted their heads, flicked their tongues, and slithered toward Su Lin. Su Lin didn't stop, keeping his pace forward. The first snake lunged, biting his calf. -30. Su Lin ignored it, continuing to walk, because he had to reach Villain Valley quickly. The second, third, fourth. More and more snakes lunged, biting his legs, feet, and clothes. -30, -30, -30, -30. Damage alerts flashed wildly across the screen. Su Lin felt nothing, just kept walking. Bitten along the way, he pressed forward. By the middle of the stone beach, over 20 snakes clung to his body. Some bit his legs, some his waist, some coiled around him, squeezing with their bodies. Su Lin glanced down. Health bar, 19,873,000/20 billion. Less than 200 million lost. Not bad. He continued walking. By the end of the stone beach, the snakes finally let go. They fell to the ground, staring at this monster like human, seeming stunned.
Why isn't he falling? Su Lin ignored them and walked on without looking back. That night,
Su Lin didn't know how far he had gone. He only knew he kept walking, and kept getting bitten. After the stone beach was a patch of short woods. The short woods were full of bats.
Monster, vampire bat, level 4 normal.
Health, 400, attack, 40.
Skill, life drain, restores 20 HP to self on attack. The bats hung densely on the trees, bending the branches.
As soon as Su Lin entered the woods, the bats were startled.
Flap flap flap. Countless wings flapped, making his ears ring. Then came a relentless attack.
They pounced on Su Lin, scratching with claws, biting with mouths, desperately drinking his blood. -40, -40, -40, -40. Su Lin covered his face with his hands, still moving forward. One step, more bats clung to him.
2 steps, another batch hung on. He was wrapped in bats like a black human shape, each step heavy and hard.
But he didn't stop. After about an hour, he finally left the short woods. The bats followed for a while, then gave up.
Su Lin looked down at his health bar.
19,621,000/20 billion.
Almost 200 million lost again.
He found a relatively open place and sat to rest.
Opened the panel to check. Points, 482.
He hadn't killed many monsters along the way, just passing through. Of course, some blocking his way were killed.
The monsters that bit him ran away after biting.
Even if he fought, he couldn't kill them all, only some blocking his path.
Too many. Su Lin drank some water and continued on. Later at night, the moon finally rose.
Moonlight shone on the land, covering the wilderness in silver light. But Su Lin wished there was no light. Because the light let him see the surroundings clearly.
Too many.
Monsters covered the hills and valleys. On distant slopes, dozens of wild wolves roamed. In nearby grass, countless venomous snakes crawled. Above, branches swarmed with bats. And monsters he didn't know the names of.
Some as big as bears, some as small as cats, some with wings, some covered in spikes.
All of them were watching him. Those eyes, green and glowing,
flickering in the dark.
Su Lin gripped his sword and kept walking forward. He knew they would jump at him.
Sure enough.
Not even 10 steps, the first wave of attacks came. 3 wild wolves rushed from the side, biting his legs.
-50, -50, -50. Su Lin ignored it and kept walking. The second wave came. 5 poisonous snakes leaped from the grass, biting his ankles. -30, -30, -30, -30, -30. He kept walking.
Third wave, fourth wave, fifth wave. More and more monsters jumped at him. They bit him, scratched him, tore him, hit him. Su Lin was covered in blood, his clothes were already torn, and his skin was full of wounds. But he did not stop. He just walked forward step by step.
Walk 1 step, lose hundreds of blood. Walk 10 steps, lose thousands of blood.
Walk 100 steps, lose tens of thousands of blood. But his health bar was 20 billion.
Tens of thousands of blood were not even a fraction.
The sky finally turned light gray. The sun slowly rose. Su Lin stood on a hillside, looking back at the path he walked. In the wilderness, countless monsters still watched him. They followed all night, bit all night, but never could make him fall. Su Lin withdrew his gaze and kept walking forward. He needed to find a place to hide. During the day, people would leave the city. He had to avoid people. After half an hour, he found a small forest. The forest was not big, but the trees were dense, hiding a person was no problem. Su Lin found a big tree, climbed up, and lay on a branch. Before closing his eyes, he looked at the panel.
Health, 19.337 billion/20 billion.
He lost over 600 million blood in one night.
Points, 654.
Su Lin closed his eyes and slept. He slept about 3 hours and was woken by voices. He immediately opened his eyes and looked down through the leaves. Outside the forest, a group of people appeared.
5 people, 4 men and 1 woman, all wearing combat clothes and carrying weapons.
The leader was a middle-aged man, in his 30s, with a scar on his face, looking fierce. They walked while talking.
Is that kid really outside the city?
We searched everywhere and found nothing.
Nonsense, the city outside is so big, where should we look?
I say, he must be hiding under some tree waiting to die, no need for us to search. Even so, we have to look, 1,000,000 points, find him and never worry again.
You say he is level D, how dare he stay outside the city at night? Doesn't he want to live? Maybe he has no choice, entering the city means death. Still better than being eaten by monsters. Who knows, maybe he's already dead. Search over there. Su Lin shrank in the tree, motionless. The group passed under the tree, the closest being only 10 meters away. Su Lin could see their faces, hear their breathing. One person stopped and looked up. Su Lin tensed, gripping his sword. The person looked for a few seconds, shook his head, no one on the tree. The group continued forward, disappearing on the other side of the forest. Su Lin breathed out. He waited until noon, sure the group had gone far, then climbed down. He continued on his journey. During the day, he did not dare to take main roads, only took remote paths. Climbing mountains, crossing hills, moving slowly. He met many monsters on the road, but daytime monsters were fewer than at night, scattered. Su Lin avoided when he could, fought through when he couldn't. He did not dare to kill monsters. Killing them would attract more monsters with the smell of blood, and maybe also the searchers. He just kept walking. When the sun set, he had walked about 20 more li. Distance to Villain Valley, about 200 li. At night, the monsters came again. This night, he encountered insects, higher level than last night. Monster, Poison Sting Scorpion, level 5 normal. Health, 500, attack, 50. Skill, Poison Sting, causes target to be poisoned, lose 20 blood per second for 10 seconds. Monster, Bloodthirsty Ant, level 5 normal. Health, 400, attack, 40. Skill, Bite, ignores 10 points defense when attacking. Monster, Corrosive Slug, level 6 normal. Health, 600, attack, 60. Skill, Corrosive Liquid, reduces target armor durability when attacking. Scorpions, ants, slugs, centipedes, spiders. All kinds of insects, thickly covering the ground. When Su Lin stepped on them, his feet sank into a mess. The insects crawled madly onto him, biting, stinging, crawling into his wounds. Su Lin's whole body was numb, itching so much he wanted to scratch, but he held it back. He just kept walking forward. Along the way, he stepped on and crushed dozens of bugs, his body covered with them. But more bugs continued to surge forward. They seemed like an endless tide, one wave after another, each wave fiercer than the last. Su Lin walked through the entire night. By the time dawn arrived, there was not a single patch of good flesh left on him. His body was full of wounds, all holes made by bug bites. But he was still standing. Su Lin looked down at his health bar. 185.12 billion/200 billion. He had lost another 800 million. Points, 1006. Then he continued on his way. In the daytime, he encountered several more waves of people hunting for him. Su Lin was always able to detect them in advance and hide. One time, he hid behind a bush, and the hunters passed just 3 meters away. After they had moved far enough, he slowly got up and continued forward. He walked for 2 days and 2 nights. Distance from the Valley of Villains, about 150 miles. On the third night, Su Lin reached a swamp. The swamp was full of sludge, and stepping in it could sink up to the knees. Su Lin walked cautiously, afraid he would get stuck and unable to get out. But the monsters didn't care about this. Monster, Mud Swamp Crocodile, level 7 normal. Health, 700, attack, 70. Skill, Death Roll, bites the target and rolls, causing 3 consecutive hits. Monster, Corpse Ghoul, level 8 normal. Health, 800, attack, 80. Skill, Decay Poison, poisons the target on attack, causing 30 damage per second for 15 seconds. Monster, Swamp Giant Python, level 9 normal. Health, 900, attack, 90. Skill, Constriction, wraps around the target, causing 50 damage per second until the target escapes or dies. The crocodile sprang out of the mud and bit Su Lin's leg, then started rolling wildly. -70, -70, -70. Su Lin's leg was twisted at a strange angle. But he didn't cry out, nor did he stop. He just dragged the crocodile and kept walking. The corpse ghouls surrounded him from all sides, grabbing and scratching him with their rotten hands. -80, -80, -80. Their hands were poisonous, and the wounds began to rot, blood flowing continuously. Su Lin ignored it as if he didn't see it. The swamp giant python dropped from a tree and wrapped around his body, squeezing tighter and tighter. -50, -50, -50. Su Lin's ribs were being squeezed with a cracking sound, and breathing became difficult. But he still kept walking. A stretch of road, dragging a group of monsters. Another stretch, more pythons coiling around him. By the time he reached the center of the swamp, Su Lin had at least a dozen monsters hanging off him. The crocodile bit his leg, the corpse ghouls grabbed his back, and the giant pythons coiled around his body. He was like a moving pile of monsters, struggling through the swamp. He walked the whole night. At dawn, he finally exited the swamp.
The monsters behind him chased for a while but finally gave up. Su Lin collapsed to the ground, breathing heavily. His leg had already deformed, broken multiple times by the crocodile. But his health bar was still there. Health, 170.67 billion/200 billion.
Points, 2078.
He had lost about 1.5 billion health that night.
On the fourth night, Su Lin arrived at a mountain forest.
The mountain was high, the trees dense, and there was almost no path.
But this didn't matter.
What mattered were the monsters in the mountains.
Monster, Shadow Hunter, level 10 normal.
Health, 1000, attack, 100. Skill, invisibility, can become invisible briefly, with the next attack dealing double damage.
Monster, Rock Giant, level 11 normal.
Health, 11,000, attack, 1100.
Skill, Rock Toss, throws giant rocks from a distance, dealing 200% damage. Monster, Ghost, level 12 normal.
Health, 12,000, attack, 1200. Skill, Phasing, deals damage by passing through the target's body, ignoring physical defense. These monsters were stronger than all the ones he had encountered before.
Especially the Rock Giant.
Level 11, with 11,000 health and 1,100 attack. One punch would cause Su Lin to lose 1,100 health. Su Lin glanced at his health bar, 20 billion.
1,100 health? No big deal. But the problem was, there were too many of them.
The mountains were crawling with monsters. The Shadow Hunter turned invisible and sneaked up, suddenly appearing and slashing Su Lin's neck.
Minus 200. The Rock Giant rolled down the hillside and smashed a punch into his body. Minus 1,100.
The ghost passed through his body, leaving a bone-chilling cold.
Minus 1,200.
Su Lin just stood there and let them hit him. For each hit, he took a step forward. For every 10 hits, he moved 10 steps. After thousands of hits, he finally reached the mountaintop. When he looked back, there were at least hundreds of monsters following him. They all looked at him with strange eyes.
Why hasn't this man died yet? Su Lin ignored them and continued walking forward.
On the fifth morning, Su Lin stood on top of a mountain, seeing a valley in the distance. The valley was shrouded in thick fog, making it impossible to see what was inside.
That was the Valley of Villains. But it was still 30 miles away.
Su Lin walked down the mountain. After walking for a long time, he finally reached the foot of the mountain. At the foot of the mountain was a plain, and at the end of the plain was a toxic mist.
But there were people on the plain.
Su Lin stopped and hid behind a large rock. In the distance, at least 20 people were searching the plain. They wore identical uniforms, with the Su family's emblem pinned to their chests.
People from the Su family.
The leader was an old man, over 60, with graying hair, but his presence was overwhelming. Su Lin glanced at his level 58.
Level 58. A single slap could easily kill an ordinary level 2 person.
Su Lin held his breath, staying completely still behind the rock. The old man stood in the center of the plain, scanning the surroundings. Search. Turn this land over, we must find him. The Su family people scattered and began to search. Su Lin stayed hidden behind the rock, watching as they slowly approached.
The nearest person was only 50 meters away. 40 meters. 30 meters. 20 meters. 10 meters.
The person stopped right in front of the rock. Su Lin gripped his sword, preparing to fight. But the person simply unzipped his pants and peed on the rock.
Then he zipped up and walked away.
Su Lin let out a sigh of relief. He hid behind the rock for 3 hours, waiting until the Su family people walked away before slowly crawling out. He continued walking forward. After walking for 5 miles, he encountered the second wave of people.
Again, they were from the Su family. He hid again. Waited for them to leave before continuing.
He kept walking, hiding, and moving, stopping and starting. When the sun started to set, he finally reached the edge of the toxic mist. Ahead was a grayish-white fog, so thick that he couldn't see his hand in front of his face.
Su Lin took a deep breath and stepped into the mist.
As soon as he stepped into the mist, he felt his skin prickling.
Minus 10. Minus 10. Minus 10. The system notifications appeared every second.
Losing 10 health every second.
It was all fog. He could only rely on his senses to keep moving forward. He walked through the night.
When morning came, he finally walked out of the swamp. Ahead, there was a huge valley. At the entrance of the valley stood a stone tablet with 3 blood-red characters carved on it.
The Valley of Villains.
Below, there was a line of small characters. Important information for entering the valley.
1. 1,000 points required for entry. 2. Anyone who fights inside the valley dies. 3. The valley master's word is law.
4. Those who break the rules will die. Su Lin read it, took a deep breath, and stepped into the valley. Just as he reached the entrance, suddenly, a figure appeared in front of him.
It was an old man. He was thin and wore a gray robe, looking like an ordinary farmer.
But when Su Lin saw the emblem on his chest, his pupils contracted sharply.
Level 71. Level 71.
The old man looked him up and down, grinned, showing a mouthful of yellow teeth.
New here? Su Lin nodded.
The old man extended his hand, the entry fee, 1,000 points.
Su Lin didn't waste any words and directly opened the shop, transferring 1,000 points. The old man checked the payment, nodded in satisfaction. Go ahead. Remember the rules, don't ask for death.
Su Lin didn't reply, walking past him and into the Valley of Villains. The valley was larger than he expected. There was a main street with stone houses on both sides.
There were people on the street. A lot of people.
Some were selling things, like equipment, medicine, and materials. Some were sitting by the roadside, eyeing passers-by with cold, sinister stares. Some were gathered together drinking, laughing loudly. As Su Lin walked by, many people looked up at him. Their eyes were full of scrutiny, evaluation, and a hint of subtle malice.
But no one acted. Because of the rules.
Su Lin lowered his head and hurried forward. He needed to find a place to stay.
Although the entry fee was 1,000 points per night, he couldn't just sleep on the street.
After walking for a while, he saw a stone house with a sign that read in.
He pushed the door open and walked in.
Behind the counter sat a middle-aged woman, around 40, still full of charm, with the emblem on her chest, level 38.
She glanced at Su Lin lazily and said, "Stay at the hotel? MHM. Single room, 1,000 points for one night. Monthly rate is 20,000 points." Su Lin stayed silent for a second. Damn, it's so expensive. But he had no choice. "One night, please."
He transferred 1,000 points again. The woman handed him a key. Upstairs, turn left, third room.
Su Lin took the key and went upstairs.
The room wasn't big, just a bed, a desk, and a chair. But it was very clean.
Su Lin locked the door, lay down on the bed, and let out a long breath. Safe. At least for now, safe. He pulled out his phone and glanced at it. 1% battery.
He plugged in the charger and waited for it to power on. A few minutes later, the phone lit up.
A bunch of messages popped up.
The class chat had exploded.
Wang Fatty, what the hell, what the hell, what the hell? Hasn't Su Lin been caught yet?
Zhang Wei, heard he ran out of the city. The Su family sent several teams out to find him, but they didn't find him.
Zhao Shui, he's only level 2, how long can he survive outside the city?
Lu Yang, he's probably already dead, with all those monsters outside the city at night, who can survive that?
Sun Shui, it's better if he's dead. People like him are a disaster even when they're alive.
Li Shui, exactly, stabbed Su Chen more than 20 times, just thinking about it is horrifying.
Wang Fatty, what a waste of 1,000,000 points, I was planning to make some money off it.
Su Lin finished reading and closed the chat. He opened his own status panel.
Name, Su Lin. Level, 2.
Health, 15.5 billion/20 billion. Attack, 20.
Special ability?
Health limit increased by 100 million times.
Passive, a none. Points, 1,678.
In 5 days, he had killed over 1,000 monsters, accumulated over 3,000 points, and his health had dropped by more than 4 billion. He paid 2,000 points for the night stay, leaving him with 1,678 points.
What should he do next?
Sleep first, go to the Sky Tower tomorrow. Su Lin lay down and closed his eyes.
3 seconds later, he fell asleep. Meanwhile, in the Su family mansion, Sky Dome City.
Su Chen was lying on the bed, his face pale, but he was awake now. Lin Wanqing sat by the bed, holding his hand, her eyes red.
"Chener, you finally woke up.
You scared your mom to death."
Su Chen weakly smiled, "Mom, I'm fine. Where's my brother?" Lin Wanqing's expression darkened, "Don't mention that beast. Your father has already put out a citywide warrant for him. He can't escape."
Su Chen lowered his head, his voice weaker, "Mom, don't blame him, he was probably too upset."
"I don't blame him.
You're still defending him."
Lin Wanqing was both angry and heartbroken, "He stabbed you like that." Su Chen shook his head, saying nothing. Once Lin Wanqing left, the weakness slowly faded from Su Chen's face. He stared at the ceiling, his eyes cold. "Su Lin. I never expected you to be so lucky. That punch from Uncle Wang, and you didn't die. And you still stabbed me more than 20 times.
He touched the bandages on his stomach, feeling a sharp pain that made him gasp.
Alright, you're tough.
But you're a useless D grade, how tough can you be?
A citywide manhunt, with a 1,000,000-point bounty, you won't survive.
A cold smile appeared at the corner of Su Chen's mouth. Then, he closed his eyes and continued to fake sleep.
Chapter 9, Underground Fighting. Evil Man Valley.
The next morning, Su Lin woke up.
He went downstairs and checked out.
It wasn't that he didn't want to stay, but it was too expensive. 1,000 points per night, and he only had 1,678 points left, not even enough for 2 nights. He needed to find somewhere cheaper. Su Lin walked out of the inn and stood on the street of Evil Man Valley. The sun had just risen, the fog in the valley hadn't cleared, and the air smelled faintly of blood and herbs mixed together. There were fewer people on the street than last night, but still quite a few.
Su Lin walked down the street, observing as he went.
At the entrances of the stone houses on both sides, people had set up stalls. Freshly made 3rd level bronze sword, plus 50 attack, only 2,000 points, cheaper than the shop. 3rd level strength ring, plus 25 attack, plus 250 health, selling cheap, only 1,500 points. Epic monster material, poison lizard skin, great for making armor, come and have a look if you're interested. Su Lin glanced at the stalls, the equipment was indeed cheaper than in the Sky Tower shop, but he didn't stop.
He couldn't afford it.
Right now, he only had 1,678 points, not even enough for a decent weapon. He needed to find a place to stay first. He continued walking down the street, reaching the end, where he saw a rundown stone house with a wooden sign hanging in front.
The sign had a few crooked words written on it. Low-priced rental, 300 points per night. Su Lin's eyes lit up.
He pushed the door open and entered. The room was very dark, with only a small window letting in a bit of light. Behind the counter sat an old man, his hair graying and face full of wrinkles, dozing off. Su Lin knocked on the counter.
The old man was startled awake, looked up at him, squinting his eyes and sizing him up for a moment. Looking for a room?
Yes. Single room, 300 for 1 night, pay 1 in advance, deposit required, total of 600.
Su Lin transferred 600 points. The old man handed him a key, backyard, 3rd room. Su Lin took the key and walked toward the backyard.
The backyard was not big, with a few low stone houses, their doors made of wood, looking quite flimsy. Su Lin found the 3rd room and pushed the door open. The room was small, with only a wooden bed, a broken table, and a chair missing a leg. In the corner of the wall was a stain of water, and the roof leaked. But Su Lin didn't mind. It was better than the basement of the Su family. He closed the door, sat on the bed, and opened the panel. Points balance, 1078. A little over 1,000 points left. He needed to figure out how to earn more points. He hadn't entered the 2nd floor of the Tower of Heaven yet, so he should level up first. But before entering the tower, he needed to understand the situation in the Valley of Villains. Su Lin stood up, left the room, and went back to the front room. The old man was still dozing off. Su Lin knocked on the counter again. The old man opened his eyes, a bit impatient. What now?
I want to ask you something.
The old man rolled his eyes. Ask?
That'll cost you extra. Su Lin stayed silent for a second. How much?
1 question, 100 points.
That was damn expensive.
But Su Lin still transferred 100 points. The old man accepted the points, his face softening quite a bit. Ask away.
Where is the Tower of Heaven in the Valley of Villains?
The old man pointed outside. Go east, walk to the end, you'll see a black tower.
Do I need to pay points to enter the tower?
No, but you have to pay when you leave. The old man grinned. 500 points every time you leave the tower.
Su Lin frowned. So expensive?
The old man chuckled. Too expensive?
You don't have to go in.
That's the rule of the Valley of Villains, set by the Valley Master, no one can change it.
Su Lin didn't say anything and transferred another 100 points.
Second question. Besides staying in the inn and entering the tower, are there other places in the valley where points are required? The old man accepted the points, in a good mood, and spoke more freely.
There are plenty. Eating costs points, buying things costs points, hiring people costs points, asking for information costs points, just like you.
He smiled. In short, in the Valley of Villains, points are life.
If you have points, you can do anything. Without points, you can't even drink water. Su Lin nodded.
Third question. What are the fastest ways to earn points in the valley? The old man sized him up from top to bottom, his gaze a bit playful.
You're a newcomer, right?
Su Lin didn't deny it.
The old man chuckled. Fast ways to earn points?
Yes, 3 methods.
First, go outside the valley and kill monsters. There are plenty of monsters outside. Kill them to earn points, then pay the entry fee when you come back. But with your level. He glanced at Su Lin's chest, level 2? You'd be asking for death outside. Su Lin didn't say anything. There was no badge on his chest, so how did the old man know he was level 2? The old man seemed to notice his confusion and pointed to the door. Su Lin looked back, and there was a wooden sign hanging at the door with densely packed words carved on it. The top line read. Su Lin's heart sank. He lowered his head and saw a small mark on his chest, with the number carved on it. When did this thing appear? He hadn't felt anything. The old man saw his face change and chuckled, "Don't panic. This mark is the Valley Master's method. Everyone in the Valley of Villains has one, no one can hide it. You got it when you entered." Su Lin took a deep breath, suppressing the shock in his heart. To be able to silently mark everyone, the Valley Master's methods were even more terrifying than he imagined. Continue. He transferred 100 more points. The old man accepted the points and continued. Second method, take on tasks. There's a task hall in the valley, people post tasks, and others take them. Killing people, setting fires, stealing things, protecting people, all sorts of tasks. The rewards depend on the difficulty, ranging from thousands to millions of points. What about the third method? The old man looked at him, his eyes a bit strange. The third path, are you sure you want to know? Su Lin felt a bad premonition in his heart. But he still turned 100 points. The old man took the points, lowered his voice and said. The third path, fighting black fists. There is an underground fighting arena in the valley, every night there is a match. Step on stage to fight, win and get points, lose, maybe die. You are level 2, judging by your age you just awakened this year, with broken gear, going on stage is like sending yourself to death. Su Lin was silent for a few seconds. How many points for one fight? The old man was stunned for a moment, then laughed. Ha, you really want to fight? Just asking. In the low-level fights, win one match and get 5,000 points. Go higher and it doubles. 5,000 points. Enough to live for half a month, enough to enter the tower 10 times. Su Lin nodded. Where is the arena? The old man hid his smile, looked at him, his eyes a bit complicated. You really want to go? Where is it? The old man was silent for a few seconds, then pointed out the window. Go west, walk to the end, there is a stone house with no sign, 2 big men stand at the door. That's it. Su Lin stood up and walked out. At the door, the old man called him. Kid. Su Lin turned back. The old man looked at him, rare seriousness in his words. You are level 2, going to a place like that, 9 out of 10 will not come back. Su Lin was silent for a second. Thank you. Then he pushed the door out. The old man watched his back disappear at the door, shook his head, and continued dozing. Su Lin walked west. After about 10 minutes, he really saw a stone house with no sign. The house was small, but very solid. 2 big men stood at the door. One was bald, with scars on his face, level 28. One had a full beard, full of muscles, level 31. The 2 saw Su Lin walking over, their eyes immediately fixed on him. Su Lin walked to the door and stopped. The bald one looked him up and down, saw the 2 on his chest, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Kid, are you in the wrong place? Su Lin looked at him. Is this the arena? The bald one and the bearded man looked at each other and both laughed. It's the arena, the bald one said with a smile, but kid, you are level 2, what are you doing here? Looking for someone? To fight. The 2 words stopped the laughter of the 2 big men. The bald one looked at him, his eyes changed, then he grinned. All right. Go in. He stepped aside to let him pass. Su Lin walked past him and pushed open the heavy wooden door. Behind the door was a staircase going down, very long, very dark. Su Lin took a deep breath and went down. After about 2 minutes, the space suddenly opened before him. It was a huge basement. The basement was crowded with people, at least a few thousand. In the middle was a big iron cage, 2 people were fighting inside. Punches hit flesh, blood flew everywhere. People around screamed wildly, some cursed, some laughed, some counted money. Su Lin stood at the top of the stairs, looking at all this. The smell of blood, sweat, and alcohol mixed together, hitting him in the face. In the cage, 1 person fell. The other stepped on the fallen person's head, raised both hands, and roared madly. The crowd went even crazier. Someone threw a stack of paper bills into the cage, someone raised a wine cup shouting. Su Lin looked at the person who fell. He also had a mark on his chest. 24. Level 24, fell. Motionless, not knowing if unconscious or dead. Newcomer? A voice sounded in his ear. Su Lin turned, saw a thin middle-aged man standing beside him. Level 38.
The middle-aged man looked him up and down, saw, too, and smiled.
Level 2? Come here to fight? Su Lin nodded.
The middle-aged man smiled even more, patted his shoulder.
Brave. Follow me.
Su Lin followed him through the crowd, to the door of a small room.
Go in and wait, someone will arrange you soon.
After saying that, the middle-aged man left. Su Lin pushed the door in.
There were already 5 people inside. 4 men, 1 woman. Levels ranged from 3 to 7, obviously he was assigned to the low-level match circle.
Seeing Su Lin enter, they all looked up at him. Seeing that he too, on his chest, their faces showed strange expressions. A bald big man, level 7, directly laughed out loud.
Damn, level 2, all broken gear? Come here to die? Another tall thin guy, level 5, also laughed. Kid, have you lived enough? Su Lin said nothing, found a corner, and sat down.
That woman, about 20, level 6, glanced at him, her eyes showing a bit of pity. But she said nothing. The room was quiet for a few minutes. Suddenly, the door was pushed open, a bald man with a face full of scars walked in.
Level 39. The people in the room immediately stood up.
The bald man scanned everyone, his eyes stopped on Su Lin for a second, the corner of his mouth twitching.
5 matches today. You 5, 1 each.
He pointed at the level 7 bald guy.
You, first match.
Then he pointed at Su Lin.
You, last match.
The level 7 bald guy grinned, flashing his weapon, patting his chest. Don't worry, win for sure. Su Lin said nothing. The bald man looked at Su Lin, his eyes playful.
Kid, you're level 2, normally you shouldn't fight. But since you are here, I will give you a chance. Your opponent is also level 2. Newbie versus newbie, fair. Win, 5,000 points. Lose, better not lose.
He smiled, turned, and walked out.
The room became quiet again.
The level 7 bald guy looked at Su Lin, grinning. Kid, don't get killed later. If you die, my bet today loses part of the profit. The tall thin guy laughed too. Yes, at least survive until we finish betting. Su Lin leaned against the wall, closed his eyes, ignoring them. The woman came over, squatted next to him, lowered her voice.
Are you really going to fight?
Su Lin opened his eyes, looked at her.
The woman sighed, whispered, my name is Achi.
What's yours?
Su Lin. Su Lin.
Achi nodded. Listen, when you go up, don't think about winning.
Saving your life is more important.
Even though the opponent is also level 2, anyone who can survive in Evil Valley is not kind. They have skills.
You, like this, look like you know nothing. It's your first fight, you will not be used to it.
When you go up, protect your head, protect your vital spots, dodge if you can. Survive 3 minutes, the referee will stop it. Even if you lose, you won't die.
Su Lin looked at her, silent for a few seconds. Thank you.
Achi shook her head, stood up, went back to her place. Noise came from outside the door.
The first match began. The level 7 bald guy went out. 10 minutes later, he was carried back.
His face covered in blood, chest caved in, already unconscious. The tall thin guy's face changed, cursed, damn, this useless thing.
Achi bit her lip, said nothing. Second match, the tall thin guy went. 8 minutes later, he was dragged back.
Leg broken, bones sticking out, screaming non-stop.
Third match, another man. He did not return. Fourth match, Achi.
Su Lin stood up, looked at her. Achi took a deep breath, nodded at him, pushed the door, and went out.
10 minutes later.
The door was pushed open, Achi staggered in.
Face covered in blood, left hand hanging, could not lift it.
But she was alive. She looked at Su Lin, forced a smile. Survived. Then collapsed on the ground, breathing hard.
Su Lin looked at her, silent for a few seconds. Outside the door came the bald man's voice. Last match. Level 2 newbie. Those who bet, hurry. Su Lin took a deep breath, pushed the door, and went out.
Around the iron cage, people crowded like a mountain.
Everyone was watching him.
Seeing the tattoo on his chest, some whistled, some cheered, some cursed.
Damn, level 2? Now even matches are level 2? This kid in rags, how many minutes can he survive? I bet 3 minutes. 3 minutes? You overestimate him, 1 minute. Su Lin ignored them, stepped into the iron cage. Opposite the iron cage, a person stood. 17 or 18, tall and thin, ice cold. Chest also marked, 2.
He saw Su Lin, corner of his mouth curled into a cold smile.
Another one going to die.
Su Lin looked at him, said nothing. Outside the iron cage, the bald man raised his hand.
Rules all know. Falling and not getting up is a loss, surrender is a loss, death is a loss. Start.
Right after the words, the person across lunged.
Speed shockingly fast. Su Lin's pupil shrank, instinctively dodged sideways.
The fist brushed past his ear, bringing a gust of wind. The person missed, immediately turned, another punch.
Su Lin dodged again.
But this time he couldn't dodge, and the fist slammed into his shoulder.
Bang! Minus 200.
Su Lin staggered back 2 steps and steadied himself. The opponent, level 2, dealt 200 damage, clearly using an attack-based ability, and the level was no less than B rank. The person froze for a moment, staring at their fist, then at Su Lin, a flash of confusion in their eyes. He hit a level 2, normally one punch should either kill or leave them half dead, right? A level 2's base health is 200, and with his punch dealing 200, it should be an instant kill.
But this guy only took 2 steps back?
He thought he was seeing things, and threw another punch.
Bang! Minus 200.
Su Lin stepped back another 2 steps but still didn't fall. The person was completely stunned. The people around him were also stunned.
What's going on? How's that kid still standing? He took 2 punches, each dealing 200 damage, and he's still standing? Is this guy really level 2?
The person gritted his teeth and charged at him, throwing punch after punch.
Bang! 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 Bang!
He punched over a dozen times in one go. Su Lin stood still, not moving, letting him hit.
Each punch landed solidly on him. Each punch drained 200 health.
After over a dozen punches, more than 3,000 health was lost. The person stopped, gasping for breath, took 2 steps back, and looked at Su Lin, fear finally showing in his eyes.
You, what the hell are you?
Su Lin looked at him and finally spoke.
Don?
The person's face changed, and he turned to run. Su Lin reached out, grabbed him by the back of the neck, and pressed him down.
Bang!
The person slammed face-first into the ground. Su Lin lifted his foot and stepped on his back. The whole basement went quiet. Everyone stared, eyes wide, watching this scene in the iron cage. A level 2, hit over a dozen times, and nothing happened.
This level 2 definitely had at least S-level health increase abilities.
With a single slap, he pressed another level 2 to the ground. The bald man froze for a few seconds, then shouted loudly.
He won. Level 2 rookie wins.
Only then did the crowd react, causing an uproar.
Damn. What kind of monster is this? Is he really level 2? Am I seeing things?
I lost 3,000 points.
Damn it.
Su Lin ignored them, lifted his foot, and walked out of the cage. The bald man walked over, sizing him up with a curious look in his eyes.
Kid, what kind of ability do you have?
Su Lin looked at him and calmly replied.
D-level, life enhancement.
The bald man froze for a moment, then laughed.
D-level? Life enhancement? Are you kidding me?
Su Lin remained silent. The bald man stared at him for a few seconds, then waved his hand.
Forget it, if you don't want to talk, then don't. You won, that's all that matters.
He pulled out a card from his pocket and handed it to Su Lin.
5,000 points, take it. If you need to fight again, come find me. Su Lin took the card and turned to leave.
He walked through the crowd, climbed the stairs, and pushed open the heavy wooden door.
It was already evening outside.
The setting sun dyed the Valley of Villains in a deep red. Su Lin stood at the door and took a deep breath.
5,000 points.
Plus the remaining 1,000 or so, enough for half a month's stay, enough for 10 trips to the tower.
But it's not enough.
What he wanted was not just survival. He looked up and stared at the distant black tower. Tomorrow, he would enter the tower. Behind him, the stone house was filled with noise.
People were cursing, laughing, and counting money. Su Lin didn't look back.
He took a step forward, heading toward the old inn. The setting sun stretched his shadow long, extending deep into the Valley of Villains.
Chapter 10, Clear the Second Floor, Black Fist Double Victory. The next morning, Su Lin was woken up by hunger.
His stomach growled, like a mouse scratching inside. He opened his eyes, and through the broken wooden window, a few beams of dim light came in. The mornings in the Valley of Villains were always like this, foggy and dark, fitting the vibe of this place. Su Lin sat up and stretched his shoulders. Yesterday, he had taken those dozen punches solidly. Although he lost over 3,000 health, for his total of 20 billion health, it didn't matter at all.
It just hurt, that guy's punches were quite tough.
He pulled out his phone, and the battery was fully charged. Habitually, he opened the news.
The headline was still about the Su family. Shocking. SSS level genius Su Chen breaks the record again. Clears the second floor in just 1 minute. Exclusive, Su Chen pushes through the tower with an injury. To prove himself, he would risk it all. Su Zhentian personally escorted him. Video, full recording of Su Chen passing the second level. The power of the Thunder Lord is amazing. Su Lin's finger paused, then he clicked on the video. In the video, Su Chen stood in front of the entrance to the second level of the Sky Tower. His face was still a bit pale, with bandages wrapped around his stomach, but he appeared full of vitality, his gaze as firm as a warrior about to go to battle. Surrounding him were people. Su Zhentian stood beside him, his large hand on Su Chen's shoulder, rarely showing a fatherly smile. Lin Wanqing's eyes were red as she held Su Chen's hand tightly. "Chener, your injury isn't fully healed, should we wait a little longer?" Su Chen shook his head, his voice soft yet firm. "Mom, I'm fine. I don't blame my brother for anything. But I don't want to disappoint you and Dad. I need to prove myself." Lin Wanqing's tears fell directly, this child, too understanding. Su Yao wiped her tears beside them. "Zhendi is the best. Go for it." Su Ling waved her small fists. "Zhendi, go for it. Show that ungrateful wolf what a real genius is." Su Xiaoxiao looked up, speaking in a babyish voice. "Chen Gage is the most powerful." Su Chen smiled, then turned and walked into the light gate. 1 minute later, he came out. Not a hair was out of place, his clothes weren't even wrinkled. The reporters rushed up like mad. "Su Chen, how did you do it? There are healing slimes on the second level, they're hard to defeat." Su Chen lowered his head slightly, revealing his signature shy smile. "It's nothing, just better equipment, plus the encouragement from my family." The camera zoomed in, giving a close-up of his gear. Su Lin squinted his eyes. That gear. Level 2 Mithril Light Armor, Rare Health plus 2000, Attack plus 100, Special Effect, 10% chance to trigger a shield when attacked, absorbing 500 damage. Level 2 Thunder Longsword, Rare Attack plus 150, Special Effect, 20% chance to trigger Thunder Strike when attacking, causing an additional 200 damage. Level 2 Strength Ring, Rare Attack plus 50, Health plus 500. Level 2 Guardian Necklace, Rare Health plus 1000, Special Effect, automatically restores 100 health every 10 seconds. Su Lin roughly calculated. Just these items alone gave Su Chen at least 300 plus attack and 4000 plus health. Add in the attack boost from his SSS level ability, and the charging wild boars and healing slimes on the second level were nothing but easy targets for him. The comments section was in an uproar. Holy crap! A full set of rares. How many points does this equipment cost? The Su family really spoils this adopted son. This equipment must cost at least a few 100,000 points. The key thing is that Su Chen really earned it himself, fighting through the tower with an injury, so hardworking. What about Su Lin? Was he caught? A person like that should be torn apart. Probably already dead outside the city. Level 2 trash, how long could he survive? Su Lin closed the video and put the phone back in his pocket. His face showed no expression. A few 100,000 points worth of gear. The whole family escorting him. The entire internet blowing him up. He remembered himself yesterday at the underground fight ring, wearing a tattered coat, being laughed at by a group of people. Then he smiled. One day, I'll strike back with a thunderous blow. Su Lin stood up, stretched his limbs, and went downstairs. He checked out of the room, then used 300 points to extend his stay for one more night. There were 5,778 points left. That was enough. He headed east, toward the Sky Tower. Today was a new opening day, the day the Sky Tower would be accessible. The Sky Tower in Evil Valley was the same as the one in the city, towering into the clouds, except the tower body was black, emitting a chilling aura. There weren't many people in front of the tower. Occasionally, one or two awakened people entered or exited, all with their heads down, walking quickly, avoiding eye contact. This was the style of Evil Valley. Everyone just takes care of their own problems, not caring about others. Su Lin reached the front of the tower but didn't rush to enter. He opened the shop. He had studied the second level's monsters. So he needed attack power. At least 40 to pass the level. Su Lin opened the shop and flipped to the level 2 equipment page. Level 2 Bronze Longsword, Common Attack plus 20, price 500 points. Level 2 Bronze Armor, Common Health plus 200, price 500 points. Level 2 Strength Ring, Common Attack plus 10, Health plus 100, price 500 points. Su Lin calculated. Buy a sword, attack plus 20, plus the bare 20 from his stats, that made 40. Just enough. Then buy an armor, add a bit of health. Though he didn't lack health. But what if it's useful later? Purchase successful, level 2 Bronze Longsword times 1, cost 500 points. Purchase successful, level 2 Bronze Armor times 1, cost 500 points. Remaining points, 4778. An iron sword and a piece of leather armor appeared in his hands.
Su Lin put on the armor and held the sword in his hand.
Opened the panel. Name, Su Lin. Level, 2.
Health, 40 billion, base 200 times billion times, armor plus 200 times billion equals 40 billion. Attack, 40, no armor 20 plus sword 20.
Ability?
Health limit increased by billion times.
Passive, a none. Points, 4,778. The 200 health from the equipment, after billion times amplification, is 20 billion health. 40 billion health. 40 attack. Enough. Su Lin took a deep breath and walked into the light gate.
The scene changed in front of him. It was a huge stone room, square-shaped, the walls carved with strange runes. In the center of the stone room, 6 monsters were staring at him. 5 wild boars, their bodies covered in rough bristles, 2 long sharp tusks, pawing the ground with their back hooves, ready to charge at any moment. 1 green slime, soft and limp, crouched behind the wild boars, a faint green glow on its body.
Ding! Entered the 2nd floor of the tower to heaven. Monsters, charging wild boar times 5, level 2 normal, healing slime times 1, level 2 normal. Clear condition, kill all monsters within 1 hour.
The boars roared and charged at once.
5 boars, 5 black shadows, moving at shocking speed. Su Lin didn't dodge at all. He couldn't dodge.
He charged straight at the boars.
Bang! 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 Bang!
The 5 boars hit him hard. -30, -30, -30, -30, -30. Each boar's charge damage 30, 20 attack plus 50% charge bonus, 5 boars total 150 damage.
150 points.
Su Lin's health bar, 40 billion.
Dropped 150. About the same as being bitten by a mosquito.
Su Lin ignored the boars and charged straight at the slime behind.
The boars turned and hit him again. Bang! 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 Some hit his back again.
Su Lin didn't stop, reached the slime, raised his sword, and slashed down.
-40.
Green juice splashed from the slime, letting out a high-pitched squeak.
Its health, 200. Dropped 40, 160 left. But it didn't run, instead began to glow. Next second, 1 boar's body also glowed green. Healing slime activated skill, heal, restore 30 health to a charging wild boar.
The boar hit by Su Lin just now instantly recovered 30 health. Su Lin ignored it, continued slashing the slime.
Second slash. -40. Slime left 120.
Slime glowed again, healed another boar 30.
Third slash. -40. Slime left 80. Fourth slash. -40. Slime left 40. Fifth slash. -40. Slime fell.
He didn't expect he could even hit the slime. Originally he planned that if he couldn't get close, he would attack the boars first. Slime dead, the remaining 5 boars were targets. Su Lin turned and looked at the 5 boars still charging him.
5 slashes, 1 down. 25 slashes, 5 down. 5 minutes later.
Congratulations, you cleared the 2nd floor of the tower to heaven.
Time used, 5 minutes 47 seconds. You leveled up. Current level, 3.
Current stats, health 40 billion plus 100 times billion equals 50 billion, attack 40 plus 10 is equal to 50. You will unlock the 3rd floor of the tower to heaven in 7 days.
A flash of light, Su Lin was teleported out.
He stood in front of the black tower, opened the panel and looked.
Level 3. Health 50 billion. Attack 50. Points 4,778.
After paying 500 points, he headed again to the place to fight Black Fist. No choice, everyday points are spent, also to improve strength, points are needed to buy equipment. The foster son already had rare equipment, while his level 3 blank equipment could not even be fully bought.
Killing wild monsters earns points too slow, too dangerous. But in Villain Valley, fighting Black Fist is the fastest way to earn money. Last night, he got 5,000 points. Today, he could come again. He would fight until he could afford level 3, level 4, level 5 equipment.
Su Lin walked to the stone house without a sign.
The same 2 big men at the door, bald and bearded.
Seeing Su Lin, the bald one's eyes brightened.
Yo, kid, back again? Su Lin nodded.
Bald grinned, showing yellow teeth. Alright, come in.
Many people today just need an appetizer.
Su Lin walked past him, pushed open the heavy wooden door.
It was that staircase going down again. It was that huge basement again. It was that iron cage again.
There were even more people than yesterday, a black sea, at least 3 or 4,000.
A fight was going on inside the cage. One was level 3, the other level 4.
The level 3 was already covered in blood, barely holding up against the cage. The level 4 kept punching him in the face, each punch making the crowd go crazy.
Beat him to death. Beat him to death. I bet 3,000 points. Hit him. Go. Go. Bang.
The level 3 fell to the ground, motionless. The level 4 raised his hands, roaring wildly. The crowd went even crazier. Su Lin stood at the top of the stairs, watching this scene. That thin middle-aged man appeared again.
Hey, kid, you really came? Su Lin looked at him. How many fights today? The middle-aged man looked him over, smiling. What, want to fight more? Can you guarantee you'll win?
Yes. The man thought for a moment, but here the rule is only one fight a day, though there's a winning streak reward.
How much is the winning streak reward? Still 5,000.
Streaks add up, 2 wins 6,000, 3 wins 8,000, 4 wins 10,000, 5 wins 15,000.
Su Lin nodded. Arrange it.
The middle-aged man was stunned, then laughed loudly.
Bold. Follow me. It was the same small room.
Inside were more people than yesterday, 7 or 8, levels from 4 to 8. Seeing Su Lin enter, someone recognized him.
Damn, isn't that the kid from yesterday? Level 2-1? Is it him? Doesn't look like much. Don't underestimate him, I watched yesterday.
That kid is strange, took more than 10 punches with no problem, in broken gear, must be at least S-level power.
Really? Su Lin ignored them and found a corner to sit. Waited about half an hour.
The door opened, a bald big man walked in.
Many people today, 8 fights. You 8, 1 fight each. He pointed to a level 5 bald man. You, first fight. Then pointed at Su Lin. You, second fight. Su Lin nodded. The level 5 bald man grinned, stood up, walked out. At the door, he looked back at Su Lin. Kid, don't die later, I still want to see you fight.
Su Lin said nothing.
First fight, level 5 bald versus another level 5.
Fought 15 minutes, level 5 bald won, but was wounded, brought back with face full of blood.
Second fight. Level 3 rookie. Yesterday was level 2.
Su Lin stood, walked out.
Inside the iron cage, someone was already standing. Level 4, tall and thin, ice cold and fierce.
Seeing Su Lin, he smiled.
Level 3? With this gear, must die? The crowd laughed too. Damn, level 3 versus level 4?
All in broken gear, this kid is crazy.
I bet on level 4, sure win. Me too, level 4. If this kid lasts 3 minutes I'll eat shit. Su Lin ignored them, stepped into the cage.
Outside the iron cage, the bald big man raised his hand.
Start.
As soon as he spoke, the level 4 tall man lunged.
Faster than yesterday's level 2. A punch hit Su Lin's face. Bang. Minus 700.
Level 4 raw attack 30, plus weapon and power, 1 punch 700. Su Lin stepped back 1, then stood firm. The tall man froze.
700 damage, level 3 raw HP 300, should be instant kill. Why is he still standing? Another punch. Bang. Another punch. Bang. 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 A dozen punches in a row. Su Lin stood in place, not moving, letting him hit. Each punch 700, dozens of punches, over 10,000 HP lost. But his HP bar, 50 billion.
Lost over 10,000.
Not even a fraction.
The tall man finished, panting, eyes full of terror.
Are you human or ghost?
Su Lin looked at him, finally moved.
He stepped forward 1.
The tall man stepped back in fear.
Su Lin stepped forward again.
The tall man stepped back again, to the cage, no room left. Su Lin reached out, grabbed his neck, lifted him up. The tall man's feet left the ground, face red, legs kicking.
Silence fell. Deathly silence. Everyone's eyes wide, staring at the cage. A level 3 grabbing a level 4 by the neck. Like catching a little chick.
The bald big man froze for a few seconds, the winner already clear, then shouted.
Win. Level 3 newcomer wins. The people around only then reacted, a loud commotion rising. Damn. What the hell is this monster? I lost 5,000 points. Damn it. This person really level 3? What kind of ability is this? Level 3 can take over 10,000 damage and not die. This can't be SS level ability, right?
Su Lin released his grip, the tall skinny man fell to the ground, clutching his neck, coughing desperately. Su Lin didn't look at him, turned, and walked out of the cage. The bald big man came forward, handing him a card.
6,000 points. 2 wins in a row. Su Lin took the card, said nothing. The bald big man looked at him, curiosity in his eyes. Kid, fighting again tomorrow? Su Lin nodded. What he didn't know was, his underground blackfight had already been uploaded online. Chapter 11: Su Lin's whereabouts exposed. That night, the video of the level 3 fighting level 4 in the Evil Valley underground arena, secretly filmed by someone, was uploaded online. At first, it circulated only in small circles. After all, who in their right mind would go to Evil Valley? But the boy in the video was too eye-catching. Wearing old, ordinary gear, a shining 3 carved on his chest, facing a well-equipped level 4, one punch causing 700 damage, while a normal level 3 has only 300 health, should be killed in one hit. But the boy stood there, taking more than 10 punches, unharmed. Then he grabbed the level 4 by the neck with his hand and lifted him like catching a little chick. The comments section exploded. What the hell is this monster? Level 3 taking 10 punches from level 4? Must be cheating. What's his ability? Defense type SSS level? No, look at his gear, all junk, not a single proper piece. How could he survive? Wait, this place is Evil Valley? Damn, Evil Valley? Look at the mark on his chest, really the entry mark of Evil Valley. This guy is really in Evil Valley. I heard entering Evil Valley requires crossing the poison swamp, even level 40s don't dare go alone. How did he get in? Fake? Could it be edited? Edited my ass. My cousin is in Evil Valley. He said tonight's arena really had a level 3 newcomer. Won 2 matches, very strange. This person looks so familiar, I feel like I've seen him somewhere. I agree, I also think he looks familiar, seems like I've seen this face before. Suddenly someone posted a screenshot. It was the wanted notice from Tianqiong City News a few days ago. Su Lin. The expelled son of the Su family who stabbed Su Chen more than 20 times. 2 video screenshots placed together, exactly the same. The comments section completely exploded. Damn. It's Su Lin. That wanted Su Lin. He ran to Evil Valley? How did he survive? No, he was just a useless level 2 before. How could he survive to Evil Valley? That road is full of high-level monsters and poison swamp. How did he pass? Look, he's level 3 now. He just awakened a few days ago? Already level 3? Level 3 fighting level 4, taking 10 punches and not dying, this is the useless one? D-level life enhancement? Who said it's D-level life enhancement? D-level life enhancement can survive like this? I think we were tricked, this person's ability is definitely abnormal. Su Chen's rare gear, tens of thousands of points stacked, took 1 minute to beat the second layer, praised like crazy. This guy, all junk gear, fights level 4 opponent, survives and wins, who is really useless. Stop, if you keep talking I might become a fan. Me too, this story is so damn exciting. Abandoned by family, wanted by the whole city, one person escapes into Evil Valley, fights black fights and rises up. Isn't this stronger than relying on daddy? Calm down, he's the one who stabbed someone. So what if he stabbed? Su Chen looks like a green tea, I never liked him. The comments section was in chaos. Tianqiong City, Su family. Lin Wanqing scrolled her phone, her face turning worse and worse. Zhen Tian. Look at this. Su Zhentian took the phone, looked for a few seconds, frowning. Villain's Valley? How could he possibly be in Villain's Valley? Even level 40 players wouldn't dare go alone on that path. Lin Wanqing's voice was sharp, he was only level 2 before. How could level 2 survive that? Su Ya leaned over to take a look and was stunned. Su Lin? How did he do it? Su Ling bit her lip, could it be fake? A forged video? Su Zhentian was silent for a few seconds, then said in a deep voice, the Villain's Valley mark can't be faked. He is really in Villain's Valley. The room fell silent. Su Xiaoxiao whispered, he's amazing. Lin Wanqing glared at her fiercely, and Su Xiaoxiao immediately closed her mouth. Su Chen lay on the bed, holding his phone as well. He watched Su Lin in the video, the one in tattered gear who still endured more than 10 punches from a level 4 player, his fingers slowly clenching. Level 3. He was level 3. He had just broken the record clearing the second floor, praised all over the internet, trending first. Now, the top trending was Su Lin. Su Lin appears in Villain's Valley, level 3 beats level 4 twice in a row. Exclusive reveal, how did Su Lin survive crossing the poisonous swamp? Comparison, Su Chen with full rare gear versus Su Lin in rags, who is stronger? Su Chen looked at these headlines, the gentle smile on his face slowly disappearing. He stared at the scene in the video where Su Lin lifted a level 4 by the neck, his eyes cold and terrifying. Why won't you die? He muttered quietly. Why just won't you die? Sky City No. 1 High School, Class 7 of Senior 3, Group Chat.
Messages had already reached 999 plus.
Wang Fatty, whoa. Did you guys see the news?
Su Lin is in Villain's Valley.
Jiang Wei saw it, is this real? How did he get to Villain's Valley?
Li Shuai, I checked that path. You have to cross 3 mountains, go through poisonous swamp, full of high-level monsters.
Even level 40 might not survive. How did a level 2 make it? Zhao Shui, could he have gone with someone? An escort maybe? Lu Yang, who would escort him?
The Su family is hunting him, anyone who helps dies.
And in the video, he's alone, no one else.
Sun Shui, he's level 3 and how many in our class are still level 1 and afraid to enter the tower?
The chat was quiet for a few seconds. Wang Fatty, I admit, I haven't entered the first floor yet. Zhang Wei, me neither, my family got me some gear, entering next week.
Li Shuai, my cousin said first floor failure rate is 3%, but I don't dare risk it, want to train more.
Zhao Shui, he's already level 3 and fighting level 4 Black Fists. Lu Yang, did you see his gear?
All tattered, nothing decent.
Su Chen with rare gear costs hundreds of thousands points, but Su Lin in rags endured level 4 in 1.
Sun Shui, stop, I'm starting to question life.
Wang Fatty, I suddenly feel Su Lin is not that useless. Jiang Wei, if he's useless, then what are we? Super useless?
Li Shuai, I kind of want to be his fan, this kind of comeback story is too exciting.
Sun Shui, yeah, if it were me, I might have gone crazy long ago. Wang Fatty, anyway, Su Lin is my idol now. Level 3 into Villain's Valley, wins against Black Fists, isn't this better than those who rely on their dads? Jiang Wei, add me, I'm a fan too. Li Shuai, add me too. Zhao Shui, you guys are too realistic. Lu Yan, realistic my ass, this is admiration for strength. Strong are awesome, weak deserve it.
Su Lin proved he's not weak, why not be a fan?
Wang Fatty, by the way, when do you think his next fight is?
I want to watch the live stream.
Zhang Wei, me too. The group chat was lively like New Year. Su Lin didn't know what was happening outside.
When he left the arena, it was already late at night. The night in Villain's Valley was quieter than the day, almost no one on the street, only a few dim oil lamps swaying in the wind. He returned to the shabby small inn, paid 300 points to stay one more night, then went upstairs and lay on the bed. He opened his phone, battery at 60. Habitually opened the news, then froze. Top trending, Su Lin appears in Villain's Valley, level 3 beats level 4 twice in a row. Hot search second, exclusive revelation, how did Su Lin survive crossing the toxic swamp? Hot search third, comparison, Su Chen's full set of rare equipment versus Su Lin's ragged outfit, who was stronger? He looked through each one, his face showing little expression. Then he opened the class group and took a look. There were 999 plus messages, all discussing him.
Su Lin is now my idol.
He entered the evil valley at level 3, that's so impressive.
Isn't he better than those who rely on their fathers? Su Lin looked at the messages for a few seconds, then closed the group chat. Idol? He smiled.
You guys were cursing me as useless a few days ago. He closed the chat window and started searching for the Sky Tower. It was time to look at the third floor strategy for clearing. Chapter 12, Sky Tower Third Floor Strategy. He opened the Sky Tower Encyclopedia and found the strategy page for the third floor. Sky Tower Third Floor Strategy, Public Version.
Monster configuration, 7 normal level monsters, 5 ironclad wild boars, level 3, 2 healing slimes, level 3. Monster attributes.
Ironclad wild boar, health 300, attack 30, skill, ironclad charge, straight line dash, damage plus 50%, with a 30% chance to knock back the target. Healing slime, health 300, attack 30, skill, healing light, restores 50 health points per second to a nearby friendly target, stackable.
Clearance conditions, kill all 7 monsters within 1 hour. Recommended combat power, it is strongly recommended to team up.
Single player clearance is extremely difficult. Recommended setup, main tank, health above 1000, plus 2 DPS, attack above 80, plus control/healing. Strategy key points, prioritize killing healing slimes.
If 2 slimes heal the same wild boar, it will recover 100 health per second. Without enough output, it will be impossible to kill.
Failure case statistics, the failure rate of the third floor is about 45%.
Single-player challengers have a failure rate of 75%.
The main reason is insufficient output, causing the wild boars to recover health endlessly, eventually running out of time. Su Lin stared at the screen, his eyebrows slowly furrowing.
100 health recovered per second. If 2 slimes heal the same wild boar, that's 100 health per second.
His attack was 30 now, plus 20 from the sword, a total of 50.
50 minus 100 equals negative 50.
In other words, if 2 slimes heal a wild boar at the same time, his damage would be less than their healing.
It's a waste of effort.
Unless he can bypass the wild boars like in the second floor and kill the slimes first. But the third floor wild boars are called ironclad wild boars. Judging by the name, their defense must be much higher than the charging wild boars on the second floor. Can he bypass them? Su Lin flipped through the strategy, hoping to find any information about this. He flipped through several pages and finally found an inconspicuous comment in a corner. Anonymous user, the ironclad wild boars on the third floor have hate linkage. The 5 boars share a hate chain. If you attack one, the other 4 will immediately surround you. Want to bypass them and kill the slimes directly? Dream on. Unless you have invisibility skills, or can instantly kill all 5 boars. Su Lin fell silent. Hate linkage. The 5 wild boars share hate. Attack one, all 5 will come. Want to bypass them and directly kill the slimes? Basically impossible. Then, he could only face the wild boars head-on. But facing the wild boars means dealing with 2 slimes healing them. If 2 slimes heal the same wild boar, it will recover 100 health per second. To deal net damage, his attack must be greater than 100. His current attack is 50, still 50 away from 100. He doesn't have any attack boosting abilities. And even D-grade attack enhancing abilities double the attack, while SSS grade abilities can have at least 50 times the boost. With basic gear, one can deal 1,500 damage. This is the gap created by different abilities. From the second floor onward, the Sky Tower is basically designed for team play. With complementary abilities, the clearance rate can be increased by hundreds of %, just like in Last Life's King's Canyon, where some tank damage, some output, and others heal. If he wants his attack to exceed 100, he can only spend points to buy better equipment. Su Lin opened his panel. Name, Su Lin. Level, 3. Health, 50 billion, base 300x billion multiplier, armor plus 250 billion. Attack, 50, bear 30 plus sword 20. Ability? Health limit multiplied by billion. Passive, none. Points, 4,778 plus 6,000, 2 consecutive wins in the punch arena, equals 10,778. 10,778 points. It's time to buy equipment. Su Lin opened the Tongtian Mall and turned to the level 3 equipment page. Level 3 Bronze Longsword, normal attack plus 30, price 1,000 points. Level 3 Refine Iron Longsword, fine attack plus 50, price 3,000 points. Level 3 Mithril Longsword, rare attack plus 100, price 10,000 points. Level 3 Bronze Armor, normal health plus 300, price 1,000 points. Level 3 Refined Iron Armor, fine health plus 500, price 3,000 points. Level 3 Mithril Armor, rare health plus 1,000, price 10,000 points. Level 3 Strength Ring, normal attack plus 15, health plus 150, price 1,000 points. Level 3 Strength Ring, fine attack plus 30, health plus 300, price 3,000 points. Level 3 Strength Ring, rare attack plus 60, health plus 600, price 10,000 points. Below there was a line of small words. Recycle instructions, this mall supports equipment recycling. The recycle price is half of the original. Example, level 3 Bronze Longsword recycle price 500 points. Su Lin looked through each item, his mind calculating fast. He currently had naked attack 30, needing another 70 or more attack from equipment to exceed 100. The safest way was to buy a level 3 Mithril Longsword, rare, to add 100 attack, costing 10,000 points, which he could just afford. But now he was wanted, always in danger, so if he earned the points, he would buy those 2 rare level 3 items too. After all, his health had billion times growth talent, can't waste it. If he earned another 20,000 points, 2 rare level 3 armor and rings, others where would add only 1,600 health, but he would get 1,600 billion health, that was solid safety. This health might be more than many level 89 big shots. Su Lin's breathing was a bit heavy. This feeling was so damn good. Others spend 10,000 points, add 1,000 health. He spent 10,000 points, added 1,000 billion health. Same points, his benefit was 100 million times theirs. This was his talent. Health so thick, ridiculously thick. But the problem came, he didn't have enough points. A full set costs 30,000. He currently had only a third. He needed to earn points. Fighting wild monsters too slow, one night of hard work only a few thousand. Fighting black fists, one match 5,000, with streak bonus. Tomorrow third match, win is 8,000. Day after tomorrow fourth match, win is 10,000. 2 days later fifth match, 15,000. In 5 days, that is. Su Lin calculated, 5,000 plus 6,000 plus 8,000 plus 10,000 plus 15,000 is equal to 44,000 points. Enough to buy a rare set and still have leftover. And he had only played 2 matches, tomorrow was the third. Su Lin put away his phone and closed his eyes. Tomorrow, third match. Win, one step closer to rare equipment.
Lose? He smiled. With his health bar, even losing was hard. Chapter 13, 3 Wins in Black Fist. Evening of the third day. Su Lin left the inn, the sky still had the last trace of dark red. The streets of Evil Valley had more people than daytime, walking west in small groups. No need to ask, all going to the boxing arena. At night, no entertainment here, Black Fist was the only fun. Su Lin blended in the crowd, walking at an easy pace. Arriving at the unmarked stone house, the bald man and the beard were still there. Seeing him, the bald man grinned. Yo, kid, tonight third match, 8,000 points, sure win? Su Lin said nothing, just nodded and walked past him. Pushed the door, down the stairs. The basement was already packed, even more than the previous 2 days. As Su Lin stepped down, he felt many eyes on him. He's here. That kid's here. Which one, which one? That one, wearing torn clothes, see him? That's him, last night level 3 fighting level 4. Damn, so young? Looks only 17 or 18. Don't look at his age, tricky guy, level 4 hit him dozens of times, nothing. Tonight which match? Third match, opponent not announced yet. Su Lin ignored the eyes, heading straight to the small room. Pushed the door, inside already sat over 10 people. Levels from 4 to 7. Seeing him enter, all eyes turned sharply. Someone whispered, is it him? Someone's eyes complex, a little wary. Yesterday the level 5 bald man who was carried back was there too, head bandaged. Seeing Su Lin, he grinned, gave thumbs up, kid, awesome. Su Lin nodded and sat in the corner. Waited for about 20 minutes. The door was pushed open, a bald big man walked in. Everyone in the room immediately stood up. The bald big man glanced at everyone, his eyes stopped on Su Lin for a second, the corner of his mouth pulling into a meaningful smile. 8 matches tonight. You 8, 1 match each. He pointed to a level 6 strong man, you, first match. Then he pointed to another level 5 skinny guy, you, second match. Then he pointed to Su Lin. You, third match. Opponent. The bald big man paused, his eyes with a bit of playfulness, level 5. The room was quiet for a second. Then someone gasped. Level 5? Su Lin was only level 3. Although he won against level 4 last night, that was level 4. Level 5 and 4, the difference is more than just one level. The higher the level, the bigger the gap for each level. Level 4 base health 400, level 5 base health 500. Looks like only 100 difference, but with equipment, powers, and passive skills, the real gap could double. More importantly, level 5 can wear level 5 equipment. Level 5 fine equipment attack bonus is higher than level 4 rare equipment. This is a layered gap. Fighting 1 level higher, already a genius. Fighting 2 levels higher, that's a monster among monsters. The other people in the room looked at Su Lin differently, with some sympathy, some schadenfreude. TSK, level 5, this kid is doomed tonight. Last night that level 4 probably had trash gear, tonight this one is definitely different. 5,000 points aren't easy to earn. Su Lin said nothing, his face expressionless. The bald big man looked at him, any problem? Su Lin shook his head. The bald big man laughed, okay, get ready. Then he turned and left. The atmosphere in the room became subtle. The level 6 strong man patted Su Lin's shoulder, grinning, kid, don't get killed. I bet on you to win tonight, 5,000 points. Su Lin looked at him. The strong man laughed loudly, pushed the door, and went to fight the first match. 15 minutes later, he was carried back. Covered in blood, left hand broken. Second match, level 5 skinny guy went out. 8 minutes later, he walked back by himself, dragging one leg, bone clearly broken. He looked at Su Lin, eyes complicated, opened his mouth, finally said, take care. Su Lin nodded. From outside came the bald big man's voice, third match. Level 3 rookie. Opponent level 5. Place bets quickly. Su Lin stood up and walked out. At the door, the girl called a cheese suddenly grabbed him. She was also in the room, tonight's 7th match, level 6. Achi looked at him, lowered her voice, be careful, I heard that level 5 is a veteran, fought more than 10 matches in the arena, only lost twice. His power is attack type, at least a rank, equipment all fine or above. Su Lin looked at her, silent for a second. Thanks. Then pushed the door out. Through the crowd, walked toward the iron cage. The surrounding voices surged like a tide. Here he comes. That kid. Damn, really level 3? Isn't this suicide? Don't underestimate him, last night he beat level 4 easily. Last night that level 4 was trash, tonight this is level 5 veteran, can it be the same? I bet on level 5, sure win. I also bet on level 5. I bet 3,000 points, level 5. I bet 5,000. But a few hesitated, gritted teeth. I bet on that level 3, 100 points. Damn, are you crazy? What if he wins? Su Lin entered the iron cage. Opposite stood a man. 25 or 26, bald, face full of muscle, body strong and twisted. Chest mark, 5. He wore black combat clothes, looked expensive. On his hands, a pair of metal gloves, cold light gleaming. Level 5 fine iron gloves, exquisite attack plus 150. Level 5 fine iron armor, exquisite health plus 1500. Level 5 strength ring, exquisite attack plus 74, health plus 7500. Su Lin roughly scanned, had a rough idea in his mind. This man attack power, bear 5 level base 50, plus gloves 150, ring 75, total 275. Plus power bonus, estimated one punch could deal over 2750. While his own strike only 50 damage. This man health, bear 5 level base 500, plus armor 1500, ring 750, total 2750. While Su Lin himself. Health, 50 billion. Attack, 50, bear 30 plus sword 20. The person on the opposite side looked him up and down, grinning widely. Level 3? Wearing rags? He twisted his neck, making it crack loudly. Kid, do you know how much the difference between level 5 and level 3 is? Su Lin remained silent. The person took a step forward, his eyes filled with a playful look, like a cat toying with a mouse. Let me tell you. Level 5 has 500 base health, while level 3 has only 300. My health is already 200 more than yours. My base attack is 50, yours is 30. I'm fully equipped, you're a mess. He took another step forward. And that's not even counting abilities. My ability is level A, boosting my attack by 10 times. And you? Can you handle my damage? He raised his fist, swinging it in front of Su Lin. Kid, if you kneel and beg for mercy now, I'll go easy on you and leave you with your life. Outside the iron cage, the crowd erupted in cheers. Fight! 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 Stop talking and fight! Hurry! Kill him! Kill him! The bald man raised his hand. Begin! As soon as the words were out of his mouth, the level 5 bald man lunged forward. His speed was astonishing. A punch landed on Su Lin's face. Bang! Minus 2750. Su Lin's head snapped to the side, and he took a step back. He steadied himself. The level 5 bald man froze for a second. Another punch. Bang! Minus 2750. Su Lin took another step back. He still stood firm. The level 5 bald man's expression changed. He took a deep breath, and his fists came down like rain. Bang, 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 bang. He landed more than 20 punches in one breath. Each punch landed solidly on Su Lin. Su Lin stood still, motionless, letting him hit. After more than 20 punches, over a few 100,000 health points were gone. But his health bar? 50 billion. It didn't change at all. The level 5 bald man stopped and took 2 steps back, panting heavily, his eyes filled with fear. You motherfucker. Su Lin looked at him and finally spoke. Are you done? The level 5 bald man's face changed, and he turned to run. Su Lin reached out and grabbed the back of his neck. He began punching him, one punch after another. After an unknown number of punches, the other person finally surrendered. The entire basement fell silent. Dead silent. Thousands of people stared wide-eyed at the scene in the iron cage. A level 3 person, holding a level 5's neck like lifting a chicken. The bald man froze for a few seconds, then screamed wildly. 1. Level 3 newbie wins. 3 wins in a row. Boom. The whole basement exploded. What the hell is this monster? I lost 5,000 points. Damn it. I bet on him to win. I bet on him to win. Ha, I won 10,000. What kind of ability does he have? Is this a D level? D level my ass. Can a D level do this? SSS level. It's definitely an SSS level defensive ability. No, defensive abilities aren't this ridiculous. A level 3 can take more than 20 punches from a level 5 and be fine? How much health would that require? 100,000? Or a million? This guy must be cheating. Su Lin let go, and the level 5 bald man collapsed to the ground, curled up, trembling all over. Su Lin didn't look at him. He turned and walked out of the cage. The bald man came up and handed him a card. 8,000 points. 3 wins in a row.
His eyes toward Su Lin had completely changed, filled with both caution and curiosity.
Kid, who exactly are you?
Su Lin took the card, glanced at him.
A wanted person,
he said, then passed through the crowd and walked up the stairs. Behind him, the entire basement was still boiling. Some screamed madly, others cursed, some laughed and cried while hugging the points they won. No one noticed, in the corner, a small man holding a phone, filming toward the iron cage. On the screen, Su Lin's back was disappearing at the top of the stairs. The small man looked down at the phone screen, a smile of excitement on his face.
It's live.
It's live, this video will go viral for sure.
At 10 p.m. that night, a new video went viral on the Awakener forum.
Title, Exclusive. Black Fist of Villain Valley, 3rd round.
Level 3 newbie versus Level 5 veteran. The result is shocking. The video was 8.5 minutes long. It started with Su Lin entering the cage, the Level 5 bald man attacking wildly, then Su Lin standing still, then Su Lin grabbing the Level 5 by the neck and lifting him up, and finally, the whole arena erupted. The entire footage was uncut, no speed-ups, pure and authentic. The comments section exploded.
Holy shit!
Is this that Su Lin? The one who's wanted? It's him.
The guy who stabbed Su Chen 20 times.
Did he not just fight Level 4 yesterday? Today he fought Level 5 again? And even won? Look at his equipment.
Still that body of trash rags.
He changed nothing.
Level 3 fighting Level 5, one body of broken trash gear, hard taking more than 20 punches, then with one backhand grabbing the neck and lifting him up.
Is this damn thing a human? I calculated it.
That Level 5 guy's attack power is at least above 2,000.
More than 20 punches means 50,000 damage. A Level 3 whiteboard health is only 300. Even if his ability is double health, that is only 600. How could he carry 50,000 damage? Unless his ability is not D-level. If it is not D-level, then what is it?
The day he awakened, the whole city live broadcast it. It clearly wrote D-level.
Could it be the Awakening Stone made a mistake? Impossible.
The Awakening Stone has not made a mistake for 100 years.
Then his ability mutated? Or there is a hidden passive? Stop guessing. Anyway, this person is absolutely not simple.
Right now I only want to know what face the Su family made when they saw this video.
Ha 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 ha, I also want to know.
The whole city wanted notice, 1 million reward, yet the man is in Evil Man Valley fighting Black Fists, crossing 2 levels and hanging beating opponents, living wild and rising.
Does Su Zhentian dare go to Evil Man Valley to catch him?
He does not dare. He fears the Valley Master.
Laughing to death. The wanted order became a joke. Sky Dome City, Su family.
Inside the living room, the atmosphere was heavy like it was about to explode. Su Zhentian sat on the main seat, holding a phone in his hand, and on the screen was exactly that video. There was no expression on his face, but the finger joints holding the phone had turned white. Lin Wanqing sat beside him, her face turning green for a moment and white for a moment.
How did he do it?
Her voice trembled.
He is only level 3. How could he beat level 5?
Su Yao bit her lips and said nothing. Su Ling's eyes were complicated, staring at the boy on the screen who was covered in rags yet stood straight like a spear. Su Xiaoxiao hid in the corner, secretly looking at her phone, not daring to make a sound. Su Chen sat on a wheelchair and was pushed into the living room. His face was still very pale, but he could already stand and walk.
Dad, Mom. He spoke softly. I watched the video.
The living room went quiet for a moment.
Su Zhentian raised his head and looked at him.
Su Chen lowered his head, his voice carrying self-blame.
It is all my fault.
If it were not because of me, brother would not be forced to that kind of place.
He must hate me, so he fights so desperately. I.
While speaking, his eye sockets turned red.
Lin Wanqing's heart hurt terribly.
She hurried over and hugged him. Chenner, what foolish words are you saying?
He stabbed you.
He is Wolf Heart Dog Lungs.
What relation does it have with you? Su Chen shook his head, tears falling down.
But Mom, if I did not go outside the city to find him, those things would not have happened.
He maybe would not hate us. Su Yao could not stand it and rushed over. Brother Chen, do not say that. He always envied you. It has nothing to do with you.
Su Ling also spoke.
Right. When he was at home he was always gloomy and dark.
One look and you know he is not a good thing. Su Xiaoxiao opened her mouth wanting to say something, but Lin Wanqing glared at her, and she shrank back again.
Su Zhentian never spoke.
He stared at the boy on the screen, his eyes frighteningly complicated. That was his own blood son. For 18 years, he almost never looked at him directly. But now, that trash who was wanted by the whole city and believed to not live 3 days was on the Black Fist arena of Evil Man Valley, crossing 2 levels and crushing his opponent. One body of broken trash equipment.
Alone.
No family support, no resource tilt, not even one good word. Yet he did a thing that countless geniuses could not do. He closed his eyes and stayed silent for a very long time. When he opened them again, the bottom of his eyes was already ice cold. "Send word to the people on the Evil Man Valley side," he said in a deep voice. "The reward doubles. Whoever can bring him out alive, 4 million points. Dead, 2 million. Lin Wanqing was stunned.
"But the one over there in Evil Man Valley,"
Su Jintian said coldly, "I do not go inside, but he cannot stop my reward. As long as he comes out of the valley, someone will make a move." The living room became quiet. Su Chen lowered his head, the corner of his mouth slightly lifting into a curve, then quickly pressing it down again.
"Skydome City First Middle School, Senior Grade 3 Class 7 Group Chat."
The messages had already exploded.
"Wang Fatty, damn. Did you see it? Su Lin fought level 5. Zhang Wei, saw it. Is this damn thing a human?
Li Shuai, I calculated it. The 5th level punch deals at least 2,000 damage, and with 20 or more punches, it's 50,000.
Su Lin is level 3, how did he survive? Zhao Shui, could it be that his ability isn't D-level?
Lu Yang, I watched the live stream on the day of his awakening, it clearly said D-level, with doubled health. But with a 300 health boost, that only makes it 600, how could he withstand 50,000?
Sun Shui, could he have some hidden passive ability? Or maybe his equipment has special effects? Wang Ponzi, he's wearing ragged clothes, where could the special effects come from?
Look at his armor, it's the cheapest kind, only adds 200 health. Zhang Wei adds 200 health, level 3 base health is 300, making a total of 500, even doubling that would only be 1000, he still couldn't withstand it. Li Shuai, I suspect, his ability might not be health doubling.
Zhao Shui, if it's not doubling, then what is it? What else could D-level be? Lu Yang, D-level means doubling.
All D-level health boosts are doubles, everyone knows that.
Sun Shui, so how did he withstand it? The group was silent for a few seconds. Wang Ponzi, no matter what, Su Lin is now my only idol.
Level 3 fighting against a level 5, wearing ragged equipment, withstanding over 20 punches, and counterattacking.
Doesn't that beat those geniuses who rely on equipment? Zhang Wei, +1, I'm a fan now too.
Li Shuai, +2, from now on, if anyone insults Su Lin, I'm going to argue with them.
Zhao Shui, you guys change your minds so quickly. Lu Yang, this is called being a wise man at the right time, do you get it?
Sun Shui, I'm setting his photo as my screensaver tomorrow, hoping he'll bring me luck to clear the first level.
Wang Ponzi, are you serious? Sun Shui, yes, I believe he can bring me good fortune. The group burst into laughter again. Evil Valley. By the time Su Lin walked out of the arena, it was already completely dark outside. There were more people on the street than when he came, all heading towards the arena. Clearly, after the video spread, more people wanted to come and watch the excitement. Su Lin lowered his head and quickly walked through the crowd towards the inn. Chapter 14, Top Universities reaching out to Su Lin. The forum exploded. At 10:30 p.m. that evening, 5 of the top 10 trending topics on the Awakener forum were about Su Lin. Exclusive video, Evil Valley Black Fight 3rd round. Level 3 newbie versus Level 5 veteran. The result is shocking. Clicks, 9.73 million. In-depth analysis, what is Su Lin's ability? How can D-level health doubling withstand 50,000 damage? Clicks, 8.12 million.
Earth-shattering reversal, the useless person wanted by the whole city, is now beating opponents out of his league in Evil Valley. Clicks, 7.56 million. Comparison, Su Chen's full rare equipment versus Su Lin's ragged clothes, data comparison chart here. Clicks, 6.98 million.
Discussion, the Su family is after Su Lin, is it really because Su Lin wants to kill Su Chen? Clicks, 5.34 million.
The last post had a sharp title.
The poster's ID was There Is Only One Truth, an authenticated account, a senior journalist from Tianqiong City's top news weekly. The post was long, but each sentence touched on the most sensitive points. I interviewed several Awakeners who were there that day and put together a timeline. 1732, Su Chen appeared with his 21st level bodyguard, a man named Wang, outside the eastern city gate, 3 miles into the wilderness. Witnesses say that Su Chen was wearing casual clothes and didn't seem like he was hunting monsters, more like he was waiting for someone. 1747, Su Lin appeared in the same area. According to Su Lin's clearance records, he had just cleared the first level that morning, then left the city to hunt monsters and gather points, which makes sense.
Around 1750, an awakening sound of a scream was heard, but it was too far to see clearly. 1820, Su Chen was carried by the Wang bodyguard, covered in blood, and rushed back to the Su family. Now the questions are. First, why would Su Chen, a freshly awakened SSS-level genius, need to bring a 21st-level bodyguard out of the city? Was it for training or was there another purpose? Second, the incident happened 3 miles from the city gate, a low-risk area, where the highest level of monsters only appears at level 3. Why did Su Chen bring a 21st-level bodyguard there? Third, at that time, Su Lin was level 2, Su Chen was level 2, but the Wang bodyguard was level 21. When the three met, if Su Lin really wanted to kill Su Chen, what could he do? Level 2 fighting against level 21, would that be suicide? I'll make no conclusions, I'll just state the facts. The rest, you all can figure out yourselves. Below the post, the comments section had already surpassed 8,000 posts. Damn, now that you mention it, something doesn't seem right. With a 21st level bodyguard following, Su Lin could really stab Su Chen? Is the bodyguard just standing around doing nothing? Unless the bodyguard didn't stop it at all. Or don't want to stop? Upstairs, explain carefully, who doesn't want to stop? I understand, Su Lin stabbed Su Chen, Su Chen's level 21 guards were watching? Is this reasonable? A more reasonable explanation, the guards attacked Su Lin first, Su Lin fought back, then stabbed Su Chen. Yes. Su Lin is level 2, the guards are level 21, one punch could kill Su Lin. But Su Lin didn't die, and stabbed Su Chen more than 20 times, what does this mean? It means the guard's punch didn't kill Su Lin got up and stabbed. Damn, level 2 doesn't die from a level 21 punch? This is even more ridiculous. So in the end, it's still Su Lin's superpower problem. Don't go off topic, now we are discussing who tried to kill whom. I support Su Lin. A son hated by his whole family, kicked out, who would dare attack Su Chen under level 21 guards unless he was forced. I also think Su Chen has problems, that boy looks fake, smiling all day. Evidence? No evidence, don't talk nonsense, the Su family is one of the 5 strongest. Being one of the 5 strongest gives you the right to issue manhunts? What does Article 37 of the Awakened Convention say? Any manhunt order must be reviewed by the Awakened Association, evidence confirmed true before release. Did the Su family review when issuing this? This comment came out, the comment section went quiet for a few seconds. Then someone dug up the original Awakened Convention text. Awakened Convention Article 37, any individual or family issuing a manhunt order must submit evidence to the Awakened Association. After Level 3 review confirms truth, it can take effect. Violators are considered provoking all awakened, cancelling tower clearance qualification for 3 years. I checked, the Su family's manhunt order didn't go through the Awakened Association review. Damn, this is vigilante action? Su Zhentian is awesome, being one of the 5 strongest, can ignore the convention? Not ignoring, just thought it unnecessary. Su Lin, a D-level loser, who would speak for him? Now. Who still dares to say he's a loser? Push it. Let the association people see. Yes, at Awakened Association official, come do your job. Reaction of the top universities. 1 a.m. Kyoto University Awakened Academy official account posted an announcement. Statement about student Su Lin. Recently, our academy noticed events related to Awakened Su Lin. According to current information, Su Lin's manhunt order was not reviewed by the Awakened Association, procedure is questionable. Before truth is clarified, our academy reserves Su Lin's enrollment qualification. If Su Lin is willing, our academy can provide a temporary shelter quota. Welcome to study at Kyoto University. In front of the Awakened Convention, everyone is equal. Admissions Office, Kyoto University Awakened Academy. Once this announcement was out, the internet exploded even more. Damn. Kyoto University is snatching him. Temporary shelter quota? This hasn't been used for over 10 years, right? The last one who used this quota also became a big shot. Kyoto University is openly opposing the Su family. 3 minutes later, the Magic City Academy also posted an announcement. Statement about student Su Lin. Magic City Academy always follows the Awakened Convention, respecting every Awakened's legal rights. If Su Lin needs help, Magic City Academy is willing to provide equal temporary shelter quota and scholarship. Also, our specially hired professor, Level 89 Spatial System Master Mr. Yin Zhongzi, expressed strong interest in Su Lin's superpower, willing to personally evaluate and guide. Damn. Yun Zhongzi? One of the 5 strongest Yun Zhongzi? That wandering big shot? Doesn't he refuse disciples? Magic City Academy is really spending big. 5 minutes later. Dragon City Battle Academy also posted. Announcement.
Dragon City Battle Academy doesn't join opinions, only recognizes strength.
Level 3 fights level 5, can withstand 50,000 damage, you qualify.
Come to Dragon City Battle Academy, go straight to elite class, equipment enough, points enough, mentor is level 80. Admissions office, Dragon City Battle Academy. Level 80 mentor? Dragon City Battle Academy still has level 80? Of course, Zhang Tianqiong is the honorary dean of Dragon City Battle Academy.
Damn, the 3 top universities are all getting involved. Su Lin has won big this time.
He hasn't even agreed yet, he's still fighting underground in Evil Valley. This is hilarious, the 3 universities are fighting to recruit him, and the Su family's wanted notice is now a joke. At 2 a.m. the Su family mansion was brightly lit.
In the living room, Su Zhentian sat in the main seat, 3 phones in front of him, each displaying an announcement from Kyoto University, Magic City Academy, and Dragon City War College.
Lin Wanqing's face turned ashen. What do they mean by this? Are they publicly opposing us? Su Yao gritted her teeth. Kyoto University's announcement is sarcastic, saying there's doubt in the procedure, implying we've broken the law?
Su Ling whispered. Magic City Academy even brought up Yun Zhengzi, who was against the Su family.
Su Zhentian didn't speak, his finger tapping on the armrest one after another. The atmosphere in the room was oppressive, as if it could suffocate you.
Su Chen sat in a wheelchair, his face pale, his eyes red.
Dad, it's all my fault.
His voice trembled. If it weren't for me, my brother wouldn't have been forced like this, and the 3 universities wouldn't be targeting us. Lin Wanqing felt heartbroken and immediately hugged him. Shun'er, don't say that.
It's that beast who hurt you. It's his fault. Su Chen shook his head, tears falling. But Mom, now everyone online is saying, they say I wanted to kill brother, they say I brought Uncle Wang too.
He couldn't finish his sentence and buried his face in Lin Wanqing's shoulder, crying.
Su Yao exploded. Bullshit. How could Shun'er possibly kill him? Shun'er is so kind.
Su Ling also spoke up. Exactly.
Those people are just stirring things up. Su Xiaoxiao hid in the corner, secretly browsing her phone. She saw a comment, where's Su Chen's level 21 guard? Why isn't he speaking out?
She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but was given a sharp glare by Lin Wanqing, so she shrank back.
Su Zhentian finally spoke.
His voice was heavy, and it was hard to tell what emotion he felt.
Where's Wang Fu?
Wang Fu was the level 21 guard. Su Yao froze for a moment. He seems to have gone back to the countryside, saying there was something at home.
Su Zhentian narrowed his eyes. Tell him to come back. Su Yao quickly nodded.
I'll contact him tomorrow.
Su Zhentian didn't speak again, stood up, and walked upstairs.
When he reached the stairs, he paused for a moment.
The wanted notice, leave it for now. We'll talk after the association reviews it. Lin Wanqing became anxious. Zhentian. That beast. Enough.
Su Zhentian didn't turn back. If this continues, with the 3 universities teaming up, even I won't be able to suppress it.
He went upstairs.
The living room fell silent.
Su Chen remained collapsed on Lin Wanqing's shoulder, still crying.
But no one saw, his face buried in her shoulder, his eyes were wide open. His gaze was as cold as ice.
Evil Valley morning.
Su Lin was woken up by a knock on the door.
Knock knock knock.
He opened his eyes, the sky outside was still dark, dim and gray.
Knock knock knock. Who is it? It's me.
An old voice came from outside, the landlord. Su Lin frowned, got up, and opened the door. An old man stood at the door, holding a cloth bag.
Someone sent you something. Su Lin was taken aback. Who? The old man rolled his eyes. How would I know? Someone dropped it at the door early in the morning, with your name on it.
He shoved the cloth bag into Su Lin's hands. Take it, don't delay my sleep.
With that, the old man turned and walked away.
Su Lin looked down at the cloth bag in his hand. The bag was old but very clean, with 2 words written crookedly on it, Su Lin. He opened the cloth bag. Inside were 3 envelopes. The first envelope was red, with the Kyoto University emblem printed on it. He opened it, and inside was a handwritten card.
Su Lin. I am the Dean of Kyoto University Awakening College, my surname is Zhou. I watched your video.
Level 3 defeating level 5, taking 50,000 damage and still standing, very impressive. I don't know what your power is, but I know you are a seed worth nurturing.
If you are willing to come to Kyoto University, we offer you 3 promises. First, a temporary protection quota, ensuring your safety. Second, a full scholarship, 10,000 points every year. Third, one-on-one mentorship, resource allocation. As for the Su family's issues, we will help you bear them. All you need to do is focus on training. Think about it. Anytime, come to Kyoto University to find me. Zhou Mingyuan. Su Lin finished reading and put the letter away. He opened the second envelope, the Magic City Academy. Inside was also a card, printed, very formal. Su Lin. Magic City Academy welcomes you.
Mr. Yun Zhongzi asked me to tell you something. There is no weak or strong in supernatural powers, only those who can use them. Your supernatural power is very interesting. A temporary shelter spot has been reserved. If you come, go directly to the admissions office and mention my name. Chen Shuason, Dean of the Awakening College of Magic City Academy. The third envelope, Dragon City War Academy. The simplest. It only had a piece of paper with one line of words.
Come, or not. Come, go directly to the elite class, enough equipment points. Don't come, as if I never said it. Dragon City War Academy admissions office.
Below, a fist was drawn.
Su Lin looked at these 3 envelopes and remained silent for a long time. 3 prestigious academies. Places he once wouldn't even dare to think about.
Now, they took the initiative to approach him, promised to protect him, give him resources, and help him bear the Su family's burden.
He just needs to nod.
Su Lin put the letters away and placed them in the cloth bag. Then, he stuffed the cloth bag under the pillow.
He turned around and went downstairs.
Today, there was also the 4th match.
Chapter 15, Level 3 Battle, for consecutive wins. The evening of the 4th day.
In the underground boxing ring of Evil Valley, the crowd today was larger than the combined crowd from the previous days. The iron cage was surrounded by a sea of people, at least 5,000 packed tightly, with even the stairs filled with people. The air was filled with the smell of sweat, blood, and the metallic scent unique to point cards.
He's here. He's here. Someone shouted, and everyone turned around in unison.
Su Lin walked down the stairs. Still in the same tattered gear, an old coat washed so much it had turned pale, with frayed cuffs.
The number 3 on his chest was particularly eye-catching under the dim light. Damn, really level 3? In this worn-out outfit, he's going to fight a level 6 tonight? I watched his video from last night. He took over 20 punches from a level 5, and didn't even flinch. Something's off about him. Level 5 and level 6 are not the same, you know?
A single hit from level 6 could deal nearly 10,000 damage.
Can he take that? 10,000? That means 20 punches are 200,000. He's going to take that with his head, as a level 3?
I don't care, I'm betting on him to win.
5,000 points. Are you crazy? You don't understand, this is faith.
Su Lin passed through the crowd and walked towards the small room. He pushed the door open. Inside, there were about 10 people sitting. As soon as they saw him enter, all eyes turned to him, filled with curiosity, caution, and a touch of schadenfreude. The burly man from last night, level 6, was also there, his arm wrapped in bandages, but he looked fine. Seeing Su Lin, he grinned. Kid, you're fighting level 6 tonight?
Impressive. Su Lin nodded and sat in the corner. He waited for about 20 minutes.
The door was pushed open, and a bald, big man walked in.
Everyone in the room immediately stood up.
The bald man scanned everyone, his eyes stopping on Su Lin.
You, the 4th match.
Your opponent, he paused, a meaningful smile appeared on his lips, level 6. An old hand, has fought over 20 matches in the boxing ring, only lost 3.
The room fell silent for a second. Someone sucked in a cold breath. Over 20 matches, only 3 losses? That winning rate, in the underground boxing ring of Evil Valley, is absolutely top tier.
Su Lin had no expression on his face, he just nodded. The bald man looked at him, his gaze filled with a hint of admiration. All right, get ready. After saying that, he turned and left.
The atmosphere in the room became subtle.
The level 6 burly man walked over and patted Su Lin's shoulder. Kid, I'm betting on you to win tonight, 10,000 points.
Don't make me lose. Su Lin glanced at him.
The burly man laughed heartily and turned around to fight in the first match.
12 minutes later, he was carried back.
Covered in blood, his leg broken. But he was still conscious, and when he saw Su Lin, he grinned and gave a thumbs up. Kid, win it for me.
Su Lin nodded. The second match, the third match, one after another. Some were carried back, some walked back, and some didn't return. Finally. 4th match. Level 3 rookie. Opponent is a level 6 veteran. Those who want to bet, hurry up.
Su Lin stood up and walked out. As he reached the door, Achi suddenly grabbed him. She had the 6th match tonight. Achi looked at him, her expression complicated. Be careful, that person is called Iron Wolf. His ability is S-level attack type, with one punch that can do 10,000 damage. He has fought over 20 matches and only lost 3, and those 3 were against level 7 fighters.
Su Lin looked at her and stayed silent for a second. Thank you.
Then he pushed open the door and walked out. He moved through the crowd, heading towards the iron cage. The sounds around him rushed in like waves. He's out. It's him. Damn, really level 3? Isn't this suicide? I saw his video from last night, he took over 20 punches from a level 5. It's really weird. But tonight's opponent is a level 6 veteran. Will it be the same? I bet on Iron Wolf. 2,000 points. I'm betting on Iron Wolf too. I'm betting on that level 3, 1,000 points. Damn, you're too scared. I'm betting 5,000. Su Lin walked into the iron cage. On the other side stood a man. He was just over 30, bald, with a face full of rough features and muscles bulging all over his body. A mark on his chest labeled 6. He wore a black combat suit, stained with dark red blood, unsure whether it was his or someone else's. He wore metallic boxing gloves, with 3 gemstones embedded in them, glowing faintly under the lights. Su Lin glanced briefly at him. Level 3? And he's all tattered? He twisted his neck, which cracked and popped. Kid, do you know how many punches it took for me to kill that level 4 in my last match? Su Lin didn't say anything. Iron Wolf raised 2 fingers. 2 punches. The first punch, he spat blood. The second punch, he fell, and didn't get up. He took a step forward, his eyes gleaming with the playful look of a cat toying with a mouse. Guess how many punches you can take? Su Lin looked at him and finally spoke. You'll know after you hit me. Iron Wolf was stunned for a moment, then burst into loud laughter. You've got guts. I like that. He raised his fists, assuming an attacking stance. Outside the iron cage, the bald man raised his hand. Start. As soon as the words fell, Iron Wolf lunged forward. Faster than the level 5 last night. Faster than imaginable. He slammed his fist into Su Lin's chest. Boom. Minus 11,000. Su Lin took a step back and steadied himself. Iron Wolf's expression changed. Another punch. Just as he was about to land another blow, Su Lin slashed out with his sword. His opponent only received minus 50. Seeing that his attack only did 50 damage, the man started laughing. I've got 6,000 health, you need to hit me over 100 times, but one of my punches is over 10,000 damage. Let's see how many you can take. Su Lin took another step back. He ignored Iron Wolf, charging forward with a flurry of random stabs. Iron Wolf got angry and swung his fists back at him. Boom. 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 One punch after another. Each punch more brutal than the last. Every punch landed solidly on Su Lin's body. Both sides, one punch, one sword strike, neither side caring about the damage, just attacking without defense. 1 round, 10 rounds, 50 rounds. Iron Wolf was gasping for air, his punching speed slowing down. But he didn't stop, gritting his teeth and continuing to fight. And Su Lin was also red in the face. 70 rounds. Iron Wolf finally couldn't keep going, stepping back 2 paces, bending over, panting heavily, sweat running down his bald head. He lifted his head and looked at Su Lin, and for the first time, fear showed in his eyes. You fucking. Su Lin stood still, looking down at himself. His shirt was torn, exposing his skin. There wasn't even a single red mark on his skin. He looked up, staring at Iron Wolf. Iron Wolf's face changed, how could he still have strength, and he turned to run. But after only 2 steps, he suddenly remembered something and stopped dead in his tracks. No. This is the iron cage. You can't run. The people around, hearing this, began to discuss in whispers. Iron Wolf, facing a level 3 opponent, was actually thinking about running. Su Lin walked up to him and raised his sword. He continued to slash down. Minus 50. Iron Wolf looked down at his arm, noticing a shallow white mark. Another slash. Minus 50. Another slash. Minus 50. Another slash. Minus 50. Iron Wolf hugged his arm and let him keep slashing. While being slashed, he kept laughing. Ah, look at this kid is just scratching me. 50 damage? I'll stand here and let him hack at me for a whole day, and he still won't be able to kill me. The people around also started laughing. Ah, this is so pathetic. What's the use of being able to take it? He can't even hurt anyone. Tie. Double loss. No points refunded. Damn it. Su Lin didn't pay them any attention. He just mechanically lifted the sword and chopped down. 1 sword, another sword. 10 swords. 20 swords. 30 swords. 50 swords. The Iron Wolf's smile slowly disappeared. Because he realized, this child chopped too steadily. Every sword did 50 damage, not more, not less, not fast, not slow. One sword after another, like a machine. His health, 30,000. 50 swords, lost 2,005. Still left 27,005. 100 swords, lost 5,000. Still left 25,000. 150 swords, lost 7,005. Still left 22,005. 200 swords, lost 10,000. Still left 20,000. 250 swords, lost 12,005. Still left 17,005. 300 swords, lost 15,000. Still left 15,000. The smile on Iron Wolf's face completely vanished. He looked at Su Lin, his eyes began to change. You really keep chopping, damn it? Su Lin didn't speak. Another sword. 301 swords. Iron Wolf's health still left 14,905. The laughter around also stopped. Everyone widened their eyes, staring at the strange scene in the iron cage. A level 3 child, standing in front of a level 6 big man, chopping one sword at a time. The big man didn't move, just let him chop. But the big man's face looked worse and worse. Enough! Iron Wolf suddenly shouted, "Are you damn crazy?" Su Lin didn't stop. Another sword. 302 swords. Iron Wolf's health still left 14,009. Iron Wolf finally couldn't take it, punched at Su Lin. Bang! Minus 5,600. Su Lin stepped back one step. Stood firm. Continued chopping. Another sword. 303 swords. Iron Wolf was going crazy. He punched again. Bang! Su Lin stepped back, stood firm. Continued chopping. One sword, another sword. Iron Wolf's health still left 1,000, he was scared. Iron Wolf stepped back, to the edge of the cage, nowhere to retreat. He looked at Su Lin, his eyes full of fear. Are you damn human or ghost? Su Lin looked at him, finally spoke. His voice was calm. Surrender, or die. Iron Wolf was stunned. Surrender? He fought more than 20 battles in Evil Valley, never surrendered. But if he didn't surrender? He looked at the sword in Su Lin's hand. The sword was still dripping blood, his own blood. He finally collapsed. Surrender! I surrender! He fell to his knees with a thud, hands raised high. I surrender! Stop chopping! I surrender! The whole basement was silent. Deathly silent. More than 5,000 people widened their eyes, staring at the scene in the iron cage. A level 6 veteran, kneeling in front of a level 3 child, hands raised, trembling all over. The bald big man froze for several seconds, then suddenly reacted. 1. Level 3 newbie wins. 4 consecutive victories. Boom! The whole basement exploded. Damn. What the hell is this monster? I lost 5,000 points. Damn it! I won 10,000. Haha, I won 10,000. He chopped over 500 swords? Over 500 swords? Level 3 fighting level 6, forcing him to surrender? Is this damn human? What ability? What the hell ability is this? Infinite health? This is damn cheating. I admit it. I completely admit it. Su Lin stood in the center of the iron cage, left hand holding the sword, right hand hanging, slightly trembling. Over 500 swords, hands were indeed sore. But his face showed little expression. He looked down at Iron Wolf kneeling on the ground. Iron Wolf looked up at him, eyes full of fear. Su Lin didn't speak, turned, and walked out of the iron cage. The bald big man came up, handed him a card. 10,000 points. 4 consecutive victories. His gaze at Su Lin completely changed, with some awe, some fear. After getting the points, he passed through the crowd, climbed the stairs. Behind, the whole basement was still boiling. In the corner, the small thin man lifted his phone again, filming toward the iron cage. In the lens, Su Lin's back disappeared at the stair entrance. The thin man looked down at the phone screen, hands shaking. Posted, this time really posted. That night at 11. The Awakener forum exploded again. A new video shot to the top of Hot Search. Exclusive. Evil Valley Black Fist 4th match. Level 3 newbie versus level 6 veteran. Chopping over 100 swords until surrender. Chapter 16 Su Lin's wanted status cancelled by Awakeners Association. Damn. 100 swords?
I watched the full video. This kid really swung over 100 swords, one by one. Switched hands and kept going. That Iron Wolf at level 6, S-rank attack ability, one punch over 10,000 damage, landed over 100 punches, and the kid didn't get hurt. What kind of ability is this? Level 3 takes over 100 punches from a level 6 without dying, and can even counterattack? I did the math. Iron Wolf's one punch is 10,000, over 100 punches equals 1 million damage. A level 3 has only 300 health. What kind of ability makes a level 3 have a million health? Unless his ability isn't just a simple multiplier ability. If it's not a multiplier, then what? Could it be D-level? D-level is a multiplier, but what if it's a higher level ability? I watched the live stream the day he awakened, it clearly said D-level. Could the Awakening Stone be wrong? The Awakening Stone hasn't been wrong in 100 years. Then he must have some hidden passive skill? Or maybe his equipment has some special effects? He's wearing rags, where would those special effects come from? Stop guessing, either way, this person is definitely not simple. I just want to know what expression the Su family has when they see this video. Ha ha ha, I want to know too. A citywide manhunt, $1 million bounty, and this guy's beating Black Fists in the Evil Valley, 4 wins in a row, beating opponents who are 3 levels higher. Wait, 3 levels higher? A level 3 beating a level 6, that's a 3-level difference. Yeah. A 2-level difference is already ridiculous, but 3 levels? I remember there's a saying, if you beat 1 level, you're a genius, if you beat 2 levels, you're a monster, but beating 3 levels, even an SSS level ability might not do it. SSS level? Is Su Lin SSS level? Impossible. The day he awakened, it clearly said D level. Then how do you explain him beating opponents 3 levels higher? The comments section exploded into chaos. Midnight, 12 a.m. The official account of the Awakeners Association suddenly posted an announcement regarding the review result of the Su Lin wanted notice. After an emergency review by the Level 3 Review Committee of our association, the following announcement is made regarding the wanted notice for Su Lin. 1. The Su family's wanted notice for Su Lin was not submitted in accordance with Article 37 of the Awakeners Agreement, and was not reviewed by our association. The procedure was illegal. 2. After initial investigation by our association, there is insufficient evidence to prove that Su Lin had premeditated murder. On the contrary, evidence suggests that Su Lin was attacked by a level 21 Awakener at the time of the incident, and his counterattack may have been in self-defense. 3. According to Article 42 of the Awakeners Agreement, an illegal wanted notice is immediately void. Effective immediately, the wanted notice for Su Lin is forcibly revoked nationwide. 4. Our association will form a special investigation team to conduct a comprehensive investigation into the truth of the matter. The results will be published within 7 working days. 5. During this period, no individual or organization may pursue or attack Su Lin in any form. Violators will be strictly dealt with according to the Awakeners Agreement. This is the announcement. Awakeners Association. November 7, 2054. As soon as the announcement was released, the entire internet exploded. Damn. The wanted notice has been revoked. It's been forcibly revoked. Su family must be so embarrassed. Illegal procedure? The Su family didn't follow the process when issuing the wanted notice? The 5 great powers can ignore the agreement? Looks like they got slapped in the face. Self-defense? I knew it, Su Lin was level 2, and the enemy had a level 21 guard with him. How could he have stabbed anyone first? The truth is out. That Suchin kid definitely has something wrong with him. Don't rush, there's still an investigation, results will be out in 7 working days. Investigation? Isn't it obvious now? Level 21 guard hits level 2 doesn't die, and then counters by stabbing Suchin over 20 times, is this not self-defense? Wait, level 2 survives a punch from a level 21? This goes back to the original question again. Oh, how did he survive? The comments section derailed again. In Tianqiang City, Su family. 1 a.m. The living room was brightly lit, the atmosphere was so tense it felt like it was about to explode. Su Zhentian sat at the head of the table, holding his phone, the screen showing the Awakeners Association's announcement. His face was expressionless, but the knuckles on the hand holding the phone turned white. Lin Wanqing sat beside him, her face ashen. How dare they? When did the Su family's wanted notice require their review? Su Yao bit her lip and did not speak. Su Ling lowered her head, fingers tightly gripping the corner of her clothes. Su Xiao hid in the corner, secretly scrolling on her phone. Su Chen sat in the wheelchair, his face pale, eyes red. Dad, it's all my fault, his voice trembled, if not for me, the association wouldn't have targeted us. Lin Wanqing, heart aching, hugged him tightly. Shinner, don't say that. They are unreasonable.
Suchin shook his head, tears falling. But Mom, now the wanted order is cancelled. My brother, he's safe now. As soon as the words fell, the living room suddenly became quiet for a moment. Safe. The one who was wanted by the whole city, thought to be dead in 3 days, now safe. And their Su family had become the joke of the entire internet. Su Zhentian was silent for a long time. So long that Lin Wanqing did not dare to speak. He finally spoke, voice very deep. Has Wang Fu been found? Su Ya was stunned for a moment, quickly said, Not yet, his phone cannot be reached, no one at his hometown. Su Zhentian squinted. Keep looking. He stood up and walked upstairs. At the stairway, he stopped for a moment. Notify everyone in the Su family, do not speak to outsiders during this time. Wait for the investigation results to come out. After saying this, he went upstairs. The living room became quiet. Su Chen lay on Lin Wanqing's shoulder, still crying. But no one saw, his face buried in Lin Wanqing's shoulder, his eyes were open. Eyes cold as ice. Wang Fu. That level 21 bodyguard, where is he now? 2 a.m. In the suburbs of Tianxiang City, in a rundown rental room. A middle-aged man squatted on the floor, fumbling to pack his luggage. His name was Wang Fu. Su family's level 21 bodyguard. Also the one who went with Su Chen outside the city that day. The phone suddenly rang. He looked at the caller ID, hand trembling, almost threw the phone out. Su Yao. He bit his teeth, set the phone to silent, and put it in his pocket. Kept packing. Must run. The farther he runs the better. But just as he put the last piece of clothing into his backpack, the door was suddenly kicked open. Bang! Several men in black rushed in and pinned him to the ground. Wang Fu struggled desperately. Who are you? What do you want? One man in black squatted, took out a phone, and showed him a photo. The photo was an announcement from the Awakened Association. After seeing it, Wang Fu's face turned pale. The man in black put away the phone, said coldly. Come with us. Association investigation team, please cooperate with the investigation. 3 a.m. Evil Valley. When Su Lin came out of the fighting arena, it was already completely dark outside. The streets had few people, only a few dim oil lamps swaying in the wind. He returned to the rundown small inn, paid 300 points to extend for one night, then went upstairs and lay on the bed. Took out his phone. Battery still at 80. Habitually opened the news. Then he froze. Hot search number 1, Awakened Association forcibly cancels Su Lin's wanted order. Hot search number 2, exclusive video. Su Lin's 4th battle in Evil Valley. Level 3 versus level 6. 100 sword strikes until surrender. Hot search number 3, truth revealed? Level 21 bodyguard missing, investigation team involved. Hot search number 4, 3 major academies speak again, welcome student Su Lin. He looked through them one by one, face expressionless. Wanted order cancelled. He is free. Su Lin looked at the phone screen, silent for a long time. Then he opened the class group, glanced at it. Over 999 messages, all discussing him. Wang Fatty, damn. Wanted order cancelled. Su Lin is safe. Zhang Wei, I told you, he must have been wronged. Li Shuai, did you see that video? 100 swords. Hit 100 times. Hands got tired, switched hand to continue. What willpower? Joshua, I cried, really cried, he had it so hard. Lu Yang, from today, Su Lin is my only idol. Sun Shuai, I already set his photo as my screensaver, hope I clear the first level next week. Wang Fatty, will he come back? Return to Tianxiang City? Zhang Wei, why return? With Su family's attitude, go back to suffer? Li Shuai, I heard all 3 major academies sent him invitations. If he goes, he will become a big shot. Joshua, no matter where he goes, I support him. Su Lin looked for a few seconds, then closed the group chat. Then he opened those 3 envelopes and looked at them again. Kyoto University. Magic City Academy. Dragon City Battle Academy. 3 invitations, 3 promises. He only needs to nod. Su Lin put the letters away and stuffed them under his pillow. He lay down, closed his eyes. Tomorrow, he would decide. Outside the window, the night wind of Villain Valley whistled. In the distance, the black tower reaching the sky stood in the night, silent and cold. And he, level 3, 4 wins in a row, 50 billion health, 4,778 points. Tomorrow, there would be the 5th match. He still had to fight. Because he was still not strong enough. He wanted to be strong enough one day to walk back to Sky City with dignity. Stand in front of those people. Then, Let them see with their own eyes the trash they stepped on under their feet.
Now, what he had become. Chapter 17 Level 4, 5 wins in a row, becoming God. Evening of the 5th day. The underground fighting arena of Villain Valley was completely full today. Around the iron cage, at least 8,000 people squeezed onto the stands. On the stairs, in the passages, even the corners of the walls were crowded. The air was so thick it was hard to breathe, but no one wanted to leave. Because tonight, that level 3 monster would fight level 7. Damn, 8,000 people. This broken place has never had so many. There are still people outside who can't get in, shouting at the gate. Level 3 versus level 7, once in 100 years. Who wouldn't want to see it? I heard the outside betting is open.
Betting on that kid to win pays 10 times.
10 times? They look down on him so much?
Not looking down, the difference between level 7 and level 3 is too big. Level 7 base health 700, level 3 base health only 300, even doubled is 600.
Equipment and ability boosts, level 7 hits at least 10,000 damage per punch. Can he take it with his head? Then how did he win the previous 4 fights? Also strange.
Anyway, I bet on him, 1,000 points. If he loses, just consider it a faith recharge. When Su Lin walked down from the stairs, the crowd automatically made a path. Not out of respect, but wanting to see him clearly.
Is that him? He doesn't look like much. That ragged outfit, I really don't know how he survived over 100 punches from level 6. Look at his hands, still shaking. Tired from yesterday's fight, I guess.
If he beats level 7 today, I'll eat shit. Su Lin lowered his head, quickly walked through the crowd, and entered the small room.
There were only 6 people inside today.
Levels ranged from 6 to 8, but everyone looked at him differently.
Curiosity, fear, admiration, and schadenfreude all mixed in their eyes. The girl called Aki was also there, level 7.
When she saw Su Lin enter, her eyes were complicated.
You really fight tonight? Su Lin nodded. Aki was silent for a few seconds, then walked to him and lowered her voice. I asked around.
Your opponent tonight is called Butcher, level 7, has fought more than 30 matches in the arena, lost only 5 times. His ability is Strength Boost S level, all rare equipment, one punch can hit over 25,000. Su Lin looked at her, thanks. Aki opened her mouth, wanted to say something, but finally just sighed, take care. The door opened. The bald man walked in. Everyone in the room immediately stood up. The bald man glanced at them, then his eyes landed on Su Lin. You, the 5th match. Opponent a Butcher, level 7. The room was silent for a second. Someone gasped. Butcher. The Butcher who could kill the same level with one punch. Su Lin's face showed no expression, he just nodded. The bald man looked at him, eyes complicated. Kid, do you know how many people outside bet on you to win tonight? Su Lin didn't speak. The bald man continued, at least 3,000. If you lose, they all have to curse their mothers. Su Lin finally spoke, voice very calm. I will not lose. The bald man froze, then laughed loudly. All right. Brave. Get ready. First match, second match, third match, fourth match. Some fell in the cage, some stood in the cage, some never came out again. Finally. 5th match. Level 3 newcomer. Opponent level 7 Butcher. Bet now if you dare. The entire basement exploded with a boom. Here it comes, here it comes. Butcher. 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 Kid. 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 The shouts from both sides collided, making ears ring. Su Lin stood up and walked out. At the door, Achi suddenly grabbed him. Her eyes were a little red, she squeezed his hand tightly. Come back alive. Su Lin looked at her and nodded. He pushed the door open and went out. He walked through the crowd toward the iron cage. The shouts around surged like a tide, but he couldn't hear a single word. He just kept his head down, walking step by step. He walked into the iron cage. A man stood opposite him. 2 meters tall, his muscles bulging like rock, a bald head with a blood-red butcher tattoo. Chest mark 7. He wore all black combat armor, stained with dark red blood. On his hands were huge metal gloves, with 5 gems inlaid, glowing faintly under the light. Level 7 rare gloves, attack plus 500, special effect, critical rate plus 10%. Level 7 rare armor, HP plus 5000. Level 7 strength rings, 2 attack plus 200, HP plus 2000. As for Su Lin himself. Ordinary clothes, 3 levels lower in rank. HP, 50 billion. Attack, 50, base 30 plus sword 20. The butcher looked down at him and grinned. Level 3? All in rags? He twisted his neck, bones cracking. The match began, same as yesterday, octagon cage, small space, no escape, only attack, both sides directly attacking, ignoring defense. They kept fighting like this. After 100 rounds, neither had a single unbroken spot.
After 200 rounds, both were exhausted, but still attacking. After 300 rounds, the opponent's HP finally bottomed out, one more hit and he would die. The opponent immediately knelt down and shouted, "I surrender! Stop cutting! I surrender!" The entire basement went silent. Deathly silent. Over 8,000 people widened their eyes, staring at the scene in the iron cage.
A level 7 butcher, kneeling before a level 4 kid, raising both hands, trembling all over.
The bald man froze for several seconds before suddenly reacting. Win 1. Level 3 newbie wins. 5 wins in a row. Boom. The whole basement exploded. Shit 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 shit. What the hell is this monster? I lost 5,000 points. Damn it. I won 30,000. Haha, I won 30,000. He cut over 300 times? Level 4 against level 7, forcing him to surrender? Is this even human? What kind of ability? What is this ability? I give up. I totally give up. Deified. After tonight, this kid is deified.
Su Lin stood in the center of the iron cage, left hand holding the sword, right hand hanging, slightly shaking.
Over 300 cuts, his hand was numb. But his face showed no expression. He looked down at the kneeling butcher. The butcher looked up at him, eyes full of fear.
Su Lin said nothing, turning to walk out of the iron cage. The bald man came up, handing him a card.
15,000 points. 5 wins in a row.
The way he looked at Su Lin was no longer just respect, but fanaticism.
Kid, you are a once-in-a-century genius.
Su Lin took the card, said nothing, and walked out. Through the crowd, up the stairs. Behind him, the entire basement was still boiling. In the corner, the thin man held his phone again, the camera following Su Lin's back, hands shaking like a sieve.
Posted this time, really posted. At midnight that day.
The Awakener forum completely crashed. Not because the server broke, but because online users reached the highest number in history. The top 10 trending searches were all Su Lin.
Exclusive video: Evil Valley Black Fist 5th match.
Level 4 newbie versus level 7 butcher. 450 sword cuts until surrender.
23 million views. In-depth analysis: what exactly is Su Lin's ability?
Level 4 holding off level 7 over hundreds of punches, HP at least tens of millions. Expert interview: if true, this could be the strongest HP enhancing ability in 100 years, chief researcher of the Awakener Association. Comparison chart: Su Lin vs Su Chen, one level 3 fighting level 7, the other SSS level Heavenly Thunder Lord ability.
Who is the real genius?
The truth revealed: level 21 guard Wang Fu has been taken into custody by the investigation team.
Preliminary confession: that day, Su Chen asked him to teach Su Lin a lesson. The Su family stays silent. Su Jintian has not spoken yet.
Sources say he is furious.
The 3 major universities speak again. Kyoto University, the spot is always available. Magic City University, Mr. Yin Zhongzi is waiting for you. Dragon City War Academy, stop talking, just come. Su Chen's response?
Reporters are waiting outside the Su family house.
Su Chen hasn't left his house, reportedly emotionally collapsed.
Netizens heated discussion: I owe Su Lin an apology, me too, +1, plus 10,086.
Awakeners Association, the investigation results will be announced soon.
Please wait patiently.
The comments section is unreadable now. The posts are flooding in too fast, hundreds of comments per second, impossible to read.
But one comment was pushed to the top, with over 3 million likes.
At 1 a.m. in Tianqiang City, the Su family.
In the living room, the air pressure is so low it feels suffocating. Su Jintian is sitting in the main seat, with 3 phones in front of him, all filled with news about Su Lin. Lin Wanqing is sitting beside him, her face pale, unable to say a word. Su Yao is looking down, her fingers tightly clutching her clothes. Su Ling is biting her lip, her eyes a bit red. Su Xiaoxiao is hiding in the corner, secretly scrolling through her phone, occasionally looking up, then quickly lowering her head again.
Su Chen is sitting in a wheelchair, his face frighteningly pale. Dad.
His voice trembles. I
really didn't know Wang Fu would do that. I just asked him to protect me, not to attack. Su Jintian doesn't speak. Tears fall from Su Chen's eyes. Dad, please believe me, I really didn't want to hurt brother.
Lin Wanqing feels heartbroken, pulls him into a hug. Chun'er, stop talking.
Mom believes you.
Su Jintian finally speaks, his voice heavy.
Wang Fu has already spoken.
The living room falls silent immediately.
Su Chen's body stiffens.
Su Zhentian looks at him, his eyes as complex as a deep pool of water.
He said it was you who asked him to teach Su Lin a lesson that day.
Su Chen's face turns as white as paper. Dad, he's lying.
He must have been forced by the investigation team. Su Zhentian doesn't speak, just looks at him.
That gaze sends a chill down Su Chen's spine.
Silence lingers for a long time. Long enough that Lin Wanqing doesn't dare to speak. Su Zhentian finally stands up. Let's wait for the investigation results.
He walks upstairs. At the stairs, he pauses for a moment. From today on, you are not allowed to leave the house without my permission.
Su Chen's body trembles. Su Zhentian doesn't look back, he walks upstairs.
The living room is terrifyingly quiet. Su Chen lowers his head, his shoulders slightly shaking.
But no one sees that beneath his lowered eyelids, his gaze is as cold as ice. At 2 a.m. In Evil Valley, in a shabby small inn. Su Lin is lying on the bed, looking at his phone.
On the screen is a comment about him. The strongest awakened one with the greatest bloodline in 100 years.
He smiles faintly. The strongest in 100 years? If you guys knew my bloodline is 500 billion, would you be scared to death?
He puts the phone down and closes his eyes.
Today was exhausting.
Over 300 swords, and his hands are still shaking.
But inside, he feels unprecedentedly light.
The bounty order has been lifted.
The truth is about to be revealed. He is free. More importantly, he has proven himself.
Not for the Su family, but for himself.
Outside the window, the night breeze gently blows in. It's time to choose a university. At 3 a.m. Kyoto University Awakened Academy, the dean's office.
Zhou Mingyuan sits at his desk, holding a document.
The document contains Su Lin's detailed information.
From the day of awakening to the 5 consecutive victories in Evil Valley, each battle record, each data analysis.
He reads it over and over again. 100 times? 1,000 times? Or 10,000 times? He mutters to himself. The phone on the desk suddenly rings. He picks it up.
Dean, Chen Xuesong from Magic City University is calling. He wants to discuss Su Lin's matter with you.
Zhou Mingyuan laughs.
Tell him, it's up to each one's abilities, don't think about alliances.
He hangs up the phone and looks over the document again. Then he picks up another phone. Get me Dragon City War Academy. At 4 a.m. The deans of the 3 major universities are on a 3-way call.
Zhou Mingyuan, Kyoto, let's speak openly.
Su Lin is the one we've decided on for Kyoto University. Chen Xuesong, Magic City, why? Our Mr. Yun Zhengzi himself spoke up, can you beat that?
The person from Dragon City Battle Academy, last name Zhang, nickname Old Zhang, stop talking nonsense, let's fight, whoever wins takes him.
Zhou Mingyuan, how old are you? Chen Xuesong, exactly, childish. Old Zhang, so, what do you think we should do? Silence for a few seconds.
Zhou Mingyuan, let him choose for himself.
Chen Xuesong, agreed. Old Zhang, alright.
But no matter who he chooses, the other 2 can't cause any trouble.
Zhou Mingyuan, alright. Chen Xuesong, deal.
The call ended, and the 3 of them sat in their respective offices, gazing out at the night sky.
By dawn, what choice will the boy make? No one knew. But they knew, no matter who he chose, from that moment on, the name Su Lin would never be looked down upon by anyone again. The 6th morning.
Su Lin was awakened by the sunlight. He opened his eyes, and outside the window was a rare sunny day, sunlight pouring through the broken window, casting a bright spot on the floor. He sat up and stretched his shoulders. His hands were still sore, but much better than last night.
He took out his phone and checked the time. It was 8 a.m.
Then he froze.
Unread messages, 999 plus. He clicked it.
It was all private messages. Some were from classmates, some from strangers, some claiming to be reporters, and others saying, I'm your long-lost relative. He didn't reply to any, just cleared all of them. Then he opened the news.
Trending number 1, Su Lin may choose his university today. Trending number 2, 3 university deans held a meeting overnight, reportedly reached a tacit agreement. Trending number 3, Evil Valley leader states, no interference, let him choose.
Trending number 4, latest update from the Su family, Su Chen grounded, Su Zhentian silent.
Trending number 5, Awakened Association, investigation results to be announced tomorrow. He read through them all without any visible expression.
Then he opened the 3 envelopes again and read them once more.
Kyoto University. Magic City Academy. Dragon City Battle Academy. It's time to choose.
He thought for a moment, then opened the contacts list.
The first call, made to Kyoto University. It rang twice before connecting. A warm middle-aged man's voice, "Hello, Kyoto University Awakening Academy. This is Su Lin." There was a brief silence on the other end, then the voice changed, now with a hint of excitement, "Su Lin? Please wait, I'll transfer you to the dean right away." After a few seconds, another voice sounded, steady and powerful, "Su Lin, I'm Zhou Mingyuan." "Su Lin, hello, Dean Zhou." Zhou Mingyuan chuckled, "Let's get to the point. Have you made up your mind?" "Su Lin, I have a few questions." Zhou Mingyuan, go ahead. "Su Lin, if I choose Kyoto University, what can you offer me?"
Zhou Mingyuan, a temporary protection spot, full scholarship, 100,000 points per year, one-on-one guidance from a mentor, and resource advantages. Additionally, if you're willing, you can join our elite class and study with the top geniuses in the country.
Su Lin was silent for 2 seconds. Second question. If I choose Kyoto University, what about the Su family?
Zhou Mingyuan interrupted him, "The Su family wouldn't dare touch you.
This is Kyoto, not Tianqiong City. No matter how strong Su Zhentian is, he wouldn't dare to act recklessly on Kyoto University's turf." Su Lin, all right. Third question. Aren't you afraid my ability might have issues? Zhou Mingyuan laughed, "What issues? Strong is strong, weak is weak. We don't care what your ability is. We only care whether you can become stronger." Su Lin was silent for a few seconds. "Thank you, Dean Zhou. I'll think about it some more." He hung up the phone. The second call, made to Magic City Academy.
A woman's voice answered, quick and straightforward, "Magic City Academy admissions office."
"This is Su Lin." There was a brief silence on the other end, then the woman's voice noticeably raised in pitch, "Su Lin? Wait. I'll find the dean right away."
A few seconds later, another voice came on, still female, but more steady, "Su Lin, I'm Chen Shuasong."
"Su Lin, hello, Dean Chen." Chen Shuasong laughed, "Let's get to the point. What do you want to ask?" "Su Lin, if I choose Magic City Academy, what can you offer me?"
Chen Shuasong, a temporary protection spot, full scholarship, 120,000 points per year.
The mentor will guide you one-on-one.
Also, Mr. Yun Zhongzi has said he is willing to personally guide you. Su Lin's heart moved.
Yun Zhongzi.
One of the 5 great powerhouses.
That wandering cultivator boss.
Chen Shuasong continued, "Mr. Yun Zhongzi asked me to tell you something, your ability is very interesting, it might lead the country to go further."
Su Lin was silent for 2 seconds. Second question. Regarding the Su family.
Chen Shuasong interrupted him, "The Magic City Academy is not in Tianqiong City, the Su family can't reach that far. Also, Mr. Yun Zhongzi and Su Zhentian are not on good terms. With you here, Su Zhentian won't dare to touch you."
Su Lin, all right. Thank you, Director Chen. He hung up the phone.
The third call was to Longqing Battle Academy. A rough male voice answered the phone, his voice booming like thunder, "Longqing Battle Academy.
Speak." "Su Lin, this is Su Lin." There was a moment of silence on the other end, then the man laughed loudly, "Ha ha. I knew you'd call. Wait, I'll find the dean."
A few seconds later, another voice came, also male, with a deep voice like a stone hitting the ground.
"Su Lin, it's old Zhang." "Su Lin, hello, Dean Zhang." "Old Zhang, stop wasting time, say it directly, are you coming or not?" Su Lin was silent for a second, "I want to know what you can offer me."
"Old Zhang, elite class, full equipment, full points, the mentor is level 80.
Also, if you're willing, you can train under Senior Zhan Tianxiong." Su Lin's heart shook. Zhan Tianxiong.
The number 1 of the 5 great powerhouses, the first in the military. Old Zhang continued, "Senior Zhan looked at your video and said one thing, this kid is interesting, let him come to Longqing Battle Academy."
Su Lin took a deep breath. Second question. Regarding the Su family.
Old Zhang interrupted directly, "If Su Zhentian dares to come to Longqing Battle Academy to take someone, I'll punch him to death."
Su Lin almost laughed out loud. "All right. Thank you, Dean Zhang." He hung up the phone.
He sat on the bed, staring out of the window, lost in thought.
3 academies, 3 promises, 3 backers. Which one should he choose?
He thought for a moment, then opened his phone and searched for information about the 3 academies. Kyoto University, the longest history, the deepest foundation, and the most powerful people. But there are also many rules, with tons of restrictions. Magic City Academy, rich and powerful, with the most resources, and Yun Zhongzi stationed there. But the business atmosphere is too strong, some say it feels more like a company than a school. Longqing Battle Academy, the strongest in practical combat, with the least rules, and Zhan Tianxiong stationed there. But the training is the hardest, with the highest dropout rate, and there are always people dropping out every year. He read through them, and the more he read, the more conflicted he became. Just as he was thinking, his phone suddenly rang.
An unknown number. He picked up the phone.
An old voice slowly spoke. "Kid, have you decided?"
Su Lin was stunned for a moment. "Who are you?"
"The leader of Evil Valley."
Su Lin almost threw the phone away. The level 88 killing god took the initiative to call him?
The valley leader chuckled and said slowly, "Don't be nervous, I'm just asking. You fought 5 times in Evil Valley, and brought quite a lot of traffic here. The points share increased a lot, so consider it a favor I owe you."
Su Lin didn't know what to say.
The valley leader continued, "I won't interfere with your university choice, but here's a suggestion: choose the one that suits you, not the strongest."
Su Lin was silent for 2 seconds. "Thank you, valley leader."
The valley leader chuckled,
"Alright, I'm hanging up. In the future, if you need anything in Evil Valley, you can use my name." The phone hung up.
Su Lin stared at the phone, stunned for a few seconds.
A favor from the leader of Evil Valley?
This thing is worth more than the invitations from the 3 academies. He took a deep breath and put the phone down. Then he closed his eyes and thought seriously. What's best for him? He thought of his 5 battles in the black fighting ring. Each fight, he had to endure and fight. Each fight, he won with the most clumsy methods.
His ability was just thick skin. Nothing else.
His attack power was pitifully low, no control skills, no healing skills, no flashy abilities.
He was just a blood cow. Purely. So, which academy is the best for a blood cow? Kyoto University, strong in theoretical research, but maybe not in practical combat. Magic City Academy.
The resources are rich, but the commercial atmosphere is heavy. The Dragon City Battle Academy, the strongest in real combat, the most unruly, with the highest elimination rate.
But what does being the strongest in real combat mean?
It means that a blood cow like him can learn how to push his advantages to the extreme. It means that there are level 80 mentors, and powerful figures like Zhang Tianxiong, who can teach him how to survive in real combat. It means that he can continue to fight, continue to endure, and continue to grow stronger. Su Lin opened his eyes. He picked up his phone and dialed the number.
"Hello, is this the Dragon City Battle Academy? I'm Su Lin. I choose you." There was a moment of silence on the other end, then old Zhang's loud voice exploded. "Ha! Good. You have good taste. Wait at the Evil Valley, I'll send someone to pick you up." "Su Lin, no need to trouble, I'll."
Old Zhang interrupted him, "Stop talking nonsense. If you go out of Evil Valley alone, there will be plenty of people wanting to catch you to exchange for points. Wait there. I'll be there this afternoon."
The phone hung up.
Su Lin looked at his phone, both amused and helpless.
This afternoon? From the Dragon City Battle Academy to Evil Valley, it's over 2,000 miles. How could he arrive by this afternoon? But an hour later, he knew the answer.
A booming sound suddenly came from above Evil Valley. Everyone looked up, their pupils shrinking sharply. A large black flying vehicle was slowly descending. The flying vehicle had a blood-red fist logo on it.
Dragon City Battle Academy. Holy crap! The flying vehicle of Dragon City Battle Academy. It's going straight into Evil Valley? Are they crazy? They are here to pick up Su Lin. Just picking someone up, do they need such a big show? Look at the logo on that flying vehicle, that's Zhang Tianxiong's vehicle. Zhang Tianxiong? The leader of the 5 strongest? The whole Evil Valley was in an uproar. The flying vehicle landed steadily at the valley entrance.
The hatch opened, and a figure stepped out. Over 80 years old, his hair graying, but his back straight as a spear. Wearing black combat attire, with an 80-level badge on his chest. He glanced at the crowd and spoke lightly. "Where is Su Lin?" His voice was not loud, but it buzzed in everyone's ears.
An 80-level pressure is not something to joke about.
Su Lin walked out from the crowd. The old man looked at him, scanning him up and down, then smiled. "Kid, come with me." Su Lin nodded and followed him toward the flying vehicle. Behind them, everyone in Evil Valley was watching. Some envied, some were jealous, some were so excited they danced. Holy crap, an 80-level person came personally to pick him up. Su Lin's face is huge. Dragon City Battle Academy really treats him like treasure. From today on, this kid is going to rise. Su Lin boarded the flying vehicle. The hatch slowly closed. The flying vehicle rose and flew north. He looked through the window, watching the Evil Valley get smaller and smaller below. A few days ago, he had rushed into this place as if running for his life. A few days later, he was leaving in a flying vehicle of an 80-level expert. He took a deep breath and leaned back in his seat. Outside the window, the clouds churned. In the distance, a new world was waiting for him.
Chapter 18, Enrollment, Elite Class.
The flying vehicle passed through the clouds, heading north. Su Lin leaned back in his seat, looking at the scenery outside the window. This was his first time on a flying vehicle, and also his first time leaving Tianqiong City this far. "Kid, are you nervous?" The old man sitting opposite spoke, his voice deep like a stone hitting the ground.
Su Lin shook his head, "Not really."
The old man laughed, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. "My name is Leijin, level 80, head coach of the elite class at Dragon City Battle Academy.
From now on, you'll be under my command."
Su Lin nodded. "Good day, Coach Lei."
Leijin looked him up and down, his eyes full of curiosity.
"I've seen your video. Level 3 against level 7, took over 300 punches, and forced your opponent to surrender.
Kid, tell me honestly, what's your special ability?" Su Lin fell silent for a second.
He knew he would have to face this question sooner or later. But he couldn't tell the truth.
A billion times health? That kind of ability would be terrifying if spoken out loud. And right now, he wasn't strong enough. What if someone had ill intentions? D-class, health enhancement, he said calmly.
Leijin froze for a moment, then laughed loudly.
D-level? Are you kidding me?
Su Lin remained silent.
Leijin laughed enough, waved his hand. "All right, if you don't want to talk, fine.
Anyway, once we get to Dragon City Battle Academy, your true abilities will eventually be revealed. But let me be clear, no matter what your ability is, as long as you don't harm others, the Academy will protect you. Anyone who dares to touch you, I'll be the first one to oppose." Su Lin felt warmth in his heart.
"Thank you, Instructor Lei."
Leijin grinned. "Don't thank me too early. The elite class training is tough, just don't start crying and begging to go home when the time comes." The aircraft flew for another 2 hours. Su Lin looked through the window and saw a massive group of buildings in the distance. It was a city, but completely different from Sky City. There were no skyscrapers, no bustling streets, only black training grounds, combat simulation rooms, and equipment warehouses.
In the center of the city stood a towering sky-piercing tower, its black body emitting a chilling aura.
Above the city hung 4 giant words.
Dragon City Battle Academy.
Leijin stood up. "We're here." The aircraft slowly descended and landed in a massive plaza. The cabin door opened, and Su Lin followed Leijin out. There were already quite a few people standing in the plaza. Some were instructors in combat uniforms, some students carrying weapons, and a few deep-breathing middle-aged people. These were the senior students. All eyes were on Su Lin.
"Is that him? The one who fought in illegal boxing? He beat a level 7 with a level 3 ability? Is that for real?"
"I saw the video, he took over 300 punches."
"So weird. What kind of ability is so insane?"
"I heard it's a D-level enhancement of physical strength, but it's definitely more than that." Su Lin lowered his head, following behind Leijin through the crowd. Leijin led him into a building, up to the 3rd floor, and opened a door. Behind the door was a massive classroom. There were more than 30 people sitting inside, all about 17 or 18 years old, all freshmen. When they saw Su Lin enter, all eyes turned to him.
"No way, Su Lin? The guy who fought in illegal boxing? He really came to Dragon City Battle Academy? I watched him fight a level 7 yesterday, and today he's our classmate?" The classroom immediately exploded into noise.
Leijin clapped his hands. "Quiet."
The room instantly went silent. Leijin pointed to an empty seat next to the podium. "Su Lin, you sit there." Su Lin nodded and walked over to sit down.
Leijin glanced at the crowd, then spoke in a deep voice. "Everyone is here. Tomorrow is Sunday, and the 3rd level of the Sky Tower will be open. You will form your own teams and come up with your tactics. I don't care how you fight, but there's one rule: everyone must clear the level. If anyone slows down the team, they can get out of the elite class." After speaking, he turned and left. The door closed. The classroom was quiet for a few seconds. Then, all eyes turned to Su Lin. Su Lin sat in his seat with a blank expression.
He glanced around the classroom. More than 30 people, all wearing badges on their chests, with numbers engraved on them, 3. They were all level 3. Just like him. But the aura these people gave off was stronger than any level 3 he had ever seen. He could feel that any one of these people, if taken out, could easily crush their peers from other schools. This was the elite class. The top freshmen from across the country, all gathered here. "Hey!" a voice sounded.
Su Lin looked up. It was a boy sitting in the front row, about 17 or 18 years old, handsome, with striking silver hair. He wore a badge on his chest with the number 3, and beneath it, there were small words: SSS level ability, Lord of Frost. The silver-haired boy looked Su Lin up and down, his eyes carrying a hint of scrutiny.
"You're the Su Lin who fought in illegal boxing?" Su Lin nodded. The silver-haired boy let out a small laugh, stood up, and walked toward him. He reached Su Lin and looked down at him from above. I'm Han Bing, SSS level Lord of Frost ability. I heard you can take over 300 punches from a level 7? Su Lin didn't speak.
Han Bing extended his right hand, a faint blue light glowing in his palm. The temperature around them dropped several degrees.
Let me give it a try.
As soon as he spoke, he slapped his palm towards Su Lin's chest.
Bang! Minus 5,000.
Su Lin took a step back and steadied himself.
Han Bing froze. He looked at his own hand, then at Su Lin, his expression changed. You're okay? Su Lin glanced down at his chest.
A thin layer of ice had formed on his clothes, but his skin didn't even turn red. He raised his head and looked at Han Bing.
Done hitting? Han Bing's face changed.
He suddenly stepped back, both palms extended.
A wave of cold air howled toward Su Lin. Bang! Minus 5,000. Su Lin stepped back again. Still nothing happened.
Han Bing was completely stunned.
This can't be.
He gritted his teeth, his hands pressed together, blue light radiated from his palms. The temperature around dropped drastically, and the windows in the classroom began to freeze.
Frost explosion. Boom.
A terrifying cold wave surged from Han Bing's palms and slammed into Su Lin.
Minus 15,000.
Su Lin took 3 steps back and steadied himself. He patted the ice shards on his body and looked at Han Bing.
Done yet?
Han Bing opened his mouth wide, unable to say a word.
The classroom fell into complete silence.
Everyone stared with wide eyes at the scene. A genius with SSS-level abilities, attacking with full force 3 times, and the other side was completely fine? What kind of monster is this? Holy crap! Someone muttered softly, this is outrageous. Han Bing's face alternated between blue and white, and he finally gritted his teeth and said, what kind of ability do you have?
Su Lin looked at him and calmly said, D-level, health enhancement.
The classroom was quiet for a second.
Then.
Bullshit. A girl stood up, D-level health enhancement, at most 600 health at level 3, and Han Bing's attack was at least 15,000 damage, how could you possibly take it? Su Lin glanced at her. The girl was about 17 or 18, with red hair and sharp eyes.
The badge on her chest read SSS level ability, Lord of Flames. Another SSS level.
Su Lin withdrew his gaze and said indifferently, guess. The red-haired girl was choked. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but found she couldn't argue. Because Su Lin was just standing there, perfectly fine.
Facts speak louder than words. The classroom fell into complete silence.
Everyone's gaze towards Su Lin changed. There was shock, curiosity, wariness, admiration. And a few others, their eyes lit up. Damn, this health, it's so freaking insane. No wonder he could take 300 punches from a level 7. If he joins a team, who could even hurt him? He's basically a walking tank. What tank? This is a divine shield. Han Bing stood still, his face extremely unpleasant.
He was an SSS-level genius, someone everyone had looked up to since childhood. Yet today, after giving his all in 3 attacks, the other person didn't even flinch.
He had never felt such a sense of defeat. But he was not someone who couldn't accept defeat. After a few seconds of silence, he suddenly smiled.
All right, you're impressive.
He walked back to his seat, sat down, and gave Su Lin a thumbs up.
I admit it. Su Lin looked at him, nodded, and didn't speak.
The red-haired girl also sat down but kept her eyes on Su Lin, with a hint of defiance in her gaze.
What's the use of being able to take hits? Your attack power is too low.
I've seen your punching video, one sword only deals a few dozen damage. With that kind of output, you'd only drag the team down. Just as she finished speaking, another voice spoke up.
You don't understand shit.
The red-haired girl froze and turned to look. It was a boy, sitting in a corner, around 17 or 18, with messy black hair, looking a bit disheveled. The badge on his chest read SSS level ability, Shadow Assassination. The black-haired boy lazily said, he has low attack power, but he can take hits. Tomorrow on the 3rd floor, 2 healing slimes, healing 50 per second, and it can stack. If both heal the same wild boar, it'll heal 100 per second. If the output isn't enough, it's impossible to kill. He paused and looked at Su Lin. But if he's in the front taking hits, we don't need to worry about defense and can focus on full output. With him as the tank, the chance of clearing increases by at least 30%.
The red-haired girl opened her mouth, but couldn't say anything.
Because the black-haired boy was right. Don't be fooled by the fact that there's just a little over 10,000 damage, that's because his ability amplifies the attack by 100 times at the SSS level. If he took damage, his health wouldn't increase, it would never go beyond 1,000, and if he was surrounded carelessly, he could die immediately, so he needed the main shield to block. And Su Lin was the perfect meat shield.
The others in the classroom realized it too. Right. Let him take the monsters, we deal the damage. Wow, this is the chosen tea.
I was worried about not getting a good tea tomorrow, and now it's delivered.
Su Lin. Team with me. My output will explode. Go away, team with me. I'm SS level lightning power, my attack is solid. Don't fight over me, I said it first.
For a moment, the classroom was as noisy as a vegetable market. Su Lin sat in his seat, watching them fight to team with him, his face expressionless.
But inside, it was a little complicated. A few days ago, he was still the D-level useless person mocked by the whole city. Now, a group of SS level and SSS level geniuses fought to team with him.
This world changed so fast.
Chapter 19, 4-person team, clearing the third layer. Enough, enough. A voice rang out, quieting all the noise.
Everyone turned to look, it was the red-haired girl, the SSS level flame master.
She stood up, arms crossed, scanning everyone. Why are you noisy? Teaming depends on the setup, not who yells louder.
She looked at Su Lin, her eyes still a little unwilling, but her tone softened a lot. Su Lin, team with me. My output is enough, plus 1 assassin, 1 secondary output, for people can pass steadily.
As soon as she finished, Han Bing stood up. Why team with you? I can too. The red-haired girl glanced at him. You? You just hit him 3 times, he's fine, and you still dare to team?
Han Bing's face darkened. That was testing.
Testing, understand? Testing is over, you lost, and still have the face to speak? You.
The two were about to argue, when the black-haired boy in the corner spoke up. Stop fighting, let him choose himself.
All eyes turned sharply to Su Lin. Su Lin was silent for 2 seconds.
I choose, he paused. Who has the highest output? The red-haired girl immediately raised her hand. Me.
SSS level flame master, highest attack in the class. Han Bing was unwilling to be outdone. I'm SSS level frost master, my output is not lower. Plus control. The black-haired boy in the corner said lazily, I'm SSS level shadow assassin, single point burst higher than them all, but less sustained.
Su Lin thought for a moment. Then you 3, plus me, 4-person team. The red-haired girl was stunned. 3 people?
Just us 3? Han Bing was also stunned. You want me to team with her? The black-haired boy raised an eyebrow. Interesting.
The red-haired girl and Han Bing exchanged a glance, both showing a little dislike, but no one refused.
Because they all knew, with Su Lin as the meat shield, plus their 3 outputs, the third layer was basically a guaranteed pass. Okay. The red-haired girl nodded. Then it's decided. I'm Yen Yen.
She pointed at Han Bing. He's Han Bing, that lazy one is Ingren.
Han Bing snorted, said nothing.
Ingren lazily waved his hand, as a greeting.
Su Lin nodded, I'm Su Lin.
Yen Yen rolled her eyes. No need to say, everyone knows your name is Su Lin. The others in the classroom saw the team slots taken, side one by one, but could do nothing. The 4 of them were truly the strongest setup, impossible to beat.
Okay, go, find your own teammates.
Yen Yen waved her hand, like shooing flies. Everyone slowly dispersed, leaving only the 4 of them in the classroom.
Yen Yen walked in front of Su Lin, looking him up and down. Your attack power? I watched your boxing video, 1 sword only a few dozen damage, really? Su Lin didn't hide. 50. 50?
Yen Yen widened her eyes. You're level 3, naked attack 30, weapon adds 20, total 50?
Su Lin nodded. Yen Yen gasped. Wow, your attack power is too low, right?
My naked attack 30, weapon is level 3 rare long sword, adds 80, total 110. With ability 100-fold boost, 1 punch over 10,000. Han Bing also spoke, about the same, also 100-fold boost, attack about 12,000. Ingren lazily said, my ability is not attack boost, it increases burst damage, not sustained attack, so my numbers are different. This is an assassination enhancement, single target damage can reach 20,000, but the sustainability is poor. Su Lin listened to the data from the 3 people, silently comparing in his mind.
His attack, 50. Their attack, over 10,000. A difference of more than 200 times.
But he has 50 billion health. The 3 of them, combined, have less than 3,000 health.
Flame looked at him with a complicated expression. Your attack power really relies on tanking, huh? Su Lin nodded,
Flame fell silent for 2 seconds, then suddenly smiled. Alright, you can tank, and we can hit.
Perfect cooperation.
Cold Ice also smiled. Tomorrow, 3rd level, let's show those who look down on us what the strongest combination looks like.
Shadowblade yawned. Stop talking, let's go eat. I'm hungry.
The 4 of them walked out of the classroom. The cafeteria of Longqing Battle Academy is huge, like a giant sports stadium. Inside, it was crowded, with students in combat uniforms everywhere. Su Lin, holding a tray, followed the three of them and found a corner to sit. He had only eaten a couple of bites when he suddenly felt countless gazes falling on him.
Is that Su Lin?
Yeah, the one who fought in illegal fights, the level 3 beating level 7 guy.
Damn, doesn't look like much, just wearing ragged gear. What do you know? He can tank, so the gear doesn't matter. He teamed up with Flame, Cold Ice, and Shadow Blade?
With this team, the third level tomorrow is a guaranteed win. Of course, with 4 monsters together, how can it not be stable?
Whispers kept coming from all around.
Su Lin kept his head down, focusing on his food.
Flame glanced at him and suddenly asked, "Hey, Su Lin, what exactly is your ability? Can you tell the truth?" Su Lin chewed the meat in his mouth, silent for 2 seconds, then said, "Health enhancement."
No shit, everyone knows it's health enhancement, but how many times has it been enhanced? Cold Ice leaned in, D-grade is 2 times, but you must have more than that. Su Lin looked at him, calmly said, "Guess."
Cold Ice was choked.
Flame rolled his eyes, "Forget it, if you don't want to say, then don't.
Anyway, we'll know once the fight starts tomorrow." After finishing their meal, the 4 of them returned to their dormitories. The dorms at Longqing Battle Academy were much better than the Broken Inn in Evil Man's Valley.
Single rooms, with a bed, a desk, an independent bathroom, and training equipment hanging on the walls.
Su Lin lay on the bed, took out his phone. He opened the news, and the top trending topic was still about him. Su Lin confirmed to join Longqing Battle Academy.
War Tianxiong personally sent someone to pick him up.
The comments section was boiling.
Damn, Longqing Battle Academy struck gold.
War Tianxiong personally sent someone? This face is too big. From now on, Su Lin is a part of Longqing Battle Academy. The Su family still dares to touch him?
The Su family is now busy with themselves. I heard Su Chen was grounded, and Wang Fu was also arrested.
The truth is out. Su Chen really is a green tea.
I've never liked that guy, always grinning, obviously not a good person.
Su Lin scrolled down, his face showing no expression.
Then he opened the class group. 999 plus messages.
Fat Wang, damn. Su Lin went to Longqing Battle Academy.
Zhang Wei, Longqing Battle Academy.
The strongest practical academy in the country.
Li Shuai, from now on, he'll be a big shot, and we haven't even passed the first level yet. Zhao Shui, don't say anymore, I'm crying.
Lu Yang, Su Lin is awesome. Forever a god.
Sun Shui, he's still my screensaver, may he help me clear the first level next week.
Su Lin glanced at the messages for a few seconds, then closed the group chat.
Tomorrow, the third level of the Sky Tower.
Sunday, 7 a.m.
The entrance of the Sky Tower at Longqing Battle Academy was packed with people. Today is the day the third level opens, and all level 3 students must challenge it today. Some are alone, some are in teams, but without exception, everyone is wearing brand new equipment, their faces full of nervousness and excitement. The 4 of them stood on the edge of the crowd. Flame wore a red battlesuit, holding a long fire-patterned sword, the blade faintly glowing with fire. Cold Ice wore a silver-white light armor, with an ice-blue short sword hanging at his waist, and the surrounding temperature was several degrees lower than elsewhere. Shadow Blade still looked lazy, wearing a black tight suit, playing with 2 short blades in his hands. Only Su Lin, still in that tattered gear.
A washed-out old coat, frayed cuffs, pants a bit too short. Yen Yen looked at him, twitching the corner of his mouth. "Can't you just buy some new gear?"
Su Lin shook his head, "No need."
Han Bing interrupted, "You have quite a few points, right? 5 wins in a row should have added up." Su Lin didn't answer.
He did have a lot of points, 32,778, enough to buy a set of rare gear and still have leftover.
But he didn't want to buy.
Because he realized, the small amount of health gear gives, after being multiplied a billion times, the value is ridiculously high. A level 3 rare armor gives plus 1,200 health, costs 10,000 points in the store. Others buy it, plus 1,200 health. He buys it, plus 1,200 times billion equals 120 billion health.
120 billion health, what does that mean?
But he still didn't want to buy. Because he wanted to save points for more important things. As for gear, he could buy it later when entering the Tower of Heaven, after clearing it, when he really needed it, for now his health was enough.
Enough, stop worrying about his gear.
Ingren yawned, even if he goes in naked, he won't die. Yen Yen and Han Bing exchanged a glance, helplessly nodding. Though rough, it made sense.
Su Lin's health really didn't need gear.
The light gate slowly opened.
People began walking inside.
Yen Yen took a deep breath. "Let's go, let those people see what the strongest team looks like." The 4 walked toward the light gate.
All eyes around focused on them again. Look, Su Lin and them are going in. For monsters together, this setup is solid. Not sure, third floor failure rate is 45%, not a joke. With Su Lin tanking, what's there to fear? True. A flash of light, the four disappeared at the gate. The scene changed. It was a huge stone chamber, twice the size of the second floor. The walls were carved with iron gray runes, the floor was rough stone slabs, trampled by wild boars everywhere. In the center, 7 monsters stared at them. 20 iron-armored wild boars, covered in hard iron gray skin, 2 thick long tusks stained with dark red blood. They lined up, digging the ground with hind hooves, steam coming from their nostrils. 8 healing slimes, soft and squishy, squatted behind the boars, glowing green, breathing in waves. Ding! Entered Tower of Heaven 3rd floor. Monsters, iron-armored wild boar times 20, level 3 normal, healing slime times 8, level 3 normal. Clear condition, kill all monsters within 1 hour. Because it was a team of 4, monster numbers quadrupled. Follow the plan. Yen Yen said quietly, Su Lin tanks, the 3 of us kill the slimes first. Su Lin nodded, stepped forward. The 20 boars immediately focused on him, tusks aimed, ready to charge. Su Lin took a deep breath, then charged forward. The 20 boars' eyes instantly turned red, letting out a roar, all charging at him. Bang! 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 20 boars slammed solidly into him. -45, -45, -45, -45, -45. Su Lin stepped back slightly, steadying himself. 20 boars surrounded him, crazily goring, ramming, biting. -30, -30, -30, -30, -30. Damage numbers popped like crazy. Su Lin ignored the monsters, scanning the area, ready to block any attacking the back row. Yen Yen and the others exchanged glances, rushing toward 2 slimes at the same time. Flame explosion. Yen Yen slashed, a pillar of fire rose, swallowing 1 slime completely. -12,000. The slime didn't even scream, turning to ashes. Frost pierce. Han Bing stabbed, dozens of ice spikes rose from the ground, piercing another slime like a sieve. -11,000. The second slime fell. After a few attacks. All 8 slimes, 3 seconds, dead. 5 boars were still furiously attacking Su Lin. -30, -30, -30, -30, -30. Su Lin looked down at his health bar. 50 billion, less than 10,000 lost. If the 3 of them were hit like this, they'd already be ashes. He lifted his head, looking at Yen Yen and the others, time to hit the boars. Yen Yen grinned, alright. The 4 looked at 20 boars, starting the slaughter. Yen Yen 1 boar per slash, Han Bing 1 boar per slash, Ingren 2 strikes per boar. 20 boars. 30 seconds, all dead. Congratulations, you have cleared the 3rd level of the Tower of Heaven. Clear time, 1 minute 23 seconds. You have leveled up. Current level, 4. Current stats, health 50 billion plus 100 times billion equals 60 billion, attack 50 plus 10 is equal to 60. You will unlock the entrance to the 4th level of the Tower of Heaven in 7 days. A flash of light, and the 4 of them were teleported out. Standing in front of the light gate, Yen Yen stretched lazily, feels great. 1 minute 23 seconds, we must have broken the record, right? Han Bing looked at the time, the record for clearing the 3rd level with a team is 3 minutes 47 seconds. We're more than twice as fast. Shadowblade yawned, with Su Lin here, it's too easy. If those 20 wild boars attacked me, I wouldn't have made it out. Su Lin opened his panel and glanced at his health. 60 billion. It had increased by another 10 billion. Yen Yen leaned over, hey, Su Lin, be honest. How much health do you actually have? Su Lin glanced at her, remained silent for 2 seconds, then said, 600,000. He knew he had to come up with a reasonable explanation, so he chose to explain to the outside world that it was due to a 10,000-fold increase. This would explain why he could take so much damage, and also keep his trump card hidden. Yen Yen froze for a moment, what? Han Bing also froze, 600,000? Shadowblade's yawn stopped halfway. The 3 of them stared wide-eyed at Su Lin. Yen Yen swallowed, you say it again? Su Lin calmly said, 600,000. Yen Yen. Han Bing. Shadowblade. Silence. Dead silence. After a while, Yen Yen stammered, 600,000? I only have 2,000 health. Han Bing twitched the corner of his mouth, I have 2,003. Shadowblade, who rarely wasn't defeated, stared wide-eyed, are you even human? Su Lin didn't say anything. He knew the number was shocking. Even with an SSS level health boost, the most others could have was 60,000 health. His 600,000 was 100 times the SSS level talent.
Yen Yen took a deep breath and patted his chest. Alright, you're awesome.
600,000 health, I'm impressed. Han Bing nodded, impressed, totally impressed. Shadowblade looked at him and suddenly laughed. Should we call you the Blood Cow? Or the King of Meat Shields?
Su Lin thought for a moment. Just call me Su Lin. The three of them exchanged a glance and all smiled.
The crowd around them looked at the four of them, their gazes complex.
Some were envious, some jealous, some admired.
But most of all, there was fear.
1 minute 23 seconds to clear the third level.
These four monsters would undoubtedly be the rising stars of the Dragon City Battle Academy in the future. That night, a new post appeared on the Dragon City Battle Academy's forum. Shocking. Su Lin's team clears third level in 1 minute 23 seconds. Record broken. The comments section was boiling. Holy crap, 1 minute 23 seconds? Is this even human? With Su Lin carrying, it's too easy. I heard Su Lin's health is 600,000, is that true? 600,000? Level 4? Are you kidding me?
Really, someone heard him say it with their own ears.
Level 4, 600,000 health, then what about level 80? Can't even imagine, don't even want to think about it. The Su family is really stupid, their son is so strong, and they kicked him out.
Deserved, who told them they were blind?
What about that green tea, Su Chen? Come out and show us? He's grounded, I heard Wang Fuchuan recruited him. The truth is out.
Su Lin was wronged.
From now on, Su Lin is my only idol.
Su Lin lay on his bed, looking at these comments, his face expressionless. The outside world was already shocked by the idea of 600,000 health. If they knew his real health was 60 billion, their mouths would probably drop open.
Level 4. He was just getting started. Outside, the night was deep.
In the distance, the Tower of Heaven stood quietly, waiting for his next challenge.
The next morning, the Dragon City Battle Academy's forum exploded.
Not because of the record-breaking clear time, but because someone had recorded Su Lin's 600,000 and uploaded it online.
The title was Explosive, Exclusive Audio. Su Lin admits, my health is 600,000. Clicking on the audio, the conversation was crystal clear. Hey, Su Lin, be honest. How much health do you really have? 600,000. What? 600,000. Silence.
Then came Yen Yan stammered, I only have 2,000 health.
The comments section completely crashed. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. 600,000? Is my hearing okay? Level 4, 600,000 health? What the hell does this even mean? Let me calculate. Level 4 blank board health is 400, even if it's SSS level health enhancement, 100 times, it's only 40,000. 6 million, how many times is that? Over 10,000 times. 10,000 times? Is this some kind of supernatural ability or a cheat? The Awakening Stone showed a D level that day, health doubled, multiplied by 10,000? Is this still called doubling? The Awakening Stone must have malfunctioned. If it's D level, the whole world is a bunch of trash. Don't forget, the health added by equipment will also be doubled.
If he wears a full set of high-level gear.
Don't say it, my scalp is tingling.
From today on, please call him the Blood God.
Blood God Su Lin.
As soon as this comment came out, the screen was immediately flooded.
Blood God. Blood God. Blood God.
In just an hour, the 4 words Blood God Su Lin skyrocketed to the top of the trending list.
The entire internet was discussing this monster with 6 million health. Awakeners Association headquarters. At 8 a.m., an emergency meeting.
In the meeting room, more than 10 people sat, all senior members of the association. At the very top sat an elderly man with white hair, wearing an 85-level badge on his chest, the president of the association, Chen Jojo.
You've all listened to the recording, right?
Chen Jojo spoke, his voice raspy but powerful.
Everyone nodded. Level 4, 6 million health. Chen Jojo tapped the table. Can someone explain to me, what does this even mean?
A middle-aged man wearing glasses stood up. President, I did a quick calculation. Level 4 blank board health is 400, to reach 6 million, it requires 1,000 times amplification. The strongest known health-enhancing ability is from the Undying Yama from 50 years ago, SSS level, amplifying by 200 times.
1,000 times, is 50 times that. The meeting room fell silent for a second. Another elderly person spoke. Could it be that the Awakening Stone malfunctioned? It showed a D level the day he awakened.
The man with glasses shook his head. The Awakening Stone hasn't malfunctioned in 100 years.
The only explanation is that his ability is not a conventional health enhancement. Then what is it? The man with glasses was silent for a few seconds, then slowly said, I don't know. But I suspect, this might be a completely new level of ability that has never appeared before. The room fell silent again. Chen Zhozhou narrowed his eyes, so what you're saying is? The man with glasses took a deep breath. President, our current ability ranking system, from D to SSS, was based on the data compiled over the past 100 years. The upper limit is 200 times. But if someone can break this limit, reaching 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times, then they exceed the existing ranking system. He paused, speaking each word carefully. I think we should establish a new rank. What rank? The man with glasses looked at him and slowly uttered 2 words. God level. The meeting room was dead silent. Everyone was stunned by these 2 words. God level. Since the Heavenly Tower arrived 100 years ago, and Awakeners appeared, this rank has never existed. D, C, B, A, S, SS, SSS. These are the only levels. SSS is the ceiling, the human limit. But now, someone is telling them that this ceiling might be broken? Chen Zhozhou was silent for a long time. Then he stood up and said in a deep voice, let's vote. Those who agree to establish the new rank God level, please raise your hands. More than 10 hands were raised simultaneously. It passed unanimously. Chen Zhozhou nodded, good. From now on, the Awakener's ability ranking will add a God level. The criteria for evaluation, the ability amplification exceeds 1,000 times, or possesses an equivalent level of special abilities. He looked at the man with glasses. You go draft the announcement, send it out before noon today. The man with glasses nodded, yes. Chen Zhozhou looked at another person. Contact Longqing Battle Academy, I want to meet Su Lin in person. Yes. Tianxiang City, Su family. In the living room, the atmosphere was so tense it felt like it was about to explode. Lin Wanqing sat on the sofa, her face pale, fingers tightly gripping her phone. On the screen was the announcement just released by the Awakeners Association. Announcement on the addition of the God level ability rank. After an emergency meeting, the association decided to add a brand new rank, God level, on top of the original D to SSS levels, starting today. The evaluation criteria, ability amplification exceeds 1,000 times, or possesses an equivalent level of special abilities. This is the announcement. Awakeners Association. November 9, 2054. There is also a supplementary note below. It is reported that the first awakened being nominated as God level is Su Lin, a freshman at Longqing Battle Academy. His level 4 health reaches 6 million, and his ability amplification is expected to exceed 10,000 times. The official evaluation will be completed within 3 days. Lin Wanqing finished reading, her hands were trembling. God level, he became God level. Su Yao stood beside her, face pale to a scary degree. Mom, this is impossible? He was clearly a D-level waste. Su Ling bit her lip, unable to speak. Su Xiaoxiao hid in the corner, secretly scrolling her phone, seeing the comment section filled with Su Lin is awesome, blood god unbeatable, Su family blind, feeling strangely pleased. Su Zhentian sat in the main seat, silent. His face showed no expression, but his fingers gripping the armrest, knuckles white. God level. His own son became the first God level awakened being in human history. And he had driven this son out of the house, made him wanted across the city, wishing he were dead. At this moment, Su Chen also came down. His face was pale, eyes swollen, looking extremely haggard. Dad, Mom, his voice trembled. I saw the news, brother, he became God level. Lin Wanqing looked at him, her eyes complex. In the past, whenever she looked at Su Chen, he seemed so pleasing. Kind, sensible, filial, high talent. But now, she suddenly realized, this adopted son's kindness seemed a bit fake. Whenever trouble happened, he always showed that I don't blame brother attitude. Whenever Su Lin was unlucky, he just happened to be accidentally there. Wang Fu had already been bribed, it was Su Chen who made him teach Su Lin a lesson. Lin Wanqing didn't want to believe it, but the evidence was right there. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but in the end only sighed. Seeing no one responded, Su Chen's eyes grew redder, tears dropping. Dad, Mom, I really didn't know it would be like this. I just wanted Uncle Wang to scare him a little, didn't mean to really hurt him. I was wrong, I really was wrong. Su Zhentian finally spoke, his voice very deep. Enough. Su Chen was stunned. Su Zhentian looked at him, eyes complex like a deep pond. From today, you stay in your room. Without my permission, do not leave. Su Chen's face went pale. Dad. Don't call me Dad. Su Zhentian stood up and walked upstairs. I don't want to see you now. He went upstairs. The living room was terrifyingly quiet. Su Chen lowered his head, shoulders trembling. But no one saw, under his lowered eyelids, his gaze was as cold as ice. Longqing Battle Academy, dormitory. Su Lin was woken up by knocking on the door. Knock knock knock. Su Lin. Open the door quickly. It was Yan Yan's voice, urgent and flustered. Su Lin opened his eyes, checked the time, 9 in the morning. He had been scrolling the forum until 3 in the morning, only got 6 hours of sleep. He got up and opened the door. Yan Yan stood at the door, holding his phone, face almost pressed against his. Look at this. Su Lin glanced. Announcement from the Awakened Association. God level added. First nomination, Su Lin. He froze for a moment, then his face showed no expression. Yan Yan's eyes widened. That's it? You became God level. The first God level awakened in human history. You just say Su Lin thought a moment, then thanks, okay? Yan. Han Bing popped out from behind, also looking speechless. Are you even human? Such a big thing, and that's your reaction?
Ingrid leaned against the wall, unusually not yawning, lazily said. He stayed calm with 6 million health. What's this small thing?
Yan took a deep breath, patted his chest. Fine, you're awesome. Let's go, the director is calling you. Su Lin followed the three out of the dormitory building.
Along the way, everyone looked at him. Those eyes, full of awe, admiration, curiosity, envy.
Is that him? Su Lin? Yes, that's him, the 6 million health one. Damn, looks nothing special. How did he become God level? You don't understand, that's inner talent.
From now on we should call him Blood God. Su Lin lowered his head, walking quickly forward.
The director's office was on the top floor of the administration building.
Pushing the door open, several people were already seated inside. Old Zhang, director of Longqing Battle Academy, sat in the main seat.
He grinned at him, showing his teeth. You're here? Sit down. Su Lin sat down.
Old Zhang pointed to an elderly man with white hair sitting beside him. This is the president of the Awakeners Association, Chen Zhozhou.
He's here specifically to see you.
Chen Zhozhou looked at Su Lin, his gaze carrying a mix of scrutiny and admiration. Su Lin, I'll speak plainly.
Your ability is something that has never appeared in human history. We have decided to officially designate you as a God-level awakener. Su Lin didn't say anything. Chen Zhozhou continued, but we need to confirm one thing. How did your ability come about? Was it always this way, or did something change after your awakening? Su Lin was silent for 2 seconds. He knew he couldn't avoid this question.
But he couldn't tell the truth. At least, not the whole truth. It's always been this way, he said calmly. I've been like this since I was little.
Chen Zhozhou squinted his eyes. Since you were little? Did you get hurt when you were a child? For example, struck by lightning? Or fell into some strange place? Su Lin shook his head. No.
Chen Zhozhou stared at him for a long while, then finally nodded. All right, no matter how it came about, the facts are right in front of us.
We've done a comprehensive analysis of your experiences. 6 million blood, it can't be faked.
He stood up and extended his hand. Su Lin, congratulations, you are the first God-level awakener in human history. Su Lin stood up as well and shook his hand.
Thank you.
Chen Zhozhou smiled. Don't thank me, you earned this yourself.
From now on, you are the hope of the nation. The hope of the nation.
Those 4 words weighed heavily on his shoulders. Su Lin's face showed no expression, but inside, his feelings were a bit complex.
The hope of the nation.
The one who had been hunted down by the whole city, became the hope of the nation. He thought of the damp, moldy walls of the Su family basement, the unjust nights, and Su Chen's condescending gaze. Then he smiled. A smile that was a bit cold. The hope of the nation, that's good. At least, no one would dare to bully him casually anymore.
Chapter 21, Rare Equipment, 220 billion blood. As they exited the dean's office, Yan and the other 2 immediately gathered around. How was it? How was it? Yan's eyes sparkled. Did the president come to see you? Is he giving you a God-level certification gold medal? Han Bing also leaned over. I heard the association is making you a custom badge? What does a God-level badge look like?
Ingrid, rarely not yawning, lazily leaned against the wall and said, Stop asking, just look at his face, it's clear he passed the certification. Su Lin truly didn't show any expression, only saying faintly, it was just a confirmation, nothing else.
TCH, boring.
Yan rolled his eyes. Let's go, I'll take you to a good place.
What place? The equipment storage.
Yan gave him a look like he was an idiot. You're the treasure of the Dragon City War Academy now, personally approved by the dean, a full set of level 4 rare equipment, for free. Su Lin froze for a moment.
Free? A full set of rare equipment? Old Zhang's loud personality really could pull off something like this.
The 4 of them crossed the training ground and walked toward a small gray 3-story building. A sign hung at the door, Equipment Management Center. They pushed the door open and entered. Inside was a huge hall, with transparent display cabinets on all four walls, filled with all kinds of equipment. Swords, spears, sabers, armor, rings, necklaces, dazzling and sparkling under the lights. In the center of the hall stood a middle-aged man in his 40s, wearing a gray uniform with a level 45 badge pinned to his chest. As soon as he saw the four of them, his gaze fell directly on Su Lin.
Su Lin? Su Lin nodded.
The middle-aged man grinned. I've been waiting for you for half the day.
Follow me.
He led the four of them through the hall and into a steel door, arriving at a separate storage room.
The storage room was not large, but on all four walls hung several pieces of equipment, emitting a faint glow.
The middle-aged man pointed to the wall, level 4 rare set, personally approved by the dean. Weapon, armor, ring, 3 pieces in total. Su Lin looked up. On the wall hung a black long sword, its blade slender, gleaming with a cold light, and a dark red gem embedded in the sword's hilt. Level 4 rare longsword shadow. Attack, plus 120. Next to it was a silver-gray armor, exquisitely crafted, with a palm-sized chestplate in the middle.
Level 4 rare armor sturdy rock.
Health, plus 1,200. Next to it was a ring, a silver band set with a blue gemstone the size of a grain of rice. Level 4 rare ring strength. Attack, plus 60, health, plus 600.
Su Lin looked at these pieces of equipment and silently did some calculations in his mind.
The armor adds 1,200 health, the ring adds 600 health, a total of 1,800 health.
For others, it's 1,800 health added when worn.
For him, it's 1,800 times billion times equals 180 billion health. Adding to his current base health of 40 billion, it totals 220 billion.
200 billion health. He took a deep breath. And this is only level 4 rare. There are still epic, legendary, and this is still level 4. What if he wore higher level equipment in the future? Why are you standing there?
Yen Yen pushed him. Quick, try it on. Su Lin nodded, putting on the armor, wearing the 2 rings, and finally gripping the black longsword. A warm feeling came from the equipment, as if something was connecting with him.
He opened the panel. Name, Su Lin. Level, 4.
Health, 220 billion, base 40 times billion times, plus 180 billion, equipment bonus. Attack, 220, base 40 plus sword 120 plus ring 60 is equal to 220. Ability? Health limit increased by billion times.
Passive, none.
Score, 32,778.
200 billion health.
Su Lin looked at this number, his mouth twitching slightly.
Yen Yen leaned over. How much?
Su Lin glanced at her, paused for 2 seconds, and then said, 20 million. More than 200 billion health was definitely not something he could say. He had to maintain the public image of his ability being enhanced by 1,000 times.
Yen Yen. Han Bing. Ing Ren's got stuck again.
The 3 of them stared at him in unison, as if looking at a monster.
20 million? Yen Yen's voice changed. Weren't you just 600,000? The equipment added it.
Su Lin said calmly.
Han Bing's mouth twitched. What kind of equipment can add over 20 million? What equipment is that strong?
Su Lin thought for a moment. Rare equipment. The 3 of them were completely speechless. They also had equipment, and they wore rare sets. Yen Yen looked at her panel, health 2800.
Han Bing, health 2200. Ingren, health 2600.
Together, it was less than a fraction of Su Lin's health. Yen Yen took a deep breath, patted her chest. Alright, you're impressive. From now on, in our team, you'll carry the burden, and we'll shout 666.
Han Bing nodded wildly. Yes, 666 is fine.
Ingren rarely smiled. With 20 million health, in future battles, we won't even need to dodge.
Just stand there and let the enemy hit us for a year, and we won't die.
The middle-aged man watched the scene with a complicated expression. He had handled countless pieces of equipment and seen many geniuses. But a new player with 20 million health, this was the first time he'd seen it.
Alright, you've received your equipment, sign here. He handed over a form.
Su Lin signed his name and returned the form to him. The middle-aged man took the form, then suddenly said, Kid, live well. With this health, you might even be able to carry the sky tower up to the top, to see the view from there. Su Lin glanced at him, nodded, thank you. The 4 of them walked out of the equipment management center. The sunlight outside was just right, warming them as it shone down. Yen Yen stretched lazily. Let's go to the canteen, I'm starving. Han Bing agreed. Yes, we need to eat something good today to celebrate our team having a monster with 20 million health.
Ingren rarely didn't object, agreed.
Su Lin followed them toward the canteen.
Yen Yen looked back at Su Lin, who seemed deep in thought. What's wrong?
Su Lin didn't speak, just gazed at the distant sky tower. The black tower rose straight into the clouds, emitting a cold light under the sun.
300 billion, 600 billion, 2000 billion. He had gotten stronger. But it wasn't enough. He thought of Su Zhentian.
Level 89, SSS level attack ability. It should also be more than 100 times enhanced, otherwise, he wouldn't be one of the top 5, plus equipment, passives, and skills. How much damage could a punch deal?
He had searched for information. Level 89 base attack, 9 billion. SSS level ability with 100 times enhancement, 9 billion times 100 is equal to 900 billion. One punch, 900 billion. He hadn't even counted the equipment, passives, skills, and item bonuses.
Adding equipment, passives, skills, one punch could easily deal trillions, tens of trillions of damage, effortlessly. His 200 billion blood, in front of that one punch, was just a joke. He still had to become stronger.
Become even stronger.
Hey!
Yan Yan's voice pulled him back. What are you thinking about?
Su Lin pulled back his gaze and shook his head. Nothing, let's go. The 4 people walked toward the dining hall. But Su Lin knew clearly in his heart, the road he had to walk was still very, very long.
2 o'clock in the afternoon, the classroom was full of people.
Lei Jin stood on the platform, swept his eyes over the more than 30 freshmen below, and grinned, showing a mouth full of white teeth. Very good, all of you cleared the 3rd floor.
Not a single one was eliminated. You did not disappoint me.
A small wave of movement rose below, someone let out a breath of relief, someone high-fived each other. Lei Jin patted the table, and the classroom became quiet.
But, he dragged out the sound, don't be happy too early.
Next Sunday is the open day of the Sky Tower. The monsters on the 4th floor will change from normal grade to excellent grade. The difficulty will increase 3 times. Anyone who does not want to die or does not want their lifetime level to be unable to rise, this week must train well. He opened the projection, and a huge image appeared on the wall. It was the data of the 4th floor of the Sky Tower. Sky Tower 4th floor strategy.
Monster setup, 8 normal grade monsters, level 4, plus 2 excellent grade monsters, level 4.
Elite grade attributes, blood 800, attack 80. Rare grade attributes, blood 2400, attack 240. Skills, normal grade has charge, bite, excellent grade has area attack, berserk.
Clear condition, kill all 10 monsters within 1 hour.
Recommended setup, main T, blood above 50,000, plus sub T, blood above 30,000, plus damage output, attack above 2,000, times 3 plus control/healing. Failure rate statistics, 4-person team failure rate 65%, 5-person team failure rate 48%. A sound of people sharply breathing in cold air filled the classroom.
2,400 blood? 240 attack?
The difficulty indeed came up, but for their elite class under normal conditions, as long as there was no mistake they could pass 100%. But who dared to be careless? A mistake meant death or being unable to level up. Quiet. The classroom immediately became quiet. I know that for you, as long as there is no mistake, as long as you figure out every monster's attack and habit, and are not surrounded, you can pass. But I do not allow accidents, so this week you will do devil training, to make sure 100% is still full team clearing.
Su Lin looked at this 4th stage data.
For him the 4th stage was easier than the 3rd stage, because the 3rd stage had recovery, his attack was low, if he could not raise the attack higher than the recovery he could not clear it. And this stage, although the monster data all increased in every direction, there was no recovery, so for him clearing alone had no accident, he could clear 100%. But now he was in a team, he still needed more skill practice to make sure the team cleared smoothly. Lei Jin clapped his hands. So, starting today, for the next 6 days, you train for me until death.
Train what? Train cooperation. Train movement. Train skill release.
Train how when the main shield holds most monsters, to deal with the remaining monsters. He pointed outside the window, the training field is already prepared for you. Form your own teams, train by yourselves. Whoever does not train well and drags the team next Sunday, get out by yourself. After saying that, he turned around and left. When he walked to the door, he suddenly stopped, turned his head and looked at Su Lin. Su Lin, come with me. Su Lin froze for a moment, then stood up and followed out. In the corridor, Lei Jin leaned against the wall and looked at him.
Kid, I heard it, your blood is more than 20 million thick? Su Lin nodded. Lei Jin laughed, awesome. But remember, thick blood is not everything. The excellent monsters on the 4th floor have attack 240. Hitting you does not hurt, but they have skills. There is one rare monster called Berserk Giant Ape. When it goes crazy it can smash the ground again and again, area damage, one smash hits a whole piece. You can hold it, your teammates cannot. Su Lin was silent for 2 seconds, I understand. Lei Jin nodded, good that you understand. These 6 days, you mainly train 2 things. First, how to pull the monsters steady, do not let them go hit your teammates.
Second, how to use your body to help your teammates block the area damage. He patted Su Lin on the shoulder. Go to the training field. The training field is behind the teaching building. It is a huge open-air ground, big enough to equal 5 football fields. The ground is covered with hard rocks, and around it stand tall energy shields, to prevent skills from being fired out and hurting people. At this moment, on the training field there are already many people practicing. Some stand in one row, facing the distant targets and releasing superpowers. Flames, frost, thunder and lightning, wind blades, lights of many colors weave together, blasting onto the targets, making loud booming sounds. Some form small groups of a few people, cooperating with movement positions. One boy carrying a shield holds the front, behind him 2 damage dealers attack like crazy, and 1 healer stands at the very back, from time to time giving the people in front a healing boost. Some others stand to the side, holding notebooks and writing and drawing, studying battle tactics. Su Lin and the other 3 find a corner and start practicing.
Chapter 22: The Repentance of the Su Family. 3 in the afternoon.
Inside the virtual combat room of Dragon City War Academy, Su Lin is practicing pulling monsters.
Move left. Move left.
Yes, just like that. Pull the hatred of that raging giant ape and hold it steady. Yen Yen stands in the distance, releasing flames while giving commands. Han Bing and Shadow Blade are on her 2 sides, responsible for clearing the small monsters that slip through. Following her instructions, Su Lin moves flexibly inside the group of simulated monsters. Although his health points are absurdly thick, Lei Jin is right, thick health is not foolproof. He must learn how to use his own body to help teammates block those area attacks. Just after finishing 1 round, Shadow Blade suddenly stops his movement and takes out his phone to look at it. Holy shit! This shot of holy shit has a tone completely different from his usual lazy style, carrying some shock and some bloating joy. Yen Yen turns her head to look at him. What happened? Shadow Blade says nothing and directly hands the phone over. Yen Yen glances at it, and she also freezes. Then she lifts her head to look at Su Lin, her eyes complicated like a pot of mixed stew. Su Lin, you look at it yourself.
Su Lin takes the phone.
On the screen is a news push notification.
Breaking news. The Awakeners Association officially grants Su Lin the God-level certification. The first God-level Awakener in human history is born. Below is the main text. Reporter news today at 2 in the afternoon, the Awakeners Association officially released an announcement on the official website. After strict evaluation, it confirmed that the ability strength of Dragon City War Academy freshman Su Lin has reached an unprecedented level, and he is officially granted the God-level certification. According to reports, Su Lin's ability belongs to the health reinforcement type, but the strengthening range far exceeds the existing SSS level standard. After calculation, in his level 4 state his health reaches as high as 22 million, and the ability amplification reaches 10,000 times. Association President Chen Zhozhou said at the press conference this is a milestone in the history of human awakening.
The appearance of Su Lin means our understanding of abilities needs to be redefined. God level means an existence that surpasses the limit. After Su Lin finishes reading, there is no expression on his face. He knows God level is only talent. Even people with great talent may die early. Every layer of the Sky Tower may have accidents, and one accident means that even if his talent is awesome, he can only stop here. He returns the phone to Shadow Blade, turns around, and continues practicing pulling monsters.
Yen Yen widens her eyes. Hey! That is your reaction? You became God level. The first in all human history.
The whole country is discussing you.
I know Su Lin says while moving positions, but can this talent guarantee that I can 100% break through above the 88th floor of the Sky Tower? Fail once on the way and I will disappear into the crowd. Yen Yen is choked speechless.
Han Bing mutters quietly beside him, damn, he really is a monster, not an insult, I mean the literal meaning. Shadow Blade rarely smiles. Let's go, keep practicing. Even the main character is not excited, why should we be excited?
The 4 continue training.
But what they do not know is that at this moment the Su family in Sky Dome City has already completely exploded into chaos.
Sky Dome City, Su family mansion. 3:20 in the afternoon. The atmosphere in the living room is so oppressive that people can hardly breathe. Su Jintian sits in the main seat, and on the tea table in front of him lie 3 mobile phones. The screen was filled with news about Su Lin. God-level certification. Su Lin officially becomes the first person in human history. 22 million HP.
Level 4 health crushes level 40.
From trash to God level, Su Lin's road to counterattack. Su family, from the abandoned child to God level, what did they miss?
Each news piece was like a slap to the face of the Su family. Lin Wanqing sat on the sofa, her face as pale as a ghost. She was holding a tissue in her hand, her fingers turning white, and the tissue was already crumpled into a ball.
22 million. She muttered, her voice trembling, level 4. 22 million health.
Su Yao stood beside her, her lips white. Her mind was a mess, full of past memories. She remembered when she was little, Su Lin woke up early to make breakfast for the whole family. She didn't like how it tasted, so she directly threw the food in the trash. She remembered Su Lin staying up late to help her copy notes. She never even looked at them, just threw them in a drawer to gather dust.
She remembered Su Chen accidentally pushing Su Lin into the pond.
She stood on the shore, not only didn't help him, but also scolded Su Lin for being careless.
She remembered every time Su Lin was wronged, scolded, or punished by kneeling in the basement.
She never said a word to help him.
Not even once.
And now, the brother she had stepped on was the first god-level awakened being in all of humanity.
22 million health. At level 4, his health was already higher than level 40's. What would he be like when he reaches level 89? Su Yao didn't dare to imagine.
She only felt like something was blocking her chest, making her feel anxious.
If she had been kinder to him back then.
If she hadn't been so biased. If she had helped him even once. Then now, she would be the sister of the god-level awakened one.
Her family would be labeled as a god-level family. When she went outside, who wouldn't look up to her? Who wouldn't envy her? But now, what? She didn't even have his phone number. His WeChat was even blacklisted. She could only find out about him through the news. Su Yao's eyes suddenly reddened.
Su Ling stood next to her, her face even uglier than hers. What Su Ling remembered were even more disgusting things. She remembered Su Lin saving up his pocket money for half a year to buy a birthday gift for Su Chen. Su Chen opened it in front of him, threw it aside in disgust. She not only didn't speak up for Su Lin but also laughed alone. She remembered Su Lin being pushed into the pond by Su Chen and almost drowning. She scolded Su Lin for being careless. She remembered Su Lin being punished to kneel in the basement. When she passed by, she didn't even look at him. She remembered every time Su Lin looked at them with those calm eyes, she just felt disgusted, thinking he was gloomy, thinking he didn't deserve to be a Su family member.
Now, what? Who doesn't deserve it? Does she deserve it? Su Lin? Verification enhancement by 10,000 times.
In front of Su Lin, she was nothing. Su Ling lowered her head, tears falling down like raindrops.
Su Xiaoxiao hid in the corner, secretly scrolling through her phone.
She was the youngest but also the most sensitive. She remembered once, Su Lin gave her a piece of candy. She didn't dare to take it because she was afraid her sisters would scold her.
Su Lin didn't say anything, just smiled and took the candy back.
That was the first time she saw Su Lin smile. Although he was smiling, she always felt there was a bit of bitterness in that smile. Later, Su Lin never gave her candy again.
Su Xiaoxiao looked at the name in the news and whispered, Su Lin.
Then she looked up at her mother and lowered her head again.
She didn't dare to speak.
But in her heart, she thought.
If I had been kinder to you back then, would you have been kind to me?
Lin Wanqing finally spoke, her voice hoarse like a broken gong.
Jintian, did we do something wrong? Su Jintian didn't speak.
Lin Wanqing's tears fell down. He's my son, he's the flesh I gave birth to, but I never once held him. She remembered when Su Lin was little, when he first learned to walk, he wobbled towards her, opening his small hands to ask for a hug. She found him annoying and directly asked the nanny to carry him away. Su Lin didn't cry, just stood there, watching her back. That gaze, she still remembers it now. It was not the gaze of a child. It was the gaze of someone who had been abandoned. Lin Wanqing covered her face, trembling as she cried.
I was wrong. I was really wrong. He is my son. How could I treat him like that?
Su Yao walked over, wanting to help her, but Lin Wanqing shoved her away.
Get out.
Lin Wanqing cried out through her sobs, you're all accomplices. If it weren't for you constantly saying those things in front of him, how could he hate us?
Su Yao was stunned.
Su Ling was also stunned.
Su Xiaoxiao shrank into the corner, too afraid to make a sound.
Su Jintian finally spoke, his voice deep as if it came from the ground below.
Enough.
The living room fell silent. Su Jintian stood up, walked to the window, and faced away from everyone. He looked outside, silent for a long time.
He has become a god level.
Level 4, 22 million health.
When he reaches level 89, his health will be immeasurable.
At that time, he alone will be able to hold up the entire Tower of Heaven.
Su Jintian turned around and looked at his wife and daughters in the living room. Do you know what this means? No one dared to speak. Su Jintian said every word slowly, it means he is the hope of future humanity. It means all the top academies, all the strong ones, the entire Awakened Association will stand by his side. It means our Su family has offended someone we cannot afford to offend. Lin Wanqing lifted her head, her tearful eyes looking at him, then, what should we do? Su Jintian was silent for a few seconds. Then he picked up his phone. Call him. Lin Wanqing was stunned for a moment. Call who? Su Lin.
Lin Wanqing fumbled to take out her phone, found Su Lin's number, and dialed it.
Beep. 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 The number you have dialed is currently busy. Try again. The number you have dialed is turned off.
Lin Wanqing was stunned. She opened WeChat, found Su Lin's profile, and sent a message.
Su Lin, Mom was wrong, Mom was really wrong, will you come back?
After you come back, let Mom pamper you well.
Red exclamation mark. You are not yet friends with the other person.
Lin Wanqing's hand trembled, and the phone nearly fell to the ground.
Su Yao also took out her phone and dialed. Beep. The number you have dialed is currently busy. WeChat. Red exclamation mark. Su Ling. Red exclamation mark.
Su Xiaoxiao hesitated for a moment and also tried sending a message. Su Lin brother, it's Xiaoxiao.
I miss you. Red exclamation mark.
The family looked at each other, their faces pale. All of them had been blacklisted.
Not a single one was left.
Su Jintian was silent for a few seconds, then picked up his phone again and dialed a number.
Get me through to the principal's office of Dragon City War Academy. The call was connected. Old Zhang, it's Su Jintian.
On the other end of the line, old Zhang's loud voice came through. Oh, Su family head, a rare guest.
What's up? Su Jintian spoke in a deep voice. I want to talk to Su Lin on the phone. Old Zhang was silent for a second, then burst into laughter. Su Jintian, are you kidding me? Your son was kicked out of your house, wanted throughout the city, and now he's become god level, and you want to talk to him on the phone? I know.
Su Jintian's voice grew even heavier. That's why I want to apologize to him in person.
Old Zhang laughed even harder. Apologize? Forget it. I can't even get through to that kid's phone. Do you think you can? Su Jintian was silent.
Old Zhang stopped laughing and said lightly, Su Jintian, let me give you some advice.
That kid is at Dragon City War Academy, and I'm protecting him.
Senior Zhan Tianxiong also said this kid is his direct disciple. If you dare to touch him, you'll be against the entire Dragon City War Academy, against Senior Zhan Tianxiong.
I don't want to touch him. Su Jintian said, I just want to make things right. Old Zhang was silent for a few seconds, then sighed. It's too late.
That kid's heart is cold, I can see that. He's not the kind of person who can be coaxed back with a little sweetness.
He knows very well how you treated him back then.
The call ended. The living room was deathly silent. Lin Wanqing slumped on the sofa, tears streaming uncontrollably. Su Yao lowered her head, her shoulders trembling. Su Ling bit her lip, blood even started to ooze out.
Su Xiaoxiao hid in the corner, secretly watching them, feeling oddly relieved.
Su Jintian stood in front of the window. He turned his back to everyone. His back still looked straight and dignified. But no one saw that his hand, holding the phone, had turned white at the knuckles. The silence lasted for a long time. Long enough that Lin Wanqing thought he wouldn't speak again.
Su Jintian finally turned around.
He looked at his wife and daughter in the living room and said in a deep voice, prepare yourselves.
Tomorrow, we will go to Longqing War Academy. Lin Wanqing froze. Go to Longqing War Academy?
Apologize in person, Su Jintian said slowly, word by word, beg him to come back. Lin Wanqing opened her mouth as if to say something, but in the end, she just nodded. Su Yao and Su Ling exchanged glances, seeing complicated emotions in each other's eyes.
Beg him to come back? Will he come back? Su Jintian spoke again, call Su Chen down.
Su Yao was stunned for a moment, then quickly ran upstairs. A few minutes later, Su Chen was pushed downstairs. He sat in a wheelchair, his face pale, his eyes red and swollen, looking extremely worn out.
Dad. His voice trembled, you called me?
Su Jintian looked at him, his gaze complicated. This adopted son, he had loved for 18 years. He gave him the best resources, the best equipment, the best education. But now, it was this adopted son who had ruined everything.
Kneel down, Su Jintian said. Su Chen froze, Dad? Kneel down. Su Jintian's voice was as cold as ice. Su Chen shuddered, struggling to get out of the wheelchair, kneeling on the floor. Su Jintian walked up to him and looked down from above. Wang Fu has confessed everything.
It was you who sent him to teach Su Lin a lesson.
Su Chen's face turned ashen. Dad, I just wanted to scare him. Scare him? Su Jintian sneered, level 21 beating level 2, you call that scaring him? Su Chen lowered his head, his shoulders trembling. Su Jintian was silent for a few seconds, then turned and walked upstairs.
When he reached the stairs, he stopped.
From today, you will stay in the basement. Don't come out without my permission. Su Chen suddenly looked up. Dad. Don't call me Dad, Su Zhentian said without turning his head, I am not your father. He went upstairs. Su Chen knelt on the ground, trembling all over.
Lin Wanqing looked at him, her eyes full of complicated emotions. In the past, whenever she looked at Su Chen, she found him pleasant to the eye.
But now, she just wanted to ask one question. Why did you hurt him?
But he just kept his head lowered, his shoulders shaking violently. No one saw that under his lowered eyelids, his eyes were as cold as ice.
The next day, the media in Tianqiang City exploded. The Su family held a press conference.
Su Zhentian, Lin Wanqing, Su Yao, Su Ling, and Su Xiaoxiao, the whole family showed up.
The reporters packed the press conference hall, the cameras aimed at the stage.
Su Zhentian stood at the podium and said in a deep voice, Today, on behalf of the Su family, I apologize publicly to Su Lin. The crowd gasped. Su Zhentian continued, For the past 18 years, we have neglected Su Lin, causing him to suffer a lot of grievances. Especially during the incident with the arrest warrant, we issued it without confirming the truth, causing him great harm. He paused, his voice becoming even more somber. Here, in front of everyone, I apologize to Su Lin. Su Lin, if you see this news, Dad.
Dad was wrong. Come back, we promise we will love you wholeheartedly from now on.
Lin Wanqing took the microphone, her tears already falling.
Su Lin, Mom is so sorry. I have never held you, never really looked at you. When you were little and reached out for a hug, I thought you were a bother and had the nanny take you away. I was wrong, I was really wrong. She cried, unable to speak further.
Su Yao took the microphone, her eyes red.
Su Lin, I've been terrible to you in the past. I was wrong. Come back, and I promise I will treat you well from now on. I will never let you suffer again.
Su Ling also spoke, her voice trembling. Su Lin, I am too. I know you don't forgive me, but I really regret it.
Please give me a chance.
Finally, Su Xiaoxiao took the microphone and softly said, Su Lin Gij, I miss you.
Will you come back?
The whole room fell silent. The reporters frantically clicked their cameras, the flashes lighting up the room like a storm. The video of this press conference quickly topped the trending searches.
The comments section was divided.
Some people said, the Su family finally admitted their mistake. Su Lin should give them a chance, after all, blood is thicker than water. Another part of the people said, bullshit.
18 years of neglect, 18 years of being wronged, and now you think an apology will fix it? Dream on. More people were waiting.
Waiting for Su Lin's response.
Dragon City Battle Academy, training ground. 4 in the afternoon. Yan Yan held up his phone, shoving it in front of Su Lin. Look at this. The Su family is holding a press conference, crying and apologizing to you. Su Lin was practicing his footwork and didn't even turn his head. Yan Yan was getting anxious. Hey. Look at it.
Your mom is crying so hard she's almost passed out. Su Lin finally stopped. He took the phone and stared at it for a few seconds. On the screen, Lin Wanqing was crying, tears streaming down her face, saying, I was wrong, Mom. Su Yao, Su Ling, and Su Xiaoxiao each had red eyes, saying, Come back. Su Zhentian stood at the podium, saying, I was wrong, Dad.
Chapter 23, National Competition. Dragon City Battle Academy, training ground. Su Lin handed the phone back to Yan Yan and turned to continue practicing his footwork.
Yan Yan froze, your mom cried like that, your dad apologized in person.
Will you go back?
Su Lin didn't look back, his voice calm, no.
That family is hell to me. I will never go back. Yan Yan was silent.
Han Bing quietly said, but they are your real parents. Su Lin looked at him and gave a smile with the corners of his mouth.
Real parents? Do you know who Su Zhentian is? Han Bing froze. He is one of the 5 strongest in China. Su Lin said, level 89, SSS level power.
The blood on his hands is more than the salt you've eaten.
Do you think someone like him would care about a son? He turned around and continued practicing footwork.
They apologized not because they feel sorry for me. They apologized because I became a god level, because the whole internet is scolding them, because they are afraid I will seek revenge later.
That's it.
Yan Yan opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but realized he couldn't argue. Ingren, leaning against the wall, lazily said, All right, stop trying to persuade him.
He knows what he's doing.
He glanced at Su Lin, but Su Lin, you should be careful. People like Su Zhentian care about face. You slapped his face now, and he apologized on the surface, but behind your back, who knows? Su Lin stopped his steps.
Of course, he knew. Who was Su Zhentian?
Anyone who can sit among the 5 strongest is ruthless. He's seen people apologize on the surface, but stab you in the back secretly, many times.
Moreover, the Su family still had Su Chen.
That green tea now must hate him to the core.
I know. Su Lin said, that's why I can't go back.
He looked up at the sky. The sunset was setting, and the sky was blood red.
Going back would be a dead end. At the same time, Su family in Tianqiong City.
After the press conference, the family returned to the living room.
The atmosphere was so tense, it seemed like it would explode.
Lin Wanqing sat on the sofa, her eyes swollen from crying, still clutching the tissue in her hand.
Su Yao lowered her head, not sure what she was thinking.
Su Ling bit her lip, saying nothing.
Su Xiaoxiao hid in the corner, secretly browsing her phone, reading the comments online. Su Zhentian stood by the window, his back to everyone.
The silence lasted for a long time.
He didn't answer the phone.
Su Zhentian finally spoke, his voice heavy, not one call.
Lin Wanqing's tears fell again. Does he hate us that much? Su Zhentian said nothing.
Lin Wanqing covered her face. I was wrong, I was really wrong. If only we had been kinder to him back then, even just a little.
Enough. Su Zhentian interrupted her.
He turned around, looking at his wife and daughters in the living room.
His stern face showed no expression.
But his eyes were as cold as ice.
He won't come back. Lin Wanqing froze. Zhentian. I said, he won't come back.
Su Zhentian spoke word by word, 18 years of neglect, 18 years of being wronged, and this time's arrest warrant.
If it were you, would you come back?
Lin Wanqing opened her mouth but couldn't say a word.
Su Yao whispered, then what should we do? He's god level now, what if he seeks revenge later? Su Zhentian was silent for a few seconds.
Then he spoke, his voice calm.
So, we cannot let him grow. The living room instantly fell silent. Everyone's eyes widened. He looked at her. Lin Wanqing's voice trembled. Zhentian, what do you mean?
Su Zhentian looked at her, his eyes complicated.
Wanqing, do you know how I climbed to the top 5 strongmen in these years? Lin Wanqing shook her head.
Su Zhentian slowly said, 4 words ruthless and vicious.
Anyone who blocks my way, kill. Anyone who threatens me, kill. Anyone who cannot be used by me, kill.
He looked out the window, his voice growing colder. Su Lin is now at the god level, with over 20 million health at level 4.
What will it be like when he reaches level 89? At that time, if he wants to take revenge, who in the Su family can stop him? Lin Wanqing's face turned pale.
Su Yao, Su Ling, and Su Xiaoxiao all dared not speak.
Su Zhentian turned around and looked at them.
So, there are only 2 paths. The first one, he returns and sincerely submits to the Su family. I will fully train him to become the pillar of the Su family.
The second one. He paused.
He dies.
Lin Wanqing shuddered. Zhentian. He is your own son.
Su Zhentian looked at her, a flash of pain crossed his eyes but quickly disappeared.
I know. But I am also the head of the Su family.
I can't risk the entire Su family for his mercy. Lin Wanqing slumped onto the sofa, tears flowing uncontrollably. Su Yao and Su Ling exchanged glances, both seeing fear in each other's eyes. Su Xiaoxiao hid in the corner, covering her mouth, not daring to make a sound. Su Zhentian was silent for a few seconds, then picked up his phone and dialed a number.
Hello, it's me. Check if there are any outbound missions from the Dragon City Combat Academy recently.
Also, find someone to monitor the academy.
If he leaves the academy, tell me immediately. He hung up the phone. He stood by the window, looking at the distant sunset. The sunset was like blood. Meanwhile, at the Dragon City Combat Academy,
Su Lin finished the last set of moves, exhausted, sitting on the ground to catch his breath. Yen Yen handed over a bottle of water. Here. Su Lin took it and gulped down a few sips.
Han Bing came over. Su Lin, do you think Su Zhentian will?
He didn't finish the sentence, but the meaning was clear.
Su Lin was silent for a few seconds. Yes. Yen Yen was stunned. Huh? He dares? You are a god level. The first in the entire humanity. If something happens to you at the Dragon City Combat Academy, will the Awakeners Association spare him?
Su Lin shook his head.
He won't act openly. If he moves, it will be seamless. No one will find any evidence.
The others looked at him. He stood up and patted the dust off his body. So, I need to get stronger as soon as possible. Strong enough that even if he acts personally, he can't kill me. Yen Yen looked at him, her eyes complicated. Now, at level 4, he said he would get strong enough to withstand level 89.
If anyone else said this, she would definitely think it was bragging. But Su Lin said it, and she believed it. All right.
Yen Yen patted his shoulder, let's practice together.
When you reach level 89, we'll climb up together and show Su Jintian what a real strong person is. Su Lin glanced at her, the corner of his mouth curving up slightly. Okay. 8 p.m. In the dormitory, Su Lin lay on his bed, scrolling through his phone. The top trending topic was still about the Su family's apology. The comments section was in an uproar. Some people said Su Lin should go back. After all, blood is thicker than water. How can there be any overnight grudges in a family? Others said, nonsense. 18 years of neglect, and they think one apology can cover it up? Do they take us for fools? There were also some analyzing, didn't you notice? A person like Su Jintian could never truly apologize. There must be something shady going on. Su Lin read through the comments, his face showing no expression. Then, he opened a private message. The sender was a stranger account, the profile picture was just black. The message had only one sentence, be careful of Su Jintian. He will not let you go. Su Lin stared at the words for a long time. Then, he replied, I know. The other party quickly replied, that's good. Also, here's some news, Su Jintian is already checking on the Dragon City Combat Academy's outbound missions. Su Lin's pupils contracted. Who are you? The other party replied, someone who doesn't want to see a genius perish. Then the profile picture grayed out. Su Lin stared at the screen, silent for a long time. Su Jintian, as expected, has made a move. He put down his phone and closed his eyes. The mind was racing. The Dragon City Battle Academy was a safe zone, and even Su Jintian, no matter how strong, wouldn't dare to make a move here. But going on a mission was different. What if one day the academy sends them out of the city for real combat, and they get ambushed on the way? He remembered Wang Fu's punch. Level 21, a punch with 200,000 damage. He had over 2 trillion health now, so 200,000 didn't mean much. But what if it was level 40? If Su Jintian really made a move, it would definitely be a one-hit kill. He wouldn't give him a second chance. Su Lin took a deep breath. He had to level up quickly. He also had to gather points fast, buy percentage-based recovery potions, and get better equipment. He needed to practice positioning, kite monsters, and learn how to survive in battle. He had no time to waste. The next morning. In the training field, just as the sky was getting light. Su Lin was already there. By himself, practicing positioning over and over against a virtual projection of a monster. When Yin Yan arrived, he saw Su Lin drenched in sweat, his clothes soaked through. Damn, you're up this early? Su Lin didn't even turn around. Han Bing arrived too. Seeing this, his lips twitched, are you trying to kill yourself? Su Lin didn't say anything. Ingren walked over yawning, took a look, and surprisingly didn't make any sarcastic remarks. He just nodded, you've got the resolve. The four of them began training. They trained all morning. At noon, when they were resting, Yen Yen handed over a bottle of water and couldn't help but ask, Su Lin, be honest, did something happen? Su Lin remained silent for a few seconds. Then he told them about the private message from the previous night. The three of them's faces changed after hearing it. Damn! Han Bing slapped his thigh, Su Jintian really dares to do that? Yen Yen gritted his teeth, but that's his own son. Ingren sneered, what does it matter if it's his son? Which of the 5 great powers didn't step on corpses to climb to the top? Su Jintian has been sitting in that position for so many years, how much blood do you think he's got on his hands? Yen Yen fell silent. Han Bing didn't say anything either. Su Lin finished drinking the water and stood up. So, I need to level up quickly. In these 6 days, I plan to spend all my time in the training field. The 4th floor was almost a guaranteed win for them, and every practice now was to avoid any accidents in the Tower of Heaven. He looked at the distant Tower of Heaven. The black tower loomed in the sunlight, silent and cold. Once I reach level 70 or 80, even if he makes a move himself, I won't be afraid. Yen Yen looked at him and suddenly smiled. Alright, we'll stay with you. Han Bing nodded, yeah, let's practice together. Ingren, rarely agreeing, said, anyway, we're just sitting around. Su Lin glanced at them. He felt a little warmth in his heart. For the first time in 18 years, someone was willing to stand by his side. Thank you. Yen Yen waved his hand, what are you thanking for? Let's go, keep training. In the next 6 days, Su Lin practically welded himself to the training field. He woke up early every morning before the sky even brightened, and trained until late at night before heading back to the dorm. Positioning, kiting monsters, blocking skills, manipulating camera angles, over and over, mechanical repetition. Yen Yen and the others were swept up by him. At first, they could complain about being tired, but when they saw Su Lin's reckless look, no one dared to slack off. Damn, compared to him, I'm practically useless.
Han Bing slumped on the ground, panting heavily. Yan Yan wiped the sweat off his brow, looked at Su Lin still practicing in the distance, his eyes filled with mixed emotions. He's not training, he's playing with his life. Ingren, rarely not yawning, lazily said, if someone wants to kill you, you'd be playing with your life too. 6 days passed in a flash. Sunday, 7 a.m. In front of the entrance to the 4th floor of the Tower of Heaven, it was already crowded with people. Today was the day the Tower of Heaven opened, and many other schools outside the academy had returned to challenge the tower. Some had already formed teams, full of confidence, others were cramming at the last minute, flipping through guides and muttering to themselves. The 4 of them stood at the edge of the crowd. Ready? Yan Yan stretched his wrist, his bright red battlesuit standing out under the morning light. Su Lin nodded. Han Bing gripped the hilt of his sword. After training so many times these past 6 days, I could pass with my eyes closed. Ingren yawned, enough talking, let's go in. The 4 of them walked toward the light gate. The surrounding gazes focused again. Look, it's Su Lin and them. Isn't that the god tier 1? The one with over 20 million health at level 4? Holy shit, teaming up with a monster like that, isn't the 4th floor a breeze? I'm crying with envy. I want to team up with the blood god too. You? Their team has 3 SSS level members. What level are you? A flash of light, and the 4 of them vanished in front of the light gate. The scene in front of them changed. It was a huge cave, about the size of half a football field. The walls were covered in glowing moss, lighting up the whole space. In the center of the cave, 10 monsters were staring at them. 32 ordinary ironclad giant lizards, covered in dark red scales, with thick limbs and tails dragging on the ground, flicking their tongues. Each was as big as a cow. 8 elite furious giant apes, twice the size of the giant lizards, covered in black fur, with a white V-shaped patch on their chests. They crouched behind the giant lizards, pounding the ground with their hands, emitting low growls. Ding! Entering the 4th floor of the Sky Tower. Monsters, ironclad giant lizard times 32, level 4 ordinary, furious giant ape times 8, level 4 elite. Clearance condition, kill all monsters within 1 hour. Follow the plan, Yan Yan said softly. Su Lin will tank, and the 3 of us will kill the giant apes first. Su Lin nodded and took a step forward. 32 ironclad giant lizards and 2 furious giant apes immediately locked their eyes on him, their eyes glowing blood red. Su Lin took a deep breath and suddenly rushed forward. The 40 monsters erupted at the same time. 32 giant lizards twisted their bodies, opening their huge mouths, and bit toward him. The 2 giant apes stood up, their bodies over 2 meters tall like small mountains, and swung their fists toward his head. Bang! 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 The teeth of the giant lizard sank into his legs, -800, -800, -800. The fists of the giant ape slammed into his chest, -2,400, -2,400, -2,400. If these attacks hit any of the 3 teammates behind, they'd probably already be dead. Su Lin stood at the front, taking every attack, ensuring none of them reached the back. Damage notifications were popping up like a flood. He looked down and glanced at his health bar. 220 billion. He had lost less than 100,000. Not even a fraction of a fraction. I've got it, he said calmly. Yan Yan and the others exchanged a glance, then charged toward the 2 giant apes. Flame explosion. Yan Yan slashed with his sword, and a pillar of fire shot into the sky, directly engulfing one of the giant apes. The giant ape let out a miserable scream, its fur scorched, and its health instantly dropped by a large amount. Frost Piercer. Han Bing's sword thrust out, and dozens of ice spikes rose from the ground, turning the other giant ape into a sieve. Both giant apes roared in rage and turned to charge at them. But as soon as they moved, they felt something pulling at their bodies. Turning around, Su Lin was holding one of the giant ape's ankles, dragging it in place. Where do you think you're going? He asked indifferently. The giant ape roared, and turned to punch him in the face. -2,400. Su Lin didn't even blink. Yan Yan seized the opportunity and slashed again. The first giant ape's health reached 0 and it collapsed to the ground. The second giant ape panicked, struggling desperately to escape, but Su Lin's hand was like a vice, firmly gripping its ankle. Han Bing and Ingren struck at the same time. Ice spikes and shadow blades pierced into the giant ape's body. The second giant ape fell as well. 1 minute, 8 elite monsters, all dead. The remaining 32 giant lizards froze for a moment, then rushed at Su Lin even more frantically. But their attack power was so low that they couldn't even scratch Su Lin. Yan Yan and the others stood in the distance, easily cutting down one lizard with each sword. 3 minutes later. Congratulations, you've cleared the 4th floor of the Sky Tower. Clearance time, 5 minutes 47 seconds. You've leveled up. Current level, 5. Current stats: health 220 billion plus 100 times billion equals 230 billion, attack 220 plus 10 is equal to 230.
You will unlock the entrance to the 5th floor of the Sky Tower in 7 days.
A flash of light, and the 4 of them were teleported out. Standing in front of the light gate, Yan Yan stretched out a big yawn.
5 minutes and 47 seconds, we must have broken the record, right?
Han Bing took out his phone and checked. The fastest record for a 4-person team on the 4th floor is 15 minutes and 12 seconds. We're nearly 3 times faster.
Ing Ren, unusually, didn't yawn.
Looking at Su Lin, his eyes were complicated. With him here, it really is no difficulty at all. Those 2 giant apes wanted to come and fight me, but he grabbed one with each hand and held them back. I've been playing games for so many years, but I've never seen such a reliable tank.
Su Lin looked at the 3 of them, the corners of his mouth slightly lifting. This feeling, it's pretty good.
As the 4 were talking, suddenly a commotion came from the distance.
They're out. They're out. Su Lin and the others are out. 5 minutes 47 seconds? No way, is that for real? They broke the record. They broke the record again.
A group of reporters rushed over, pointing cameras at them.
Su Lin, how did you do it? 5 minutes 47 seconds to clear the 4th level, any secrets?
Su Lin glanced at them and calmly said, "No secrets, just hold on." The reporters were stunned for a moment, then began furiously snapping photos. Hold on, these 3 words, when said by others, are nonsense, but when said by him, it's truth.
20 million health, indeed, can hold on.
Flame stood in front of Su Lin, waving his hand to shoo them away. All right, stop taking pictures, we're going to eat. Cold Ice and Shadow Blade also helped block them, escorting Su Lin out.
After finally squeezing out of the crowd, the 4 of them breathed a sigh of relief.
These reporters are really annoying.
Flame muttered.
Su Lin didn't speak, but he knew in his heart.
From today onward, such scenes would only increase.
The title of God level and record-breaking achievements destined him to become a public figure. But he didn't care.
He only wanted to become stronger. Strong enough that no one could kill him.
In the cafeteria, the 4 of them found a corner to sit. They had just eaten a couple of bites when a middle-aged man in a drill instructor uniform walked over. Su Lin, the dean is asking for you. Su Lin looked up and recognized the person, Li, the deputy of Legion, level 50.
Now. Su Lin put down his chopsticks and stood up. Flame whispered, "Do you want us to come with you?"
Su Lin shook his head, "No need." Following Instructor Li, they crossed the campus and arrived at the top floor of the administration building. They pushed the door open, and there was more than just old Zhang in the office. There was also an elderly man, his hair completely white, his presence as deep as a pond. He wore an 85-level badge on his chest. The president of the Awakeners Association, Chen Zhozhou. Su Lin was stunned for a moment. Why is Chen Zhozhou here again? Old Zhang sat in the main chair, grinning at him. "You're here? Sit." Su Lin sat down. Chen Zhozhou looked at him, his eyes showing a bit of appreciation. Su Lin, 5 minutes 47 seconds to clear the 4th level, congratulations.
Su Lin nodded, "Thank you." Chen Zhozhou smiled slightly, didn't beat around the bush, and went straight to the point. "I called you here today because there's something I need to inform you about. A month from now, the National College Tournament." Su Lin was stunned. The college tournament? Old Zhang explained from the side, it's held once a year, all the Awakening Academies nationwide participate.
It's divided into 3 groups, level 0 to 10, level 11 to 20, and level 21 to 30.
Each academy can send up to 5 participants in each group.
He paused, looking at Su Lin. "Your group is level 0 to 10. Our launching battle academy plans to have you lead the team."
Su Lin was silent for a few seconds. "What's the competition about?" "Real combat."
Old Zhang said, "It's a knockout system, either 1v1 or team battles. The specific rules are adjusted every year, but the core is the same, just win."
Chen Zhozhou picked up from there, "This year's tournament is more important than before." He looked at Su Lin, speaking each word clearly, "Because this year, the first God-level contestant will appear."
Su Lin understood.
They wanted him to showcase God-level power to the entire country at the tournament. "I'll participate," he said.
Old Zhang smiled, straightforward.
"I knew you'd agree." Chen Zhozhou nodded, "Good.
The detailed competition rules and opponent information will be sent to you in a few days.
You have a month to prepare."
Su Lin stood up, "No problem." As he reached the door, Chen Zhozhou suddenly called out to him.
"Su Lin." Su Lin turned around.
Chen Zhozhou looked at him, his expression complicated.
"I've heard about Su Jintian." Su Lin didn't speak.
Chen Zhozhou was silent for a few seconds, then slowly said, "You did the right thing.
That kind of person is not worth forgiving.
Su Lin glanced at him, nodded, and pushed the door out.
Back in the cafeteria, Flame and the others immediately gathered around. What's going on? Why did the dean call for you?
Su Lin sat down and picked up his chopsticks. 1 month later, the National Academy competition.
I'm leading the team.
The three of them froze for a moment before they all got excited.
Damn! The Academy competition. Yan Yan's eyes sparkled. That's broadcast nationwide.
I watched it on TV last year, and now I get to participate this year. Han Bing rubbed his hands together.
The 0 to 10 level group, with you and the team, aren't we sure to win?
Ingren, rarely showing any energy, had a glimmer of light in his eyes. I heard the champions last year were from Tianxiong Academy, and this year. He didn't finish his sentence, but the meaning was clear.
Tianxiong Academy. The Su family's stronghold.
Su Lin's hand froze for a moment while picking up his food.
Tianxiong Academy, Su Chen is there too. Yan Yan noticed his reaction and quietly asked, Su Lin, are you okay? Su Lin shook his head and continued eating.
But inside, a storm was rising. The National Academy competition.
Tianxiong Academy. Su Chen. Will they meet on the battlefield 1 month from now? He didn't know.
But he knew, if they did meet, he would make that green tea watch with her own eyes. What real god-level strength looked like.
At 2 p.m., training ground.
Lei Jin stood in front of everyone, holding a list.
You've all heard, right?
1 month later, the National Academy competition.
A commotion spread below.
Lei Jin clapped his hands, and everyone quieted down. In the 0 to 10 level group, our Longqing War Academy is sending 5 people.
He glanced at the list and read out. Su Lin. Yan Yan. Han Bing. Ing Run. And one more.
He paused and looked toward a small, inconspicuous corner of the crowd.
Lin Yu. All eyes turned to her.
In the corner stood a girl, around 17 or 18, wearing a simple training suit, with long hair tied into a ponytail, her face expressionless.
She had a badge on her chest, SSS level ability healing light.
Lin Yu lifted her head, glanced at Lei Jin, nodded, and then lowered her head again. Yan Yan whispered to Su Lin, Lin Yu, the only healer in our class.
SSS level healing ability, I heard she can heal 2000 HP in an instant. She doesn't talk much, just like a transparent person. Su Lin glanced at Lin Yu. The girl lowered her head, not showing any expression.
Lei Jin continued, from today on, the 5 of you will be a team. Train together every day, improve your coordination.
1 month later, I want you to bring back the champion's trophy. Any problems? The 5 of them replied in unison, no. Lei Jin grinned. Good, now let's start training. Su Lin, you'll be the captain.
Su Lin froze for a moment.
Captain?
He looked at Yan Yan and the others, and all 3 nodded at him, their eyes full of trust.
He then looked at Lin Yu.
Lin Yu lifted her head, glanced at him, nodded, and then lowered her head again.
Okay, Su Lin said.
The following days, the 5 of them began grueling training. They woke up at 5 a.m. every day and returned to their dorm at 10 p.m. Positioning, coordination, tactics, emergency response, they practiced over and over again. Although Lin Yu didn't speak much, her coordination was unexpectedly seamless. Su Lin tanks the monsters, Yan Yan deals the main damage, Han Bing supports with damage and control, Ingren looks for opportunities to cut the backline, and I heal. She rarely spoke, her voice cold and clear, with this setup, as long as Su Lin doesn't fall, we won't lose.
Yan Yan curiously asked, how much can you heal?
Lin Yu calmly said, instant 2000 HP healing, continuous healing 500 per second, can heal 3 people at the same time.
Yan Yan gasped. Damn, does that mean as long as we're not one shot, we can stay alive forever? Lin Yu nodded. In theory, yes. Han Bing got excited. With Su Lin tanking and Lin Yu healing us 3, aren't we invincible? We can just focus on output, positioning is unnecessary. Ingren rarely smiled.
True. Su Lin looked at the 4 of them, feeling a bit complicated inside. This was the first time someone was fighting alongside him.
Not using him as a tool, not seeing him as a monster, but truly treating him as a teammate. This feeling, it was pretty good. The days passed one by one.
Their coordination became increasingly seamless, and their positioning more fluid. The 5th, 6th, 7th levels. Every Sunday, the Sky Tower became their showcase. With Su Lin tanking, Yan Yan and the others' output was completely unleashed. Lin Yu's treatment had almost no use, because no one was injured, all the monsters were blocked by Su Lin.
The 7th level completion time, 7 minutes 8 seconds, breaking the record again. The 8th level, 9 minutes 10 seconds. The 9th level, 10 minutes 11 seconds. Each level completion sparked widespread discussions online. Blood God broke the record again.
With him, Dragon City War Academy is sure to win the championship this year.
Sky Dome Academy is shaking. Does Su Chen still dare to participate?
And Su Lin, he paid no attention to these comments. He just quietly leveled up, quietly accumulated points, quietly grew stronger. On the day of completing the 9th level, he reached level 10.
Health, 400 billion. Attack, 1,000. Points, 120,000.
He opened the shop, bought a bunch of percentage recovery potions, and also bought several level 10 rare equipment. After wearing them, his health surpassed 1 trillion.
1 trillion.
He looked at this number, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly.
A month's time, not too long, not too short.
Finally, the day of the national college competition arrived.
At 7 in the morning, on the square of Dragon City War Academy, 5 people stood in a row. Su Lin, Yan Yan, Han Bing, Ingren, Lin Yu. Lei Jin stood in front of them, scanning each of them and nodding with satisfaction.
Very good, everyone's condition looks great.
He patted Su Lin's shoulder. Kid, this time it's up to you. Su Lin nodded. Old Zhang walked over, followed by a middle-aged man with a deep aura.
The man was in his 60s, with graying hair, but his back straight like a spear. He wore black combat attire with a level 89 badge pinned on his chest.
Zhang Tianxiong.
The leader of the 5 strongest, the first person in the military.
Everyone immediately stood straight.
Zhang Tianxiong walked in front of Su Lin, looked him up and down, then smiled.
Kid, not bad.
Su Lin looked at him, feeling a little nervous. This was Zhang Tianxiong, one of the strongest people in the country.
Zhang Tianxiong continued, I've seen your video. 1 billion health, level 10, very impressive.
He deliberately revealed the blood amount as 1 billion, not the real 1 trillion. He paused, his expression becoming serious.
But remember, thick health isn't everything.
In the competition, you might face all kinds of strange abilities.
Some can drain health, some can break defenses, and some might have percentage-based damage.
You can withstand 1,000,000 attacks, but as long as there's one slip-up leading to a teammate's failure, it could all be over. Su Lin listened carefully. Zhang Tianxiong patted his shoulder, so, don't be careless.
Fight seriously, fight well. Bring the championship back. Su Lin nodded, yes.
Zhang Tianxiong smiled, turned, and walked away.
Old Zhang walked over, all right, let's go. The aircraft is waiting. The 5 boarded the aircraft.
The cabin door closed, and the aircraft ascended, flying north.
The competition's location was in Kyoto,
the largest city in the country, home to the Awakeners Association's headquarters. On the aircraft, Yan Yan was so excited he couldn't sit still, constantly hanging onto the window to look outside.
Kyoto. I've never been there.
I heard there's the tallest tower in the country and the best equipment stores. Han Bing was also excited. I heard this year's championship prize is especially rich. Besides points, there's also a legendary level piece of equipment.
Ingren, rarely not down, lazily said, legendary level equipment? That stuff can't even be bought with money.
Lin Yu sat quietly in the corner, looking out the window, saying nothing. Su Lin leaned back in his seat, eyes closed. In his mind, it was all about the upcoming competition.
Sky Dome Academy. Su Chen.
It's been a month since they last met.
I wonder what he's like now.
The aircraft flew for 2 hours and finally landed in the square of the Awakeners Association in Kyoto. The square was already packed with people. Representative teams from academies across the country, wearing various school uniforms and holding different flags, gathered in the square. Journalists with long lenses were crazily taking photos. There were also many high-level awakeners with deep auras standing on high ground, looking down on the crowd. The 5 of them walked off the aircraft. As soon as they landed, they felt countless gazes fall on them.
Look! It's Dragon City War Academy. Is that Su Lin? Blood God? Wow, he looks even younger than in the video.
Those 3 beside him, Flame, Ice, Shadow Blade, all SSS level.
Who's that girl? Never seen her before. Lin Yu, SSS level healing power, heard her healing is explosive.
The 5 of them walked through the crowd toward the registration desk.
Along the way, people kept pointing and whispering. Su Lin kept his head down, expressionless. Flame waved to people along the way, like a celebrity.
After registering and receiving their competition passes, the 5 were led to the dorm area.
Launching Battle Academy had assigned them an independent small building, 1 room per person.
After settling in, the 5 went to the cafeteria to eat. The cafeteria was crowded, full of students competing. Some wore fancy school uniforms, some wore fine gear, some gathered in groups discussing strategies, some ate alone quietly.
Su Lin and the others found a corner to sit.
After just a few bites, a group of people suddenly came over. Leading them was a silver-haired boy, 17 or 18, handsome, wearing silver-white combat gear with the Sky Academy emblem on his chest. Behind him were 4 others, 3 boys and 1 girl, all from Sky Academy. The silver-haired boy walked up to Su Lin, looking down at him from above.
You are Su Lin? Su Lin looked up and glanced at him. What do you want?
The silver-haired boy smiled, a playful glint in it.
I'm Bai Yi, captain of Sky Academy, SSS level power lord of light. He extended a hand. I heard your god level.
I want to see how strong god level really is.
Su Lin looked at his outstretched hand and didn't move.
Flame whispered beside him, Bai Yi is strong, I've watched a lot of his real battle videos.
Su Lin nodded, then stood up. He looked at Bai Yi calmly and said, you'll see at the grand match.
Bai Yi froze for a moment, then laughed loudly.
Fine, see you at the grand match.
He withdrew his hand and turned to leave. At the door, he looked back at Su Lin.
By the way, a reminder.
Your first round opponents are our Sky Academy.
Prepare well.
After saying that, he left with his group. The cafeteria fell silent for a moment, then erupted into louder chatter.
Whoa, facing them in the first round?
Launching Battle Academy versus Sky Academy, this is like a pre-finals match. Su Lin versus Bai Yi, God level versus SSS level, should be exciting.
Su Lin sat down and continued eating.
Flame leaned over, whispering, Su Lin, how do you feel? Chewing his meat, Su Lin said calmly, no feeling.
Ice gave a thumbs up, solid.
Shadowblade smiled rarely, that Bai Yi kid is full of himself.
Let's show him what real god level is.
Lin Yu spoke softly, cold and clear, Bai Yi's power is light-based, attacks fast.
Be careful.
Su Lin glanced at her and nodded.
Thanks.
After finishing the meal, the 5 returned to their building.
As they entered, they saw Leijun standing in the living room holding a file. Back? Good, come take a look. He handed the file to Su Lin. First round opponents, Sky Academy. Here's info on their 5 members. Su Lin took the file and opened it. The first page, Bai Yi. Name, Bai Yi. Level, 10. Power, SSS level Lord of Light. Feature, extremely fast attack speed. Second page, a bald strong man. Name, Tai Shan. Level, 10. Power, SSS level indestructible.
Feature, extremely strong defense, known as the strongest shield of the same level.
Can tank and fight, was last year's main T. Third page, a tall thin man. Name, Fong Wuying. Level, 10. Power, SS level Blade of Gale. Feature, fast, skilled at ambush, targets backline. Fourth page, a red-haired girl. Name, Huo Wu. Level, 10. Power, SS level Flame Control.
Feature, strong area attack, can control an output.
Fifth page, a boy wearing glasses. Name, Shui Jing. Level, 10. Power, SSS level Healing Water.
Feature, strong healing ability, can also remove control effects. Su Lin finished reading and handed the file to Flame.
Flame read it and gasped. This setup, too strong, right? 1 T, 1 main DPS, 1 secondary DPS, 1 assassin, 1 healer. Perfect 5-person team.
Han Bing's face also turned a bit serious, and their coordination is very seamless. Ingren, unusually alert, said sharply that Tai Shan, I heard can withstand attacks from level 10 rare monsters, his defense is crazy. With him tanking in front, Bai Yi and Huo Wu can safely deal damage. Lin Yu was silent for a few seconds, then said, their healer Shui Jing can instantly heal 8,000 and also remove control.
Very hard to kill. The 4 looked at Su Lin.
Su Lin was silent for a few seconds, then said, with me here, they can't break our defense. Yen Yen was stunned for a moment, then laughed.
Exactly. They have Tai Shan, we have Su Lin. Tai Shan can tank, Su Lin can tank even more.
Tai Shan tanks attacks from level 10 rare monsters, Su Lin tanks attacks from dozens of levels.
Totally not the same scale. Han Bing also got excited, and even if their damage is high, can it beat the 3 of us?
Bai Yi's attack is 200,000, mine is 220,000, Yen Yen 25, Ingren bursts 30,000.
Together, 1 focused attack can kill 1 instantly. Ingren nodded, the key is who to kill first. I suggest killing the healer first, or Bai Yi first. Lin Yu, unusually taking initiative, spoke, what if they focus me first?
The 4 looked at her.
Lin Yu said calmly, I'm the healer, they'll definitely target me first. If I fall, you have no one to heal you.
Su Lin thought for a moment, then said, you stay behind me.
Lin Yu was stunned for a moment. Su Lin continued, I tank in front, you stand behind me.
If they want to hit you, they have to get past me first. Lin Yu looked at him, her eyes a little complicated.
After a few seconds of silence, she nodded.
Okay. Lei Jin, watching nearby, nodded in satisfaction.
Good, they have tactical awareness now. He clapped his hands. Alright, rest well tonight. Tomorrow at 8 in the morning, the first round of the match. Opponent is Tianchong Academy, last year's champion. Don't embarrass me. The 5 answered together, yes.
At night, Su Lin lay on the bed, turning over, unable to sleep. He thought of Bai Ye's gaze, full of scrutiny, amusement, and a bit of defiance.
God level?
So what if he's God level? Bai Yi probably thinks that God level is just a title, in real fight, not necessarily stronger than him.
Su Lin smiled. Tomorrow, I will show you
what real God level means.
Outside, the night was deep.
In the distance, the lights of Kyoto's Tongtian Tower flickered in the night sky.
Tomorrow, the first battle. Tianchong Academy. Su Chen. If Su Chen goes on stage, what will he do?
Su Lin closed his eyes. In his mind flashed Su Chen's always gentle smile.
And that looking down on you gaze. What do you have to compare with me? He took a deep breath. Tomorrow, I will show you what I have to compare with you. The next morning at 7, the 5 woke up on time. Wash, eat, check equipment.
At 8 sharp, they appeared at the competition arena.
The arena was a huge circular building, holding 50,000 people.
The stands were already full, voices roaring, colorful flags waving. In the center was a huge competition platform, 100 meters in diameter, surrounded by energy shields to prevent skill leakage. On the commentator stand, 2 commentators were warming up.
Dear audience, welcome to the National Academy Grand Match. Today's first match is the highlight. Yes. Longcheng Battle Academy versus Tianchong Academy. Last year's champion versus this year's strongest dark horse. Longcheng has God-level Awakener Su Lin, Tianchong has last year's personal competition runner-up Bai Yi. This match is full of excitement. Let's welcome the players to enter. The arena erupted. Tianchong Academy's 5 went out first.
Bai Yi walked in front, silver combat suit shining.
Behind him were Taishan, Feng Wuing, Huo Wu, Shui Jing. The 5 went to one side of the platform and stood still. Then, Longcheng Battle Academy's 5 entered.
Su Lin walked in front, black combat suit, expressionless. Behind him were Yan Yan, Han Bing, Ingrin, Lin Yu. The 5 went to the other side of the platform and stood still. The 2 sides faced each other across 50 meters. Bai Yi looked at Su Lin, a slight smile on his lips. Su Lin looked at him, expressionless. The commentator shouted excitedly, the match is about to start.
Both sides, get ready.
The referee stepped onto the stage, raising his hand. Rules: team battle ends when one side is completely down or surrenders. No deadly weapons, no malicious killing.
Violators will be disqualified. Ready. Start. As soon as the words fell, Bai Yi rushed out suddenly.
His speed was astonishing, his whole body turned into a white light, rushing straight at Lin Yu behind Su Lin. At the same time, Taishan charged at Su Lin, hands clasped together, his body glowing golden.
Invincible Vajra.
Feng Wuing disappeared from his original place, appearing behind Ingren the next moment. Huo Wu raised both hands, flames filling the sky, covering Yan Yan and Han Bing. Shui Jing stood at the back, hands glowing blue, ready to heal at any moment.
Within 1 second, the tactics of Tianchong Academy were fully deployed.
First, cut off the healer. Bai Ye's speed was too fast, Lin Yu had no time to react at all.
But she didn't need to react. Because Su Lin had already moved.
The moment Bai Yi rushed out, Su Lin stepped back 1 step. 1 step, just blocking in front of Lin Yu. Bai Yi stabbed with his sword. The tip of the sword stabbed Su Lin's chest.
Minus 200,000. Su Lin didn't even move back.
He looked down at the tip in his chest, then raised his head to look at Bai Yi.
Is that all? Bai Ye's pupils shrank.
This sword, 20 damage, enough to kill anyone of the same level instantly.
But this man didn't even frown?
Su Lin reached out, grabbed his sword, and pulled it aside. Bai Yi staggered from being pulled. Su Lin raised his other hand and slapped his face.
Smack. Minus 1,000.
Bai Yi spun around in place from the slap.
The whole arena was silent. 50,000 people widened their eyes, staring at this scene. Su Lin looked at Bai Yi, speaking calmly, I told you, you would see this in the grand match.
Bai Yi held his face ashen. He gritted his teeth and charged again. 1 sword, 2 swords, 3 swords. Every sword stabbed Su Lin.
Minus 200,000, minus 200,000, minus 200,000.
Su Lin stood still, not moving, letting him stab. On the other side, the battle was completely one-sided. Taishan rushed at Su Lin, but Su Lin casually slapped him away. Feng Wuing ambushed Ingren, but Ingren cut him on the shoulder, letting out a scream and retreating.
While Wu's flames covered Yan Yan and Han Bing, they didn't dodge, just rushed through, one sword each taking down a teammate.
Xu Weijing tried to heal, but Lin Yu stopped him silently.
30 seconds later. All 5 from Tianshong Academy were lying on the ground.
Bai Yi lay at Su Lin's feet, covered in blood, breathing heavily. Su Lin looked down at him.
"This is what you said, letting me prepare properly?"
Bai Yi opened his mouth but could not speak.
The whole arena was deathly silent. Then, boom! The whole arena exploded. What the hell? 30 seconds? 30 seconds to finish the match? Tianshong Academy's top lineup, defeated in 30 seconds? What the hell kind of monster is this? God level. This is God level. The commentator's voice changed with excitement. 1. Launching Battle Academy 1. 30 seconds. 30 seconds to sweep Tianshong Academy.
Su Lin alone blocked all attacks, teammates unharmed the whole time.
This is unbelievable. The referee raised his hand. Launching Battle Academy wins. Su Lin turned and walked to his teammates.
Yan Yan rushed over and hugged him. Damn.
Su Lin, you're awesome.
One slap to send Bai Yi flying.
I'm dying laughing. Han Bing's face was red with excitement. 30 seconds. New record. The fastest match in the history of the grand competition. Ingren rarely smiled. That kid Bai Yi, he must regret showing off now.
Lin Yu stood to the side, looking at Su Lin, her eyes complex. After a few seconds of silence, she said softly, "Thank you." Su Lin glanced at her and nodded.
"You're welcome."
The 5 walked down from the stage.
Reporters rushed over wildly, guns and cameras aimed at them. Su Lin. 30 seconds to finish the match. What are your thoughts?
Su Lin thought for a moment and said calmly, "No thoughts, the opponents were too weak."
The whole arena gasped. Too weak? Last year's champion, called too weak?
Reporters went even crazier.
On the other side, Tianshong Academy people were being carried away. Bai Yi lay on the stretcher. His face color deathly pale, his eyes fixed dead on Su Lin's back. He remembered the sentence he said yesterday. "I want to see how strong God level is." Now he saw it. So strong that he did not even have a chance to fight back. After the match ended, the 5 people returned to the lodging area.
Just as they entered the door, they saw Leijin standing in the living room, smiling so wide that his mouth could not close.
Good. Fight well. 30 seconds beat down Sky Dome Academy, let those boys pretend cool.
Old Zhang was also there, patting Su Lin's shoulder, his whole face full of comfort.
"Kid, did beautiful work. Continue tomorrow." Su Lin nodded. Yan Yan leaned over. "Who do we fight tomorrow?"
Leijin opened the match schedule. "Tomorrow we fight Magic Capital Academy second team.
Strength average. Should have no problem." Han Bing let out a breath. "That's good."
Shadowblade said lazily, "With Su Lin here, every team is average." Lin Yu rarely smiled, although it was only the corner of her mouth slightly rising. Su Lin looked at the 4 of them, his heart a little warm.
"Tomorrow, continue to fight. The day after tomorrow, continue to fight. Keep fighting until the champion." Then, he thought of Su Chen.
Among the people Sky Dome Academy sent on stage today, there was no Su Chen.
Where did Su Chen go? He did not know.
But he knew, if Su Chen stepped on stage, among the people lying on the ground today, there would be one him.
Chapter 24: The Awkward Su Jintian Family. The night the first match ended, banquet. Kyoto Grand Hotel, top floor banquet hall. Lights dazzling, cups and wine crossing. Anyone who could enter this door, not one ordinary person.
Representatives of each academy, speakers of big families, high level of the Awakeners Association, and those top strong people usually only seen on television, right now all holding wine cups, chatting in groups of 3 or 5.
Su Lin stood in the corner, holding a cup of orange juice.
He did not want to drink wine, and no one dared force him to drink.
"Student Su Lin." A bright loud voice came.
Su Lin turned his head and saw a middle-aged man walking quickly over, several people following behind him. The man wore a straight suit, a badge pinned on his chest, the mark of the Kyoto Lin family. "I am Lin Jinan, Kyoto Lin family." The man reached out his hand, smile full on his face.
"Today I watched your match. 30 seconds sweep Sky Dome Academy. Amazing, really amazing."
Su Lin shook his hand. "Family head Lin too polite." Lin Jinan's eyes brightened. Calling family head Lin too distant."
"I am a few years older than your father." "Oh no, older than Su Jintian." You can call me Uncle Lin. Su Lin did not take this topic.
Lin Jinan, also not awkward, turned sideways to introduce the people behind him. This is my daughter, Lin Yue.
This year also level 10, SSS level ability.
Yue quickly calls Su Lin big brother. A girl wearing a light blue dress stepped forward, 17 or 18 years old, looks delicate, cheeks slightly red. Su Lin big brother, hello.
Su Lin nodded, hello.
Lin Yue's eyes shining bright, wanting to say something, but shy to open mouth.
Lin Jinan laughed, Yue always wanted to know you. Today finally has chance.
Student Su Lin, later if you have time come Kyoto to play, let Yue take you walk around.
A person beside suddenly spoke, Lin Jinan, you're move too fast, right? I have not even spoken yet.
The one speaking was a fat middle-aged man, wearing a dark gray long robe, smiling with narrowed eyes.
Lin Jinan laughed loud, old Zhou, your Jiangnan family join, what excitement. Your family does not even have suitable age girls, right? The fat man, Zhou family head Zhou Sihai rolled his eyes, no girls then cannot know each other? My son Zhou Yuan, also level 10, SSS level ability. Student Su Lin, you young people communicate more.
Behind him stood a young boy, 17 or 18, thick eyebrows, big eyes, looking honest and simple. Hearing his father call him, he scratched his head and grinned at Su Lin. Brother Su Lin, today you fought too handsome. That slap on by Ye's face, even I felt pain watching. The corner of Su Lin's mouth slightly rose, thank you. Zhou Yuan moved closer, lowering his voice, Brother Su Lin, let me tell you. That kid Bai Yi usually very arrogant, relying on himself as Sky Dome Academy captain, not putting anyone in his eyes. Today your move made him completely wilt.
Too satisfying.
Lin Yue whispered beside him, actually, Bai Yi is pretty strong. It's just that he met Brother Su Lin.
Zhou Yuan curled his lips, strong what? Knocked down in 30 seconds, you call that strong?
While they were talking, another group of people walked over. Leading them was an old man with white hair, wearing a simple long robe, his aura deep and heavy. Behind him were a few middle-aged people, and some young ones. Lin Jinan's face changed slightly, and he whispered, people from the Wang family of Kyoto.
The one leading is the head of the Wang family, Wang Tiangang, level 84.
Su Lin looked up. Wang Tiangang walked closer, scanning Su Lin up and down, his eyes sharp as knives.
Are you Su Lin? Su Lin nodded, yes. Wang Tiangang was silent for a few seconds, then suddenly laughed.
Good. He said good 3 times, then patted Su Lin on the shoulder.
Kid, I watched your match.
100 million health, level 10, taking 200,000 damage is like scratching an itch.
This kind of talent, strong beyond normal talent.
He paused, lowered his voice, if anything happens in the future, come to the Wang family in Kyoto to find me.
I, Wang Tiangang, count you as a friend.
After speaking, he turned and walked away, swift and decisive. The Wang family people behind him all nodded to Su Lin and followed him.
Lin Jinan watched Wang Tiangong's back, clicking his tongue twice. Old Wang is usually arrogant, obeys no one.
Today he came to talk to you on his own, not easy.
Zhou Sihai nodded too, Su Lin, you are the hot item now. These old folks are all eager to connect with you.
Su Lin said nothing. They all recognized God-level talent. Since that match ended today, his phone never stopped. Private messages, friend requests, calls, overwhelming. Friends or strangers, all wanted to reach him.
This is the fame of God-level talent.
This is what power brings.
Su Lin.
Another voice came. Su Lin turned, seeing several familiar faces, Yan Yan, Han Bing, Ingren, Lin Yu, 4 people carrying trays full of food. Yan Yan had cake in his mouth, mumbling, you were hiding here? We looked for you everywhere. Han Bing held a chicken leg, the people outside were scary, asking constantly where Su Lin is, then made us deliver business cards.
Look. He pulled out a bunch of colorful cards from his pocket, at least 20.
Ingren unusually did not yawn, lazily saying, someone gave me a card, some VIP card from a guild, saying to give it to you.
I didn't take it.
Lin Yu stood quietly holding a cup of juice, watching Su Lin from time to time. Su Lin took the cards, glanced at them. Some from big families, some from various guilds, a few from school admissions offices. Though he was already in Longqing Battle Academy, they didn't give up. He put the cards away, saying to the 4, eat your food, don't worry about me.
Yan Yan rolled his eyes, come on, you think we came for you? We came for the food.
The buffet here, heard one meal costs thousands of points, not eating would be a waste.
Han Bing nodded frantically, yes, look at that lobster, bigger than my face. And that crab, legs thicker than my arm. Ingren finally smiled, you too, can't you have some decency? Yan Yan and Han Bing said together, no.
Lin Yu couldn't help but smile a little, shallow as it was, but Su Lin saw it. It was the first time he saw Lin Yu smile. Meanwhile, on the other side of the banquet hall,
Su Zhentian held a wineglass, standing in the corner.
Around him, not a single person. Not because no one recognized him. On the contrary, almost everyone passing by looked at him, complex eyes, mocking, pitying, schadenfreude, but no more awe or flattery.
But no one came to speak to him. Not one.
Lin Wanqing stood beside him, face pale. She wore a carefully prepared dress, with delicate makeup, but at this moment, these are all useless. Because no one was looking at her.
Zhentian. She whispered, shall we go back? Su Zhentian didn't speak, just held his wineglass, motionless.
Su Yao stood not far away, holding a glass of wine, her knuckles white. She saw several old close friends laughing together. She walked over to greet them, but they glanced at her, their smiles froze, then they pretended not to see her and turned away. Su Yao froze in place, her face burning red.
Su Ling was similar.
She saw a boy who had once liked her, chatting with friends. She walked over to say hi, he glanced at her with a complex look, then lowered his head, pretending not to see her.
Su Ling bit her lip and turned away.
Only Su Xiaoxiao hid in a corner, secretly watching the figure surrounded by people in the center of the hall.
That was Su Lin. Her brother.
The brother she once despised, ignored, and bullied. Now, he stood in the brightest spot, surrounded by people. Heads of big families, representatives of major forces, those she usually saw only on TV, one by one smiled at him, handed him cards, invited him to visit.
He just nodded lightly, expressionless.
Su Xiaoxiao remembered when she was little, she secretly gave Su Lin a candy once. Su Lin was surprised, then smiled, softly said thank you. It was the first time she saw Su Lin smile. Later, she never gave him candy again. Because her sisters said, don't play with that loser. Su Xiaoxiao lowered her head, her eyes a little red.
Xiao. Lin Wanqing's voice came, let's go.
Su Xiaoxiao looked up, saw her mother standing there, eyes red too.
Su Yao and Su Ling also came over, both looking unhappy.
Su Zhentian stood at the back, expressionless, but his fingers holding the wineglass were white at the joints.
Let's go, he said again. The family walked toward the door.
Passing the center of the hall, Su Zhentian suddenly paused. He saw Su Lin surrounded by people, talking to an old white-haired man.
The old man was the head of the Wang family in Jingdu, Wang Tiangang.
An 84th level strong, from the same era as him.
Wang Tiangang laughed loudly, patting Su Lin's shoulder while laughing.
The gesture was as warm as to his own grandson. Su Zhentian withdrew his gaze and walked on. They walked out of the hall, the door closing behind. It cut off the light, laughter, clinking glasses inside. It also cut off that boy.
Lin Wanqing finally couldn't hold back, tears fell. Zhentian, we were really wrong. Su Zhentian didn't speak.
He stood in the corridor, back to everyone, motionless. A long time later, he finally spoke. His voice hoarse, like squeezed out from sand.
We'll talk later. Inside the hall. Su Lin had just seen off Wang Tiangang, another group surrounded him.
Su Lin, I am from the Jiangnanyi family, our head asked me to greet you. Su Lin, this is our Chamber's Supreme card, keep it, future purchases 20% off.
Su Lin, my daughter is level 10, S-class ability, you two should meet. Su Lin responded one by one, expressionless.
But in his heart, he was a bit tired. These people, some sincere, some fake, some wanted to win him over, some wanted to use him. But no matter their purpose, they all smiled, spoke nice words. This is what power brings. Also, what that family never gave him.
Yan Yan somehow squeezed over, whispered in his ear, Su Lin, did you see? Su Zhentian and the others just left.
Su Lin was stunned, then nodded.
He saw it.
From where he stood, he could just see that corner. Su Zhentian stood there, holding his wineglass, no one around. Lin Wanqing's face was pale, Su Yao and Su Ling lowered their heads, and Su Xiaoxiao hid in the corner.
A family of 5, like 5 isolated islands.
But in his heart, there was no joy, no sympathy.
Only calmness. Su Lin. Another voice rang out.
Su Lin turned his head and saw a middle-aged man in military uniform walking over, his posture upright, his gaze sharp. He wore a level 75 badge on his chest. Behind him, several young men in military uniform followed. I am the military representative, my last name is Zhao Shanha. The middle-aged man extended his hand, Senior Zhan Tianxiang asked me to tell you to keep going tomorrow. Su Lin shook his hand, thank you, General Zhao.
Zhao Shanha smiled and firmly shook his hand, kid, fight well.
The military has high hopes for you. After saying that, he turned around and left, decisive and neat. The young men behind him nodded at Su Lin and followed him. Yan Yan clicked his tongue, the military is here, your face really is big. Han Bing leaned in, I heard the military has been recruiting talents these years, with better benefits than the 3 major academies.
Su Lin, are you tempted? Su Lin shook his head. I'm fine at Dragon City Battle Academy. Ingren rarely spoke. Dragon City Battle Academy has a military background, it's almost the same.
Lin Yu, standing nearby, suddenly whispered, "That person is looking at you." Su Lin followed her gaze. On the other side of the banquet hall, a young man in a black suit was staring in this direction. 17 or 18 years old, his appearance delicate, his eyes sharp like a knife. He was surrounded by several people, but they kept their distance, looking like they wanted to get closer but didn't dare.
Who is that? Su Lin asked.
Yan Yan glanced over, his expression changing slightly. The young master of the Yi family from Magic City, Yi Wushang.
SSS level ability, Lord of Shadows.
I heard he has a solitary personality and doesn't like interacting with people, but he's very strong. A popular candidate for this year's competition.
Han Bing added, his father is Yi Wushang, one of the 5 strongest. Su Lin nodded.
Yi Wushang stared at Su Lin for a few seconds, then withdrew his gaze and turned to leave.
He never spoke a word or came over to greet anyone.
Yan Yan whispered, "This guy is strange, you'd better stay away from him."
Su Lin didn't reply.
The banquet continued. People kept coming over to talk to Su Lin, handing out business cards and trying to make connections. Su Lin dealt with them one by one, but he was starting to feel a little annoyed.
At that moment, a familiar voice sounded. Su Lin.
Su Lin turned his head and saw an old man with white hair walking over.
The president of the Awakeners Association, Chen Zhozhou. The people around immediately made way.
Chen Zhozhou walked up to Su Lin, looked him up and down, then smiled.
Kid, tired? Su Lin honestly nodded. Chen Zhozhou laughed heartily, it's good that you're tired. These people are all sharp. You'll get used to it slowly.
He paused, lowered his voice and said, tomorrow's second match, against Kyoto Academy's first team.
Their strength is even stronger than Tianqiang Academy. There's an SSS level space-type player, very troublesome. Be careful.
Su Lin listened carefully and nodded. Chen Zhozhou patted him on the shoulder, alright, go rest.
I'll handle the rest for you.
Saying that, he turned to the group of people still trying to get closer and smiled, everyone, Su Lin is tired and needs to go rest.
If you need anything, let's talk tomorrow. Those people looked at each other but didn't dare say anything. Who would dare to disregard Chen Zhozhou's face?
Su Lin sighed in relief, nodded at Chen Zhozhou, and then left through the side door with Yan Yan and the others.
They walked out of the banquet hall, into the quiet hallway outside.
Yan Yan let out a sigh, finally out.
Those people inside were like wolves, really scary.
Han Bing wiped his sweat, my face hurts from smiling.
Ingren rarely smiled, you too, you weren't surrounded, what's there to laugh about? Yan Yan glared, how are we not surrounded? After they finished asking Su Lin, they came and asked us, so annoying.
Lin Yu whispered, they asked me what Su Lin usually likes to eat. The group paused for a moment, then burst into laughter.
Yan Yan laughed so hard he couldn't straighten up, no way? They even asked about this? Ridiculous. Su Lin couldn't help but laugh. It was a shallow laugh, but still a laugh.
Back at the dorm area, the 5 each went to their rooms.
Su Lin lay on the bed and took out his phone. Another pile of messages.
He scrolled casually a few times, then turned it off.
Outside the window, the night was deep. Tomorrow, there is still a match. The day after tomorrow, there is still one. The day after that, still another. He would fight one by one, all the way to the championship. Until everyone remembered his name. Not the abandoned child of the Su family, not Su Chen's brother. But Su Lin. God-level awakener, Su Lin. Chapter 25, entering the semifinals. Next morning at 8, the second match. Opponent, Kyoto Academy Team 1.
On the stage, both sides stood in place.
Kyoto Academy Team 1, 5 people, 4 men and 1 woman, each with strong aura.
In the front stood a tall, thin boy, eyes sharp like an eagle.
The spatial-type player Chen Zhozhou mentioned. The referee raised his hand, start. As soon as the words fell, Su Lin's vision blurred. The tall thin boy disappeared. In the next instant, he appeared behind Su Lin, holding a dagger, stabbing straight at Lin Yu. Spatial teleport. Lin Yu didn't have time to react. But she didn't need to. Because Su Lin had already moved.
At the moment the tall thin boy disappeared, Su Lin stepped back 1 step.
1 step, just in front of Lin Yu. The dagger stabbed Su Lin's back. Minus 250,000. Su Lin didn't even frown.
He reversed his hand and grabbed the tall thin boy's wrist. The tall thin boy's face changed, trying to teleport away, but his wrist was crushed, couldn't move.
Teleport?
Su Lin looked at him calmly, does teleporting help? The tall thin boy's pupils shrank. Next second, Su Lin swung him up, like swinging a sack, and slammed him hard to the ground.
Bang! The tall thin boy was smashed badly, unable to get up. The crowd was silent for a second. Then, Flame charged out. Ice charged out. Shadow Blade charged out. 3 people, 3 beams of light, rushing at the remaining 4 opponents.
Lin Yu stood behind Su Lin, hands glowing white, ready to heal at any moment.
30 seconds later, all 5 of Kyoto Academy Team 1 fell to the ground.
The commentator's voice changed with excitement, won again.
Another 30 seconds. Longqing Battle Academy takes another victory.
The whole arena erupted. Su Lin stood in the center of the stage, expressionless. He glanced at the tall thin boy on the ground. The boy stared at him, eyes full of unwillingness. Su Lin withdrew his gaze and walked off the stage.
Reporters swarmed again. Su Lin. 2 matches in a row, finished in 30 seconds, how do you feel?
Su Lin thought for a moment, calmly said, same as before, the opponents are too weak. The crowd gasped.
Too weak? Kyoto Academy Team 1, a top 3 national team, called too weak?
But no one could argue. Because the fact was there.
30 seconds, indeed 30 seconds. After the match, the 5 returned to the rest area. Leijin came up, smiling, good. Well done.
Tomorrow's 3rd match, opponent is Jiangnan Academy, keep fighting like this. Old Zhang was there too, patting Su Lin's shoulder, smiling from ear to ear.
Su Lin nodded.
But in his heart, something felt strange. From the start of the match until now, he only fought the 0 to 10 level group. The other 2 groups, 11 to 20 and 21 to 30 levels, he didn't pay attention at all.
Instructor Lei, he asked, how did the other 2 groups fight? Leijin's smile stiffened.
Then he sighed. They lost. Su Lin was stunned for a moment. Old Zhang added, both groups lost in the first round.
The 11 to 20 group was crushed by Magic City Academy Team 2. The 21 to 30 group was even worse, destroyed by Kyoto Academy Team 3 with no chance to fight back.
Leijin's face turned ugly, the instructors of those 2 groups are still in the conference room being criticized. Su Lin stayed silent. He remembered the senior students he saw in the cafeteria this morning. Their faces were not good, and they ate in a hurry. So they lost.
Flame whispered softly, then in our group. Isn't that the hope of the entire village? Han Bing nodded. It seems so. Ingrid, rarely not yawning, lazily said, if the other 2 teams lose, the pressure on us will be huge. If we lose too, Longqing Battle Academy will be wiped out this year.
Lin Yu didn't speak, but her eyes showed a hint of seriousness.
Su Lin was silent for a few seconds, then said, we won't lose.
The 4 of them looked at him. He looked into the distance and calmly said, I will bring the championship back.
Then we will definitely bring it back.
In the afternoon, Su Lin was called to a meeting. In the meeting room, sat old Zhang, Leijin, and 2 other instructors, one surnamed Lu, responsible for levels 11 to 20, one surnamed Sun, responsible for levels 21 to 30.
Both of them looked very grim. Instructor Lu lowered his head, not daring to look at old Zhang.
Instructor Sun kept wiping sweat, his hands trembling. Old Zhang sat in the main seat, his face ashen.
Tell me, he said in a deep voice, what happened? Instructor Lu whispered,
I didn't expect the captain of the 2nd team from Magic City Academy to have a rare illusion-type ability.
Our people went up and fell into it, unable to fight. Instructor Sun also spoke, the captain of the 3rd team from Kyoto Academy has an SSS-level lightning ability. The attack power is too strong, and our people can't withstand it. Old Zhang slammed the table, can't withstand it? What have you been doing during training? Both of them lowered their heads, not daring to speak.
Leijin spoke from the side, old Zhang, calm down.
We lost. Let's summarize and come back next year. Old Zhang glared at him, come back next year? Do you know how many people are watching us this year?
The better Su Lin performs, the more humiliating the loss of the other 2 teams looks.
How do you think people outside will look at Longqing Battle Academy? Relying on a level 10 freshman?
Leijin fell silent.
Old Zhang took a deep breath and looked at Su Lin.
Su Lin, he said, your team must win.
Not a single match can be lost.
Su Lin stood up, understood. Old Zhang nodded, waved his hand, all right, everyone leave.
Su Lin, stay. After the others left, old Zhang looked at Su Lin and was silent for a few seconds.
Then he sighed.
He stood up and walked to the window.
The other 2 teams lost, and now the hope of the entire academy rests on the 5 of you.
Win, and everything will be fine. Lose.
He didn't finish, but the meaning was clear.
Su Lin was silent for a few seconds, then said, we won't lose.
Old Zhang turned his head and looked at him.
Su Lin calmly said, I will win.
Old Zhang stared at him for several seconds, then smiled.
This time, the smile was not as bitter. All right, with your words, I can rest easy. He patted Su Lin's shoulder. Go, prepare well. Su Lin nodded and turned to leave. At 4 p.m., the training ground.
The 5 of them were practicing their coordination.
Yan Yan released flames while asking, Su Lin, who are we facing tomorrow?
Su Lin thought for a moment, Jiangnan Academy.
Han Bing rolled his eyes, Jiangnan Academy? Never heard of them. Are they strong?
Ying Ren, rarely speaking, said, Jiangnan Academy is not strong, but they have an SSS-level control ability player who is good at slowing and immobilizing.
We have to be careful.
Lin Yu whispered, I can dispel control.
Su Lin nodded, that's good. The 5 of them continued practicing. They practiced until evening, and the sky began to darken. Just as they were about to finish, someone came to deliver a message. Su Lin, someone is looking for you outside. Su Lin froze for a moment, who? The person replied, the young master of the Yi family from Jiangnan, Yi Wushang. Yan Yan's expression slightly changed, that oddball? What does he want? Su Lin thought for a moment and said, I'll go take a look.
Walking out of the training ground, there was a person standing outside. Wearing black clothes, with an effeminate appearance, and eyes sharp as knives.
Yi Wushang. He saw Su Lin and slightly nodded. Su Lin. Su Lin nodded, Yi Wushang. The two stared at each other for a few seconds. Yi Wushang suddenly said, tomorrow's match, Jiangnan Academy will lose. Su Lin didn't speak.
Yi Wushang continued, but I didn't come here to tell you this.
He paused for a moment, and his gaze became serious. I came to warn you. Warn me about what?
Yi Wushang was silent for a few seconds, then said, Su Chen. Su Lin's eyes narrowed. Yi Wushang looked at him and slowly said, he's not on the list of participants from Tianxiang Academy.
But he's in Kyoto. And, recently, he has been contacting some people. What people?
Yi Wushang did not answer, only said, be careful. After saying that, he turned and left. Su Lin stood in place, watching his back disappear into the night.
Yan Yan appeared from behind, quietly asked, what does he mean? What does Su Chen want to do?
Su Lin did not speak. But in his heart, suddenly, there was a bad premonition.
Su Chen. That green tea, what is he scheming again? He did not know. But he knew, no matter what Su Chen wanted to do, he was ready. Because he was no longer that useless person who could be bullied. He was Su Lin. God-level awakener, Su Lin. That night, Su Lin lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. He thought of Yi Wushang's words. He is contacting some people. What people? What do they want to do? He did not know. But he knew, people like Su Chen would never let things go easily. He picked up his phone, sent a message to Yi Wushang. Thanks for the warning.
After waiting a long time, no reply came. He turned off the phone, closed his eyes. Tomorrow, there was still a match. No matter what Su Chen wanted to do, finish the match first. Outside the window, the night was deep. In the distance, the Tongtian Tower stood quietly in the darkness. Next morning, 8 o'clock, third match. Opponent, Jiangnan Academy. On the match stage, both sides stood in position. Jiangnan Academy had 5 people, 3 men and 2 women. At the front stood a girl with a ponytail, eyes lively, holding a magic staff. That SSS-level control-type player. The referee raised his hand, start. As soon as he finished speaking, the girl waved her staff. Suddenly, vines shot out from under Su Lin's feet, wrapping around his ankles. 0 damage. But Su Lin felt his speed slow down. Slow effect. Su Lin looked down, then raised his head. The girl's face changed slightly. Her slow skill could reduce the speed of equal-level opponents by 70%, lasting 5 seconds. But against this person, it seemed useless. Su Lin stepped forward. The vines were broken directly. The girl widened her eyes, this is impossible. Su Lin looked at her, calmly said, you cannot control me. Then he walked towards her. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Each step was slow, but each step was steady. The girl panicked, swinging her staff continuously. Vines, frost, stun, immobilize. All kinds of control skills poured at Su Lin. 0, 0, 0, 0. Su Lin seemed not to feel it, kept walking forward. He reached in front of the girl, reached out his hand, gently patted her head. Finished? The girl froze, could not say a word. The whole arena was silent for a second. Then, Yan Yan rushed out.
Han Bing rushed out. Ying Ren rushed out. 30 seconds later, all 5 of Jiangnan Academy fell to the ground. The commentator's voice changed with excitement. 30 seconds. Again 30 seconds. Longcheng Battle Academy 3 wins in a row.
The whole audience erupted. Su Lin stood in the center of the stage, looked down at his ankles. The vines were still there, but already withered. He squatted, tore off the dead vines, stood up, turned, and walked off the stage. Reporters rushed up again.
Su Lin. 3 matches, all finished in 30 seconds, what is your goal?
Su Lin stopped, looked at the reporter. Then he calmly said, champion. After saying that, he turned and left. The reporters froze in place.
Champion? He said it so easily?
As if the championship was already in his hands. But no one dared to argue. Because the facts were there.
3 matches, 3 30-second wins.
Opponents included last year's champion, a top 3 national team, the so-called hardest control-type player.
But in front of Su Lin, it was all the same. 30 seconds, all fell. This was god level. After the match, the 5 returned to the rest area. Lei Jin came up, smiling, good. Well played.
Tomorrow semifinals, opponent is Magic City Academy Team 1, very strong, keep playing like this. Old Zhang was also there, patting Su Lin's shoulder, smiling wide.
Su Lin nodded.
But in his heart, he was still thinking of Yi Wushang's words.
Su Chen. He was in Kyoto. He is contacting some people. What people? What do they want to do? He doesn't know. But no matter what Su Chen wants to do, come on. I'm waiting. Chapter 26 Su Chen Who Won't Give Up.
The 4th day, semifinals.
9 a.m., Kyoto Gymnasium.
Today's venue is especially lively, the stands are full, even the aisles are packed with people. The reason is simple: semifinals, Longcheng Battle Academy versus Madu Academy Team 1.
Madu Academy Team 1, ranked 2nd in the nation. Their lineup is luxurious, all 5 members are SSS level powers, the captain is even hailed as the Light of Madu, and SSS level lightning genius, Lei Dong. On the Longcheng Battle Academy side, there is Su Lin. God level versus SSS level, this is already a finals level showdown.
The commentator is warming up the crowd. Dear viewers, welcome to the National Academy semifinals. Today's match is absolutely like Mars hitting Earth. Longcheng Battle Academy, the God level team sweeping opponents in 30 seconds.
Madu Academy Team 1, full top level lineup. Who will enter the finals? Let's watch.
In the stands, all kinds of forces are gathered.
In the Kyoto royal family's box, a girl in a goose yellow long dress is playing on her phone, bored.
Shirqing, stop playing on your phone, the match is about to start, said a middle-aged man beside her.
The girl didn't even lift her head. What's so interesting? It's just fighting. Watching every day is annoying. This girl is the eldest daughter of the Kyoto royal family, Wang Shirqing.
17 years old, level 10, her power is SSS level telekinesis, but she never trains properly, relying on her grandfather Wang Tiangang, level 84, to walk arrogantly in Kyoto. Spoiled, unruly, lawless, a famous little witch. Wang Tiangang sat nearby, looking at his granddaughter, shaking his head helplessly.
Today's match is different, he said, there is that Su Lin, a god-level awakener. Wang Shirqing finally lifted her head, pouting, god level? You're exaggerating, right? I watched the video, isn't he just thick-blooded? What's so special? Wang Tiangang laughed, thick blood? Do you know how much blood he has? How much? 100 million.
Wang Shirqing froze for a moment, then continued pouting, so what?
Thick blood but can't kill anyone. How much attack does he have? 1,000? I can beat him. Wang Tiangang laughed loudly, you? With your attack, you couldn't kill him in a year.
Wang Shirqing snorted, no longer speaking, but her eyes glanced at the competition stage. On the stage, both sides are already in position. On the Longcheng Battle Academy side, Su Lin stands in front, behind him are Yan Yan, Han Bing, Ying Ren, Lin Yu.
5 people, black combat suits, expressionless.
On the Madu Academy Team 1 side, Captain Lei Dong stands in front, silver hair, eyes sharp like lightning.
Behind him are 4 teammates, each radiating strong aura.
Lei Dong looks at Su Lin, a smile curling at his lips.
Su Lin, I've long heard of your fame.
Su Lin looks at him, says nothing.
Lei Dong doesn't mind, continues, sweeping Tianshang Academy in 30 seconds, very impressive. But today, you will lose. Yan Yan can't help it, lose? Are you dreaming?
Lei Dong looks at her, smiles, says nothing. The referee raises his hand, match rules, until one side is all down or surrenders. No deadly weapons allowed. Prepare. Start.
As soon as the words fall, Lei Dong raises both hands. Boom!
Countless bolts of lightning surge from his palms, forming an electric net, directly covering the five from launching Battle Academy.
Area attack.
Lei Dong's strategy is clear. Su Lin has thick blood, hard to hurt, but his teammates may not.
First use area attack to force them to scatter, then defeat one by one.
But Su Lin didn't give him a chance. At the moment Lei Dong attacks, Su Lin steps forward.
One step, standing in front of everyone. Lightning hits him, sizzling. -200,000, -200,000, -200,000. Damage numbers flash wildly.
Su Lin stands in place, motionless.
Lei Dong's pupils shrink.
He knew Su Lin had thick blood, but not this thick.
This lightning is his full strength strike, able to kill any same level opponent instantly, but for Su Lin, it's like tickling.
You can't hurt me, Su Lin says calmly, you are destined to lose.
Lei Dong gritted his teeth and shouted to the four behind him, follow the plan. Bypass him, cut to the rear. The four from the Magic City Academy immediately sprang into action.
A girl with incredible speed disappeared from her spot in an instant, and the next moment, she appeared behind Shadow Blade. A huge man, glowing with golden light, charged toward Yen Yen. A young man holding a staff began to chant, and the temperature around him dropped sharply. The last girl, wearing glasses, emitted green light from both hands, ready to heal at any moment. The roles were clearly defined, and the coordination was seamless. But they overlooked one thing: although Su Lin had thick blood, he wasn't a fool. The moment the speed-type girl vanished, Su Lin stepped back a step. That step brought him directly in front of Shadow Blade.
The girl stabbed. -220,000.
Su Lin looked down at the tip of the knife in his chest, then extended his hand and grabbed her wrist. The girl's face changed. She tried to pull away, but found her wrist held tightly and couldn't move.
You're fast, Su Lin said, looking at her calmly, but if you can't hurt me, what use is it?
The girl widened her eyes, unable to speak for a moment.
Meanwhile, the golden glowing muscular man charged toward Yen Yen, throwing a punch.
Yen Yen didn't dodge and countered with a sword thrust.
Boom, both took a step back, the fight a draw.
The muscular man was stunned. His defense was said to be the strongest of the same level, and normally, a punch like that would leave an opponent severely injured, but this girl managed to withstand it? On the ice side, the battle between the chanting boy and the frost-wielding girl raged on. Ice met ice, and the two fought fiercely.
After Su Lin saved Shadow Blade, she immediately became invisible and disappeared, reappearing behind the healing girl to strike.
The healing girl reacted quickly, immediately casting a shield on herself, but still lost half her health from the stab. Lin Yu stood behind Su Lin, hands glowing, ready to heal, but no one could harm her.
The battle was at a stalemate. But it was clear to anyone with eyes that Dragon City Military Academy held the absolute advantage. Because of Su Lin. He single-handedly blocked the attacks of 3 people. The speed-type girl was caught by him and couldn't move. The muscular man tried to bypass him to attack Yen Yen, but Su Lin grabbed his neck and pulled him back like a chicken. The ice attack released by the chanting boy didn't leave even a white mark on him. Lei Dong grew desperate.
He unleashed lightning in a frenzy, one bolt after another, striking Su Lin.
-200,000, -200,000, -200,000. Su Lin seemed unaffected, letting the bolts hit him. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 3 minutes. Lei Dong's spiritual energy was almost drained, but Su Lin still stood there.
He finally stopped, bent over, gasping for breath, looking up at Su Lin with eyes full of unwillingness.
You, what the hell are you, a monster? Su Lin looked at him calmly. Is it over? Lei Dong's face changed.
Su Lin released the speed-type girl and walked toward Lei Dong. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Lei Dong tried to run, but his legs were already weak. Su Lin reached him, extended his hand, and patted his shoulder. You're strong, he said, but you can't hurt me. Lei Dong stood frozen.
Su Lin turned around and nodded toward his teammates.
Yen Yen smiled. It's our turn.
Explosion of flames. Frost piercing. Shadow assassination. The 3 attacked at the same time. 30 seconds later.
The 5 members of Magic City Academy were all on the ground. The announcer was so excited his voice changed. They won.
Dragon City Military Academy wins. 4 in a row. Advancing to the finals.
The entire stadium erupted in cheers. Su Lin stood at the center of the arena, looking down at his chest. His clothes were scorched black from the lightning, but his skin didn't even turn red. He lifted his head and looked toward a certain spot in the stands.
There, in the Wang family's VIP box.
A girl in a pale yellow dress was leaning on the railing, eyes wide open, staring at him without blinking. Su Lin was stunned for a moment, then withdrew his gaze and turned to walk off the arena. Wang Shiqing watched his back disappear down the corridor, and it took her a long time to snap back to reality.
Grandfather, she whispered, is he really a billion health? Wang Tiangang smiled, what's wrong? Do you believe it now?
Wang Shiqing didn't speak, but her eyes were still fixed in that direction. She recalled the scene just now, Lei Dong desperately releasing lightning, the electric glow lighting up the entire match stage, but Su Lin stood there, motionless, not even frowning. It seemed as if the lightning was just tickling him. Interesting, she muttered quietly. Wang Tiangang looked at his granddaughter's expression, his heart stirred. Shiqing, do you want to meet him? Wang Shiqing paused, then snorted, who wants to meet him? He's just tough. What's so great about that? But the light in her eyes betrayed her. Wang Tiangang laughed heartily, okay, you don't want to meet him. Will you go to the celebration banquet tonight? Wang Shiqing thought for a moment and whispered, I'll go, anyway, nothing better to do. Wang Tiangang smiled without a word. After the match ended, the five returned to the rest area. Lei Jin came over, smiling broadly, good. Well done. The first team of Modu Academy was defeated by you, the finals are secured. Old Zhang was also there, patting Su Lin's shoulder, grinning from ear to ear. Su Lin nodded, but his mind was still on the girl in the goose yellow dress. Who is she? Why is she staring at me? Su Lin. Yan Yan's voice interrupted his thoughts, what are you thinking? Come on, go back and rest, the finals are tomorrow. Su Lin came back to himself and nodded. At 7 in the evening, the celebration banquet. Kyoto Grand Hotel, the same top-floor banquet hall. But today the atmosphere was even more lively than the previous days. Because Longqing War Academy made it to the finals. Because Su Lin was still here. As soon as he entered, he was surrounded by a group of people. Su Lin. You played so beautifully today. Su Lin, I am the president of Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, here is my card. Su Lin, my daughter. Su Lin responded one by one, his face showing no expression. Yan Yan and the others squeezed beside him, blocking people for him. Lin Yu stood behind him, quietly eating. Suddenly, the crowd automatically parted a path. Su Lin looked up and saw a girl in a goose yellow long dress walking toward him. 17 or 18, delicate features, chin slightly raised, eyes carrying a mix of appraisal, curiosity, and something hard to describe. Behind her, followed Wang Tiangang. Wang Tiangang smiled and said, Su Lin, this is my granddaughter, Wang Shiqing. She wants to meet you. Wang Shiqing walked in front of Su Lin, examining him from head to toe. You are Su Lin, she said, her voice clear, with a hint of spoiled tone. Su Lin nodded, yes. Wang Shiqing pouted, not that impressive, huh? Not as tall as my brother, not as handsome as my brother. Su Lin didn't speak. Yan Yan couldn't help it, hey, who are you? How can you talk like that? Wang Shiqing looked at her, snorted, I am Wang Shiqing, the eldest daughter of the Wang family in Kyoto. Any problem? Yan Yan was stunned. The Wang family, one of the 5 great families, stronger than the Su family. Su Lin calmly said, no problem. Wang Shiqing stared at him for a few seconds, then suddenly laughed. You are interesting. I said that to you and you are not angry? Su Lin thought, then said, you spoke the truth. I am indeed not tall, and my looks are average. Wang Shiqing paused, then laughed loudly. Ah, you are so funny. She laughed until she was out of breath, almost in tears. People around exchanged glances, not understanding why this young lady was laughing. Wang Tiangang shook his head helplessly, Shiqing, stop playing around. Wang Shiqing, having laughed enough, wiped the corners of her eyes, looking at Su Lin, her eyes sparkling. Hey, Su Lin, who are you facing in the finals tomorrow? Su Lin said, Kyoto Academy first team. Wang Shiqing nodded, Kyoto Academy, huh, their captain is my cousin, Xinhao, SSS level power, dual space and lightning type, very strong. Su Lin looked at her, waiting for her to continue. Wang Shiqing blinked, but don't worry, I will cheer for you. After speaking, she turned and left, leaving one sentence, don't lose tomorrow, losing is no fun. Wang Tiangang nodded to Su Lin and followed her. Yan Yan looked at that figure. Whispered, this woman, is her brain okay? Han Bing also muttered, the Wang family's eldest daughter really lives up to her reputation, spoiled and willful. Ingren rarely spoke, but her grandfather is Wang Tiangang, level 84. Cannot offend. Su Lin said nothing. He watched that goose-yellow figure disappear into the crowd, feeling a little strange inside. What exactly did this Wang Shiqing come for? Just to say those few words? He didn't know. But he knew, tomorrow's final, cannot lose. Because too many people were watching. The banquet continued. Su Lin was surrounded by people again, dealing with them for a long time, only finally freeing himself. He walked to a corner, holding a glass of orange juice, watching the life in the banquet hall. Suddenly, he saw a familiar figure. Yi Wuxian.
That gentle-looking young man was standing alone by the window, looking at the night outside. Su Lin thought for a moment and walked over. Yi Wuxiang. Yi Wuxiang turned his head, saw it was him, and nodded slightly. Su Lin. They stood side by the window. After a few seconds of silence, Su Lin asked, "You said before, Su Chen is contacting some people. Can you tell me, who are they?" Yi Wuxiang was silent for a while, then said, "People from the Yi family in Modu." Su Lin was stunned. The Yi family in Modu, Yi Wuxiang's family. One of the 5 strongest. Yi Wuxiang continued, "My father, Yi Wuxiang, recently received a secret report. Someone wants to make a move against you outside of Tianqiong City." Su Lin's eyes sharpened. Yi Wuxiang looked at him, "I don't know exactly who. But I can tell you, that person has met Su Chen." Su Lin was silent for a long time. Then he said, "Thank you." Yi Wuxiang shook his head, "No need to thank me. I just cannot stand some people using such lowly methods." He paused, then said, "After the final, be careful. Once out of Kyoto, it may not be safe." Su Lin nodded. Yi Wuxiang turned and left. Su Lin stood by the window, looking at the night outside. The night view of Kyoto was beautiful, lights shining bright. But inside, he felt a little cold. "Su Chen. You really still cannot give up. Come on. I'm waiting." Chapter 27, Champion, God Level Crushing. The next day, the final. 9 in the morning, Kyoto Stadium. Today the venue was full, even the aisles crowded with people. Nationwide live broadcast cameras focused on the stage, commentators excitedly warming up the crowd. Dear viewers, welcome to the National Academy Grand Final. Longsheng Battle Academy vs Kyoto Academy Team 1. God level against SSS level double attribute. Who will claim the championship? Let's watch. In the stands, in the Wang family's box, Wang Shiqing changed into a red long dress today, especially eye-catching. She leaned on the railing, eyes fixed on the stage without blinking. "Grandpa, who do you think will win?" Wang Tiangang laughed, "Who do you hope wins?" Wang Shiqing thought and said, "Su Lin, I guess. If he loses, it won't be fun." Wang Tiangang laughed heartily. In another box, the Su Zhentian family was also there. Today is the final, they had to come. But their seats were in the corner, the most inconspicuous place. Lin Wanqing looked pale, Su Yao and Su Ling lowered their heads, Su Xiaoxiao secretly watched the stage. Su Zhentian sat at the very back, expressionless. But his fingers gripped the armrest, knuckles white. On the stage, both sides stood ready. At Longsheng Battle Academy's side, Su Lin stood at the front, behind him Yan Yan, Han Bing, Ingren, Lin Yu. At Kyoto Academy Team 1, the captain Qin Hao stood at the front, about 20 years old, handsome, eyes sharp. Behind him stood 4 teammates, each with strong aura. Qin Hao looked at Su Lin, a smile on his lips. "Su Lin, long time no see." Su Lin said nothing. Qin Hao continued, "My cousin Wang Shiqing, she went to see you yesterday?" Su Lin nodded. Qin Hao smiled, "That girl, spoiled and willful, didn't give you trouble, right?" Su Lin shook his head. Qin Hao looked at him, eyes turning serious. "But I tell you, even if you are god level, today you will lose. Because I have this." He stretched out his hand, the palm showing 2 lights, 1 silver white, power of space, 1 purple blue, power of lightning. The dual attribute SSS level ability, the Space Thunder Master. The entire arena was in an uproar. The announcer shouted excitedly, "Dual attribute. Qin Hao's dual attribute ability has awakened. It was kept secret before, but it has finally been revealed today." Flame's face changed, "Dual attribute? This is troublesome." Cold Ice also became serious, space and thunder, the most difficult combination. Shadow Blade, rarely not feeling down, his gaze sharp, "If he uses space teleportation with thunder attacks, we will be hard to defend." Lin Yu whispered, "Su Lin, what should we do?" Su Lin looked at Qin Hao and remained silent for a few seconds. Then he said, "You guys stand behind me." Flame was stunned, but Su Lin interrupted her, "Stand behind me." The 4 of them stopped talking and stood behind him. The referee raised his hand, "Begin." As soon as the words fell, Qin Hao vanished. In the next moment, he appeared behind Su Lin, a ball of thunder swirling in his hand, striking Lin Yu directly. Space teleportation and thunder attacks, faster than the space element contestant yesterday by double the speed. But Su Lin was even faster. As soon as Qin Hao disappeared, Su Lin took a step back. 1 step, just in time to block in front of Lin Yu. The thunderball hit Su Lin's chest. Minus 500,000. 500,000 damage. Su Lin took a step back, standing firm. Qin Hao's pupils contracted. This attack, 500,000 damage, could instantly kill any opponent of the same level. But on this person, it only made him take one step back? Su Lin looked at him calmly and said, "You can't hurt me."
Xin Hao gritted his teeth and vanished again. This time, he appeared behind Su Lin once more, another strike.
Minus 500,000. Su Lin took another step back, standing firm. Xin Hao disappeared again. He appeared again. He attacked again. Minus 500,000, minus 500,000, minus 500,000.
Dozens of attacks, Su Lin retreated dozens of steps, but he always stood in front of Lin Yu, not giving an inch. Finally, Xin Hao stopped, panting, staring at Su Lin, his eyes filled with unwillingness.
"You, how much blood do you have?"
Su Lin looked at him and calmly said, 100 million.
Xin Hao froze. 100 million.
Xin Hao smiled bitterly and lowered his hand.
"I concede." The entire arena was silent for a second. Then, boom! The whole arena exploded. Concede? Xin Hao conceded? Not even the dual attributes could harm him. How do we fight now? God level. This is God level. The announcer's voice became even more excited. Xin Hao concedes. Launching Battle Academy wins. Su Lin leads the team to take the championship.
Flame and the others rushed up and hugged Su Lin.
"We won. We won. Champion. We are the champions."
Lin Yu stood to the side, a rare smile appearing on her face, faint but definitely a smile. Su Lin was hugged by them, his face expressionless, but inside, he felt a little warmth. He raised his head and looked towards the stands. The girl in the red dress was desperately waving her hand, smiling like a flower. On the other side, in a corner, Su Zhentian and his family were already gone. Su Lin withdrew his gaze.
"We won. Champion. But the road is still long. Su Chen's matter is not resolved yet."
He looked into the distance, his eyes becoming determined.
"No matter what you want to do, bring it on."
Chapter 28, The Award Ceremony, the assassin Su Chen hired. The award platform was set at the center of the competition stage. Sunlight poured down from the gymnasium dome, shining on the golden trophy, reflecting dazzling light. Su Lin stood at the front of the team, with Flame, Cold Ice, Shadow Blade, and Lin Yu behind him.
5 people, in black combat uniforms, standing in a row.
Around them was a deafening cheer, the 50,000-seat venue, now like a boiling pot.
Launching Battle Academy. Launching Battle Academy. Launching Battle Academy.
The cheers surged higher and higher. The announcer's voice came through the speakers. "Next, please welcome the award presenters, President of the Awakeners Association, Mr. Chen Zhozhou.
Head of the Kyoto Wang family, Mr. Wang Tiangang. Military Representative, General Zhao Shanhe." 3 figures stood up from the VIP seats and walked towards the award platform.
Chen Zhozhou walked in front, with snow-white hair but steady steps. He wore a deep gray robe today, with an 85-level badge pinned to his chest, shining under the sunlight. Wang Tiangang followed him, in a black tang suit, with a smile on his face. He waved to the stands as he walked, causing a wave of screams in the Wang family section. Zhao Shanhe walked last, his military uniform straight, his steps firm. He had little expression on his face, but when his gaze swept over Su Lin, she slightly nodded. The 3 of them walked up to the award stage. Chen Zhozhou picked up the golden trophy, examined it for a moment, and then handed it to Su Lin. "Su Lin, congratulations." Su Lin took the trophy with both hands. It was heavy and a bit cold. He looked at the trophy. There were no waves in his heart, but it felt like something was stirring inside him. 18 years. For the first time, he had something that belonged to him. It wasn't a gift from the Su family, it wasn't given by anyone else. It was something he had earned himself.
"Thank you, President Chen," he said.
Chen Zhozhou smiled, patted his shoulder. Wang Tiangang stepped forward, holding 5 gold medals in his hand. The gold medals weren't large, but they were finely made. The front had the words National Academy Championship engraved, and the back had the logo of Launching Battle Academy. He first put one on Su Lin, then followed by Yen Yen, Han Bing, Ingrin, and Lin Yu. When it came to Lin Yu, Wang Tiangang looked at her a little longer and smiled, saying, "Little girl, your healing is very steady." Lin Yu was stunned for a moment, then lowered her head and quietly said, "Thank you, Master Wang."
Wang Tiangang laughed heartily and continued walking.
Zhao Shanhe walked up last, holding an envelope in his hand. He stood in front of Su Lin and handed him the envelope. "A small token from the military," he said, his voice low and powerful. "Senior Zhang Tianxiong asked me to pass this to you. He said this is just the beginning." Su Lin took the envelope but did not open it right away. He just nodded. "Thank you, General Zhao." Zhao Shanhe looked at him, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes.
"Kid, fight well. The road ahead is long."
With that, he turned and walked away, brisk and decisive. The award ceremony was over, and the 5 of them raised their trophies, letting the reporters take photos. The flashlights went off in a blur, making it hard for anyone to open their eyes. Yan Yan smiled so wide her mouth couldn't close, waving her hand non-stop, like a star. Han Bing stood next to her, also smiling, but his smile was a little silly, like the silly son of a landowner. Ingren rarely didn't yawn, standing there with the corner of his mouth slightly raised. Though he tried to look indifferent, the light in his eyes betrayed him. Lin Yu stood at the farthest end, her head lowered, trying to avoid the cameras, but the reporters wouldn't let her go, constantly shouting, "Lin Yu, look this way! Look this way!" She had no choice but to raise her head, forcing a smile, then quickly lowered it again. Su Lin stood in the middle, holding the trophy, his face expressionless. The reporters shouted, "Su Lin, smile." He didn't smile. The reporters shouted again, "Su Lin, say a few words." He thought for a moment and said, "Thank you." And then it was over. The reporters exchanged looks, but no one dared to say anything. After the photos were taken, the 5 of them stepped down from the award stage. As soon as they got off, they were surrounded by a crowd. Representatives from various academies, envoys from big families, managers from various trade associations, all swarmed up. "Su Lin, congratulations. Here's our academy's invitation letter, you can come to study here as a day student next year. Su Lin, this is our trade association's black gold card, keep it. You'll get a 30% discount on all future purchases." Su Lin was surrounded in the middle, responding expressionlessly. Yan Yan and the others were also surrounded, but there were fewer people around them, most were asking about Su Lin. "Yan Yan, what does Su Lin usually like to eat? Han Bing, does Su Lin have a girlfriend? Ing Rin, does Su Lin get tired from training?" Yan Yan rolled her eyes in annoyance, "Why are you asking me? Ask him." The people chuckled awkwardly, he doesn't talk much." Yan Yan was speechless. Lin Yu had the quietest spot, with only a few people asking her some questions about healing, and then they left. She didn't mind, standing quietly outside the crowd, watching Su Lin who was surrounded. Suddenly, the crowd automatically parted to make a way. A girl in a goose-yellow long dress swaggered in. Wang Shichang. She walked up to Su Lin, looking up at him. "Hey, Su Lin, congratulations." Su Lin looked at her and nodded, "Thank you." Wang Shichang blinked, "Did you hear me cheering for you earlier?" Su Lin thought for a moment and honestly said, "I didn't hear it." Wang Shichang's face froze. He snorted, "You really have no sense of humor." But she didn't leave. Instead, she stepped closer and whispered, "Hey, there's a celebration dinner tonight. Are you coming?" Su Lin replied, "Yes." Wang Shichang's eyes brightened, "Then I'll go too." With that, she turned and walked away, leaving a parting word, "Don't avoid me. I want to sit next to you." The people around them exchanged glances. Yan Yan leaned in and whispered, "What does this Wang family young miss mean?" Han Bing muttered, "Does she like you?" Ingren, rarely speaking, said, "Don't say nonsense. The Wang family is not to be messed with." Su Lin remained silent. He watched the pale yellow figure disappear into the crowd, feeling a little puzzled. What exactly does this girl want to do? But he didn't think much of it, because another group of people surrounded him. At 3 p.m., after the award ceremony, the crowd slowly dispersed. Su Lin and the others returned to their dorms. As soon as they walked in, they were stopped by Lei Jin and Old Zhang. Old Zhang grinned widely, "Great. Well done. Champion. How many years has it been since our launching battle academy won a championship?" Lei Jin said from the side, "The last time was 13 years ago." Old Zhang waved his hand, "That doesn't matter. What matters is we won this year. And with a perfect score. 30 seconds per match. Let those who look down on us take a look." Su Lin stood there, listening to them talk, feeling no waves in his heart. Yan Yan couldn't help but ask, "Dean Zhang, what about the other 2 teams?" Old Zhang's smile froze for a moment, then he sighed. The group in the 11 to 20 level range lost to the second team of Modu Academy, then lost to Jiangnan College. They're now in the middle of ranking matches. The 21 to 30 level group is in an even worse situation, losing 3 matches in a row, and now they are at the bottom. Lei Jin's face also looked bad. The coaches of those 2 teams will be criticized when they return. Han Bing quietly said, "Then our team is the only highlight, right?" Old Zhang nodded, "That's right, so tonight's celebration dinner, you 5 are the stars." Ingren rarely asked, "Where is it held?" Old Zhang replied, "Kyoto Grand Hotel, still in the top floor banquet hall. It starts at 7 p.m., don't be late." At 7 p.m., Kyoto Grand Hotel. Tonight's banquet hall was even livelier than the past few days. Because the championship had been decided. Because Su Lin had arrived. As soon as he entered, a group of people surrounded him. More than in the daytime, and even more enthusiastic. Su Lin, congratulations, congratulations.
This is our Yi family's congratulatory gift. Su Lin, this is our Chamber of Commerce's congratulatory gift.
Su Lin, this is a snack I made by hand, please try it. Su Lin stood in the center, expressionless, responding to them. Yan Yan and the others were also surrounded, but there were even more people around them because the questions from the daytime continued at night.
Yan Yan, what does Su Lin like to eat? Han Bing, what color does Su Lin like? Ingrin, what does Su Lin do when he rests? Yan Yan was about to go mad, can you stop asking? I'm not his mother.
The people awkwardly laughed, but you're so familiar with him. Han Bing was also about to break down, he likes black.
Is that enough? Stop asking.
Ingrin, rarely speaking, lazily said, when he rests, he sleeps.
Alright, can you all disperse? But no one dispersed, and they actually got even closer.
On the other side of the banquet hall, Lin Yu's area was also getting more crowded. A few girls surrounded her, chattering, asking, Lin Yu, how do you usually treat your condition?
Can you teach us?
Lin Yu lowered her head and quietly said, I just treat it like this.
The girls exchanged looks and continued asking, are you familiar with Su Lin? Is he nice to you?
Lin Yu thought for a moment and said, he's pretty nice.
In what way is he nice?
Lin Yu thought again, then said, he helped me block an attack. The girls' eyes lit up, and they wanted to ask more, but Lin Yu had already lowered her head and stopped speaking. On the other side of the banquet hall, Wang Shiqing sat at a table, idly playing on her phone. Next to her sat Wang Tiangang, chatting with a few old friends.
Old Wang, why is your granddaughter so quiet today? An old man asked with a laugh.
Wang Tiangang glanced at Wang Shiqing and smiled, she's waiting for someone.
Waiting for someone? Who? Wang Shiqing looked up and glared at the old man, what does it have to do with you?
The old man laughed heartily. Wang Shiqing snorted and continued playing with her phone, but her eyes would occasionally glance towards the door. Finally, she saw that familiar figure squeezing through the crowd, walking toward the corner. She immediately stood up and walked over.
Hey, Su Lin.
Su Lin turned around, saw her, and nodded, Miss Wang. Wang Shiqing pouted, stop calling me Miss Wang, just call me Shiqing.
Su Lin didn't say anything.
Wang Shiqing didn't mind, pulling him aside, come on, let me take you somewhere. Su Lin was pulled by her, weaving through the crowd, and they arrived at a floor-to-ceiling window. Outside the window was the night view of Kyoto. Thousands of lights, cars rushing by.
Wang Shiqing pointed outside and said, beautiful, right?
This was my favorite place when I was a kid, every time I was upset, I'd run here to look at the night view.
Su Lin looked out the window and said nothing.
Wang Shiqing turned to look at him and suddenly asked, hey, Su Lin, you weren't happy before, were you? Su Lin froze for a moment.
Wang Shiqing blinked, I heard about your family.
Su Lin was silent for a few seconds, then said, it's all in the past. Wang Shiqing looked at him, a trace of complexity flashed in her eyes.
You know, I used to think my family was bad.
My grandpa forced me to practice every day, my dad would scold me for not being successful, and my brother always compared me to others.
I was so annoyed, arguing with them every day.
She paused, then continued, but later I understood. Even though they were annoying, at least they truly cared for me.
Not like your family? Su Lin didn't speak.
Wang Shiqing looked at him and suddenly laughed, but you're more successful than me.
You ran away and became a god-level expert.
If I ran away, I'd probably get caught in 3 days.
Su Lin's mouth curved slightly, though only faintly. Wang Shiqing's eyes lit up, you smiled? I actually made you laugh?
Su Lin wiped away his smile and returned to his usual expressionless face. Wang Shiqing didn't mind, continuing to talk to herself, hey, Su Lin, let's be friends. I'm so bored in Kyoto, all I do is practice every day, and I don't even have anyone to talk to. Su Lin looked at her, paused for a few seconds, then nodded. Wang Shiqing was happy and extended her hand, pinky swear. Su Lin looked at her hand, hesitated for a moment, then reached out and hooked her pinky. Wang Shiqing smiled like a blooming flower.
Alright, you're my friend now. In Kyoto, if anyone bullies you, just mention my name.
Su Lin looked at her, feeling a bit puzzled. This girl, spoiled and unruly, completely lawless, but somehow, not unpleasant. In the distance, Yan Yan and the others were surrounded by a crowd, looking miserable. Yan Yan saw Su Lin and Wang Shiqing talking by the window and muttered softly, this guy really knows how to avoid trouble.
Han Bing also saw them and clicked his tongue, the eldest daughter of the Wan family, is she really interested in him?
Ingren lazily said, stop guessing, mind your own business. Lin Yu stood beside them, looking at the two figures by the window, her eyes were complex, but she quickly lowered her head. The party continued. People kept coming to talk to Su Lin, handing over business cards, trying to make connections. Su Lin dealt with each person, but he was already starting to feel tired. Wang Shiqing sat beside him the whole time, blocking people away for him. Alright, stop crowding, let him rest for a while. She waved her hand, shooing them away like flies. Although they were unwilling, who would dare offend the eldest daughter of the Wang family? They could only awkwardly disperse. Yan Yan finally squeezed over, plopping down next to Su Lin with a sigh. Damn, I'm exhausted.
Han Bing also squeezed over, wiping his sweat. These reporters are terrifying. Ingren walked over, unusually not yawning, lazily saying, you'll get used to it. Lin Yu walked over and quietly sat down. The five of them, plus Wang Shiqing, gathered around a table. Wang Shiqing looked at the four of them, blinked. You guys are Su Lin's teammates? Yan Yan nodded. Yes, I'm Yan Yan. Han Bing. Ingren.
Lin Yu softly said, Lin Yu. Wang Shiqing sized them up one by one, then nodded. Not bad, you all look pretty reliable.
In Kyoto, if anyone messes with you, just mention my name and no one will dare touch you.
Yan Yan froze for a moment, then laughed. Miss Wang, are you going to protect us?
Wang Shiqing lifted her chin. What, can't do it?
Yan Yan laughed loudly. Alright, from now on we'll rely on Miss Wang to cover us.
Han Bing also laughed. Yes, Miss Wang is mighty. Ingren smiled rarely, though it was faint.
Lin Yu couldn't help but lift the corners of her mouth slightly. Su Lin looked at them, feeling a bit warm inside. This was the first time he had friends. Real friends in the true sense. When the banquet was almost over, Wang Shiqing suddenly leaned close to Su Lin's ear and whispered, Hey, Su Lin, I heard someone is asking about you. Su Lin's eyes narrowed. Wang Shiqing lowered her voice. I don't know exactly who, but my grandfather said those people are not from Kyoto. Be careful. Su Lin looked at her, silent for a few seconds, then nodded. Thank you. Wang Shiqing blinked. No need to thank me, after all, we are friends. She stood up and stretched. Alright, I should go back, or my grandfather will scold me. She walked a few steps, then turned back and waved at Su Lin. Hey, Su Lin, remember to find me when you come to Kyoto. Su Lin nodded. Wang Shiqing laughed and ran off. Yan Yan leaned closer and whispered, This Miss Wang isn't bad. Han Bing nodded, though a bit spoiled, she's quite sincere. Lin Yu said nothing, but looking at the fading figure, a trace of envy flashed in her eyes. Su Lin withdrew his gaze and stood up. Let's go, time to rest. The five walked out of the banquet hall into a quiet corridor. At the end of the corridor stood a person. Black clothes, soft yet sharp features, eyes piercing. Yi Wushang. Su Lin walked over. Yi Wushang looked at him and said, Congratulations. Su Lin nodded, Thank you. Yi Wushang was silent for a few seconds, then said, I found out about those people. Su Lin's eyes tightened. Yi Wushang continued, They are from the Yi family in the Demon City, but not the main branch. A side branch, bought by someone. The one who bought them is Su Chen. Su Lin said nothing. Yi Wushang looked at him, eyes complicated. Su Chen planned to attack you on your way back to Longqing War Academy. He found 20 people, all killers above level 40. The leader, level 50, has assassination-type abilities, specialized in this kind of job. Su Lin was silent for a long time. Then he said, Thank you for telling me. Yi Wushang shook his head, No need to thank me. I just don't want to see the first human god-level awakener die in such a lowly way. He paused, then asked, What do you plan to do? Chapter 29 Not Doing Foolish Things. Su Lin didn't answer. He just looked at the night outside the window, eyes calm like a still pool. After a long while, he finally spoke. How many are there? 20. Yi Wushang said, From level 40 to 50. The leader is called Shadow Snake, level 50, assassination-type ability, famous in the killer world. He never misses, and his targets never survive. Su Lin nodded, said nothing. Yi Wushang looked at him and asked, Aren't you afraid? Su Lin turned to him and asked back, Afraid of what? Yi Wushang froze for a moment. Su Lin withdrew his gaze, calmly, level 50, how much damage can one punch do? Yi Wushang thought for a moment, level 50 bear attack 1 million, with ability, gear, and passives, one punch at least 50 million. Su Lin nodded. 50 million. He has 1 trillion health. 50 million needs 20,000 punches. 20,000 punches, even standing still letting them hit, would take a long time. Not to mention, he cannot stand still. Yi Wushang looked at him, eyes complex. So what will you do? Yi Wushang asked again, Let them just kill you? Su Lin thought, said, No. Then what do you want to do? Su Lin looked at him calmly, Tell the higher-ups. Yi Wushang was stunned, Tell the higher-ups? Su Lin nodded, I am now a god-level awakener, just won the national championship. The Awakeners Association, the military, Longqing War Academy, all are watching me.
If someone wants to kill me, they won't ignore it.
Yi Wuxiang was silent for a few seconds, then smiled. Smart, your level 10 with 100 million health is strong, but against level 40 or 50, 2 punches and it's gone.
He turned and walked away, leaving a sentence, then I won't interfere. Be careful. Su Lin watched his back disappear at the end of the hallway, then turned and walked back.
Back in the room, he pulled out his phone and called Qin Zhozhou directly.
The phone rang twice before it was picked up. Su Lin?
Qin Zhozhou's voice carried a hint of surprise. It's so late, what's the matter? Su Lin didn't beat around the bush and directly said, someone is trying to kill me.
There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line. Then Qin Zhozhou's voice changed, becoming low and serious. Who? When? How many people?
Su Lin replied, the people Su Chen hired.
20 assassins, levels 40 to 50.
The leader is called Shadow Serpent, level 50. They plan to act when I am on my way back to launching Battle Academy.
Qin Zhozhou was silent for a few seconds.
Then he said, are you sure?
Sure. Qin Zhozhou asked again, is the source reliable?
Su Lin answered, Yi Wuxiang, the young master of the Yi family from Modu, told me.
He said he found out about it. Qin Zhozhou was silent again. This silence lasted longer.
Then he spoke, his voice carrying a trace of coldness. Su Chen, such audacity.
Su Lin didn't speak. Qin Zhozhou asked, where are you now?
In the dormitory, in my room.
Don't go out. Qin Zhozhou said, I'll send someone over right away. Stay in your room tonight, don't go anywhere. Su Lin said, okay.
He hung up the phone and lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling.
Less than 10 minutes later, footsteps sounded outside the door.
There was a knock on the door.
Su Lin opened the door.
Standing outside were 4 people, with a middle-aged man leading them, around 50 years old, with a deep aura.
He wore a level 70 badge on his chest. He nodded at Su Lin. Su Lin, I'm from the Awakeners Association. President Chen sent us to protect you.
We'll be standing guard outside your door tonight, so you can rest assured.
Su Lin said, thank you. He closed the door and lay back on the bed. Outside the window, the night was deep. Su Chen, you really are persistent.
20 assassins, levels 40 to 50, with a 50-level assassination expert leading them.
This is quite the operation. Too bad, you made one mistake. I'm not the same useless person you used to bully. The next morning, Su Lin was woken up by a knock on the door.
When he opened the door, Qin Zhozhou was standing there, followed by a few people.
Awake?
Qin Zhozhou said, let's go, breakfast time, we can talk while eating. Su Lin followed them to the cafeteria. The cafeteria wasn't crowded, and Qin Zhozhou found a corner to sit, motioning for Su Lin to sit across from him.
We verified the intelligence you provided.
Qin Zhozhou went straight to the point. There is indeed a group of assassins that infiltrated Kyoto, and their target is you. The leader is indeed Shadow Serpent, level 50, a well-known figure in the assassin world.
Su Lin nodded, but didn't say anything.
Qin Zhozhou looked at him, his eyes filled with a bit of admiration.
Kid, you're not bad. You knew to report it immediately, not trying to be a hero. Many young people get a little power and start to get cocky, thinking they're invincible, but they don't even know how they died. Su Lin said, I can't beat level 50.
Qin Zhozhou laughed, with your 1 billion health, no one in the 20 to 30 range can hurt you, but these level 40 to 50 people can hit for tens of millions.
You can't take too many hits. Su Lin nodded.
While his true health was 1 trillion, not the 1 billion that was publicly known, levels 40 to 50 represented a full spectrum improvement, and they could slowly grind him down. Qin Zhozhou continued, you don't need to worry about this. The association and the military have teamed up, and by the end of today, not a single one of these assassins will get away. He paused, and his eyes turned sharp.
As for Su Chen,
he didn't finish, but the meaning was clear.
Su Lin looked at him and asked, will you go after him? Qin Zhozhou was silent for a few seconds, then shook his head. It's difficult. He is Su Zhentian's adopted son.
As for the Su family matters, we can't directly interfere. Unless there's solid evidence that he was the one who ordered it, we can't touch him.
Su Lin didn't speak.
Qin Zhozhou looked at him, sighed.
Kid, I know you hate him. But some things can't be rushed.
Right now, you're at the divine level, you're the hope of the country.
Focus on your cultivation.
When you're strong enough that even Su Zhentian wouldn't dare to touch you, you can do whatever you want.
Su Lin nodded.
He knew that Qin Zhozhou was right.
Can't rush it.
But Su Chen, this person, sooner or later, he will be dealt with.
Not now, but one day.
After breakfast, Su Lin returned to his room.
As soon as he entered, his phone rang.
It was Wang Shichang.
Hello, Su Lin. On the other end of the phone, Wang Shiqing's voice was still as clear as ever. I heard someone wants to kill you? Su Lin was stunned for a moment. How do you know?
Wang Shiqing snorted. My grandfather told me. He said the Awakeners Association and the military took action early this morning, arresting many people.
My grandfather said those people were after you. Su Lin didn't say anything. Wang Shiqing continued. Where are you now? Are you safe? Do you want to come hide at my place?
My place is really safe. With my 85th level grandfather around, no one dares come. Su Lin slightly raised the corner of his mouth. No need, I have protection here.
Wang Shiqing let out an O sound, a little disappointed.
But she quickly added, then be careful.
If you need anything, call me.
I'll have my grandfather step in and slap those people to death.
Su Lin said, thank you. Wang Shiqing laughed. What are you thanking me for? We're friends. Alright, you get back to your thing, I'm hanging up.
After hanging up, Su Lin looked at his phone, feeling a bit warm inside. This girl, she's quite interesting.
At noon, Chen Jiuzhou came again. It's done,
he said, his tone relaxed. 20 killers, 18 caught, 2 escaped. The leader, Shadow Serpent, was also caught and is being interrogated.
Su Lin was stunned. 2 escaped?
Chen Jiuzhou waved his hand. They won't get far, the military is already chasing them. Don't worry, they won't stir up much trouble.
Su Lin nodded.
Chen Jiuzhou looked at him, hesitated for a moment, and then said, as for Su Chen, we can't act against him for now. But if Shadow Serpent speaks out about him, that's another story.
Su Lin asked, will he speak?
Chen Jiuzhou smiled. Killers have their rules, they usually don't talk about their employers. But Shadow Serpent is in our hands, we have ways to make him talk.
Su Lin didn't speak.
Chen Jiuzhou patted his shoulder. Alright, you rest well. Tomorrow we'll head back to Longqing Battle Academy, the military will assign someone to escort you, you'll be safe.
The next morning, Su Lin and his group prepared to return. At Kyoto Airport, a large flying vehicle with the military logo was already waiting.
Zhao Shanha stood beside the vehicle. When he saw Su Lin and the others approaching, he nodded.
Su Lin, I'm personally escorting you this time. Yan Yan's eyes widened. General Zhao is personally escorting us? This is a huge deal.
Zhao Shanha said lightly, a god-level awakener deserves this kind of treatment. The 5 of them boarded the flying vehicle. The door closed, the vehicle took off, heading toward Longqing Battle Academy. Through the window, Su Lin looked at Kyoto City getting smaller below.
This trip to Kyoto was very rewarding.
He won the championship, gained fame, and made friends. But he also realized one fact.
Su Chen was still there. Like a poisonous snake, hiding in the dark, ready to bite him at any moment. But it's okay.
Now, he has strength, backing, and friends. If Su Chen wants to bite him, he has to ask these people if they agree. The flying vehicle passed through the clouds, flying north. Su Lin leaned back in his seat and closed his eyes.
There's still a long road ahead.
The Tower of Heaven still needs to climb up, layer by layer. His level still needs to rise, one step at a time.
As for Su Chen's matter, let's put it aside for now.
When he becomes strong enough to slap Su Jintian to death, all debts can be settled.
Outside the window, the sun was just right. In the distance, the outline of Longqing Battle Academy was already faintly visible. New Chapter 30, the choice of 10-level passive skill. The flying vehicle landed on the plaza of Longqing Battle Academy.
The door opened, and Su Lin and his group walked out. The plaza was already filled with people, there were instructors, students, and many logistics staff. When they saw them, the crowd erupted in enthusiastic cheers.
Champion! Champion! Champion!
Yan Yan smiled so widely that his mouth couldn't close, constantly waving his hand. Han Bing also grinned foolishly, high-fiving people next to him. Ingren, rarely not yawning, had a slight smile on his face.
Lin Yu lowered her head.
But his ears were a little red. Su Lin stood at the front, his face showing little expression, but his heart felt a little warm.
Lei Jin strode over and slapped Su Lin on the shoulder, making him stagger. Good kid. You really brought the championship back.
Old Zhang came too, smiling so wide he could barely close his mouth. Tonight's the Academy celebration feast, you 5 are the stars. Su Lin nodded, thank you, Dean. From the crowd, the elite class students all gathered around.
Su Lin, amazing. 30 seconds to crush Kyoto Academy.
Yan Yan, your flame explosion was so cool. Han Bing, your frost pierce was just perfect. Ingren, your invisibility attack on the back row scared me even watching live.
Lin Yu, your healing is rock solid.
The 5 were surrounded as they walked toward the cafeteria. On the way, Su Lin noticed all elite class students wore badges with 10 on their chests.
All level 10.
Over this past month, they hadn't been idle. Every Sunday in the Tower of Heaven, the elite class cleared it completely, now all had reached level 10.
By the way, Yin Yan suddenly said, now that we're all level 10, shouldn't we think about the passive skill trials? Han Bing slapped his head, right.
I almost forgot, level 10 means we can pick passive skills. Ingren rarely spoke, tomorrow is the Tower of Heaven open day, we must finish the passive skills before then. Lin Yu whispered, I heard the passive skill trials are very hard, and can only be done alone. Lei Shin spoke beside them, exactly. Passive trials, one chance per person, pick a different passive skill, enter different trial scenes. You can choose difficulty, from normal to hell.
Higher difficulty means stronger passive skill.
He paused, scanning everyone, study well tonight, start tomorrow, one by one enter the trial. Remember, only one chance, fail and it's gone, choose carefully. After saying that, he left. In the cafeteria, over 30 elite class students sat in a circle, talking loudly.
What passive do you want to pick?
I'll pick attack, I'm an attack type power, more attack is best.
I'll pick crit, my power crit rate is high, add crit damage, so good.
I'll pick health, I'm a tank, more health is king. The group gathered, discussing heatedly.
Su Lin carried his tray and found a corner to sit.
After 2 bites, Yen Yen squeezed over with a tray, plopping down next to him.
Su Lin, have you decided what passive to pick? Han Bing came closer, eyes sparkling, yes, tell us, let us refer. Ingren, rarely yawning, leaned lazily in the chair, what he picks?
Must be health, 100 million health plus 10,000, through power amplification again 100 million. Lin Yu sat quietly opposite, eating slowly, but ears alert.
Su Lin chewed the meat in his mouth, thought, and said, not decided yet.
Yen Yen rolled her eyes, who are you fooling?
You must have an idea, say it. Su Lin didn't speak. He really hadn't decided.
Not that he didn't think, he thought too much. Passive skill trials, once at level 10, once at 20, once at 31 chance every 10 levels. The first trial, picking a passive, directly affects the path ahead.
He could not choose casually. Okay, stop pushing him.
Ingren finally spoke, he knows what he's doing.
Yen Yen snorted, but didn't ask again.
After eating, the 5 returned to the dormitory. Su Lin lay on his bed, took out his phone, opened the Tower of Heaven encyclopedia, and flipped to the passive skill trial page.
Passive skill trial instructions.
Every 10 levels, you can enter a passive trial space once. After choosing the type of passive skill you want, the trial space will generate a corresponding level. After clearing it, you gain the corresponding passive skill. Skill strength is ranked by difficulty, normal, hard, nightmare, hell.
Higher difficulty means stronger skill effects.
But if you fail the trial, you cannot get the skill this time, must wait until next 10 levels to try again. It is recommended to choose difficulty based on your own strength.
Below is a long list of passive skills. Su Lin looked through them one by one.
Attack boost fixed value, clear normal difficulty to get attack plus 100, hard plus 300, nightmare plus 1000, hell plus 5000. Attack boost percentage, clear normal difficulty to get attack plus 5%, hard plus 10%, nightmare plus 20%, hell plus 50%. Health boost fixed value, normal plus 1000 HP, hard plus 3000, nightmare plus 5000, hell plus 10,000. Health boost percentage, normal plus 5% HP, hard plus 10%, nightmare plus 20%, hell plus 50%. Ability boost effect increase ability effect, normal plus 5%, hard plus 10%, nightmare plus 20%, hell plus 50%. Ability boost cooldown reduction, reduce ability cooldown, normal minus 5%, hard minus 10%, nightmare minus 15%, hell minus 20%.
Recovery boost fixed per second, recover fixed health per second, normal plus 100 per second, hard plus 300 per second, nightmare plus 1000 per second, hell plus 3000 per second.
Recovery boost percentage, recover a percentage of max HP per second, normal 0.05% per second, that is 1/1000 every 2 seconds, hard 0.1% per second, 1/1000 per SSE, nightmare 0.5% per second, 5/1000 per SSE, hell 1% per second, 1% per SSE. Critical boost, increase crit chance, normal plus 2%, hard plus 5%, nightmare plus 10%, hell plus 20%. Defense boost, damage reduction percentage, normal minus 5% damage taken, hard minus 10%, nightmare minus 15%, hell minus 20%. Movement speed boost, increase movement speed, normal plus 5%, hard plus 10%, nightmare plus 20%, hell plus 30%.
Dense, at least hundreds of types. Su Lin looked through them one by one, his mind calculating fast. Attack boost? Fixed value, held difficulty adds 5000 attack.
His abilities don't boost attack, 5000 is 5000.
Others 5000 after amplification becomes 500,000.
Percentage, held difficulty adds 50% attack. His base attack is 1000, level 10 naked 1000 plus gear, 50% adds 500, less than fixed value. Others with 100-fold ability amplification, plus 5000 attack becomes plus 500,000, plus 50% becomes 50% of base times 100-fold, maybe even more.
But he can't.
So attack type passive is useless for him. Health boost? Fixed value, held difficulty adds 10,000 HP. He has 1 trillion HP, after adding the boost increases another trillion, looks big now, but fixed value will be useless later. Percentage, held difficulty adds 50% HP, that is 500 billion, becoming 1.5 trillion. Now not higher than fixed value, but later percentage will surpass fixed value a lot.
But the problem is, more HP only makes him tankier, doesn't heal him.
Take too much damage, he still loses HP slowly. Using points to buy healing, the points will run out, then running won't save him, high level grind will kill him.
Ability boost?
Increase ability effect, held difficulty plus 50% ability effect.
What is his ability effect? HP boost by hundreds of millions times.
Add 50%, becomes 150 million times, similar to percentage health.
Going further to other similar passives.
Su Lin's eyes fell on, recovery boost percentage.
Recover percentage of max HP per second. Normal difficulty, 0.02% per second, that is 1/1000 every 5 seconds. Hard, 0.05% per second, 1/1000 every 2 seconds. Nightmare, 0.1% per second, 1 out of 1000 per second. Hell, 1% per second, 1% per second. He has 1 trillion HP. 1% is how much? 100 billion. Recover 10 billion HP per second.
Su Lin's breath paused.
100 billion per second. What concept is this? Level 50 killer punches 50 million, need 200 punches to match his 1 second recovery. Even 100 level 50 attack him together, output 50 billion per SEC, he still recovers full in 1 second. And he can fight while healing. As long as single hit damage is less than 100 billion, he cannot die.
Then he scrolls down, keeps looking at other passives.
But no matter how he looks, none can match this. Recovery type percentage, held difficulty. 1% per second.
This is tailor-made for him. Others choose this, level 10 HP a few thousand, recover few tens per SEC, not enough to see. But he chooses this, recover 10 billion per second. This is the terror of 100 million times HP. Any percentage effect on him will be amplified to absurd degree. Su Lin took a deep breath, closed his phone.
Decided. He chooses this.
Chapter 31 Level 10 Passive Trial. The next morning, the elite class training ground was full of people. Today is the day of Level 10 Passive Trial.
More than 30 people had arrived, each face showing tension and expectation.
Lei Jin stood at the front, holding a list in his hand, scanning the crowd. Everyone knows the rules, so I won't waste words. He said in a deep voice, passive trials, each person has only one chance. Choose your difficulty carefully. Don't aim too high, and don't be scared like a quail. He paused. Every 10 levels there is a trial. Each choice of success or failure decides your future height. Choose wrong, your foundation is destroyed, then there is no future. I believe you have thought carefully and made your choice, I hope your choices are correct. Lei Jin clapped his hands, alright, enter one by one according to student number.
Number 1, Yen Yen.
Yen Yen took a deep breath, waving her fists at Su Lin and the other three, wait, I'll show you how it's done. After saying that, she strode to the center of the training ground, towards the trial gate. It was a glowing blue gate, 3 meters high, 2 meters wide, the frame carved with complex runes. It was said to be a projection of the tower to heaven, and entering would lead to an individual trial space. Yen Yen stood in front of the gate, looked back at everyone once, then stepped in with one foot. A flash of light, and her figure disappeared. The training ground fell silent, everyone staring at the gate. Above the entrance to the trial space, a huge light screen appeared, showing Yen Yen's trial progress in real time.
Trial participant, Yen Yen. Level, 10. Chosen passive, attack enhancement percentage. Difficulty chosen, hell.
Trial content, kill 100 elite fire elementals of the same level within 10 minutes. On the screen, Yen Yen had already appeared in a sea of fire. Around her were elemental creatures covered in flames, dense, at least hundreds.
Damn, hell difficulty, someone gasped, 100 elite monsters of the same level? Is this humanly possible? 10 minutes? 110 minutes, 1 per second. The key is fire elementals are immune to fire damage. Yen Yen's ability is Flame Lord, won't she get killed? People were talking, faces full of shock. Su Lin stared at the screen, frowning slightly. Yen Yen hesitated for a moment, then quickly reacted.
She stood in the middle of the fire sea, the surrounding fire elementals were already rushing at her.
The next second, she moved. Not backwards, but forward. The fire rune sword in her hand blazed, but not red, blue. I am the Flame Lord, not just playing with fire. She swung the sword, the blue flame split a fire elemental in half. Kills 1 out of 100. Time left, 9:48.
More fire elementals surrounded her, dense and pressing in. Yen Yen did not retreat but charged, her whole body like a blue flame, crazily attacking in the fire sea.
1 swing, 2 kills. 2 swings, 5 kills. 3 swings, 10 kills.
She completely abandoned defense, only output. Fire elemental attacks hit her, burning her clothes black, skin red, but she didn't even frown.
Kills 50 out of 100. Time left, 5:12.
Yen Yen was covered in wounds, but her eyes shone brightly. She gritted her teeth, gripping the sword, spinning like a top.
Flame storm.
Blue flames rotated around her, forming a huge fire tornado. The surrounding fire elementals were sucked in and instantly evaporated.
Kills 100 out of 100. Time left, 1:03.
On the screen, Yen Yen knelt on one knee, gasping. Her body was blackened, hair half burned, but she was alive.
Congratulations on clearing.
Gained passive, attack enhancement percentage, hell level attack plus 50%.
The gate flashed, and Yen Yen was teleported out.
She staggered 2 steps, almost falling.
Han Bing quickly supported her. Damn, are you okay?
Yen Yen lifted her head, grinning, showing her white teeth. I'm fine, just a bit tired.
Damn, hell difficulty is really not humanly possible.
That fire elemental hit me for 500 damage. After several hits in a row, I almost thought I was dead. Everyone looked at her, their eyes full of admiration. Lei Jin nodded, rarely praising. Not bad, there is a fierce spirit.
Next, number 2, Han Bing.
Han Bing swallowed, gave Yen Yen a thumbs up, then walked toward the light gate.
Trialer, Han Bing. Level, 10. Chosen passive, ability enhancement cooldown reduction. Difficulty, hell. Trial content, survive under the chase of the frost dragon for 15 minutes.
On the light screen, Han Bing appeared in a land of ice and snow. In the sky, a huge frost dragon circled, its wingspan over 50 meters, covered in blue scales, eyes shining with icy light.
Fuck, a frost dragon? Isn't that a level 20 boss? Level 10 fighting level 20 boss? Is this a trial or a death sentence? And survive for 15 minutes? That dragon can kill him in one breath, right?
Han Bing was also stunned.
But the next second, the dragon dived. A breath of ice blue fire shot straight at Han Bing. Han Bing rolled, narrowly avoiding it.
The dragon's breath hit the ground, freezing a large area instantly, even the air solidifying.
Shit. Han Bing got up and ran.
He ran while frantically releasing frost skills, trying to slow the dragon. But the dragon didn't slow, and another breath came. Han Bing rolled again, but this time he was a step late, his left leg hit by the breath, freezing instantly. He screamed, dragging his frozen leg, limping forward.
Remaining time, 12 minutes.
On the light screen, Han Bing looked like a beaten dog, wildly fleeing across the ice field. The dragon chased relentlessly, breath after breath, nearly freezing him into a statue each time.
Go for it. Yen Yen clenched his fists.
Su Lin stared at the light screen, frowning tighter.
Han Bing's health was dropping fast, already down a third. But he kept running. Running while using his ability to speed himself up. Remaining time, 6 minutes. Han Bing's health was half. His body was full of injuries, frostbite, bruises, dragon breath burns, he looked like a wreck. But he kept running. Remaining time, 4 minutes.
Han Bing's health was down to 1/3. He couldn't run, began crawling.
The dragon dived again behind him. A breath of dragon fire.
Han Bing rolled with all his strength to the side. The breath brushed past him, freezing half his body to the ground.
Remaining time, 3 minutes. Han Bing was frozen on the ground, unable to move.
The dragon landed in front of him, opening its huge mouth to bite.
Fuck! Yen Yen shouted.
But at that moment, a dazzling blue light suddenly exploded from Han Bing. His ability, at the edge of life and death, seemed to fully erupt.
An ice wall rose instantly, blocking the dragon's huge mouth.
Next second, Han Bing used all his strength to break free from the ice, rolling and crawling forward.
Remaining time, 1 minute. 30 seconds. 10 seconds. 5 seconds. 3 seconds. 1 second.
Congratulations on passing. Gained passive, ability enhancement cooldown reduction, hell level ability cooldown time -20%.
The light gate flashed, Han Bing was teleported out.
He collapsed on the ground, covered in blood, frostbite, burns, bruises, looking like he crawled out of hell.
But he was still alive. I fucking made it.
He weakly smiled, then his head tilted, and he fainted. Lin Yu ran over, hands glowing white, starting to heal him.
Leijin nodded, eyes showing some satisfaction. Not bad, breaking through under pressure, interesting. Next, number 3, Ingren. Ingren, rarely yawning, stood up and walked toward the light gate. Trialer, Ingren. Level, 10. Chosen passive, critical strike enhancement. Difficulty, hell.
Trial content, in the dark maze, kill the shadow assassins hiding in the dark. On the light screen, Ingren appeared in a pitch-black maze.
He could not see his hand, not even his own fingers. But he was calm.
He closed his eyes, raising his ears.
The sound of breathing.
Very light, very far, but it was there.
Next second, a shadow attacked from the side. Ingren vanished instantly.
Next moment, he appeared behind the shadow.
One knife stabbed down. The black shadow also disappeared.
The two people crazily fought in the darkness, knife light and sword shadows. No one could see anyone, they could only rely on feeling.
Kill 0/1. Remaining time, 14 minutes.
On Shadowblade's arm there was one more cut, blood flowed without stop. But he did not stop, he continued to move through the darkness.
Another black shadow. He backhanded one knife.
This time, he stabbed it. The black shadow gave a miserable scream, turned into black mist and scattered.
But the next second, more black shadows appeared. At least 10. Shadowblade's eyes became sharp, and in an instant he disappeared into the darkness.
In the next 10 minutes, on the light screen people could only see groups of black shadows flashing, sometimes knife light flashed by, sometimes miserable screams sounded. No one could clearly see what happened. Only knowing that when the remaining time returned to 0, Shadowblade stood in the center of the maze, his whole body covered in blood, holding two short blades in his hands, and under his feet lay more than 10 corpses of black shadows.
Congratulations for clearing.
Obtained passive, critical strike strengthening, hell level critical strike rate plus 20%. The light gate flashed, Shadowblade was teleported out. He staggered one step, but immediately stood steady. Not bad, he said calmly, there was almost no expression on his face, but the hand holding the knife was slightly trembling.
Flame fire widened her eyes. Holy shit, are you even human? After this you're still fine?
Shadowblade looked at her once, rarely pulling the corner of his mouth, you guess. After Lin Yu healed Frost Ice, she also treated Shadowblade once. Leijin nodded, and looked at the list.
Number 4, Lin Yu.
Lin Yu stood up, lowered her head, and walked toward the light gate.
Trial taker, Lin Yu. Level, 10.
Chosen passive, ability strengthening effect increase, increase ability effect plus 50%.
Chosen difficulty, hell.
Trial content, in the land of plague, heal 100 injured people infected with plague, while protecting yourself from being infected. On the light screen, Lin Yu appeared on a piece of grey dark land. Everywhere were rotten corpses, the foul smell rushed into the nose. The ground crawled full of maggots, and the air was filled with green poison fog.
The poison fog reduced 200 health every second.
Lin Yu's health was only 5,000.
In 25 seconds, she would die. But she did not panic.
She walked to the first injured person, white light rose from her hands.
Healing progress 1 out of 100. Remaining time, 30 minutes.
The injured person was healed, but on Lin Yu's body there was one more layer of green halo.
Infection value plus 1%.
When infection value reaches 100%, the trial fails. Lin Yu was stunned for a moment, then continued walking forward.
The second one, infection value plus 1%. The third one, plus 1%. The fourth one, plus 1%.
Lin Yu's health was rapidly dropping, the infection value was rapidly rising. But she did not stop, only walking while treating herself, while treating the injured people.
Healing progress 50 out of 100. Infection value, 67%. Remaining time, 15 minutes.
Lin Yu's face became more and more pale, her lips turned purple, her whole body trembling.
But she was still holding on. Healing progress 80 out of 100. Infection value, 89%. Remaining time, 6 minutes.
Lin Yu could no longer stand steady, she knelt on the ground, crawling forward step by step. But she was still healing.
Healing progress 99 out of 100. Infection value, 99%. Remaining time, 1 minute.
Lin Yu crawled to the last injured person, her hands trembling, pressing on his body.
White light flashed. Healing progress 100 out of 100. Infection value, 100%.
At the instant when the infection value was about to reach 100%, the injured person was healed.
Congratulations for clearing.
Obtained passive, ability strengthening effect increase ability effect plus 50%.
The light gate flashed, Lin Yu was teleported out.
She directly collapsed on the ground, her face deathly pale, her whole body trembling. But she was still alive. Flame Fire rushed over and hugged her in one grab. Lin Yu,
you are too awesome.
Lin Yu weakly smiled a little and did not speak. Su Lin looked at her, his heart a little complicated.
This girl usually does not like to talk, like a transparent person.
But just now, she knelt on the ground, crawling forward step by step, still wanting to heal the last injured person. That kind of persistence, that kind of toughness, made him think of one person.
Himself.
Lei Jin nodded, and looked at the last name on the list.
Number 5, Su Lin.
The training field instantly became quiet. Everyone's eyes all fell on Su Lin.
God level awakened 100 million health, national champion. What difficulty would he choose? Could he pass?
Su Lin stood up and walked toward the light gate. When he walked to the door, he paused for a moment and turned his head to look at Flame Fire and the other 4 people. The 4 people all looked at him. There was expectation, nervousness, and trust in his eyes.
Su Lin nodded and stepped into the light gate.
A flash of light, and his figure disappeared.
Chapter 32, Easy Victory in Hell Mode.
Su Lin stood on a barren wasteland, and a few lines of golden text appeared before him.
Challenger, Su Lin. Level, 10. Chosen passive, health recovery enhancement percentage. Difficulty chosen, Hell. Trial content, survive for 30 minutes in an endless beast wave.
The beast wave increases every 10 minutes, with a total of 3 waves.
First wave, 1010th level elite bloodthirsty mad wolves. Second wave, 5010th level elite bloodthirsty mad wolves.
Third wave, 10,010th level elite bloodthirsty mad wolves plus 1/10th level lord level wolf king.
Failure condition, death. No other restrictions. Su Lin read the text, his face showing no emotion. 1,000, 5,000, 10,000.
That adds up to 16,000. He had roughly calculated the attack power of each elite bloodthirsty mad wolf level 10 elite monsters, with a base attack of 200, elite level attributes doubling that, so around 400. With skill enhancements, each bite could deal 5 to 600 damage. 16,000 wolves attacking him at the same time could, in one round, bite away 8 to 10 million of his health.
8 million per round. He had 1 trillion health.
It would take over 12,000 rounds to bite him to death.
And one wolf can bite 2 or 3 times per second. Theoretically, if they could all pile on top of him and keep biting non-stop, it would take about 6 or 7 hours?
Su Lin's lips curled slightly.
The trial time was 30 minutes.
On the horizon, a vast black wolf pack appeared. They were dense and overwhelming, like a black tide, rushing toward him. 1,000 bloodthirsty mad wolves, their eyes glowing red, saliva dripping from their fangs, causing the earth to tremble as they ran. Su Lin stood still, motionless. The wolves reached him, and the first wolf leaped up, sinking its teeth into his calf.
Minus 520.
Su Lin looked down for a moment. He felt nothing.
The second, third, and fourth wolves.
More and more wolves pounced on him, biting his legs, waist, arms, and back. Some who couldn't reach him jumped up to bite his shoulders, hanging on him and falling down.
Su Lin was completely covered by the wolves. From a distance, it looked like a giant black ball rolling in place. But that ball never fell. The damage prompts flooded across Su Lin's vision like a waterfall. Minus 520, minus 530, minus 510, minus 540, minus 525.
He opened his panel and glanced at his health bar.
1 trillion.
It had dropped by 200,000.
That was the amount he lost in just 2 seconds of being bitten.
Su Lin just stood there, letting the wolves bite him. He even started to get bored and began counting the number of wolves.
100, 200, 300. 10 minutes passed. The first wave of wolves had all pounced on him, then what? There was no then.
Su Lin's health bar had dropped by less than 20 million.
He stretched his neck and heard it crack.
He threw off a few wolves hanging on him, but new ones quickly replaced them.
The second wave of wolves arrived.
5,000 more, adding to the previous total of over 6,000. Now, the wolves on Su Lin were even more, piling up like a small mountain. He was buried beneath them but still stood tall.
Remaining time, 15 minutes. Su Lin glanced at the time and yawned. He felt a bit sleepy. He hadn't slept well last night. The third wave of wolves finally arrived. 10,000 wolves, plus a lord-level wolf king.
The wolf king was 3 times the size of a regular wolf, with silver-white fur and eyes gleaming with intelligence. It did not immediately pounce but stood at a distance, coldly watching the human figure overwhelmed by the wolves. It was waiting. Waiting for this human to fall.
1 minute. 2 minutes. 3 minutes.
The human figure buried in wolves still hadn't fallen. The Wolf King's expression changed.
It growled lowly, and the surrounding wolves automatically made way. The Wolf King personally stepped forward.
With a kick of its hind legs, it shot forward like a white flash, directly aiming for Su Lin's throat.
This bite was its full-strength attack. Minus 5,000. Su Lin looked down at the wolf's mouth on his neck. 5,000 damage. He then looked up and stared at the imposing Wolf King.
The Wolf King was also staring at him.
Eye contact.
For the first time, confusion appeared in the Wolf King's eyes.
Why hasn't this human died yet?
Su Lin reached out his hand, grabbing the Wolf King's neck skin, lifting it off his neck. The Wolf King struggled in his hands, his limbs kicking wildly, howling loudly.
Su Lin looked at it, patted its head, then said, "Good dot. Forget it, why kill it? Let it bite."
After being put down, the Wolf King froze for a second, then pounced at him even more frantically to bite him. Su Lin stood still, letting it bite.
Remaining time, 5 minutes. 3 minutes. 1 minute. 30 seconds. 10 seconds. 5 seconds. 3 seconds. 1 second.
Congratulations, level completed.
Obtained passive, regeneration enhancement percentage, hell level recover 1% of max health per second.
The light gate flashed, and Su Lin was teleported out. Everyone in the training field stared at him wide-eyed.
Yen Yen opened his mouth wide. How are you fine?
Su Lin looked down at himself. His clothes were torn, full of holes, but there wasn't even a red mark on his skin.
He thought for a moment and said, "I'm fine." Han Bing's mouth twitched. "Fine? We almost died when we came out, and you called us fine?" Ingren rarely spoke, his gaze complicated. "What did you do in there just now?" Su Lin honestly said, "I stood there, letting them bite." Everyone.
Leijin walked over, sizing him up from head to toe, his eyes filled with helplessness, admiration, and a bit of "I knew it would be like this."
"All right," he clapped his hands, "go back and rest. Today is your big day, tomorrow is a holiday, relax properly." Yen Yen's eyes lit up. "Holiday? Really?" Leijin gave her a glare. "Can I lie to you? Go away." The 5 of them walked out of the training field. The sunlight outside was just right, warm as it shone on them.
Yen Yen stretched out a big lazy yawn. "God, I'm exhausted, feels like I've died once." Han Bing touched his chest. "My legs are still soft, that dragon was too scary." Ingren, rarely yawning, but his face still a little pale, "The dark maze was harder than I imagined." Lin Yu lowered her head, still a bit floaty while walking, but already much better. Su Lin walked at the back, his clothes torn up, looking like a beggar. Yen Yen turned back and glanced at him, unable to stop laughing. "Su Lin, with that look, you could set up a bowl under the overpass." Han Bing laughed too. Yes, just right, God level awakened, begging for food, and surely someone will give you some." Ing Ren's mouth slightly curved upwards. Lin Yu couldn't help but press her lips together. Su Lin looked down at his clothes, said nothing, but his lips moved slightly. Chapter 33, Elite Class Trial Completion Status. The 5 of them chatted and laughed as they walked toward the dormitory. When they reached the dorm building, Yen Yen suddenly stopped. "Hey, let's go out for a good meal tonight." Her eyes sparkled. "Today is our big day, we cleared the hell level difficulty, don't we need to celebrate?" Han Bing immediately raised his hand. "I agree. I want to eat roasted meat." Ingren, rarely opposing, "Whatever." Lin Yu softly said, I'm fine with anything." Yen Yen looked at Su Lin. "What about you?" Su Lin thought for a moment and nodded. Yen Yen became happy. "All right, it's decided then. 6 o'clock at the school gate, I'll treat." Han Bing's eyes widened. "You're treating? The sun must have risen from the west today?" Yen Yen rolled her eyes. "What? Can't I? I'm in a good mood today, is that a problem?" Han Bing quickly smiled. All right, you treat. In the afternoon, the 5 of them went back to their dormitories to rest. Su Lin took a shower, changed into clean clothes, and lay on his bed. He took out his phone and opened the elite class group. The group was already buzzing. "Lilei, fuck. Guess what difficulty I cleared? Hard. I fucking cleared hard. Attack plus 10%. So awesome. Han Mimi, congratulations. I chose normal, cleared it, got 1000 health, it's stable. Wang Taiju, I didn't clear it, chose hard, but when I got in, I got instantly killed." There was silence in the group for a second. Then someone sent a hug emoji. "Lilei, Taiju, don't be discouraged, next time at level 20 there's another chance." Wang Taiju, "But now I'm missing one passive, how will I compete with you guys in the future?" No one replied.
This question, no one dared to answer. Because everyone knew.
Passive skills are better taken as early as possible. Missing one at level 10 means that even if you get it at level 20, you are still 10 levels behind in accumulation.
Miss one at level 30, and the gap is even bigger.
Missing a passive skill might mean you can never catch up with others in your lifetime. This is the cruelty of passive trials.
Succeed, and you soar to the sky. Fail, and half your life is ruined. The group chat was full of comfort.
But everyone knew comfort was useless.
This kind of regret would follow him for life.
Su Lin looked at these messages, his face expressionless.
Then he saw Yan Yan sent a message. Yan, ha ha ha. I passed hell difficulty. Attack plus 50%. Isn't that awesome?
Immediately, the chat erupted in exclamations.
Li Lei, whoa. Hell. Yan Jie is amazing. Han Mimi, Yan Jie mighty. Wang Taizhu, so jealous I'm crying. Zhao Gang, Yan Jie is too strong. Sun Xian, bowing to the master.
Then Han Bing also spoke up.
Han Bing, I passed hell too, ability cooldown minus 20%, hee hee. Li Lei, whoa, another hell? Han Mimi, Han Bing, you are too low-key. Zhao Gang, is your team trying to defy the heavens? Zhou Qiang, I feel more like dying. Then Ingren sent a message. Ingren, passed, critical hit plus 20%. The group chat exploded. Li Lei, whoa. 3 hells already? Han Mimi, is your team a monster nest?
Zhao Gang, the strongest team in Longqing War Academy history is born.
Sun Qian, what about Lin Yu? Did she pass? The chat went quiet for a moment.
Then Lin Yu sent a very short message. Lin Yu, passed, hell, ability enhancement effect boost, increase ability effect plus 50%.
The group chat completely exploded. Li Lei, whoa. 4 hells. Han Mimi, is your team going to heaven? Zhao Gang, Lin Yu, you don't talk much, but when you do, it's terrifying. Zhou Qiang, I don't want to talk anymore. Then everyone waited.
Waiting for Su Lin's message.
The chat suddenly fell silent. Yan directly at Su Lin. Yan at Su Lin, what about you? Passed? What difficulty? Su Lin looked at his phone, thought a moment, and typed.
Su Lin, passed, hell, recover 1% health per second.
The chat was silent for 3 seconds.
Then it went crazy with messages.
Li Lei, hell. Another hell. Han Mimi, 5 hells. 5. Zhao Gang, did your team take all the hell difficulties? Sun Xian, is this what God level means? Zhou Qiang, I'm already dead, don't save me. Wang Taizhu, Mom asked why I'm kneeling looking at my phone. Li Lei, from now on, you 5 are my real parents. Yan sent another message. Yan, ha ha ha. Tonight we go out to celebrate, don't be jealous. Han Bing, yeah, let's eat barbecue. Run. Lin Yu, mm. The chat was full of whales again. Li Lei, I also want to eat with the masters. Han Mimi, take me with you. Zhao Gang, I can carry the plates.
Su Lin looked at these messages, his lips slightly lifted.
Although shallow, it was indeed a smile. 6 o'clock in the evening, school gate. The 5 gathered. Yan wore a red dress, rare for her to dress up.
Han Bing wore casual clothes, hair still wet, obviously just showered.
Ingren still in black, lazily leaning against the wall.
Lin Yu in a white t-shirt and jeans, quietly standing aside.
Su Lin wore the plainest black coat, hair a bit messy.
Yan looked him over, pursed her lips, can't you fix yourself up a bit?
Su Lin looked down at himself, what's wrong?
Yan sighed, forget it, let's go, I know a barbecue place, really delicious.
The 5 took a car, arriving at a snack street near Longqing War Academy. The street was crowded, smells of all kinds drifting.
Barbecue, hot pot, spicy skewers, everything.
Yan skillfully led them into a small shop.
The shop was small but very clean, filled with people.
The owner was a man in his 50s, wearing an apron, busy at the grill. Boss, our usual spot. Yan waved. The boss looked up at her, smiled, little Yan here? Sit, the usual spot is saved for you.
The 5 went to the innermost table, sat around a square table.
Yan picked up the menu, swiping to order a bunch.
10 skewers of lamb, 10 skewers of beef, 5 pairs of chicken wings, 2 grilled eggplants. Grilled leeks, 1 bunch, and...
She thought for a moment, that's it for now, we'll add more if it's not enough. Han Bing swallowed his saliva, so much, can we finish it? Yan stared at him, I'm happy today, if we can't finish it, we'll take it to go.
The grilled meat quickly arrived. It sizzled and the smell filled the air. Yen Yen grabbed a skewer of lamb and took big bites, saying between mouthfuls, so satisfying. Today almost killed me, that fire element nearly sent me straight to heaven. Han Bing also chewed on a chicken wing, you had it easy. That giant dragon chased me for 15 minutes, my legs nearly froze off. Ingren ate slowly, rare to speak, the dark maze, can't see anything, can only hear. If I missed even one strike, I would have died. Lin Yu ate slowly, without speaking, but her face held a faint smile. Su Lin ate silently, listening to their conversation. Yen Yen suddenly asked him, Su Lin, what was your trial like? Su Lin thought for a moment, then said, a beast wave, 160 wolves, and 1 wolf king. He deliberately downplayed the number by 100 times, to avoid suspicion about his health points. The 4 of them stopped and stared at him. 160? Yen Yan's eyes widened. How did you make it out? Su Lin said, I just stood there and let them bite me, for 30 minutes. The 4 of them. Han Bing's corner of his mouth twitched, so you just stood there and let them bite you for half an hour? Su Lin nodded. Ingren, rarely showing a helpless expression, are you really human? Su Lin thought for a moment, then said, maybe. Yen Yen slammed the table, damn it, comparing to you, we really suffered. If I'd known, I would have picked a tank-like ability too. Han Bing curled his lip, could you have chosen? Your ability is naturally offensive. Yen Yen snorted, and continued eating. The 5 of them ate and chatted, the atmosphere getting more and more relaxed. The restaurant was bustling, and outside the street was brightly lit. Lin Yu suddenly whispered, today, thank you all. Yen Yen was stunned for a moment, what for? Lin Yu lowered her head, if it weren't for you guys, I might not have chosen the hell difficulty. Yen Yen smiled, what thank you, we're teammates. You don't talk much, but every time it's critical, you're steady as a rock. Han Bing also nodded, yes, we 5 can't do without one of us. Su Lin looked at the 4 of them, feeling a warmth in his heart. After finishing the meal, the 5 of them strolled along the street. The night market was lively, with everything being sold. Grilled squid, candied fruit, cotton candy, fried skewers. Yen Yen bought a stick of candied fruit, walking and nibbling on it. Han Bing followed her, holding several takeout boxes. Ingren walked behind, rare to not be yawning. Lin Yu and Su Lin walked last, quietly watching the 2 in front fool around. Su Lin. Lin Yu suddenly called him in a low voice. Su Lin turned his head to look at her. Lin Yu lowered her head, her voice very soft, in the future, please take care of me. Su Lin looked at her, nodding, Lin Yu raised her head, glanced at him, then quickly lowered it again. But Su Lin saw it. Her lips slightly curled upwards, smiling a little. When they returned to the dormitory, it was already 10 p.m. Su Lin lay on his bed, pulling out his phone. He opened the group chat. Lesion, I've compiled the results of today's trial. The group chat went silent instantly. Lesion, there are 37 people in the class. Hell difficulty success, 5 people. Hard difficulty success, 12 people. Normal difficulty success, 17 people. Failures, 3 people. Lesion, the 3 who failed, level 20 still have 1 more chance. Next time, lower the difficulty, don't take risks. Lesion, 34 who succeeded, congratulations. From today, you have a passive skill that others from different schools don't. Lesion, but don't get too happy. The passive skill is just the start, the road ahead is long. Rest well this week, next Sunday, Tower of Heaven 10th floor, difficulty doubles. If anyone messes up, get lost. The group filled with received, understood, yes. Su Lin looked at the messages, feeling a little complicated. 3 failures. Their feelings must be terrible right now. But this is reality. The world of awakened ones is this cruel. One wrong step, everything goes wrong. And he didn't make a single mistake. Hell difficulty, perfectly cleared. From today, he heals 10 billion health points every second. As long as the damage from a single hit doesn't exceed 10 billion, he won't die. Of course, to the outside world, he had to say he healed 1 million health per second, so it matched his 10,000-fold boost. Su Lin turned off his phone and closed his eyes. Outside the window, the night was deep. In the distance, the tower to the sky stood quietly, waiting for his next challenge. Tomorrow, a day off. He would rest well. Then, continue to get stronger. Chapter 34 Su Chen was saved. The next day, Long City Battle Academy, early morning. Sunlight poured through the cracks of the curtains into the dormitory. Su Lin opened his eyes and looked at his phone, 7 a.m. A rare day off. He lay on the bed and opened his personal panel. Name, Su Lin. Level, 10. Health, 1 trillion, base 1000 times billion times plus equipment. Attack, 1000, base 1000 plus equipment.
Ability?
Health limit increased by billion times. Passive, healing strength percentage, hell level recover 1% of max health per second.
Points, 150,000. Healing 10 billion per second.
Su Lin stared at this line for a few seconds, the corner of his mouth slightly rising.
10 billion, what concept is that?
Yesterday, the more than 16,000 level 10 wolves, all biting at once only reduced 8 million health. He healed it in 1 second, enough for them to bite over 100 rounds. In other words, unless he met an enemy who could hit more than 10 billion health in one strike, he could never die.
Moreover, he was still growing. Level 10 was already this crazy, what about level 20? Level 30? Su Lin put away his phone and got up to wash. Just after brushing his teeth, the phone rang. It was Yan Yan calling. Su Lin. Are you up? Come out for breakfast. Lin Yu is treating. Su Lin was stunned. Lin Yu is treating? Yes.
She said thank you for blocking attacks for her in the previous match, and insisted on treating us breakfast.
Hurry, meet at the school gate.
After hanging up, Su Lin changed clothes and went out. At the school gate, 4 people were already waiting. Yan Yan wore a pink hoodie today, her hair in a high ponytail, looking full of youth. Han Bing stood beside her, still looking like a silly rich kid. Ingren leaned against the wall, unusually not yawning, just lazily looking at his phone. Lin Yu stood at the far side, head lowered, ears a little red. Seeing Su Lin coming, Yan Yan waved, hurry, I'm starving.
Lin Yu said softly, there is a breakfast shop at the east gate of the school, the buns are especially good.
The 5 walked toward the east gate. Along the way, they met many students from the elite class. Seeing the 5 of them, their eyes changed. Some were envious, some admired, and a few who lost yesterday had complicated looks in their eyes.
Isn't that Su Lin and the others? 5 hell levels, too strong. Ah, I wish I were even half as strong as them.
Don't think about it, they are god level, we can't compare.
Whispers kept coming. Su Lin lowered his head and walked expressionless. Yan Yan waved to people along the way, like a celebrity.
The breakfast shop was small but clean.
The owner, a woman in her 40s, smiled when she saw Lin Yu. Xiao Yu is here? Same old spot? Lin Yu nodded.
The 5 sat down. Lin Yu ordered 2 baskets of buns, several bowls of soy milk, and a few small dishes. The buns arrived quickly, steaming hot, thin skin and big filling.
Yan Yan bit one in a mouthful, juice splashing out, burning her mouth, hot, but so good.
Han Bing ate with oil all over his mouth. These buns are amazing.
Lin Yu, how did you find this place?
Lin Yu whispered, I lived near here when I was little.
Everyone froze a little.
Lin Yu had never talked about her past. She usually spoke little, low presence, like a transparent person.
Except for training and matches, almost never appeared anywhere. Yan Yan tried asking, Lin Yu, your hometown is Long City? Lin Yu nodded, then shook her head, sort of, but later moved. She didn't say more. Yan Yan didn't ask further. After breakfast, the 5 strolled on the street.
The city where Long City Battle Academy was located was called Long City.
Though not as bustling as Sky Dome City, it was one of the best in second-tier cities. People came and went on the streets, various shops dazzling the eyes.
Yan Yan dragged Lin Yu into clothing shops. Han Bing followed as the bag-carrying sidekick.
Ingren found a milk tea shop and sat, lazily enjoying the sun.
Su Lin stood at the entrance of the store, watching the crowd coming and going.
Suddenly, his phone rang. It was an unknown number.
Su Lin picked up the call. Su Lin, this is Investigator Zhang from the Awakeners Association, said a middle-aged man's voice on the other end, his tone serious.
We have interrogated the assassins from before.
Su Lin's gaze tightened.
Ingshi has confessed, Investigator Zhang said. The person he named is Su Chen. Su Lin didn't speak.
He said Su Chen found him through a middleman, paid a 5 million point deposit, and promised another 5 million once the job was done. The target was you, and the request was to act while you were on your way back to the Dragon City Combat Academy.
Su Lin was silent for a few seconds before asking, do you have evidence?
There are transfer records, the middleman's testimony, and Ingshi's recording. Investigator Zhang paused.
But the problem is, Su Chen denies it.
He says he knows nothing about it and claims someone is framing him.
Su Lin sneered. Framing? This excuse is so familiar. What about Su Zhentian, he asked. Investigator Zhang was silent for a moment. Su Zhentian personally intervened and said that Su Chen has been at home for the past period and couldn't have contacted anyone.
He demanded that we provide direct evidence of Su Chen's contact.
We can't provide that.
The transfer was handled by the middleman, and Ingshi never met Su Chen directly. Legally, this is called indirect evidence, not enough for conviction. Su Lin remained silent. Investigator Zhang sighed. Su Lin, I know you're unwilling to accept this. But the Su family is one of the 5 great families, and Su Zhentian personally protects him.
We can't just force this. Unless there's ironclad evidence, we can't move against him. But don't worry.
The assassins have been taken care of.
Ying Shi and the middlemen will be punished. As for Su Chen, we'll keep monitoring him.
Hanging up the phone, Su Lin stood at the entrance of the milk tea shop, watching the people walking by on the street.
The sunlight was good, warm on his skin.
But inside, he felt cold.
Su Chen. It's you again. Last time it was Wang Fu, this time it was the assassins.
Every time you hide behind the scenes, letting others do the dirty work.
Every time something happens, you put on that innocent look, crying and saying, I didn't know, I was wrong, I don't blame him. And then? Then nothing happens.
You go on being the young master of the Su family, continue pretending to be the good person, and keep watching from the shadows, waiting for the next opportunity.
Su Lin? The voice of Ying Ren interrupted his thoughts.
Su Lin turned and saw Ying Ren holding a cup of milk tea, standing next to him.
For once, he wasn't yawning, his eyes filled with curiosity. Whose call was that?
Su Lin paused, then said, the associations. They interrogated the assassins.
Ying Ren's eyes sharpened. Was it Su Chen? Su Lin nodded. Ying Ren didn't say anything but took a sip of his milk tea.
After a few seconds, he spoke.
But they can't move against him, right?
Su Lin looked at him.
Ying Ren suddenly became serious. Let me guess, there's indirect evidence, but no solid proof. Su Zhentian is protecting him, and the association can't do anything about it. Su Lin nodded. Ying Ren sighed. This is the disgusting part of big families. As long as they don't catch them in the act, they can use all kinds of methods to protect people. Money, power, connections, they use everything. He glanced at Su Lin. What are you planning to do? Su Lin remained silent for a few seconds. Then he said, wait. Wait? Wait until I reach level 89, wait until I'm strong enough to slap Su Zhentian to death.
Su Lin said calmly. By then, no one will be able to protect him. Ying Ren froze for a moment, then laughed. It was rare for him to smile so genuinely. Alright, that's the spirit. He patted Su Lin's shoulder. I'll be waiting to see that day. Yan Yan and the others came out of the store, carrying big and small bags.
We're done. We're done. Yan Yan said excitedly. Lin Yu has a great eye. She picked out 2 really nice pieces for me.
Lin Yu followed behind, holding a bag, her head lowered, but with a faint smile at the corner of her mouth. Han Bing was sweating heavily, carrying 7 or 8 bags in his hands, like a moving shelf.
Sis, dear sis, can we go back now?
He said with a sad face.
My hands are about to break. Yan Yan glared at him. This is just the beginning. Continue to stroll in the afternoon. Han Bing's face turned green. Ying Ren rarely smiled, serves you right.
Su Lin also could not help the corner of his mouth slightly rising. In the afternoon, the 5 people strolled a few more places again. Yan Yan was like being injected with chicken blood, strolling from clothing shop to accessory shop, from accessory shop to snack stall, buying all the way. Han Bing followed behind her, the bags in his hands more and more, in the end piled higher than a person.
Lin Yu rarely relaxed, following Yan Yan to try clothes and choose jewelry, the smile on her face became much more.
Ying Ren was still that lazy look, but kept following, not falling behind. Su Lin walked at the very back, watching the 4 in front joking and playing, his heart a little warm. This kind of day, before he did not even dare to think about. At dusk, the 5 people returned to the school. Just entering the school gate, they saw Leijin standing under the dormitory building, his face not very good looking. Su Lin, come with me for a moment. Su Lin was stunned for a moment, greeted Yan Yan and the others, then followed Leijin and walked. Leijin led him into the administration building, went up to the 3rd floor, and pushed open the door of a meeting room. Several people were sitting inside the meeting room. Old Zhang, Shinjiuzhou, and 2 men wearing military uniforms. One of them, Su Lin knew Zhao Shanhe, the military representative. The other was older, around 60 years old, hair mixed white, but his waist stood straight, his eyes sharp like an eagle. On his chest was pinned a level 85 badge. Beside Zhao Shanhe sat a person Su Lin also knew, Zhang Tianxiong. The head of the 5 great strong ones, the number 1 person of the military. Zhang Tianxiong saw Su Lin come in and slightly nodded. Sit. Su Lin sat down. Chen Zhozhou spoke first, his tone serious. Su Lin, calling you here today is because there are several things to tell you. He paused. The first thing, about the assassin, you should already know. Su Lin nodded.
Chen Zhozhou sighed. On Su Chen's side, we cannot move him.
Su Zhentian personally came forward to protect him, and indeed there is no direct evidence. Unless you can take out iron evidence, otherwise this matter can only stop here. Su Lin did not speak. Zhang Tianxiong suddenly opened his mouth, his voice deep and powerful. Kid, do you feel it is unfair? Su Lin looked at him, silent for a few seconds, then said, yes. Zhang Tianxiong smiled, the smile very cold. Feeling unfair is correct. This world originally is unfair. He stood up, walked to the window, his back facing everyone. When I was young, I also met this kind of thing. Being framed by people, being hunted by people, being forced by people until there was no road to go. At that time I also felt it was unfair. Why can bad people roam free, while good people must suffer? He turned around and looked at Su Lin. Later I figured it out. Fairness is not given by others, it is earned by yourself. You are strong, you are fairness. You are weak, you deserve it. Su Lin looked at him and did not speak. Zhang Tianxiong walked back and stopped in front of him. Now you are god level, the hope of the whole country. But you are still not strong enough. Su Zhentian protects Su Chen, do you dare say anything? Even if you say it, it is useless, because Su Zhentian is stronger than you. So, do not expect others to give you justice. If you want revenge, then make yourself strong. Strong until when no one dares stop you, you can do whatever you want. Su Lin was silent for a long time. Then he stood up, looked at Zhang Tianxiong, and said word by word, I will. Zhang Tianxiong stared at him for a few seconds, then smiled. This time the smile was not that cold. Good, I will wait to see. He patted Su Lin's shoulder and turned to walk out of the meeting room. Zhao Shanhe also followed and walked out. Chen Zhozhou looked at Su Lin, his eyes complicated. Senior Zhang's words, although direct, but the principle is this principle. He sighed, Su Lin, you are still young, the road of the future is still long. Do not let hatred rush your head, cultivate well. When you are strong enough to sit equal with Su Zhentian, any account can be settled. Su Lin nodded. Old Zhang had been silent beside the whole time, only now opening his mouth. Alright, go back and rest. Starting tomorrow, continue training. The 10th floor of Tongtian Tower, the difficulty doubles compared with 10 floors, do not drop the chain. Su Lin stood up and walked out of the meeting room. Outside the sky was already dark. He stood at the entrance of the administration building, looking at the Tongtian Tower in the distance. The black tower body stood in the night color. Silent and cold. Chapter 35, The No One Survives Secret Realm opens. Early morning, Dragon City Battle Academy, training ground. The sun had just risen, yet the playground was already full of people. All 37 members of the elite class were present, not one missing. Not just them, even many senior students had come, standing in small groups around the edges, whispering to each other. When Su Lin and the other 4 arrived, they immediately felt that something was wrong. Yan Yan looked around, muttering softly, what's going on? Isn't today normal training? Why are there so many people? Han Bing was also confused, could it be that Instructor Lei is planning some big move? Ying Ren, unusually not yawning, squinted his eyes and scanned around, it's not the instructor, it's over there. He lifted his chin, pointing to the east side of the training ground. There, originally just an ordinary wall, now had a crack. From the crack came a dark red light, flickering like a heartbeat. The crack was not large, about 1 person tall and half a meter wide. But the aura coming from it made everyone instinctively take a few steps back. That is Yan Yan whitened his eyes. A secret realm, Lei Zhen's voice came from behind. Everyone turned to see Lei Zhen striding over, followed by old Zhang and several middle-aged men with deep auras, all high-level figures of Dragon City Battle Academy. Lei Zhen stopped in front of the crowd, looking at the crack with a serious face. In its 80 years of founding, Dragon City Battle Academy has seen this crack appear 4 times. Every time it appears, it means this secret realm has opened. He paused, glancing at everyone. You should all have heard of secret realms. Over 1,000 are scattered across the world. Some open every few years, some every few decades, some have never opened in hundreds of years. Every opening attracts countless awakeners to challenge them. But very few come out alive. The playground fell silent. Su Lin stared at the crack, memories from the original owner flashing through his mind. Secret realm. Most are solo challenge realms. Only 2 outcomes, succeed or die. There is no third option. Over 1,000 secret realms, only a dozen have ever been cleared. And those few people are now top-tier powerhouses. Among the 5 great strongmen, Zhang Tianxiong and Su Zhentian both cleared a secret realm, Yun Zhongzi cleared one as well. In other words, those who survive a secret realm are all at the top of humanity. And those who die inside. At least hundreds of thousands. Instructor Lei, Yan Yan couldn't help but ask, what type is this secret realm? Has any information been released? Lei Zhen nodded, pulling a paper from his pocket with a few lines printed on it. When the secret realm opened last night, the Awakeners Association received this at the same time.
He unfolded the paper for everyone to see. Secret realm name, Blood Prison Abyss. Opening time, 7 days. Entry level limit, level 10, level 30. Secret realm type, solo realm. Difficulty ranking, 345. Known information, this secret realm demands extremely high blood volume from challengers. In the previous 4 openings, 872 people entered. No one cleared it. No one survived. Special note, after clearing, this secret realm will permanently close. Rewards are unique.
No one obtained them in the first 4 openings. The playground was deathly silent.
872 people. All dead. Not a single one came out.
Yan Yan's face turned pale, his lips moved but no words came out.
Han Bing swallowed hard and whispered, over 800 people, all dead? Ying Ren, unusually silent, furrowed his brows tightly.
Lin Yu lowered her head, her expression hidden, but her fingers clutched her clothes so tightly they turned white. The surrounding senior students also whispered among themselves.
Blood Prison Abyss? I've heard of it.
It opened 10 years ago. Over 100 level 20 experts went in, not one came out. My uncle wanted to enter back then, but my grandfather stopped him. Later I heard everyone inside died. My uncle was so scared he couldn't sleep for half a year. A test of blood volume, isn't this just made for blood beasts?
What is the use of a blood cow? More than 800 people all died, and those who entered must have had S or SS level health, but didn't they still not come out?
This secret realm is strange, don't enter.
Only a fool would enter.
Su Lin stood in the crowd, staring at the words on the paper.
It requires extremely high health. 872 people, all dead. No one cleared it.
He raised his head and looked at the dark red crack. The light shining from the crack was as red as blood. The whole day, the entire Dragon City Battle Academy was discussing this matter. In the cafeteria, in the dormitory, on the training ground, wherever you went, you could hear the word secret realm, blood prison abyss, 800 people all died. The forum was even more of a frenzy.
Shocking. Secret realm near Dragon City Battle Academy opened. The blood prison abyss reappears.
In the past 4 times, 872 people died without a single survivor who would dare enter.
Expert analysis, how hard is the blood prison abyss?
One of the 5 strongest, Zhang Tianxiong, cleared the secret realm, which ranked 526 in difficulty.
The blood prison abyss ranks 345 in difficulty. The comments section was filled with shock and fear. Rank 345? Damn, doesn't that mean it's harder than Zhang Tianxiong's? Over 800 people died in the past 4 times, who the hell would dare enter? I heard the secret realm only has a requirement for health, so blood cow type mutants might give it a try? Try? 800 people must have had SSS level health, and they still died, right? My cousin's teacher's senior brother entered it 10 years ago, and never came out. So scary, I can't even dare to think about it.
Su Lin read through the comments, his face emotionless. Yan Yan leaned over and whispered, Su Lin, you don't plan to enter, right?
Su Lin didn't speak. Yan Yan got anxious, don't scare me. Over 800 people died in there. 800.
You might have thick health, but what if?
There won't be a what if.
Su Lin looked at her.
Yan Yan opened her mouth but couldn't say anything.
Han Bing also leaned over, Su Lin, don't be impulsive.
You are now at the god level, focus on cultivating, what resources won't you have in the future? Why gamble your life?
Ying Ren rarely spoke, his tone unusually serious, secret realms are not a joke.
If 10 people go in, it's good if 1 comes out.
In the blood prison abyss, none of the 10 came out. Lin Yu stood by, saying nothing, but her eyes were always on Su Lin.
Su Lin stayed silent for a few seconds, then said, I know. He stood up and walked out. Hey! Yan Yan called to him, where are you going? Looking for Instructor Lei. Su Lin didn't look back. Administrative building, Lei Zhen's office.
When Su Lin pushed the door in, Lei Zhen was frowning at his computer. When he saw Su Lin enter, he froze for a moment, then sighed.
I knew you'd come.
Su Lin sat down opposite him, straightforward, I want to enter the secret realm. Lei Zhen stared at him for a few seconds, then said, do you know how many people have died in there?
872. Do you know how many of those people had SSS level health? Su Lin didn't speak.
Lei Zhen leaned back in his chair, rubbing his forehead.
I've checked the information. In the past 4 times, 17 people had SSS level health enhancement.
The strongest one, level 30, with 10 million health.
He went in and didn't come out. He paused, looking at Su Lin.
You're level 10, with 100 million health, indeed thicker than them.
But the secret realm doesn't only look at health.
No one knows what traps, monsters, or mechanisms are inside.
More than 800 elites, all dead. Why do you think you can make it out alive?
Su Lin stayed silent for a few seconds, then said, because I want to live. Lei Jin was stunned for a moment. Su Lin looked at him, calmly saying, I've worked hard to survive until today.
I don't want to die. So, I will definitely make it out alive.
Lei Jin stared at him for a long time. Then he smiled, a helpless smile.
All right, you really have guts.
He stood up, walked to the window, and looked outside.
The secret realm is open for 7 days. You can think about it for 7 days.
No need to rush to make a decision.
I've already decided.
Su Lin said. Lei Jin turned around to look at him. Su Lin stood up, walked to the door, and stopped.
Instructor Lei, I will enter tomorrow.
The door closed.
Lei Jin stood by the window, watching the distant figure, silent for a long time.
Then he took out his phone and dialed a number. Old Zhang, that kid is going into the secret realm. There was a pause on the other end, then old Zhang's voice came, can't stop him?
Can't stop him.
Old Zhang sighed, then let him go.
That kid is tough, maybe he can really come back alive.
Lei Jin hung up and looked out the window. In the distance, the dark red crack flickered in the night.
The next morning, 7 o'clock, east side of the training ground. People had already gathered in front of the crack. Not just the students and teachers of Launching Battle Academy, even outsiders came. Reporters, representatives of major families, people from the Awakeners Association, all standing densely, long guns and short cannons aimed at the crack. When Su Lin and the 5 arrived, the crowd automatically made a path. Yan Yan's face looked very bad, muttering all the way, you're crazy, you are really crazy. Han Bing followed behind, wanting to say something but not knowing what.
Ying Run, unusually, did not yawn, his eyes complicatedly looking at Su Lin. Lin Yu kept her head down, saying nothing.
In front of the crack, Lei Jin and old Zhang were already waiting.
Old Zhang saw Su Lin and sighed, kid, you really thought this through?
Su Lin nodded.
Old Zhang was silent for a few seconds, then patted his shoulder, come back alive.
Lei Jin also walked over, handing him a backpack. There's food and water inside, maybe you won't need it, but take it. Su Lin took the backpack and put it on his back.
He turned and looked at Yan Yan and the others. Yan Yan's eyes were a little red, biting her lip, if you don't come back, I will. She couldn't finish her words. Han Bing whispered beside her, Su Lin, you must come back alive.
Ying Ren, unusually serious, said, don't die.
Lin Yu lifted her head, looked at Su Lin, lips moving, finally saying only one word, okay. Su Lin looked at the 4 of them and nodded. Then he turned and walked toward the crack.
Su Lin.
A clear voice came from the crowd. Su Lin looked back and saw a girl in a goose yellow dress, struggling through the crowd, running toward him.
Wang Shichang.
She ran in front of Su Lin, panting, her face red from running.
You're really going into the secret realm? Why didn't you tell me?
Su Lin looked at her, said nothing. Wang Shichang stared at him, eyes suddenly red.
I finally made a friend, if you die, who will I play with? Su Lin was silent for a second, then said, I won't die.
Wang Shichang was stunned for a moment.
Su Lin looked at her, calmly said, when I come out, I will take you to eat. Wang Shichang opened her mouth, wanted to say something, finally just nodded hard. You promise? No backing out. Su Lin nodded.
He turned and walked toward the crack. The light inside the crack grew brighter, shining on him, dyeing his whole body dark red. He stood in front of the crack, looking back one last time. Yan Yan, Han Bing, Ying Ren, Lin Yu, the 4 stood together, all looking at him. Wang Shichang stood at the front of the crowd, her eyes red. Lei Jin and old Zhang stood nearby, faces serious. Farther away, countless eyes stared at him, with hope, nervousness, curiosity, and doubt.
Su Lin withdrew his gaze, took a deep breath.
1 step forward. With a flash of light, his figure disappeared into the crack.
The surrounding went quiet instantly. The red light on the crack still flickered. But he was gone.
Yan Yan bit her lip, tears finally falling.
You must come back. Everything went black, then suddenly bright.
Su Lin opened his eyes, finding himself standing on a dark red wasteland. The sky was gray, no sun, only thick clouds pressing low. Red light faintly shone through the clouds, like solidified blood. The ground was cracked dry soil, cracks crisscrossed, each showing dark red light. The air was full of a rusty blood smell, with a faint sulfur scent.
In the distance, a huge black building, like a palace, yet like a tomb.
It stood silently in the center of the wasteland, surrounded by dark red mist. Su Lin stood still, waiting for a few seconds. There were no hints, no directions.
Only himself. He looked down at the panel.
Health, 10 trillion.
Attack, 1000.
Passive, recovers 1% of maximum health per second.
Everything was normal. He took a deep breath and walked towards the black building.
After about 10 minutes of walking, the ground beneath him started to change. The cracked earth transformed into dark red stone slabs. The slabs were engraved with complex patterns, like some ancient runes. The runes glowed with a dark red light, as if blood was flowing through them. Su Lin stopped, looked down, and observed closely. These runes reminded him of those on the walls of the Tower of Heaven. But these were more intricate, more eerie, and the more he looked, the dizzier he felt. He withdrew his gaze and continued walking forward. When he reached the entrance of the black building, he finally saw its full appearance. It resembled a giant palace, yet also a tomb. The black stone walls were covered in dark red vines, with sharp thorns growing on them. The large stone doors were engraved with a huge pattern and eye, with blood tears flowing from it. Su Lin stood in front of the door and reached out to push it.
The stone door didn't move an inch.
He pushed harder.
Still no movement.
He stepped back, inspecting carefully. There were no handles, no keyholes, no place to operate.
Only that eye shedding blood tears. Su Lin stared at the eye for a few seconds.
Suddenly, the eye moved. It blinked once, then fixed its gaze on Su Lin. The next moment, a voice rang out in his mind.
Trial Seeker, welcome to the Blood Prison Abyss.
I am the Eye of the Blood Prison, the guardian here.
Is your blood thick enough?
Su Lin remained silent. The voice continued, the rules are simple. Pass through 3 layers of trials, and you will leave alive. Fail, and your blood will become part of this place. Each layer of trial will make you bleed a lot.
Are you ready? Su Lin remained silent for a second, then said, let's begin.
The voice laughed, a chilling, eerie laugh. Good. As soon as the words fell, the stone doors slammed open.
Behind the door was complete darkness, nothing could be seen. Su Lin took a deep breath and stepped inside.
The door slammed shut behind him.
The darkness lasted for 3 seconds.
Then, everything suddenly lit up. Su Lin found himself standing in a blood-red space. Everywhere around him was red light, with no walls, no ceiling, and no floor in sight. Only beneath him was a transparent platform, floating in the bloodlight. In the center of the platform stood a thing. It was humanoid, but not entirely human. Its body was covered in dark red scales, and its hands were enormous claws, stained with blood. Its face was hidden by a mask, only its blood-red eyes exposed. Those eyes were staring directly at Su Lin.
First layer trial, blood battle. Trial content, kill 100 blood prison guardians.
Rules, with every guardian you kill, the next guardian's attributes will increase by 5%. After a guardian dies, a blood orb will remain, eating the orb can recover a small amount of health.
Limitations, none. The voice echoed once again.
Su Lin listened, his expression unchanged. 100 guardians, each one 5% stronger than the last. The attributes of the last one would be the first ones, raised to the power of 1.05 for 99 times, approximately 130 times stronger.
What were the attributes of the first guardian? Su Lin didn't know. But the next second, he found out.
The first guardian moved. It rushed forward at incredible speed. A claw slammed into Su Lin's chest.
Minus 500,000. 500,000 damage.
Su Lin looked down at his chest, then at the guardian.
Attack power, 500,000.
This meant the first guardian's attack power was around 500,000. Following the 5% increase, the 100th guardian's attack power would be about
500,000 times 130 is equal to 65 million. 65 million per hit.
Su Lin glanced at his health bar, 10 trillion. 65 million, it would take over 15,000 hits to kill him.
And he had 1% health regeneration per second, recovering 100 billion every second. Even if the 100th guardian kept hitting him.
1 second, 1 strike, only 6.5 billion damage in total, but he recovers 10 billion every second, enough to fully heal instantly. Su Lin felt confident inside. He lifted his head, staring at the guard. The guard swiped its claw at him again.
Minus 500,000. Su Lin stood still, not moving, letting it strike.
At the same time, he reached out and grabbed the guard's neck. The guard struggled, but couldn't break free. Su Lin's other hand clenched into a fist, and he punched the guard in the face.
Minus 1,000. The guard's health bar dropped by an almost invisible amount. Su Lin. This attack power is indeed a bit touching. But that's okay. He kept on punching.
1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches.
After 50 punches, the guard's health bar finally dropped by a visible segment. Su Lin glanced at the guard's health, about 5 million. 1,000 damage per punch, would it take 5,000 punches to kill one? Su Lin quietly calculated. First guard's health, about 5 million. His attack power, 1,000. It would take 5,000 punches. 1 punch per second, that's 5,000 seconds, almost an hour and a half.
And there are still 99 more.
Each one thicker than the last. If it's all punches? Su Lin fell silent for a second.
Then he kept on punching. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. He didn't know how many times he'd punched, but the guard finally screamed and turned into a puddle of blood. A dark red bead appeared in the blood, about the size of a thumb, faintly glowing.
Su Lin picked it up and glanced at it. Blood bead, consuming it restores 1% of max health.
Su Lin froze for a moment.
1%?
His current health is 10 trillion, 1% is 100 billion.
The guard just hit him twice, dropping 1 million health.
1 blood bead would restore 100 billion. This blood bead could let him die 10,000 times. He has a passive skill that regenerates 1% of his health per second, so he doesn't need to eat it.
Su Lin silently stored the blood bead, not consuming it.
The second guard appeared. Attributes increased by 5%. Su Lin kept on punching. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches.
After finishing the second guard, it took about an hour.
The third one, another hour. The fourth, fifth, sixth.
Su Lin didn't know how many punches he had thrown.
All he knew was that his hand was numb. But his health bar remained full.
Because the damage the guards dealt couldn't outpace his healing.
As for the blood beads, he hadn't consumed a single one.
He kept saving them.
By the time the 10th guard fell, Su Lin stopped to stretch his wrist. His hand was sore. It really was sore. But he had to continue.
He glanced at the time. It had been about 10 hours since he started? It must be dark outside by now. Su Lin took a deep breath and kept on punching. The 20th, 30th, 40th.
The guards' attacks grew stronger, and their health grew thicker. But to him, it didn't make a difference. 1 million damage or 5 million damage, both were the same on 10 trillion health, no change to the health bar.
Healing 10 billion per second was enough to handle several thousand hits. He just had to keep punching slowly. By the time the 50th guard fell, Su Lin stopped to count the blood beads in his pocket. 50 beads. Enough to restore 500 billion health. Though he wouldn't need them. He stored the beads and continued. 70, 80, 90. Finally, the 99th guard fell. Su Lin stood on the platform, watching the last puddle of blood dissipate. His hands were so sore they could barely lift anymore. But he still stood there. The voice sounded again. First trial completed. Time taken, 116 hours, 47 minutes. Congratulations, you are still alive. Now, the second trial is about to begin. Second trial, blood path. The eerie voice echoed in the palace, each word scraping like a knife against bone. The rule is simple: walk through this palace, reach the end. There are 99 rooms in the palace, each with a blood corpse. You must take 1 drop of blood from each blood corpse to enter the next room. There is only one way to take the blood: use your blood to exchange for its blood. Each room has a blood blade. Pick up the blood blade, stab it into your body. For every amount of blood you lose, the blood corpse loses an equal amount. When the amount of blood you lose equals the remaining blood inside the corpse will open its eyes. You can take a drop of blood from the corner of its eye. If the blood you shed is not enough, the blood corpse will not wake. If you shed too much blood. The voice paused for a moment, then let out a laugh. You will die here. Su Lin listened, his face showing no expression. He walked to the first room's door. The door was made of flesh and blood, like a huge mouth, with dark red liquid dripping from the gap. He pushed the door open. The room was dark, with only a stone platform in the center. On the stone platform lay a corpse, shriveled and gray, like a mummy dried for hundreds of years. Next to the stone platform was a dark red short blade stuck into the ground. Su Lin walked over and picked up the blood blade. The blade was cold, chilling to the bone. He looked down at his hand, then at the blood corpse. Use my blood, exchange it for its blood. He raised the blood blade and stabbed it into his own arm. The moment the blade entered the flesh, a sharp pain surged. This was not ordinary pain, but the tearing sensation of blood being forcefully drained. He glanced at the panel. Blood, 10,000 billion. Deducted, 1 million. Remaining, 9,999.99 billion. At the same time, the blood corpse on the stone platform moved slightly. Something seemed to be flowing inside its shriveled body. Su Lin stared at it and waited a few seconds. It didn't wake up. He pulled out the blood blade and stabbed again. Once more. And again. On the 10th stab, the blood corpse finally opened its eyes.
It had grayish-white eyes, with no pupils, empty like two holes. It stared at Su Lin, and a drop of dark red blood slowly seeped from the corner of its eye. Su Lin reached out and caught the drop of blood in his palm.
The blood bead was ice-cold and piercing.
Obtained, blood corpse's tear ×1. The next second, the blood corpse closed its eyes again, returning to the previous lifeless state. Su Lin exited the first room. The blood bead in his hand glowed faintly. He didn't think too much about it and continued toward the second room. The second room, same stone platform, same blood corpse. He picked up the blood blade and stabbed himself. Once, twice, 3 times. This time, it took 12 stabs for the blood corpse to wake up. The third room, 15 stabs. The fourth room, 18 stabs. The fifth room, 20 stabs.
Su Lin continued stabbing.
For each stab, he lost 1 million blood. But his blood recovery was 100 billion per second.
The stabbing was still slower than the recovery.
But the pain was real. The sensation of blood being forcefully drained hurt 10 times more than an ordinary wound.
Every stab felt like someone drilling into your bones with a drill. Su Lin gritted his teeth, stabbing one by one.
Sixth room, 23 stabs. Seventh room, 27 stabs. Eighth room, 31 stabs. By the time he reached the 20th room, he stopped and looked at the blood blade in his hand. The blade had changed color. The originally dark red blade now had a faint golden edge.
He looked at the panel. Blood, 10,000 billion.
Deducted, 20 million, cumulative.
Remaining, 10,000 billion, fully recovered.
His blood bar was still full.
But the blood beads in his hand had already accumulated to 20.
He stored the blood beads and continued. 21st room, 35 stabs. 22nd room, 39 stabs.
23rd room, 43 stabs.
By the time he reached the 30th room, Su Lin's hand started to tremble.
It wasn't from exhaustion. It was from the pain.
With every stab, the tearing sensation stacked on top of each other. At first, he could endure it, but by the time he reached over 300 stabs, the pain made him want to curse.
But he didn't stop. He just gritted his teeth and stabbed, one by one.
31st room, 51 stabs. 32nd room, 55 stabs. 33rd room, 59 stabs. By the time he reached the 40th room, he glanced at the blood corpse.
The blood corpse in this room looked more fresh than the others. Its skin still had elasticity, and he could even see the patterns of the blood vessels.
Su Lin made his first stab. The blood corpse moved slightly. By the time he reached the 70th stab, the blood corpse opened its eyes. This time, its eyes were not grayish-white, but dark red. It stared at Su Lin, its lips moved as if it wanted to say something. But in the end, it said nothing, only a drop of blood seeped from the corner of its eye.
Su Lin took the blood bead and exited the room. He leaned against the wall and took a breath.
His hand trembled badly. But he had to continue.
Room 41, 75 stabs. Room 42, 80 stabs. Room 43, 85 stabs.
By the time he reached the 50th room, Su Lin was already numb. It wasn't that it didn't hurt, it was just that he had gotten used to the pain. He stabbed himself without any expression, like stabbing a block of wood. 1 stab, 2 stabs, 3 stabs. The blood corpse awakened. He took the blood.
Next room. Room 51, 103 stabs. Room 52, 108 stabs. Room 53, 113 stabs.
By the time he reached the 60th room, Su Lin suddenly remembered something. The voice had said, there was a blood corpse in every room.
99 rooms. How many stabs did he need to make? He didn't know. But it would definitely be a lot.
He glanced at the blood bead in his hand.
60 beads.
Enough to restore 600 billion blood.
Though he wouldn't need it. He continued. Room 61, 125 stabs. Room 62, 130 stabs. Room 63, 135 stabs.
By the time he reached the 70th room, the blood corpse in the room had changed. It wasn't a dried corpse, nor a fresh corpse. It was a corpse dressed in clothes.
Those clothes, Su Lin recognized. The uniform of the Dragon City Battle Academy.
He froze for a moment. The corpse was a young man, about 17 or 18, with the fear from before death still on his face. He had a badge pinned to his chest, level 28 SSS grade ability rock armor.
Su Lin was silent for a few seconds. This person should have been one of the awakened from the first 4 entries into the secret realm. One of the 872 people. He died. Died here.
His body was turned into a blood corpse, waiting for future people to trade blood for blood. Su Lin withdrew his gaze, took the blood blade. He stabbed himself. 1 stab, 2 stabs, 3 stabs. After 150 stabs, the blood corpse opened its eyes. In those eyes, there was no fear, only emptiness. Su Lin took the blood bead and exited the room. Room 81. Room 82. Room 83. By the time he reached the 90th room, Su Lin had already lost count of how many stabs he had made. He only knew that he had collected 90 blood beads in his hand. Each one was earned with blood. Though his blood regenerated quickly, the pain was real. He leaned against the wall, breathing heavily. Only 9 more rooms. It's almost over. He stood up and walked toward room 91. He pushed open the door. Inside the room, there was a blood corpse lying on a stone platform. The blood corpse wore black clothes, with a badge pinned to its chest, level 29 SSS grade ability source of life. Su Lin froze for a moment. SSS grade blood enhancement. Level 30, 10 million blood. He also died. Died here. His body was turned into a blood corpse. Su Lin was silent for a long time. Then he picked up the blood blade. 1 stab. 2 stabs. 3 stabs. When he reached 300 stabs, the blood corpse opened its eyes. Those eyes were empty, pale gray. Su Lin took the blood bead. He exited the room. Room 92. Room 93. Room 94. Finally, room 99. Su Lin stood at the door, taking a deep breath. He pushed the door open. Inside the room, there was a blood corpse lying on a stone platform. The blood corpse wore tattered clothes, its face unrecognizable. But when Su Lin approached, he suddenly stopped. The blood corpse had a scar on its chest. The shape of the scar, he recognized. It was his own. The scar he had from being beaten in the Su family basement. Su Lin's pupils contracted. He carefully looked at the face of the blood corpse. That face was identical to his own. He froze. The voice suddenly sounded. Room 99 is you. To take the last drop of blood, you have to trade your own blood for your own blood. Do you accept? Su Lin was silent for a long time. Then he picked up the blood blade. He stabbed it into his chest. 1 stab. 2 stabs. 3 stabs. He didn't know how long he had been stabbing. It felt like a long time, like half a month, like half a year. He had become numb to the pain. When he reached 1 million stabs, the blood corpse opened its eyes. 1 million stabs just happened to be 1 trillion blood. The blood corpse didn't have the blood regeneration passive, it had. Those eyes, they were exactly like his own. It stared at Su Lin, a drop of blood oozed from the corner of its eye. Su Lin stretched out his hand and took that drop of blood. The next second, the blood corpse closed its eyes. He exited the room. Su Lin stood in the hallway, trembling all over. In his hands, 99 blood beads. That voice sounded again. Second trial completed. Time used, 29 days 5 hours 22 minutes. Congratulations, you are still alive. Now, the third trial is about to begin. Chapter 37, Invisible Mask, Chapter 44, Reflect Damage. Third trial, Blood Prison. The moment the voice disappeared, the blood and flesh ground beneath Su Lin suddenly split open. He didn't have time to react, his whole body fell straight down. Wind screamed past his ears, everything around him was pitch black. He didn't know how long he felt, maybe seconds, maybe minutes, maybe hours. In this strange space, time seemed meaningless. Bang! Su Lin hit the ground hard. He got up, rubbed his sore shoulder, and looked around. It was a huge underground space, so big he couldn't see the edges. Above was heavy blood-colored clouds, and the ground was covered with chilling white bones, some human, some monster, and some unrecognizable creatures. The bones piled into mountains, forming roads, stretching to the horizon. The air was full of strong stench, with a strange eerie feeling. That voice sounded again, this time with mockery. Third trial, Blood Prison. The rules are simple, you must walk out alive. But here there is no direction, no end, no time. You can only walk, keep walking, until you die, or walk out. Another reminder, here, your blood will not automatically recover. Su Lin paused, looking down at the panel. Blood, 1 trillion. Passive, healing boost %, hell level, restores 1% of max blood per second. Current status, passive skill sealed. Su Lin's pupils shrank. The passive that restored 10 billion per second was sealed? He tried moving his body, but indeed he didn't feel that warm power. The blood bar stayed at 1 trillion, unmoving. The voice laughed again, sinisterly. Forgot to tell you, in the blood prison, I make the rules. Your passive is useless here. Your blood, every drop counts. Cherish it. The voice disappeared. Su Lin stood there, silent for a long time. Then he raised his head, looking at the endless white bone wilderness. Then walk. He stepped forward and began walking. Day 1. Su Lin didn't know how long he had walked. On the white bone wilderness, there was no reference. The blood clouds above were always the same color, the bones below always the same. He could only move forward, keep moving forward. After maybe several hours, or maybe half a day, in this sunless place time was impossible to judge, he encountered a living thing for the first time. It crawled out from the bone pile. Its size was like a dog, but it had no skin or fur, only exposed red muscle. Its eyes were black holes, and its mouth dripped stinking liquid. Seeing Su Lin, it let out a hoarse roar and lunged directly at him. Su Lin dodged to the side, punching its head. -1,000. Its head caved in a little, but it didn't die, instead it attacked even more crazily, biting Su Lin's calf. -500,000. 500,000 damage. Su Lin looked down at it and punched again. -1,000. Another punch. -1,000. He punched over 500 times before it finally screamed and turned into a puddle of blood. In the blood floated a dark red bead. Su Lin picked it up, it was a blood bead, the same as in the first trial, restoring 1% of max blood when swallowed. He looked at the panel. Blood, 999,950,000,000. 50 million lost. He was silent for a second, then put the blood bead away. He kept walking. Day 3, maybe day 3. Su Lin no longer remembered how long he had walked. There was no day or night, only endless blood clouds and endless bones. He could only roughly judge time by the monsters that appeared. Monsters were increasing. At first, he occasionally met a redskin dog, then 2, 3, a pack. Later, other types appeared: wild boars covered in bone spikes, giant lizards dragging rotten intestines. A half-human, half-beast deformed monster. Each one's attack power is between 500,000 and 1 million. Each one takes hundreds of punches to kill. Each one leaves behind a blood orb after death. Su Lin walked, fought, and collected along the way. The blood orbs increased 10, 20, 50, 100. The health decreased 999.5 billion, 999.0 billion, 998.0 billion, 996.0 billion. Although each monster only bit him a few times before dying, the number was too much. A pack of 30 red-skinned dogs pounced, a round of bites could take 15 million health. After finishing this pack, then a group of wild boars, then a few giant lizards. The health fell slowly, but it did fall. Su Lin glanced at the panel. Health, 991.2 billion. Blood orbs, 348. Enough to restore 348% health, which is 34.8 trillion. But he did not eat. Not a single one. He did not know how much further he had to go, nor what he would meet ahead. These blood orbs had to be saved. In case, at the end, if his health was not enough, they could save a life. He stored the blood orbs and continued walking. The 7th day, probably the 7th day. Su Lin encountered the first real trouble. It was a mountain of white bones. Not an ordinary small hill, a real mountain, at least 500 meters high, width endless, entirely made of piled bones. Some were human, some were monsters, and some huge skeletons unrecognizable, ribs tens of meters long. The mountain was crawling with monsters. Redskin dogs, bone-spiked wild boars, rotting flesh giant lizards, and things he had never seen: monsters like spiders but with human faces, each leg a huge bone spike. The number? Countless. At least 10,000. Su Lin stood at the foot of the mountain, staring at it in silence for a long time. Go around it? He looked to the sides, also mountains of bones, also crawling with monsters. Only this path. The voice suddenly appeared, laughing unusually happily. Forgot to tell you, the blood prison has only one path. This is the mountain. Climb over it to continue. Fail, and you will stay here forever. Su Lin ignored it. He took a deep breath and walked toward the mountain. As soon as he stepped on the first bone, the monsters on the mountain exploded. Over 10,000 monsters turned their heads at once and looked at him. The next second, they surged down like a tide. Redskin dogs rushed ahead, speed astonishing, bone-spiked wild boars followed, the ground trembling with each step, rotting flesh giant lizards twisted their fat bodies, mouth dripping stinky saliva, human-faced spiders flanked, 8 legs crunching on bones. Su Lin stood still, unmoving. The first redskin dog leaped and bit his leg. -500,000. The second, third, fourth. Dozens of redskin dogs pounced together, overwhelming him. Su Lin clenched his fists and started striking. One punch, another punch, another punch.
He did not know how many punches he threw. Only knew more dogs kept biting him, hurting more. Kill one, 3 more came. Clear a small area, more surged. He just stood there, let them bite, and struck back punch by punch. Health dropped. 992.0 billion, 991.5 billion, 991.0 billion, 990.0 billion. Slowly, but surely. He did not know how long he stood. Maybe an hour, maybe 3, maybe a whole day. Only knew when the last red-skinned dog fell, his health had dropped to 985.0 billion. He looked up at the mountainside, 2/3 of the path remained. Continued walking. The 10th day, probably the 10th day. Su Lin reached the mid-mountain and met the second wave of trouble. Bone-spiked wild boar herd. These boars were harder than red-skinned dogs. Big, thick-skinned, punching only removed a few hundred health, needed 700 or 800 punches to kill one. Their attack was higher too. I hit 80,000 damage, charge up to 1.2 million. A herd of 300 boars charged. Su Lin was knocked back repeatedly, but he didn't retreat a single step down the mountain. He carried the charge of the pig herd while throwing punch after punch. His arms grew numb, his tiger palms cracked open, and his hands were drenched in blood. But he didn't stop. After smashing through 300 wild boars, his health dropped to 873 billion. He gained over 100 blood beads. He kept climbing. Day 15, probably around day 15. Rotten flesh giant lizard. These things were even more disgusting than wild boars. Their attack wasn't high, only around 600,000, but their mouths carried rotten poison. One bite would not only drain health but also continuously poison the victim, losing 50,000 health per second for 30 seconds. And there were many of them, a group of 500. Su Lin was surrounded, biting from the left, right, front, and back. The poison stacks one after another, and the health loss per second increased from 50,000 to 100,000, 200,000, 500,000. His health started to fall even faster. 872 billion, 871 billion, 870 billion, 868 billion. Su Lin glanced at his panel and frowned slightly. Then he kept smashing. One punch, one at a time, one punch, one at a time. He had no idea how long he smashed, but finally, the last giant lizard fell. His health had dropped to 851 billion. He looked at the bloodstains from the giant lizards and then glanced at the panel, staying silent for a second. Then he kept climbing. Day 20 should be around day 20. Human-faced spider. These were the most disgusting. Their attack power was low, only 400,000, but they could spray spider silk. The silk would wrap around the body, not causing damage, but slowing down speed and dulling movement. Su Lin was wrapped in layer after layer of spider silk, finally becoming a white cocoon, with only his head exposed. Then the spiders swarmed him, biting him one after another. He couldn't move and could only stand there letting them bite. His health dropped even faster. 850 billion, 848 billion, 845 billion, 841 billion. He tried to struggle, but the more he struggled, the tighter the silk became. He could only wait. Wait for the spiders to finish biting, wait for the silk to fall off by itself. After about 3 hours, the silk finally started to loosen. He broke free with all his might and smashed his fist toward the nearest spider. After over 800 punches, he finally killed one. There were still a few hundred left. He was wrapped in spider silk again. This time it lasted 6 hours. Break free again, smash, and be wrapped again. Over and over. When he had finished smashing all the human-faced spiders, he had no idea how much time had passed. His health dropped to 802 billion. He had accumulated over 500 blood beads. He leaned against the pile of bones, breathing heavily. His hands were completely numb, feeling like they weren't even his own. But he was still alive. He stood up and kept climbing. Day 25 roughly. The top of the mountain was finally close. Su Lin could see the outline of the mountaintop, a flat platform made of white bones, with a blood-red glowing door standing in the center. That was the exit. But in front of him, there was one last wave of trouble. At the top, crouched a huge monster. It was bigger than any monster he had seen before, like a small mountain, covered in jet-black bone armor, with 3 curved bone horns on its head, and dark red flames burning in its eyes. Its body was at least 100 meters tall. Su Lin stood under its feet, like an ant. The voice sounded again, smug and delighted. Forgot to tell you, there's also a Lord-level blood beast on the mountain. Kill it, and you can go through. If you can't, stay here and keep it company. Su Lin looked up at the colossal beast. Lord-level blood beast. He took a deep breath. The next second, the blood beast moved. It lifted its massive foot and stomped down. Su Lin rolled aside. Boom!
The ground was smashed into a huge pit, white bones flying everywhere, and the shockwave threw Su Lin several flips.
Minus 5 million. 5 million damage? Was that just from the shockwave grazing him? Su Lin got up and ran.
The blood beast chased after him, each stomp leaving massive craters in the ground. Su Lin dodged left and right, like an ant fleeing under a giant's feet. But he wasn't just running. He ran while observing. Where was the blood beast's weakness? The eyes? But too high, unreachable. The ankles? He tried to slash once, 1000 damage, the blood beast's health bar didn't move a bit. Then he could only wear it down slowly. Su Lin changed his strategy, no longer running, but circling the blood beast's feet, attacking like crazy. 1 slash, 2 slashes, 3 slashes. The blood beast was enraged, lowering its head to bite. Su Lin dodged, and countered with another slash. 1 slash, and another. He didn't know how many slashes he had done. Maybe 10,000, maybe 100,000. The blood beast's health bar finally moved a tiny bit, almost invisible to the naked eye. Su Lin checked his own health. 790 billion. Still enough. He continued to slash. The 30th day, maybe. The blood beast's health bar dropped 1/3. Su Lin's health dropped to 800 billion. He kept slashing. His hands were no longer hands, just 2 sticks of wood. Every slash used all his strength. But he did not stop. The 35th day, roughly. The blood beast's health bar dropped 2/3. Su Lin's health dropped to 650 billion. Blood orbs accumulated over 800. He didn't eat, not a single one. The 40th day should be. The blood beast's health bar finally reached 0. Su Lin stood by its feet, covered in blood, hands shaking like sieves. He raised his sword and struck the final slash. The blood beast let out a deafening scream, its huge body collapsing, shaking the entire mountain. Killed Lord-level blood beast. The corpse turned into a pool of blood, and in it floated a huge blood orb 10 times bigger than normal, shining with dark gold. Su Lin picked it up and glanced at it. Lord Blood Orb, restore 100% maximum health when consumed. He was silent for a second, then put the orb away. Then he lifted his head and looked at the blood-red light gate. 42 days. Finally arrived. He stepped forward toward the light gate. 1 step in. A flash of light, and the scene completely changed. No longer a skeletal wasteland, no endless blood road, no strange palace. Instead, a huge hall. The hall was magnificent and golden, completely different from the blood prison style before. White jade slabs on the floor, walls inlaid with gems, complex murals on the dome. In the center, a person stood. To be precise, the owner of that voice. An old man in a blood-red robe, white-haired, with a strange smile on his face. Congratulations, Trialer. He spoke, voice still eerie, but with a hint of genuine admiration. You are the first to reach here alive. Su Lin looked at him, said nothing. The old man didn't care, kept talking. Blood prison abyss, first 4 times it opened, 872 people entered, all died. You are the 873rd. And the only one to survive. He stretched out his hand, a blood-red light appeared in his palm. According to the rules, you are eligible for rewards. The amount depends on the number of blood orbs you have. Su Lin was stunned for a moment, then reached into his pocket. 1, 2, 3. He took out all the blood orbs and piled them on the ground. 1 pile, 2 piles, 3 piles. Finally forming a small mountain. The old man looked at the small mountain, his smile froze. This is... He crouched, counting each one. Counted for a long time. Then he stood up, looking at Su Lin, his expression completely changed. 1,372 normal blood orbs, 1 Lord Blood Orb. How did you do it? Su Lin calmly said, didn't use them. The old man was stunned. Didn't use? Over 1,300 blood orbs, each restoring 1% health. Together, 1,300% health, enough to die 13 times. But he didn't use a single one. Just endured, fighting all the way through? The old man was silent for a long time. Then he suddenly laughed, a very complicated laugh. Good. He said good 3 times, then waved his hand, and the blood orbs disappeared. These blood orbs, I take. In exchange, I will give you the highest quality item reward. Suddenly, an item appeared in his hand. It was a mask. Translucent, like a thin layer of water film, faintly glowing with a dim light. There was no introduction beside it, only a few words. Invisible mask, unique. Su Lin pointed at it and asked, what is this? The old man was silent for a few seconds, then slowly spoke up.
Invisible mask, the only unique level item in the Blood Abyss. When you wear it, you can change your appearance, body shape, aura, and even ability fluctuations. Even if a 99 level peak expert stands in front of you, they won't recognize who you are. This item was left by the strong man who created the Blood Abyss. He himself used this mask to move between various forces without anyone recognizing his true identity. Su Lin listened without speaking. He just stared at the mask, looking at it for a long time. Change appearance, body shape, aura, ability fluctuations. Not even a 99 level could recognize it. This thing. The old man waved his hand, and the mask floated in front of Su Lin. Take it. From now on, you can be whoever you want to be. Su Lin reached out and grabbed the mask. The mask felt cold to the touch, but the next moment, it melded into his palm and disappeared. Acquired, invisible mask, unique. Bound, cannot drop, cannot trade. Usage, mind control, can change appearance, body shape, aura, ability level fluctuations at any time. Function, anyone up to level 100 standing in front of you cannot see through your true form. Su Lin looked at the line of text on the panel, silent for a few seconds. Then he raised his head and looked at the old man. How do I leave? The old man pointed to the end of the hall. There was a glowing door, emitting soft white light. Pass through that door, and you'll be back at Longqing Battle Academy. Su Lin nodded and walked toward the glowing door. When he reached the door, he suddenly stopped. By the way, he didn't turn his head. My name is Su Lin. The old man was stunned for a moment, then smiled. I know. The 873rd, and the only one to survive. Su Lin, I remember you. Su Lin stepped forward and entered the glowing door. The light flashed, and his figure disappeared. The hall became quiet again. The old man stood still, looking at the glowing door, muttering to himself. More than 1,300 blood pearls, and one is not needed. This kid, he's interesting. Chapter 38, Shocking News. In front of the crack, the crowd grew larger and larger. 3 hours. It had been exactly 3 hours since Su Lin entered. On the open ground on the east side of the training field, people were standing densely, with dark crowds. Not only the teachers and students from Longqing Battle Academy, but also reporters from outside, and members from various families. No one had left. Everyone was waiting for a result. Yan Yan stood at the very front, staring at the dark red crack, her eyes not blinking. 3 hours? She muttered softly, her voice tense. Why hasn't he come out yet? Han Bing stood next to her, holding a bottle of water, gripping it so tightly that the bottle deformed. He wanted to say something comforting, but when he opened his mouth, nothing came out. Ingren leaned against the wall, rarely not yawning or playing on his phone. He just stared at the crack, his gaze deep and frightening. Lin Yu stood at the farthest edge, head down, her expression unclear. But her fingers were tightly clutching the corner of her clothes, turning her knuckles white. Wang Shiqing was also there. She rushed from Kyoto, forcing her way to the front. Anyone who blocked her path was met with a glare, and the reporters who recognized her as the eldest daughter of the Wang family dared not say anything. At this moment, she stood next to Yan Yan, her eyes fixed on the crack, murmuring to herself, Su Lin, you said you treat me to a meal, you can't die, can't die. Lei Jin and old Zhang stood not far away, their expressions serious. 3 hours, old Zhang whispered, the longest of the first 4 people who entered only lasted 40 minutes. Lei Jin didn't speak, he just stared at the crack, his brow furrowed so tightly it could kill a fly. Chen Jiuzhou also arrived, standing at the outermost edge. A few senior members of the Awakeners Association were standing beside him, their faces serious. President, should we? One person whispered. Chen Jiuzhou waved his hand, wait a bit longer. The murmurs in the crowd grew louder. 3 hours, still not out, it's probably over. The first 4 times, over 800 people died. No matter how strong he was, could he really be stronger than over 800 elites combined? Sigh, what a pity. A god-level figure, just like that, gone. Stop talking. The faces of the people from the Dragon City Battle Academy are all looking so bad right now. Yan Yan heard these discussions and suddenly turned around, glaring at the few people who were talking. Shut up. Her eyes were red, and her voice was sharp like a knife. The few people she glared at shrank their necks, too scared to speak again. Yan Yan turned back around, continuing to stare at the crack. Time passed, minute by minute. 3 hours and 10 minutes. 3 hours and 20 minutes. 3 hours and 30 minutes. Suddenly, the red light on the crack flashed brightly. Everyone held their breath at the same time. The next second, a figure stepped out from the crack. Su Lin. He stood right there in front of the crack, his clothes torn, full of holes, his hair messy, and his face stained with dried blood. But he stood. He stood alive. The whole place was deathly silent. And then,
Holy shit. Yen Yen was the first to rush up, grabbing Su Lin in a tight hug. You scared the shit out of me. Scared the shit out of me. I thought you wouldn't make it out. She cursed and cried, her tears and snot rubbing all over Su Lin's shoulder. Han Bing also rushed over, wanting to hug him but hesitating, standing beside him with a silly smile. You made it out, it's good, so good. Shadowblade walked over, rarely showing a smile, patting Su Lin on the shoulder. Alright, you didn't die. Lin Yu stood a few steps away, not moving. But she lifted her head, looked at Su Lin, her eyes red, yet her lips curved slightly. Wang Shiqing pushed through the crowd, running up to Su Lin, looking him up and down. No missing arms or legs? She sniffled, then punched Su Lin in the chest. You're lucky. Remember to treat us. Su Lin was pushed back a step by her punch, looking down at his torn clothes, then glancing at the people in front of him. He felt a bit warm inside. MHM. He said, I'll treat you. The crowd exploded. The reporters frantically pushed forward, flashes of light filled the air. Su Lin. What happened in the secret realm? Su Lin. How did you survive? Su Lin. What rewards did you get? Countless questions surged like a tide. Su Lin glanced at the reporters, then looked at the people around him. Some were hopeful, some curious, some envious, and others hiding something in their eyes that couldn't be defined. He withdrew his gaze and said calmly, nothing. Nothing? A reporter didn't believe it. 872 people went into the abyss of blood hell the last 4 times, and they all died. You came out alive, how can it be nothing? Su Lin looked at him and said quietly, it's really nothing. The reporter was left speechless. Chen Zhozhou walked over, and the crowd automatically parted to make way. He looked at Su Lin with a complex expression. Kid, you've worked hard. Su Lin nodded. President Chen. Chen Zhozhou fell silent for a second, then asked, is it convenient to talk about what happened in the secret realm? Su Lin thought for a moment, then said, it's not convenient. Chen Zhozhou was stunned for a moment, then smiled. Alright, if it's not convenient, then it's not. He patted Su Lin on the shoulder. Just the fact that you came out alive is good. Rest well. After saying that, he turned to the reporters still pushing forward and said, that's enough, Su Lin needs rest. The interview can wait. With the president's orders, even though the reporters were unwilling, they had no choice but to disperse. But the people from the various families didn't leave. They stood at a distance, staring at Su Lin, their expressions all different. There were people from the Kyoto Wang family, the Magic City Yi family, the Jiangnanzhou family, and also, the Tianxiong Su family. At the edge of the crowd, a middle-aged man in gray quietly slipped away. He took out his phone and dialed a number. Master, Su Lin is out. There was silence on the other end for a few seconds, then Su Zhentian's voice came, he made it out alive? Alive. Looks like he hasn't suffered any serious injuries. Another silence. Got it. The call ended. Su Lin was surrounded by a group of people as they walked back. Yen Yen clung to his arm the whole way, as if afraid he would run away if she let go. Han Bing stood beside him, grinning stupidly. Muttering to himself, I need to eat something good tonight to calm my nerves. Ingrid, rarely talking much, said, go take a bath, get some sleep, we'll talk tomorrow. Lin Yu quietly followed behind, never falling behind but staying silent the whole time. Wang Shiqing led the group, acting like a small leader, waving her hand to push people aside. Make way, don't block the path. Lei Jin and old Zhang followed behind, exchanging glances and both chuckled. This kid, his life is really tough. Old Zhang said. Lei Jin nodded. 872 people all died, and he was the only one who made it out. He'll have a place in this world from now on. When they reached the building entrance, Wang Shiqing stopped. I won't go up. She looked at Su Lin, winked. Remember, you owe me a meal. Su Lin nodded. Wang Shiqing smiled and turned to leave, her pale yellow dress shining brightly in the sunlight. As she walked further, she suddenly turned around and shouted, Su Lin. Su Lin looked up. You're my friend. The coolest kind. She waved her hand and ran off. Yen Yen looked at her retreating figure, muttering softly, this Wang family's young lady is really a good person. Han Bing nodded. Exactly. Ingrid finally spoke, let's go, let Su Lin take a bath and get some sleep. The 5 of them went upstairs. Su Lin returned to his room, closing the door. He stood in front of the mirror, staring at the person in it. His clothes were in tatters, his face covered in blood, his hair a mess like a bird's nest, his eyes sunken, looking like he just crawled out of hell. He truly just crawled out of hell. He raised his hand and looked at his palm. There was a faint bloodstain in the middle of his palm. It was a mark left by blood blade. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Scenes flashed through his mind, an endless wasteland of bones, monsters covering the sky, blood-streaked paths piercing his body, and that huge lord-level blood beast.
He didn't know how many days he had stayed in there. Yet, outside, only 3 hours had passed. He opened his eyes, looking at himself in the mirror. Then he focused his mind. The face in the mirror began to change. His eyebrows thickened a bit, his nose bridge became slightly higher, his chin became a bit squarer, and his eyes became a little smaller. A completely unfamiliar face appeared in the mirror. Su Lin stared at that face for a few seconds, then focused his mind again. The face returned to its original form. He touched his own face. Invisible mask. When worn, it could turn him into anyone. Even a level 99 wouldn't recognize him. This thing. He suppressed the thought and turned to walk into the bathroom. Hot water poured down, washing away the blood and dirt on his body. He closed his eyes, letting the hot water cleanse him. After the shower, he changed into fresh clothes and lay down on the bed. He took out his phone. 999 plus messages. Class group, private messages, friend requests, flooding in. He casually scrolled through and turned it off. Then he opened the forum. Top trending, shocking. Su Lin survives the blood prison abyss. Second trending, exclusive analysis, what did Su Lin experience in the secret realm? Third trending, expert interpretation, what are the rewards for clearing the blood prison abyss? He scrolled through each one, his face showing no expression. The comments section was already in chaos. Holy crap! 872 people died, and he came out alive? Is this even human? God level. This is God level. I'll call him the strongest. What reward did he get? I really want to know. Come on, people who cleared the secret realm never say what they got. Tian Xiong didn't say, Suzhen Tian didn't say, Yun Zhongzi didn't say, how could he possibly say? True, but the less they say, the more curious we get. I guess it's some artifact level equipment. The legendary kind. Maybe, or maybe it's the only unique item. Stop guessing, we won't figure it out. Su Lin closed the forum and placed his phone aside. Outside the window, the sunlight was just right. He closed his eyes, the corners of his mouth slightly lifting. You guys can guess all you want. That evening, at the Dragon City Battle Academy cafeteria. The elite class reserved a large private room, over 30 people squeezed together, making it as lively as Chinese New Year. Su Lin was pushed to the main seat, a table full of dishes in front of him. Roast whole lamb, braised pig's knuckle, steamed base, stir-fried shrimp, a full table. Yen Yen sat to his left. He kept putting food into his bowl, eat, 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 eat more, look how thin you are. Han Bing sat on the right, holding a wineglass. Come, Su Lin, I toast you a cup. Tea instead of wine, you are not used to wine. Su Lin lifted the teacup and touched it with his. Lin Yu sat across, eating quietly, but her eyes kept looking at Su Lin. She suddenly spoke, her voice very soft, are you hurt? Su Lin shook his head, no. Lin Yu nodded, then lowered her head and continued eating. Several classmates nearby also came over, talking all at once. Su Lin, what was it like inside the secret realm? Was it really scary? What did the monsters look like? Were they strong? How many monsters did you kill? Su Lin answered one by one, saying only trivial words. Not bad. Quite a few. I don't know. After asking around, no one learned anything. Everyone didn't care, continuing to eat and drink happily. Halfway through, the private room door was pushed open. Lei Jin and Old Zhang walked in. Old Zhang carried 2 bottles of wine, put them on the table, grinning, kid, tonight is special, have some. Lei Jin also sat down, looking at Su Lin with some admiration, over 800 people, only you came out alive. From now on, everyone will respect you. Su Lin looked at them and nodded, thank you, instructor, thank you, dean. Old Zhang waved his hand, no need to thank, this is what you deserve. He poured 2 cups of wine and handed one to Su Lin, come, drink this. Su Lin took the cup, clinked it with him, and drank it all. The wine burned his throat, but warmed his heart. That night, Su Lin drank a lot. Not drunk, just a warm feeling that made him want to stay longer. Looking at the smiling faces around him, listening to their chatter, he suddenly felt that 42 days of hell were worth it. By the time everyone left, it was 10 at night. Su Lin was helped back by the 4 from Yen Yen. The night wind blew, cool but pleasant. Yen Yen said, Su Lin, during those 3 hours inside, my heart almost jumped out. Han Bing said, me too, those 3 hours felt longer than 3 years. Ingrin said, not bad, you didn't die. Lin Yu said nothing, but kept walking beside them. Su Lin looked at the 4 of them and suddenly said, thank you. The 4 were stunned. Yen Yen glared at him, thank what? We are teammates. Su Lin nodded, saying nothing more. Back at the dormitory, the 5 separated. Su Lin lay on his bed, staring at the ceiling.
In his mind, those scenes appeared again. The pain when the blood blade pierced his body, the hollow eyes of the blood corpse, the monsters covering the white bone mountain, the roar when the lord-level blood beast fell.
He closed his eyes and took a deep breath.
Then he thought, and the invisible mask appeared in his palm.
Semi-transparent, as thin as a cicada wing, with a faint dark light. He looked at it and was silent for a long time. This thing could make him become anyone.
Su Lin stored it back into his body and closed his eyes. There would be many chances to use it later. The phone kept dinging with messages. Su Lin opened it and saw shocking news.
Chapter 39, Su Jintian challenges level 89, Su Lin leaves at night.
The phone kept dinging. Su Lin opened it and saw shocking news.
Breaking news. Su Jintian announces he will challenge level 89 of the Tongtian Tower this Sunday. If successful, he will become the first human level 90 supreme. Exclusive interview, Su Jintian says he has fully prepared, success rate over 90%.
Expert analysis, if Su Jintian succeeds, his power will crush the combined strength of the other four supremes.
Deep insight, what does level 90 mean? Not only huge attribute increase, but also the 9th passive skill trial chance.
Su Lin read each line, his expression growing colder.
He quickly scanned various analysis posts.
No one in human history had ever reached level 90, no one knew what the 9th passive skill would be.
But everyone knew that each extra passive increased power geometrically. Some experts said, if Su Jintian succeeds, he will become the true number one in the world.
Even if the other four strongest people were tied together, they still couldn't defeat him. Su Lin stared at the screen of his phone, his fingers slowly clenched into a fist.
Su Jintian.
That so-called father of his. The man who had thrown him into the basement like trash and ignored him for 18 years. Later, he had the entire city hunting him down, wanting him dead, but his adoptive father sent people to secretly save him.
Now, he would become the number one in the world. He knew his father well. He thought through every action carefully and never did anything he wasn't sure about.
Since he had chosen to break through level 89 of the tower, it was almost certain that he would succeed.
When he became level 90, who would be the first person he would kill?
Su Lin could even think of the answer with his toes.
Himself.
With a godlike talent and a person who has passed through the secret realm, he would undoubtedly become a great future threat.
How could someone as ruthless as Su Jintian leave such a threat alive?
Before, the Dragon City War Academy protected him, and the Awakeners Association kept an eye on him, so Su Jintian didn't dare make a move openly. But once he reached level 90, becoming invincible in the world, who could stop him? He could find any excuse. Su Lin colluded with foreign enemies, Su Lin is involved with an evil cult, Su Lin attempted to assassinate the strongest, just throw any label on him, and come knocking at his door to kill him.
Who could stop him? Dragon City War Academy?
Zhang Tianxiang was powerful, level 89, the leader of the 5 strongest, but after Su Jintian reached level 90, even if all 4 of the strongest joined together, they couldn't defeat him.
Zhang Tianxiang alone couldn't stop him. Awakener Association? The president of the association, Qin Zhouzhou, was only level 85. As for his teammates,
Yan Yan, Han Bing, Ingren, Lin Yu, all were level 10.
In front of Su Jintian, they weren't even ants.
Su Lin closed his eyes and took a deep breath.
He couldn't stay here.
It wasn't because he was afraid of death, but because he couldn't drag others down. As long as he stayed at the Dragon City War Academy, Su Jintian had a reason to come.
By then, not only would he die, but the entire Dragon City War Academy could be flattened. He had to leave. He had to disappear without a trace before Su Jintian broke through the tower.
He knew that tomorrow, everyone at the academy would be discussing Su Jintian, and they would also be paying attention to him. Zhang Tianxiang might even talk to him, and leaving then would not be so easy. Su Lin opened his eyes, and with a thought, the invisibility mask appeared in his palm. He looked at the thin mask. This would be his trump card. Once he left and changed his appearance, even a level 100 warrior wouldn't be able to recognize him.
But there was one problem: where to go? Normal cities weren't an option. Any legitimate city had an identity verification system. To enter the city, one had to swipe an ID card. To stay in a hotel, registration was required. To leave or enter the city, identification had to be verified. He could change his face, but couldn't change the corresponding ID card. Once checked, he would be exposed. He needed a city without rules. A place where no ID was required, no identity verification was needed, and anyone could come and go freely. Su Lin searched the original host's memories in his mind. Soon, 3 words appeared. The Dark Night City. It was a legendary city, located 3,000 miles north of Tianqiang City, deep in the desert. It was said that it was originally an abandoned mining area, which was later occupied by a group of desperados and gradually developed into a huge underground black market. There was no army, no government, no administrators.
only thousands of small and large forces, mutually balancing and fighting each other. The permanent population was over 30 million, all without proper identities.
What does black household mean? It meant people without identification.
Fugitives on the run, awakened ones who had fled, desperate outlaws, those being hunted by large families, and some simply insane people who didn't want to be bound by any rules. In short, no one there was innocent. There was no need to check IDs there because no one had one.
Everyone was equal, no one was more noble than anyone else. As long as you were ruthless enough, you could survive. As long as you were strong enough, you could live well.
Su Lin kept thinking, the more he felt that this place was tailor-made for him.
He had the invisibility mask and could become anyone.
In the dark night market, he could be Zhang San today, Li Si tomorrow, and Wang Wu the day after. No one would ask, and no one could investigate. He also remembered the spatial rifts around the dark night market, from which monsters continuously poured out. And like secret realms, the spatial rifts had a clearing mode, after which there was a unique item or skill passive reward. Historically, anyone who cleared them and didn't die would grow into a strong force thanks to the rewards.
He glanced at the time on his phone. It was 11 p.m. on Tuesday.
Su Zhentian would break through the tower on Sunday, with only 5 days left. He had to leave Longqing Battle Academy today, leave this place that could be found. And he couldn't let anyone know where he was going.
Including Yan Yan and the others. It wasn't about distrust, it was about not dragging them into it. What if Su Zhentian couldn't find him and vented his anger on his teammates? What if those people harmed his friends to force him out? The best way was to disappear completely.
Make everyone think he was missing, dead, or escape to the ends of the earth.
Only then could his friends be safe.
Su Lin sat up and started packing.
Actually, there wasn't much to pack. A few sets of clothes, some dry food, and equipment.
The equipment was worn on him, ready to use at any time. He thought for a moment, stuffed his clothes into his backpack, and then took out his phone. He opened the contacts and looked at the 4 names: Yan Yan, Han Bing, Ingren, Lin Yu. He stared at them for a long time. Then he removed the SIM card, snapped it in half, and threw it in the trash can. All that was left in his hands were some dry food and water, enough to last a few days. He stuffed the phone into his pocket, stood up, and took one last look at the room he'd lived in for more than a month. It was very ordinary, but very warm. This was the best place he'd ever lived in his life.
Because of friends. Su Lin took a deep breath and pushed open the window.
Outside, the night was dark, the moonlight was bright, and the silhouette of Longqing Battle Academy stood quietly in the distance.
He climbed out of the window and gently landed on the grass outside.
Then without looking back, he disappeared into the night. The next morning at 7 a.m., the training ground. Yan Yan stood in her usual spot, looking left and right, but she couldn't see Su Lin. This guy, why is he late today, she muttered.
Han Bing was also puzzled, he's always the earliest, what's going on today?
Ingren, who rarely didn't yawn, frowned, I'll go wake him up.
He turned around and walked towards the dormitory. 10 minutes later, he came back.
His face was grim.
He's not here.
The room is empty, his stuff is gone, and the window is open.
Yan Yan was stunned for a moment, what does that mean?
Ingren looked at her and said slowly, he left.
Yan Yan's face turned pale instantly. She turned and ran, charging towards the dormitory building.
Han Bing and Lin Yu followed closely. They pushed open Su Lin's room door, and the inside was empty. The bed was neatly made, and on the desk was a letter. Yan Yan's hands trembled as she opened the letter.
There were only a few lines inside. I'm gone. Don't look for me, you won't find me. Su Zhentian is about to reach level 90, and he will come to kill me. I can't drag you all down. Don't worry, I have a way to survive. If there's a chance, I'll come back to see you. Su Lin. After reading it, Yan Yan's tears fell. You fool, you fool.
She clenched the letter, her voice trembling. Who told you to carry it alone? We're not afraid of dragging you down. Han Bing stood by, his eyes red. Ingren didn't speak, but his fists were clenched tightly. Lin Yu lowered her head, her shoulders trembling slightly. Lei Jin and Old Zhang also arrived. Old Zhang read the letter and was silent for a long time before sighing. This kid, he was afraid of dragging us down. Lei Jin gritted his teeth, that bastard Su Zhentian. When I reach level 90, I'll be the first to kill him.
But everyone knew this was just angry talk.
Lei Jin was only level 80, and it would take a long time or maybe a lifetime to reach level 90. As for Su Zhentian, he only had 5 days left to reach level 90.
Meanwhile, at the Su family in Tianqiang City, Su Zhentian stood by the window, listening to the report on the other end of the phone.
Master, Su Lin is missing.
He left Longqing Battle Academy last night. Missing. Su Zhentian squinted, missing? Yes. Our people went to tail him this morning and found he was no longer in the dorm.
The phone can't be reached, the SIM card was thrown away, no one knows where he went.
Su Zhentian was silent for a few seconds. Then he laughed, a very cold laugh. Fast runner. He turned around, looking at the calendar hanging on the wall. Sunday, 5 days left. Notify everyone, search the whole country. He said calmly, alive, bring him in. Dead, bring the body. Yes. The man withdrew.
Su Zhentian stood by the window, looking at the outline of the Tongtian Tower in the distance.
Run as far as you can.
When I reach level 90, there will be no place for you in this world. After more than 2 days of changing vehicles and traveling. 3,000 li north of Longcheng Battle Academy, deep in the desert.
Su Lin stood before the entrance of a huge underground city.
The entrance was a giant sinkhole, 100 meters in diameter, its edge reinforced with steel, countless chains hanging from the mouth into the bottomless darkness. Around the sinkhole, it was crowded with people. There were burly men with big knives on their backs, skinny men covered in tattoos, strange men with masks, and old men in ragged clothes. Everyone carried weapons, and everyone's eyes were as alert as wolves. No one spoke, no one queued, all waited silently. Suddenly, a voice came from the bottom of the pit.
Go down.
The crowd began to move.
People grabbed the chains and slid down one by one.
Su Lin also walked over, grabbed a chain, took a deep breath, and slid down. The chain was very long, it took a full 5 minutes before his feet touched solid ground. The view opened up suddenly. It was a huge underground space, so large that the edges could not be seen. Thick rock layers covered the top, every 100 meters a huge searchlight hung, lighting the whole space like daytime. The ground was hard rock, worn smooth and shiny. All around were dense buildings, houses made from abandoned minecarts, tall buildings welded from steel pipes, neighborhoods stacked from containers. The streets were packed with people of all skin colors, all styles, all kinds of smells, squeezed together like a boiling pot of water. Shouts, bargaining, curses, and screams mixed into one.
Welcome to Dark Night City.
A hoarse voice sounded by his ear. Su Lin turned and saw a one-eyed old man standing beside him, grinning, showing yellow teeth.
New here? Want a map? 100 points each.
Su Lin looked at him calmly and said, no need.
The one-eyed old man didn't mind, chuckled, fine, take your time.
A reminder, you cannot trust anyone here, do not go with anyone, do not enter any shop casually.
Otherwise, you won't know how you die.
After speaking, he turned and disappeared into the crowd. Su Lin stood still, looking at this chaotic city.
Dark Night Market. A gathering place for over 30 million unregistered people.
No laws, no rules, only fists and knives. He thought for a moment, and the muscles of his face began to change. His eyes became slightly smaller, his nose slightly flatter, his chin more square, his cheekbones higher.
In less than a second, his face became a completely unfamiliar face.
Then he flipped his clothes, turned up the collar of his coat, covering half his face. Now, even Yen Yen standing in front of him would not recognize him. Su Lin stepped forward into the crowd. Behind him, the searchlight shone on his back, dragging a long shadow on the ground. That shadow, mixed with countless others, impossible to tell who was who. From today, Su Lin was dead.
Alive was another person. A person with no name, no past, no identity.
And the person who wanted to kill him would soon become the number one in the world.
Chapter 40, The Rift Challenge equal to the Secret Realm Rewards.
The night of Dark Night Market was never dark. Neon lights stabbed from all directions, red, green, blue, purple, cutting the city into countless fragments.
Huge holographic advertisements flashed in the air.
Sometimes it was the weapon shop's advertisement, sometimes it was a notice from some faction recruiting people, sometimes it was a woman's face, lips painted blood red, smiling seductively. Su Lin stood by the street, watching all of this in front of him. The street was wide, but filled with all kinds of stalls.
Selling weapons, selling potions, selling information, selling their bodies, selling lives, everything was there.
People pushed and squeezed through, languages mixed together, making ears hurt. The air was full of a strange mix of smells, grilled meat, blood, gunpowder, perfume, and some rotting sweetness, all mixed together. He took a step forward, stepping on something soft. Looking down, it was a severed hand. The fingers still wore rings, the cut neat, as if chopped off by one strike.
Next to him, a man selling grilled meat looked up, expressionless, and said, "New here? Don't step on that, someone will come to collect it later."
Su Lin nodded, walked around the hand, and kept moving forward. After a few steps, suddenly he heard a commotion behind. Turning back, several people in the same uniform were pushing through the crowd, holding weapons.
Leading them was a bald man, face full of fat, a scorpion tattooed on his neck. "Move! Move! Scorpion gang at work!"
The crowd immediately split to both sides like a tide, moving as if rehearsed countless times. The bald man went to the severed hand, squatted to look, then stood, speaking to a trembling man nearby. Did you kill this?
The man's face went pale, shaking his head desperately, and no, not me. The bald man grinned, showing a mouth full of gold teeth. Not you?
Then why is this hand in front of your stall? The man could not speak. The bald man waved his hand. Take him away. Several people immediately rushed forward, pressing the man to the ground. He struggled and shouted for help, but the crowd just watched. No one moved. Su Lin stood in place, watching the man being dragged away, disappearing into a small alley. Around him, the lively noise returned, as if nothing had happened. This was the dark night market. No law, no order, only fists and points. Su Lin withdrew his gaze and kept moving forward. He needed to find a place to stay and understand the rules of this city. After about 20 minutes, he found a small inn in a relatively quiet alley. The sign was crooked, reading Safe Inn, the lights were broken, flickering. Pushing the door open, behind the counter sat an old man, gray-haired, wrinkled, dozing off. Su Lin knocked on the counter. The old man woke up, looked at him, squinting to study him. Room?
Yes. Single room, 500 points per night. Monthly 12,000. Su Lin nodded, transferred 500 points. The old man handed him a key. Second floor, 201.
Don't cause trouble, handle your own problems if you do.
Su Lin took the key and went upstairs.
The room was small, one bed, one table, one chair, window letting in wind. But better than the broken inn in Villain Valley. He closed the door and lay on the bed. Took out his phone. Oh right, no SIM card. He sat up, needed to buy a SIM card first. Dark night market SIM cards were all anonymous, sold in any small street shop. He asked the old man, who pointed across the street, that grocery store, they have everything.
Su Lin crossed the street, entering the store.
The shop was small, but well stocked. The owner was a middle-aged woman, hair in big waves, red lips, eating sunflower seeds.
What do you want to buy?
SIM card. The woman fished a card from the drawer, threw it on the counter. 100 points, anonymous, use however you want. Su Lin paid, took the card, and installed it immediately.
Phone signal full. Back at the inn, lying on the bed.
He opened the browser and started checking information.
Dark night market, cracks.
These two words were what he had been focused on before coming here. He searched quickly, one piece of information popping up after another.
Cracks encyclopedia. Cracks, different from secret realms.
A rift is a crack in space, from which monsters pour out endlessly.
Once a rift appears, monsters will keep coming until the rift is closed. Rift closing method, challenge mode. Each rift has an independent space inside. After entering, one can choose to challenge it.
Once cleared, the rift closes permanently and cannot reopen. If the challenge fails, the challenger dies, and the rift continues to exist.
Challenge difficulty, comparable to secret realms, even higher. Each rift has a level limit.
Reward, after clearing, special rewards are granted, similar to secret realms, possibly equipment, skills, items, etc. Historically, those who succeeded became powerful figures. National rift count, according to incomplete statistics, about 3,200, of which about 2,800 are in wild, uninhabited areas, and 400 near human settlements. High-risk rifts, located in or near cities, must be closed quickly, or they may cause citywide massacre. Historically, 17 cities were destroyed by rift monsters. The most recent was Qinghe City, 2 years ago, with 370,000 dead.
Rift Handling Team, a state-established organization responsible for clearing rifts.
Currently has about 32,000 official members, with countless reserves. Every year, over 3,000 people die participating in rift challenges.
Dark Night Market Rift, code CN0374, level limit below 30, located in East District of Dark Night Market.
This rift has existed for 23 years.
Over 600 challengers entered, none cleared it, none survived. The state abandoned handling it.
Now, every year, over 2,000 people die from monsters pouring out of it. Su Lin scrolled through each line, his finger slowly sliding on the screen.
Over 600 people challenged it, all dead. No one cleared it. No one survived. Data similar to the Blood Prison Abyss.
Every day, people still die from monsters pouring out.
He closed the page and opened another. Dark Night Market Rift detailed information, unofficial, for reference only.
Rift name, Blood Bone Abyss, folk name.
Level limit, below level 30.
Opening time, 23 years ago.
Number of entrants, about 620, incomplete statistics. Survivors, 0.
Known monster types, undead type, flesh type, shadow type. Known dangerous mechanisms, according to early footage taken by challengers' cameras, the internal environment is like a giant tomb, full of undead creatures, and has infection properties. Those killed by monsters become monsters.
Special warning, this thing is a bottomless pit. Don't go in. Absolutely don't go in. After reading, Su Lin showed no expression on his face. He lifted his head and looked out the window. The night in Dark Night Market was still noisy, neon lights flashing. He remembered those days in the blood prison abyss. Endless monsters, endless pain, endless darkness. But he came out alive. This rift, no matter how hard, could it be harder than the blood prison abyss? He didn't know. But he knew he needed to become stronger. He needed the reward from clearing this rift. And the fastest way to get stronger was to bet his life. Secret realms, rifts, all are gambling houses. Win the bet, soar to the sky. Lose the bet, die. He won once in the blood prison abyss, so he could win a second time. Su Lin stood up and went downstairs. The old man was still dozing. Boss, can I ask something? The old man opened his eyes, glanced at him, ask. Pay more. Su Lin transferred 100 points over. The old man nodded, satisfied, ask. That rift in the east, how to get there? The old man was stunned for a moment, looked him over, his eyes strange. You want to challenge it? Su Lin said nothing. The old man was silent for a few seconds, then sighed. Kid, you're young. Don't act rash. That rift, 23 years, over 600 people went in, all dead. Why do you go? To die? Su Lin said calmly, just curious, asking. The old man stared at him for a while, then shook his head. Fine, if you want to die, no one can stop you. He pointed east, go east, all the way to the end, see a red tower, that's the rift entrance. Su Lin nodded, thanks. He turned and left. East District, rift. The farther east he went. The more broken the street, the fewer the people. The shops on the side of the road changed from flashing neon lights to makeshift wooden shelters, and the bright incandescent bulbs turned into dim oil lamps. The ground was covered with more and more trash, and the air was filled with a rotten stench. Occasionally, a few drunken men staggered out of the alleys, casting a glance at Su Lin, their eyes filled with some measure of scrutiny, but no one took action. After walking for about an hour, a red tower finally appeared ahead. It wasn't an ordinary tower, but a massive tower made of blood-red stones, at least 10 stories high. The tower was covered with cracks, from which dark red light seeped out, flashing like a heartbeat. Around the tower, a simple fence had been built, with sharp iron spikes sticking out from it. At the gate stood a dozen or so people wearing red clothes, each with a blood-red axe tattooed on their chest. The Blood Axe Gang, they should be here guarding the gate. Su Lin changed her appearance, transforming into a woman around 40 years old and walked over. A big man at the gate blocked her, sizing her up with a look of disdain in his eyes. What are you here for? Su Lin replied, to go in. The big man was stunned for a moment, then laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. Who's here to die? Still dazzled by the rewards from the crack challenge. You look pretty good, follow me and I'll make sure you eat and drink well. Why risk it with a challenge? What do you say? A few big men nearby also laughed along. One even whistled. Su Lin ignored them and walked straight toward the small door. The big man, seeing she was really there for the challenge, was surprised but did not try to stop her. They were sent here to clean up the monsters that came out of the cracks, living each day like it was their last, never knowing when a monster might sneak up on them or when a powerful monster might swallow them whole. The door was wooden, very old, and had some twisted runes carved on it. She pushed it, and it creaked open. Behind the door was complete darkness, nothing could be seen. Su Lin took a deep breath and stepped inside. The door slammed shut behind her. Su Lin opened her eyes. Everything around her was dark. A darkness so thick that she couldn't even see her hand in front of her face. She stood still, waiting for a few seconds, and her eyes slowly adjusted to the darkness. She could see now. This was a giant tomb. Above her head was a thick stone arch ceiling, and beneath her feet were rough stone slabs, engraved with intricate runes that glowed with a dark red light. On both walls, countless skulls were embedded. In the eye sockets of the skulls, eerie blue flames flickered. From afar, a rustling sound came, like something was crawling. She took a step forward, heading deeper into the darkness. Behind her, the door she came through had completely disappeared. Only endless darkness and endless monsters awaited her ahead. But there was no fear on Su Lin's face. She had already crawled out of the blood abyss, what was there to fear now? Bring it on. Chapter 41, The First Challenge, Abyss of 10,000 Hands. She stood still, not moving, waiting for her eyes to adjust to the dark. The silence around her was terrifying. The rustling sounds from earlier had stopped completely, and it was so quiet that she could hear her own heartbeat. Thump. 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 Steady, one after another. 3 seconds later, a faint light suddenly appeared in the darkness. It was a ghostly blue, floating from afar, like a will-o'-the-wisp. The light moved slowly, swaying with each step, and every time it swayed, the surrounding darkness was torn open a little. Su Lin saw clearly. She was standing in a corridor. The corridor was wide enough to fit 5 trucks side by side. Above her, the ceiling was an arched stone roof, at least 20 meters high, covered in twisted runes that glowed faintly with red light, flickering like a heartbeat. On both sides of the walls, skulls were densely embedded. These weren't decorations, they were real skulls. Some were human, some were monstrous, and some couldn't even be recognized. Some skulls were as large as wash basins, while others were as small as fists. Some had horns, and some were still biting something. In the eye sockets of those skeletons, blue flames were dancing. Thousands upon thousands of skulls, thousands upon thousands of spots of ghostly blue light. All those lights were looking at him. Su Lin stared into the eyes of those skeletons for 3 seconds. Then he took a step and walked forward. After taking just 2 steps, the stone slab under his feet suddenly began to shake. Boom, boom, boom. Su Lin looked down. Through the gaps in the stone slab, he could see shadows moving below. The shadows were fast, like fish swimming in water, one after another, densely packed. The stone slab began to crack. Crack! 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 The cracks spread from under his feet, and dark red light surged from the cracks, accompanied by a pungent, foul smell like the smell of a corpse that had been dead for 3 days, soaking in blood, fermenting. Su Lin didn't run. He just stood there, waiting. Bang! Countless pale hands reached up from below, grabbing towards his ankles. Some of the hands still had skin and flesh, others were just bones, but each one had immense strength. When they grabbed, Su Lin felt as if his ankle was clamped by an iron vise. Minus 5,000. Su Lin looked down at those hands, then glanced at his health bar. 1 trillion. He lost 50,000, but it quickly healed back up. He moved his ankle a bit, shook off a few hands, but soon more hands grabbed at him. Bang! 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 Between the stone pillars was a bottomless abyss. In the abyss, countless hands were waving. Su Lin stood on one of the stone pillars, looking at everything in front of him. Then the voice suddenly echoed. First challenge, abyss of 10,000 hands. Rules, cross this passage and reach the end. The passage is 3 kilometers long, and every 50 meters there is a stone pillar. You can only step on the pillars to move forward. Fall down, die. Dragged down by hands, die. If you don't reach the end within an hour, die. The voice disappeared. Su Lin glanced at the stone pillar under his feet. The pillar was less than a meter in diameter, just enough for one person to stand on, but if 2 hands reached out from both sides at once, there would be nowhere to hide. He lifted his head, looking ahead. In the darkness, he could vaguely see the shadow of the next stone pillar. About 50 meters away, that pillar was even thinner than the one he was standing on, and it was already covered with hands. Beyond that, he couldn't see anything. Su Lin took a deep breath. Then he jumped. The moment he leapt, countless hands reached for him. Legs, waist, arms, neck, hair, every part of his body was grabbed. Those hands desperately pulled him down. Minus 5,000. But Su Lin didn't care at all. During his fall, he focused on the position of the next stone pillar, then he kicked off a hand that was grabbing his leg. Using the momentum, he lunged forward. He grabbed another hand, swinging himself forward. Like a monkey, he surged forward more than 30 meters in the midst of countless hands pulling at him. Then he landed on the second stone pillar. As soon as he stood firm, the hands on the pillar reached for him. Su Lin didn't stop at all. The moment he landed, he jumped again. Falling into the abyss again, once again grabbed by countless hands, once again using the momentum to swing forward. Third pillar. He just kept jumping forward. Every jump, his body was covered with hands. Every swing forward, he lost tens of thousands of health. But he didn't care at all, those few thousand health were nothing compared to how fast it was healing. He just kept moving forward. When he reached the 23rd stone pillar, the situation changed. Those hands suddenly stopped grabbing him. They pulled back. Su Lin was stunned for a moment, standing on the pillar and looking down. In the abyss, those hands were retreating, as if something even more terrifying was about to come. The next moment, a roar came from the bottom of the abyss. The sound was so loud that it shook the stone pillars. Then, a huge shadow rose up from below. It was a hand. But not the pale hands from before. This hand was as big as a house, pitch black all over, with blood-red nails, each nail like a sword. It reached up from the bottom of the abyss, directly grabbing towards Su Lin. Su Lin didn't dodge. He stood on the stone pillar, watching the giant hand coming down. Boom! The giant hand slammed him into the stone pillar. Minus 5 million. 5 million damage.
Su Lin was slammed into the pillar, leaving a human-shaped hole in it.
But in the next second, he struggled and crawled out of the hole. The giant hand slammed down again. Boom! Another hit. -5 million.
Su Lin was slammed into the pillar again.
He crawled out again. Boom! Slammed in again. Boom! Boom! Boom!
The giant hand swatted him like a fly, each hit after another, each one dealing 5 million damage, each one slamming him back into the pillar.
After dozens of hits, the pillar finally couldn't hold up anymore. Crack! The pillar broke in half. Su Lin, along with countless shattered stones, fell down.
The hand in the abyss surged up again, crazily grabbing for him. The giant hand also chased from above, slapping him with each blow. As he fell, Su Lin was grabbed, slapped, his entire body losing health, but he just looked upward, waiting for the giant hand to slap down again. Suddenly, he reached out, grabbing one of the giant hand's fingers.
The giant hand froze.
Using the momentum of his fall, Su Lin swung hard, flipping onto the back of the giant hand.
Then he stepped on the giant hand and began running upward madly.
The giant hand wildly swung, trying to shake him off. But Su Lin was like a gecko, each step firmly planted, using the swinging force to climb upward.
30 meters. 50 meters. 80 meters.
He saw it, the next stone pillar. Just as the giant hand swung to its highest point, Su Lin suddenly leaped. His whole body soared into the air, tracing an arc, landing steadily on the 107th stone pillar. Behind him, the giant hand let out an unwilling roar, slowly sinking back into the abyss. Su Lin stood on the pillar, gasping for breath.
He looked down at the status panel. Health, 10 billion.
The health he lost was instantly replenished.
He looked ahead again. Finally, he could see the end.
There were about 30 more stone pillars, and beyond them, a huge stone door. The stone door was tightly shut, with dark red light seeping from the cracks.
Su Lin took a deep breath and continued jumping. This time, the hands did not appear again.
He passed through without obstacles, jumping the last 30 stone pillars, and landed in front of the stone door. The stone door was enormous, 20 meters tall, 10 meters wide, with a huge eye carved into it exactly like the one in the blood prison abyss. The eye moved slightly, looking at him. Then, the door opened. Behind the door was a field of blood-red light.
Su Lin stepped forward and walked in. Chapter 42, Second Trial, Bone Forest Maze.
The scene before him completely changed. No longer was it a dark passage, no longer was it the abyss and stone pillars. It was a forest. A forest made of white bones. The ground was not dirt, but densely packed bones. Human ribs, leg bones, skulls, monster spines, claw bones, tusks, and some enormous skeletons that were unrecognizable. Just the ribs alone were over 10 meters tall. The bones piled up together, forming little mountains, and new bones grew on top of them like trees, sprouting from the ground, growing upward. The tallest bone trees were over 100 meters high, their branches also made of bones, with dried corpses hanging from them. Su Lin stood at the edge of the forest, looking at everything before him. It was much larger here than the previous passage, vast beyond sight. Above, the sky was gray, without a sun, only a thick layer of clouds, from which faint red light leaked out. Underfoot, a winding path stretched deep into the forest. The path was the only place without bones, paved with black stone slabs, on which twisted runes were carved.
That voice sounded again.
Second Trial, Bone Forest Maze. Rules: cross the bone forest, find the exit.
There are 100 bone demons hidden in the forest. Every time you kill a bone demon, you will receive a bone tile. Collect 30 bone tiles, and the exit will appear.
The bone demons will not actively attack you, but they will run, hide, and disguise themselves as ordinary bones.
You only have 12 hours.
After 12 hours, if you haven't collected 30 bone tiles, the bone forest will come to life.
At that time, every bone in the entire forest will hunt you down. The voice faded away.
Su Lin listened, his face showing no expression.
He walked into the bone forest.
After just a couple of steps, the bones under his feet made a crunching sound, shattering into pieces. The broken bones fell into the gap below, and sounds of rustling came from the cracks, like something was moving. Su Lin ignored it and kept moving forward. About 10 minutes later, he saw the first bone demon. It was crouched under a bone tree, scratching at something with its claws. Its color was exactly the same as the surrounding bones, a ghastly white.
If it hadn't moved, you wouldn't have noticed it at all.
The bone demon was small, only half the size of a person, standing on 4 legs like a dog. But its body was entirely made of bones, with no flesh, just a skeleton. There were still a few strands of flesh hanging off its bones, swaying with its movements. Its head was a human skull, with eerie blue fire flickering in its eye sockets. When Su Lin walked closer, the bone demon raised its head and looked at him. Then it turned and ran. Its speed was astonishing, with 4 bone legs scraping the ground, sending bones flying, and in the blink of an eye, it disappeared into another pile of bones. Su Lin froze for a moment. Then he chased after it. The terrain in the bone forest was complex, with piles of bones, bone trees, and bone mountains everywhere. The bone demon was too familiar with this place, weaving left and right, always managing to slip away just as Su Lin was about to catch it. Su Lin chased for over 10 minutes, but still couldn't catch up. He stopped, gasping for breath. This wasn't working. It was running too fast, he couldn't catch it. He needed to think of another way. He looked around, his mind racing. The bone demons didn't actively attack, they only ran. That meant they had no combat ability, only the ability to hide. No combat ability, but fast and familiar with the terrain. How could he catch it? Unless. Su Lin looked down at the bones beneath him. He crouched down, grabbed a handful of broken bones, weighed them in his hand. Then he stood up, closed his eyes, and strained his ears. It was very quiet, only the sound of the wind blowing through the bone trees. But if he listened closely, he could hear faint cracking sounds in the distance, bones being crushed underfoot. The bone demon was still running. Su Lin opened his eyes and began to move toward that direction. This time, he didn't run, but walked quickly. He walked, listening carefully. Crack! 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 The sound grew closer. He turned a corner and saw the bone demon. It was crouching behind a bone tree, vigilantly watching its surroundings. Su Lin stopped and slowly crouched down, hiding behind a pile of bones. Then he picked up the broken bones in his hand and threw them in the other direction. The sound of broken bones hitting the ground echoed. The bone demon heard it and immediately turned its head toward that direction. At that moment, Su Lin darted out from his hiding place. His speed was astonishing. By the time the bone demon reacted, Su Lin was already in front of it. The bone demon screamed and turned to run. But this time, Su Lin was prepared. He didn't try to grab it at all but threw a handful of broken bones toward the direction it was running. The bones struck the bone pile in front of the bone demon, making a loud crashing sound. The bone demon was startled, instinctively dodging to the side. In that moment of hesitation, Su Lin caught up. He reached out and grabbed the bone demon's hind leg. The bone demon screamed and struggled desperately, its 4 legs scraping the ground, sending bones flying everywhere. But Su Lin's hand was like a vice, gripping tightly without letting go. The bone demon struggled for a while, then finally stopped moving. It turned its head and stared at Su Lin with its 2 eerie blue eye sockets. Then its body began to glow. The light grew brighter and brighter. Crack! The bone demon's body shattered. Shattered into a pile of ordinary bones, just like the surrounding bones. In the pile of bones lay a white bone tile, palm-sized, with a twisted rune carved on it. Su Lin picked it up. Obtained, bone tile ×1. Current progress, January 30th. He glanced at the bone tile and put it into his pocket. He continued to look for the next one. 3 hours later. Su Lin crouched behind a bone tree, watching the bone demon ahead. This was the 12th one. 3 hours, 12 caught. An average of 15 minutes each. Speed was okay, but not fast enough. Because he found that the further he went, the harder it was to find the bone demons. At first, the first few ran around everywhere, later the bone demons seemed to receive some signal and all hid. Some hid at the bottom of bone piles, some crawled into holes in the bone trees, some mixed with ordinary bones without moving. If it weren't for the faint blue light in their eye sockets, he wouldn't have noticed them. But the light was not always on. They could control whether to glow or not. When fully hidden, they looked exactly like ordinary bones. Su Lin stared at the bone demon ahead. It hid under a huge rib, not moving. If Su Lin hadn't seen it crawling just now, he would never have noticed. He slowly stood up, walking quietly toward it. When he reached the rib, he bent down suddenly and reached out. Missed. The bone demon jumped out the moment he tried to grab it. It had not been sleeping, always alert. Su Lin ran after it. But this time, the bone demon did not run far. It ran 50 meters, suddenly stopped, turned around, facing Su Lin. Su Lin froze. Next moment, the bone demon opened its mouth, letting out a sharp screech. Scree! The sound was piercing, like nails on glass, or countless mice screaming at once. Su Lin covered his ears, but his head still buzzed from the sound. Then he heard it. Responses came from all directions. Squeak, 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 squeak. Countless bone demons screamed at the same time. Su Lin looked up, seeing the whole bone forest moving. From bone piles, under bone trees, on bone hills, countless pairs of faint blue eyes lit up. 100? No. At least 300. The bone demons crawled out from hiding, slowly surrounding him.
They did not run.
They were going to attack him together. Su Lin stood in the center, looking at the dense bone demons, face calm. Then he smiled.
It's better this way.
He stepped forward. 300 bone demons lunged at him at the same time. Su Lin did not dodge, directly charging at them. The first bone demon leapt onto him, biting his shoulder.
Minus 8,000.
Su Lin countered with a punch, hitting its head.
Minus 1,000. The bone demon's skull cracked, but it did not die, biting again. Minus 8,000.
Su Lin punched again.
Minus 1,000.
After 5 punches, the bone demon shattered into a pile of bones.
The bone tile fell out.
Su Lin did not pick it up, more bone demons came.
10, 20, 50.
They surged like a tide, biting his legs, waist, arms, neck.
Each bite did 8,000 damage, each bite hurt deeply.
But Su Lin did not stop.
He just stood there, letting them bite. Then he punched back, one by one. Shattering one, picking up a bone tile.
Shattering another, picking up another. The bone tiles increased.
10 pieces. 15 pieces. 20 pieces. 25 pieces.
Su Lin was covered with bone demons, like a moving bone mountain.
But he kept punching and picking.
The bone demons began to fear.
They realized this human could not be killed by biting.
After biting for a while, he still moved.
Still punched. Still picked.
The bone tiles were almost 30. Some bone demons wanted to run. But it was too late. Su Lin grabbed a bone demon trying to escape, crushing it directly. Then he bent down, picking up the last bone tile.
Current progress, 30 of 30. Rumble. The ground shook.
All the bone demons stopped moving at once, frozen in place. The next second, they all shattered.
300 bone demons, all shattered into ordinary bones.
The bones piled into a small hill, burying Su Lin inside. He struggled and crawled out of the pile of bones, his whole body covered in bone dust, hair, face, clothes, all white. He shook off the dust and looked at the changes before him. In the center of the forest, a blood-red light gate slowly rose.
The gate opened. Su Lin walked in. Chapter 43, Third Level, The Necromancer Army.
The third level scene was a huge underground palace.
Bigger than the first 2 levels combined.
The palace was at least 200 meters high, and the width was endless. Thick stone pillars held up the dome, each carved with twisted runes. The ground was covered with huge stone slabs, each 10 meters square, crowded with names that was the names of people who died here. Su Lin glanced roughly, at least tens of thousands, maybe more than the people who died in his world. In the center of the palace stood a high platform. On it was a stone chair, and on the chair sat a huge skeleton. The skeleton was 10 meters tall, wearing tattered armor, a crown on its head, holding a rusty greatsword. Its eye sockets burned with blood-red flames, staring at Su Lin. All around, countless skeleton soldiers stood. Dense and neat, like an army. Those skeleton soldiers wore all kinds of armor, holding all kinds of weapons, swords, spears, axes, bows, shields. Some rode skeleton horses, some stood on chariots, some held flags. They formed squares, unmoving, eyes glowing with ghostly blue fire.
Number? At least 100,000.
The voice sounded again.
Third level, Necromancer Army. Rule, defeat the Necromancer King, the big guy on that chair.
But you have to pass through his army first. 100,000 skeleton soldiers, each attack power between 10,000 and 50,000. They attack together, will not stop.
You only have one chance. Die here, you stay here forever. Another reminder, the Necromancer King will summon.
Every 10 minutes, he summons a batch of new skeleton soldiers.
Between 5,000 and 10,000. You want to grind it out? No way.
The voice disappeared. Su Lin stood in place, staring at the sea of skeletons.
100,000.
Each with attack power 10,000 to 50,000. A full attack round, at least 1 billion damage. He had passive healing of 10 billion per second, theoretically could survive. But if they kept hitting. Not to mention the Necromancer King and the summons. Su Lin took a deep breath, stepped forward 1 pace. All 100,000 skeleton soldiers moved at once. Turned their heads together, lifted their weapons together. Next second, they charged. Like a white tsunami, overwhelming, surging forward. The first row of skeleton soldiers reached him, swords, spears, axes all striking. Minus 10,000, minus 20,000, minus 30,000, minus 50,000. Damage alerts flooded the screen. Su Lin was drowned in the white ocean. He could not move, skeletons from all directions attacking.
Every second dozens of attacks landed, every second millions of health lost. But he did not panic. He just stood there, letting them hit. Then he began to strike back. One punch shattered a skeleton soldier. Minus 1,000. The skeleton soldier crumbled into a pile of bones. Another punch. Another one. Another punch. Another one. He kept punching like this, one by one. Not fast, but steady. Shatter one, that spot cleared a bit. He stepped forward, shattered another, stepped forward again. 100,000 skeleton soldiers surrounded him, attacking madly. But he did not retreat, step by step moving forward. 10 minutes later. Su Lin moved forward 50 meters. He glanced at the panel. Health, 1 trillion. During that, 5 billion lost was recovered. Skeleton soldiers still attacking, still losing health. But his healing was 10 billion per second, as long as not killed in one round, he would not die. At this moment, the Necromancer King on the high platform moved. It lifted the giant sword in its hand, pointing at the sky. A blood-red light shot from the tip of the sword toward the dome. On the dome, a huge rune lit up. Then, the ground around the palace cracked open. From the cracks, new skeleton soldiers crawled out. 5,000 of them. They joined the battle, rushing toward Su Lin. Su Lin glanced at them and kept smashing. The 20th minute. He moved forward another 50 meters. The Necromancer King raised his sword again. Another 5,000. The 30th minute. 5,000. The 40th minute. 5,000. Su Lin moved forward step by step like this. Every 10 minutes, 5,000 new skeleton soldiers appeared. But he could smash 3 or 4 per second. In 10 minutes, he could smash about 2,000. The new ones were more than the smashed ones. The skeleton soldiers grew more and more, surrounding him thicker and thicker. But Su Lin kept moving forward. 2 hours. 3 hours. 4 hours. Finally, he reached the foot of the high platform. Less than 50 meters from the Necromancer King. He lifted his head, looking at that huge skeleton. The Necromancer King looked down at him too. Then it stood up, raised its giant sword, and jumped down from the high platform. Boom! The ground was smashed into a big hole. The Necromancer King stood in front of Su Lin, its 10-meter body like a small mountain. It raised its giant sword and slashed down. Minus 10 million. 10 million damage. Su Lin was cut back a step. He looked down at the wound on his chest, then lifted his head, looking at the Necromancer King. Then he laughed. Is that all? He clenched his fist and smashed it onto the Necromancer King's toe bone. Minus 1,000. The Necromancer King looked down at its toe, then at Su Lin. Then it slashed down again. Minus 10 million. Su Lin stepped back again. Another punch. Minus 1,000. The Necromancer King was stunned. It had lived for over 10,000 years and seen countless challengers. Some ran fast, some dodged cleverly, some had high attack, some could use skills. But it had never seen this. Just standing there letting it slash, and punching its toes one by one? It slashed again. Su Lin stepped back again and punched again. The Necromancer King got angry. It held the sword with both hands, chopping wildly. Minus 10 million, minus 10 million, minus 10 million. Slash after slash, each hitting Su Lin. Su Lin was forced to retreat step by step, his wounds increasing, blood flowing faster and faster. But he did not fall. While being slashed, he punched back again and again. Punching toes. Punching ankles. Punching calves. Punching knees. Bit by bit upward. The Necromancer King's health was slowly dropping. Though slow, it was dropping. The surrounding skeleton soldiers kept attacking madly, dozens of attacks landing on Su Lin each second. But his health regeneration was 10 billion per second. The Necromancer King slashed 10 million per hit, skeletons hundreds of thousands per round. His health loss per second was about 1 to 200 million. Regeneration 10 billion. He could not die at all. The Necromancer King slashed for half an hour, finally exhausted. It stopped, breathing heavily. The blood-red flames in its eyes flickered uncertainly. It looked at the blood-soaked human in front of it, the first time feeling fear. What was this thing? Su Lin also stopped, looking at it. Had enough slashing? He moved his neck, making cracking sounds. Then he clenched his fist and kept smashing. The Necromancer King slashed again. Su Lin kept smashing. Another 2 hours. The Necromancer King's health dropped by 5%. It panicked. It raised the sword, summoning frantically.
From the cracks around the palace, skeleton soldiers surged like tides, 10,000, 20,000, 30,000. Su Lin was drowned in the sea of skeletons. But he did not care about those small soldiers. He focused only on the Necromancer King, punching again and again. The Necromancer King tried to run, to jump back to the high platform. But Su Lin did not allow it. He grabbed the Necromancer King's toes, holding tight. The Necromancer King dragged him through the palace, breaking more than 10 stone pillars, crushing countless skeleton soldiers. But Su Lin did not let go. While being dragged, he kept punching. Another 2 hours. The Necromancer King's health dropped by 15%. It was completely afraid. It knelt down, looking at the blood-soaked human at its feet. The flames in his eye sockets were dancing wildly. Su Lin raised his head and locked eyes with it. Then he let go of his hand and stood up. Surrender? The Necromancer King nodded desperately. Su Lin stayed silent for a second. Then he shook his head. No. He smashed his fist onto the Necromancer King's kneecap. Crack. The kneecap shattered. The Necromancer King screamed, swinging its massive sword wildly. Su Lin didn't even dodge, charging straight at the sword, landing a punch on its abdomen. Crack. The ribs broke. Another punch. Another punch. Another punch. The Necromancer King's enormous body started to tilt. It tried to get up, but its knee was already shattered, it couldn't stand. It tried to summon, but its sword had already fallen. It could only watch as the human kept landing punches on its body. Boom. The Necromancer King finally fell. Its massive body crashed to the ground, shaking the entire palace. Su Lin stood on its chest, watching the flames in its eye sockets slowly extinguish. At the moment the last red glow vanished, the Necromancer King's body began to decay. Flesh disappeared, armor disappeared, crown disappeared. Only a pile of huge bones remained. From the bone pile, a blood-red token emerged. Su Lin picked it up. Passage Certificate Necromancer Legion. The palace began to collapse. Stone pillars broke, the dome fell, the ground cracked. The skeleton soldiers lost control, falling one by one, breaking into bones. Su Lin stood still, waiting. When the last piece of the dome fell, a gate of light opened in front of him. He stepped forward and walked in. Chapter 44, Gained Passive Skill, Bone Spike Fury. Behind the light gate was a grand hall. Smaller than the previous levels, but even more eerie. There were no walls around the hall, only endless darkness. Shadows moved within the darkness, occasionally revealing a pale color before quickly disappearing. In the center of the hall, there was a chair. The chair was made of blood-red bones. The bones were still twitching, as if alive. On the chair sat a figure. No, it wasn't a person. It was a humanoid figure made of countless bones. It had a human shape, but no face, no skin, only densely packed bones, like a sculpture made of white bones. It looked at Su Lin. That voice sounded one last time. 4th level, Blood Bone Throne. The rules are simple: sit in that chair and receive the Blood Bone King's recognition. The method of recognition is sit across from it and stare into its eyes. It will keep staring at you, testing how long you can hold out. The longer you last, the better the reward. If you look away, or stand up, or fall, the trial ends. But if you last until the end. The voice paused. You will receive its most precious gift. The voice disappeared. Su Lin looked at the chair, then at the bone figure. It was still staring at him. Its eye sockets had no eyes, only 2 black holes. But Su Lin knew it was watching him. He walked over and sat down across from the bone figure. As soon as he sat, the red glow on the chair suddenly flared up. Then, those black holes aligned with him. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Nothing happened. Su Lin blinked. Just as he blinked, countless images flashed before his eyes. Blood. Countless blood. A mountain of corpses. A sea of blood. A giant figure stood on top of the corpse mountain, looking down. That figure turned its head, looking at him. Those eyes were blood red. In that instant, he felt like he would die immediately. Then the image disappeared. Su Lin came back to his senses, realizing he was still sitting in the chair. The bone figure was still looking at him. But in its eye sockets, something seemed to be moving. Su Lin continued to stare back at it. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. The image came again. This time, more. A mountain of corpses, a sea of blood, countless skeleton soldiers fighting. The sky was blood red, the ground paved with white bones. The giant figure stood in the center of the battlefield. Every time it raised its hand, hundreds or thousands of skeletons fell.
It looked at him again. This time, it spoke. You are worthy. Su Lin came back to his senses. 15 minutes. 20 minutes. 30 minutes.
The scenes became more and more frequent, more and more clear. He saw the whole life of that huge shadow. From a small skeleton, slowly growing up, slowly becoming stronger, slowly becoming the skeleton king, slowly building its own undead army. He saw it fight with countless opponents, kill countless enemies, and also be surrounded and attacked by countless enemies. He saw it finally sit on this chair, waiting for a person who could hold on until the end.
1 hour. 2 hours. 3 hours.
Su Lin did not move at all, staring at the bone man. His eyes began to feel sour, began to shed tears, began to fill with blood. He felt his brain was about to explode. But he did not blink.
Not even once. 5 hours. 7 hours. 10 hours.
Inside the bone man's eye sockets, those two balls of red light became brighter and brighter. It looked at Su Lin, as if waiting for something. Su Lin was forcing himself to hold on. The bone man's eyes gave him a feeling that if he kept looking he would die. But he knew that if he wanted to gain the gift, he must overcome fear.
13 hours. 15 hours. 20 hours.
Finally, the bone man moved.
It stood up and walked to Su Lin.
Those two dark hollow eye sockets moved close to his eyes.
Su Lin looked straight at it.
The distance was less than 10 centimeters.
Then, the bone man opened its mouth.
The voice was very light, like the sound of wind passing through the gaps of bones.
You are the first. The first who held on until the end. You have the qualification to receive my gift.
It stretched out its hand, that was a hand made from countless tiny bones, gently pressing on Su Lin's chest.
A wave of icy feeling spread from the chest through the whole body.
Then, a line of small golden words appeared in front of Su Lin's eyes.
Congratulations on clearing the blood bone abyss. Time used, 23 hours 47 minutes.
You have obtained reward, 1 passive skill selection right. Please choose one from the following 5 passive skills.
1. Attack enhancement percentage, attack power plus 30%. 2. Critical enhancement probability, critical rate plus 20%. 3. Speed enhancement teleport, can teleport once every 30 seconds, distance 100 meters. 4. The defense enhancement damage reduction, all damage received -20%. 5. Rage of bone spikes, when receiving damage, reflect 25% of the received damage back to the attacker. Su Lin looked through them one by one.
The first 4 were all very strong.
Attack plus 30%, critical plus 20%, teleport, damage reduction 20%. Any one of them was a top-level passive. But the 5th one, Rage of bone spikes, when receiving damage, reflect 25% of the received damage back to the attacker. His attack right now was only 1000, the first attack plus 30% could not add much damage for him. The same with critical, it also did not suit him. Damage reduction, his health right now was enough and still more, so for the moment he also did not need damage reduction. What he lacked the most right now was still damage. Compared with speed, this reflect damage passive suited him the most. After having this passive later, if there were wild monsters with hundreds of thousands or millions of health, he would not need 1000 damage attacks, he could use reflected damage to reflect the monster to death. Even if the opponent could deal damage higher than 1% recovery amount, he himself would also receive high damage. As long as the opponent's health was less than 1/4 of his, then in the end the opponent would definitely die first. So he directly chose 5. You have chosen Rage of Bone Spikes. Passive effect, when receiving damage, reflect 25% of the received damage back to the attacker. At the moment that line of golden small words disappeared, Su Lin felt a strange power surge through his whole body. Then, a golden light door opened in front of Su Lin. Behind the door was the night of Dark Night City. The neon lights were flashing again and again. Su Lin stepped forward and walked out. Chapter 45. The crack closes, the whole internet shakes. At the moment Su Lin stepped out from the golden light door, the light behind him instantly scattered and disappeared. He turned his head and looked back, that door was already gone, only that broken old wall remained, and the blood-red crack on the wall was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ka-cha! The stones at the edge of the crack began to peel off. That blood-red opening that had existed for 23 years was like an eye that was closing. 3 seconds later, it completely disappeared. Only a perfect wall remained, without even a single scratch on it. Su Lin stood in place, with almost no expression on his face. But he knew in his heart. This crack, it's closed. 23 years, over 620 people tried to break through, all dead. Now, it's gone. He lowered his head and looked at his hands.
Still the hands of that woman in her 40s, rough, with calluses, nails cut short. He was still her.
Damn!
A sharp scream exploded from behind him. Su Lin turned around and saw the 10 or so Blood Axe gang members all stand up, their weapons clattering to the ground. The bald man leading them, who had been teasing him earlier, now looked as if he'd been struck by lightning, staring wide-eyed, mouth agape, pointing at him, shaking like a sieve.
The crack, it's gone?
The skinny guy next to him collapsed, dropping to his knees.
23 years, this thing let someone break through?
Another man, with a face full of muscle, rubbed his eyes furiously, then rubbed them again, then looked again.
Am I drunk? Am I hallucinating?
The bald man swallowed hard, took a step forward, then retreated, took another step, then retreated again. Finally, he stood still, trembling, pointing at Su Lin. You, did you do it? Su Lin stared at him, silent. His gaze was as calm as a stagnant pool of water. The bald man's heart skipped a beat. He remembered what he had said earlier, you look pretty good, stick with me and I'll make sure you live a life of luxury. He remembered how loudly he had laughed back then. He also remembered that the 600+ people in the crack had all been so calm before going in.
And none of them came out. Now, this person came out. The crack was gone.
The bald man's knees buckled, and he fell to his knees.
Big sis. No, Granny. Ancestor. I was wrong. I was rude. I deserve to die. Please don't kill me. Please, don't kill me.
The other 10 or so people also knelt down, not daring to lift their heads.
Su Lin looked at them, silent for 3 seconds. Then he turned and walked away. Not a word was spoken.
The 10 or so people knelt there, waiting for a long time before daring to look up. The person was already gone. The bald man collapsed on the ground, cold sweat covering his back.
Damn. I almost died. The skinny guy tremblingly took out his phone. Boss, should we report this? Report your mom. The bald man slapped him. You wanna die? Someone like that, you report it and get them investigated? The skinny guy covered his face, not daring to say another word. But it was already too late. What is the dark night market?
More than 30 million blacklisted people, and countless eyes watching every day. Su Lin left the crack less than 10 minutes ago, and the news spread throughout the entire East District.
Holy shit. The crack in the East District is gone. What do you mean gone? The crack where over 600 people died. The one from 23 years ago. It's gone. Disappeared. Are you dreaming? That thing can disappear? For real. My brother is in the Blood Axe gang, he saw it with his own eyes. A woman in her 40s went in, came out, and the crack was gone. A woman? In her 40s? What does she look like? I don't know, my brother said she looked decent, but the crack is really gone. Over 600 people didn't break through, and she did it alone? Awesome. Who the hell is this? A god? The Dark Night Market forum exploded. Half an hour later, the news spread out of the Dark Night Market and went nationwide. Breaking news. The CN0374 crack in the Dark Night Market is closed. The Bloodbone Abyss, which hadn't been broken for 23 years, was conquered by a mysterious woman. Witnesses say the woman was about 40, medium build, average appearance, now missing. The deadly crack that killed 620 people has finally been conquered today. Hero. An absolute hero. One person breaking through and saving countless lives. The hot search topics came one after another, pushing down the news of Su Jintian challenging the 89th floor. The comments section went absolutely crazy. Dark Night Market is a place full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers, maybe it's some retired big shot. The key is that over 600 people died in that crack. Over 600 elites. All dead. She came out alive alone. Hero. This is a real hero. Way stronger than those talents who rely on equipment. The National Rift Handling Team issued a notice, saying they would pay a huge reward to find this mysterious woman. The Awakeners Association also announced, saying they would award her the highest honor medal. The Dragon City Battle Academy also shared it, saying they were willing to admit her unconditionally as an honorary mentor. The forum was in an uproar. Meanwhile, in a secluded alley in the East District of the Night Market, Su Lin walked into an abandoned mine, confirmed no one was around, then focused his mind. The muscles on his face began to change. His eyes became smaller, his nose flattened, his chin squared, his cheekbones rose. 3 seconds later, the face of a woman in her 40s disappeared. In its place was the face of a young man in his 20s.
It was not his original face, but the one he had used when first entering the night market. Ordinary, unremarkable, impossible to pick out in a crowd. He turned his coat inside out, raised the collar to cover half of his face. Then he walked out of the mine, blended into the crowd, and headed west. Half an hour later, he returned to the Pinyin Inn. He pushed the door open. The old man was still dozing behind the counter. Hearing the door, the old man looked at him, then lowered his head and continued sleeping. He didn't recognize him as the woman in her 40s from before. Su Lin went upstairs, entered the room, and closed the door. He lay on the bed and took out his phone. He opened the forum. Top trending, mysterious woman clears 23-year-old rift. Nationwide search. Second trending, rift closure moment revealed. Video from witness. Third trending, expert analysis, who exactly is this mysterious woman? He clicked on the second one. The video was shaky, shot on a phone, but clear enough to see. In the frame, the old broken wall, the blood-red rift. The rift was shrinking, smaller and smaller, until it completely disappeared. The wall returned to its original state, without a single scratch. In the video, someone shouted, "Wow, wow, wow. Gone. Really gone. The woman is out. The rift is gone." The comments section was full of, "Amazing. Hero. Is this even human?" Su Lin watched for a few seconds, then closed it. He clicked on another one. Rift Handling Team Official Announcement. This afternoon, Rift CN0374 in the night market was successfully cleared and permanently closed. This is the 37th high-risk rift closed in our country this year. The person who cleared it is a middle-aged woman, about 165 centimeters tall, medium build, wearing a dark coat. Anyone with information, please contact our team urgently. Heavy reward offered. An illustration based on witness description was attached. It resembled his 40-plus-year-old face about 70%. Su Lin glanced at it and closed it. He opened another one. Awakeners Association announcement. Warm congratulations on clearing Rift CN0374 in the night market. The person displayed extraordinary courage and strength, a model for all Awakeners. The association has decided to award the title Honorary Hero and the highest honor medal. Please contact us quickly. Su Lin finished reading, expressionless. He continued scrolling. Dragon City Battle Academy repost. Our academy is willing to admit the Rift Clearer as an honorary mentor unconditionally, with best treatment. Magic City University, we offer permanent teaching positions, abundant resources, second only to none. Kyoto University, the clearer may come at any time to give lectures, all costs covered. Military, heroes welcome to join. Rank and treatment negotiable. Su Lin read each one, his fingers slowly sliding. These people were all looking for that woman in her 40s. And that woman was already gone. The one alive now was another ordinary man. He put down the phone and closed his eyes. Images from the rift flashed in his mind. The Abyss of 10,000 Hands, the Bone Forest Labyrinth, the Dead Legion, the Blood Bone Throne. 23 hours and 47 minutes. Over 620 people died inside. He came out alive. And gained, Bone Spike Wrath, when hurt, reflect 25% of damage back to attacker. This passive skill made anyone wanting to attack him think twice about whether their health could survive the counter. This was the reward for clearing the rift. Su Lin sat up and walked to the window. Outside the window, the night market was still bustling in the dark night. Neon lights flickered, and huge holographic ads flashed in the air. He suddenly remembered the dozen or so Blood Axe gang members kneeling on the ground earlier. They were kneeling, begging him not to kill them. Because he had come out alive from the rift. Because he had become a hero. Because they knew that someone who could clear the rift could kill them as easily as squashing ants. This was the weight. This was the weight of someone who had cleared the rift. His phone rang again. He looked down and saw a new message from the forum. Breaking news. Su Jintian speaks about the rift clearance incident. Su Lin's eyes narrowed as he clicked to open it. Reporter, Master Su, what is your opinion on the rift clearance in night market? Su Jintian, this is something worth celebrating. The rift from 2023 being closed means that over 2,000 people will be saved from death each year. The one who cleared the rift is a true hero. Reporter, how strong do you think the person who cleared the rift is? Su Jintian, silence for 3 seconds. To clear that rift, their strength must be at the top of level 30. If she is willing, our Su family will invite her to join with the highest honor. Reporter, you are going to challenge level 89 in 3 days. Will this incident affect your plans? Su Jintian, slight smile, no. Level 89, I will clear it. Su Lin read through the messages one by one and then put his phone down. He stood by the window, staring at the flashing neon outside. Outside the window, the neon lights were still flashing. Su Lin stood by the window, watching the eternally noisy night of the night market, but his mind kept replaying the names he saw in the hall earlier. They were densely packed, engraved across the entire stone slab. At least tens of thousands. At the time, he hadn't paid much attention, but now, looking back, something felt off. Among those names, a small portion he recognized human names, written in this world's characters. But most of the names he didn't recognize. The strokes of those characters were twisted and strange, some looked like marks made by crawling insects, some resembled symbols made from certain geometric shapes, and others were just a dot with several bends, completely unfamiliar. At the time, he was focused on collecting his rewards and didn't think deeply. Now the more he thought about it, the more wrong it felt. In the Blood Prison Abyss Hall, and in the Bone Abyss Palace, names were carved. Names of the dead. But why were there names with characters he didn't recognize among them? Wasn't the rift supposed to be a challenge only for people from their world? Shouldn't there only be the names of the 600 people? Who were the others? Were they from another world? He remembered the old man in the Blood Prison Abyss. Wearing a blood-red robe, white hair, speaking in a cold and eerie tone, but when he gave him the reward, his eyes held a genuine appreciation. Was that old man human? If he was human, why was he in that place? If he wasn't human, then what was he? He then remembered the skeleton-like figure in the bone abyss. It had no face, only a figure made from countless bones. It said, "You are the first one to make it to the end." The first one. The over 600 people before him were all dead. Dead in the bone forest, killed by the Necromancer Legion's blades. But their names were carved on the stone slab. Were those tens of thousands of names the people who had died in the rift over the centuries? Or... A thought suddenly crossed Su Lin's mind, making his back chill. What if some of those names were from other worlds? What if this rift, this secret realm, was not just open to humans? What if... He took a deep breath, trying to suppress the thought. But he couldn't help but continue thinking. 100 years ago, the Tower of Heaven suddenly appeared. Monsters poured out from the space rift. Humans awakened their powers. Everything seemed like a rebirth after the end of the world. But when he thought about it carefully, it seemed too coincidental. So coincidental that it felt like someone had designed it. The Tower of Heaven, climbing up level by level, with a passive trial every 10 levels. Secret Realm, once you go in there are only 2 results, clear the stage or die. Rifts, monsters pour out without end, waiting for people to close them. All of this looks like a huge selection mechanism. Select what? Select the people who can clear the stage. Su Lin remembers those files. The Secret Realm difficulty ranking. The Secret Realm Zhan Tianxiong cleared was rank number 526, Blood Prison Abyss was number 345, Bloodbone Abyss had no ranking but more than 600 people died. Every secret realm, every rift, the difficulty is insanely high. In 100 years, so many SSS level geniuses went in the end only a little more than 10 came out alive. Those more than 10, now all stand at the top of humanity: Zhan Tianxiong, Su Zhintian, Yun Zhengzi, Yi Wushuang. But after they came out, not one ever went in again. Not because they did not want to, but because they did not dare. Because they know, the reason they could clear it, how much of it was luck. Try one more time, certain death. So secret realms and rifts, for everyone, are a one-hammer deal. If the gamble wins, soar into the sky. If the gamble loses, die. This design, does it look like raising pigs? First throw a handful of feed, that is the rich rewards of secret realms and rifts. Then let a batch of pigs go in, that is those awakened ones who think they are strong enough. The pigs that can live are pigs with good luck. Give them the best feed, let them grow the fattest. And then, when they climb to the very top layer, kill them? Su Lin's hand slowly clenches tight. If it is really like this, then the 99th floor of the sky-reaching tower is the slaughterhouse. Whoever clears the 99th floor will be harvested by the people above. And those people above may be the owners of those strange names. Higher civilizations. Treat Earth as a pig farm, raise humans as pigs. For 100 years, humans crawl upward with all their lives, thinking they are becoming stronger, thinking they are saving the world. But in truth, they are only making themselves fatter. Waiting for the day they are slaughtered. Su Lin stands in front of the window, looking at the neon lights outside the window, waves of cold run down his back. But he does not panic. Because he thinks of another thing. Those higher civilizations, when they designed these selection mechanisms, did they ever think someone could clear more than 2 secret realms and rifts? They probably never thought about it. Because according to their design, SSS level abilities, 100 times amplification, are already the limit of humans. Clearing 1 relies completely on luck. Clearing 2? The probability is so low it can be ignored. So they would never think in that direction. They set the rewards of secret realms and rifts so rich because they are certain no one can take them a second time.
This is the loophole. A huge loophole. And Su Lin just happens to be able to drill through this loophole. Because his ability is not SSS level, not 100 times amplification. It is 100 million times.
100 million times far beyond the range they calculated. Blood Prison Abyss, he cleared it. Blood Bone Abyss, he also cleared it. 2. And he did not receive even a little injury, his health bar from beginning to end was full. Those designers absolutely could not imagine someone could do this. Su Lin's mind begins to spin quickly. If it is really as he guessed, then the rewards of rifts and secret realms will be the loophole designed by them. He takes out his phone, opens the forum, searches the keywords level 10 Rift Dark Knight City surrounding. The search results jump out quickly. Summary of high-risk rifts around Dark Knight City, must read for beginners. 1. Rift No CN0412, also called Frost Tomb, level limit below level 10, located 35 kilometers north of the East District of Dark Knight City, has existed for 17 years, about 320 people entered, number of survivors 0, difficulty evaluation, even SSS level health ability cannot survive. 2. Rift No CN0417, also called Flame Hell, level limit below level 10, located 28 kilometers west of the West District of Dark Knight City, has existed for 14 years, about 280 people entered, number of survivors 0, difficulty evaluation, even SSS level attack ability cannot clear. 3. Rift No CN0423, also called Shadow Maze, level limit below level 10, located 42 kilometers south of the South District of Dark Knight City, has existed for 19 years, about 410 people entered, number of survivors 0, difficulty evaluation, even SSS level perception ability cannot walk out. Su Lin looks through them one by one. 3. All are limited to level 10 and below. Su Lin took a deep breath and put down the phone. He looked out the window. The night was still long. No rush. He had to plan first. Not to level up to level 11. He would stop at level 10. He would clear the 3 cracks around the Dark Knight City, one by one. Get all the rewards. And then? Then, he would continue searching. There were still many cracks below level 10 among the 3,200 cracks nationwide. He would clear them all, one by one. Take all the rewards from each crack. When he finished clearing all the crack dungeons, how strong would he be? Su Lin didn't know. But he knew that by then, even if a higher civilization came down to harvest, he would not be the pig to be slaughtered. He could be the one to stab the knife back. As for Su Jintian? Su Lin's lips curled into a cold smile. That biological father, to him now, was no longer a big threat. Level 89? Level 90? Besides, he had the invisible mask. He could run when he wanted, hide when he wanted, and no one could find him. He could deal with Su Jintian after clearing all the cracks. But right now, there was no rush. He had to survive first. Survive until the day he could fight back. Su Lin stood up and stretched his neck. Then he opened the map on his phone and marked the locations of the 3 cracks. Frost Tomb, 35 kilometers north of the Eastern District. Flame Hell, 28 kilometers west of the Western District. Shadow Labyrinth, 42 kilometers south of the Southern District. None of them were far. Which one should he go to first tomorrow? He thought for a moment and decided to go to the Frost Tomb first. Ice elements, it should be defensive. He had thick blood, so he wasn't afraid of the cold. He put his phone away and lay back down on the bed. Before closing his eyes, he thought of the old man again. The blood-red robe, the sinister smile, and the final sincere admiration. What did that old man know? When he said you are the first to walk out of here alive, did he mean the first human, or the first of all races? He didn't know. But if he ever got the chance, he'd go back to ask. If he could return. Outside the window, the night in Dark Knight City was still noisy. The neon lights flickered, casting all kinds of colors into the room. Su Lin closed his eyes and slowly drifted into sleep. Tomorrow, new cracks were waiting for him. The next morning, daytime in Dark Knight City was always a false concept. A 300-meter thick layer of rock blocked all sunlight, and only the giant searchlights hanging on the dome slowly brightened according to the pre-programmed schedule, announcing the beginning of a new day. Su Lin opened his eyes and glanced at his phone, 7 a.m. He didn't move, lying in bed, and opened the forum to take a look. The top trending topic was still the mysterious woman clearing the 23-year crack, and the comments below had surpassed 100,000. Some were analyzing her identity, others worshipping her strength, and some were asking for heroes to appear. The crack handling group had posted another announcement, saying they had sent people to Dark Knight City for an on-site investigation, hoping to find witnesses and gather more clues. Su Lin closed his phone after reading it. He got up and washed up. Let them search. Find that woman in her 40s. What does it have to do with him? As he went downstairs, the old man was still dozing behind the counter.
When he heard the noise, he glanced up and then lowered his head again. Su Lin walked out the door. The morning in Dark Night City was much quieter than the night. The streets were half empty, with only some early vendors selling buns, soy milk, and a few selling second-hand equipment. The neon lights were off, and the daylight filtered through the cracks in the rock layer above, casting a grayish glow. He bought 2 buns from a street vendor, eating while walking towards the Eastern District. After walking for about an hour, fewer and fewer people appeared, and the houses became more dilapidated. Eventually, even the road disappeared, leaving only a patch of gravel. Su Lin took out his phone and opened the navigation. Frost Tomb, 35 kilometers north of the Eastern District. He switched to walking navigation and followed the arrow forward. The gravel patch led to a desert, and beyond that, a barren mountain. Along the way, there wasn't a single shadow of a person, only the wind howling. He walked for 2 hours. The sun, if that grayish light could be called the sun, was already overhead. Su Lin stopped, took a sip of water, and looked at the navigation. 15 kilometers to go. He kept walking. At 11, he finally arrived. It was a mountain. To be exact, it was a frozen mountain. The mountain was not tall, only 300 or 400 meters, but the entire mountain was covered from top to bottom with a thick layer of ice. The ice was not clear, but a grayish white, like mixed with ashes. The sunlight reflected a pale light, hurting the eyes. He changed his appearance with his mind, becoming again the woman in her 40s from last time. He reached the foot of the mountain, where a few tattered tents were set up. Around the tents, about 20 people were standing. There were men and women, all young, between 20 and 40. Their clothing varied, some wore leather jackets, some wrapped in quilts, and one simply draped a blanket. Each held a weapon, trembling as they stared at the mountainside. There was a hole there. The entrance was large, at least 50 meters in diameter, sealed with a layer of gray-white ice. The ice had countless cracks, from which cold air seeped out. Even from hundreds of meters away, Su Lin could feel the chill. That ice layer must be the entrance to the rift. At that moment, the people saw Su Lin and all turned their heads simultaneously. The leader was a man in his 30s, with a face full of flesh and a snake tattoo on his neck. He looked Su Lin up and down, his eyes a mix of caution and curiosity. "What are you doing?" Su Lin ignored him and kept walking. The tattooed man came back to his senses, swallowed, and stepped forward 2 paces. "Hey! I'm talking to you," he shouted. "Want to pass?" "Fine. Pay the toll first. 10,000 points. Su Lin turned around. He looked at the tattooed man. On that face of a woman in her 40s, there was no expression. Her eyes were as calm as a dead pond, dark and bottomless. The tattooed man felt a chill under that gaze, but with so many people watching, he couldn't back down. He straightened his neck, pointing the knife forward. "What? No money? Then don't. Move." Su Lin spoke. The voice was calm, as if talking about the nice weather today. The tattooed man froze. "What did you say?" Su Lin looked at him and repeated. "Move. Or die." The tattooed man's face stiffened. The few people beside him stiffened too. The silence was terrifying, only the mountain wind howling remained. The tattooed man opened his mouth, trying to say something fierce, but those eyes fixed on him, and not a word came out. He stood there, the knife raised mid-air, like a statue. Su Lin withdrew his gaze, turned, and walked toward the hole. None of the 20 or so people behind dared move. The tattooed man stayed in place, his hands still in the air. The wind made the knife wobble, almost dropping it. The thin man whispered, "B-boss." The tattooed man slowly lowered his hand. He opened his mouth, wanting to curse damn to save face, but the words stuck in his throat and never came out. He just stood there, watching the woman's back disappear behind the ice layer. When the ice closed, he realized his back was covered in cold sweat. "Damn," he muttered softly, the sound like a mosquito's buzz. Su Lin stopped in front of the hole and stood still. He looked back once. Those 20 or so people stood tens of meters away, eyes wide, staring at him. Not a single one dared come closer. Su Lin withdrew his gaze and stepped into the ice-sealed entrance, the secret realm entrance. The ice layer automatically split a path in front of him, closing again after he entered. Outside, the 20 or so people stared at the closed ice, looking at each other. As she went in, the thin man stammered. The tattooed man slapped the back of his head. "Nonsense. I saw it. So do we wait?" "Wait for what? Can she come out?" "What nonsense are you talking about?" The tattooed man gritted his teeth. Behind the ice layer was a corridor. Su Lin stood at the entrance of the passage, looking at everything before him. The passage was very wide, at least 50 meters across, and the top was out of sight, only a pitch-black ceiling could be seen. The walls on both sides were made of ice, but not transparent ice, it was that grayish-white ice, mixed with countless black particles.
The particles varied in size, some as large as a fist, others as small as sand, densely packed together within the ice layer. Su Lin leaned in closer to take a look. Those black particles were eyes. Human eyes. Thousands upon thousands, embedded in the ice walls. Some were wide open, their pupils dilated, deathly white, some were half open, their eyeballs hanging down, some were just two black holes, with frozen bloodstains clinging to the edges of their eye sockets. They were all staring at him. Su Lin stared back at those eyes for 3 seconds. Then he turned his gaze away and continued walking forward. The passage was long. He walked for 10 minutes, and still had not reached the end. The ice walls on both sides grew thicker, and the number of eyes embedded in the ice increased. In some places, the entire wall was made of eyes, packed tightly together, making one's scalp tingle. But there was no expression on Su Lin's face. He just kept walking. After walking for 20 minutes, the passage finally ended. Before him, an underground ice-enclosed canyon unfolded. It was vast, endless to the eye. Above him was a grayish-white ice dome, at least 500 meters above the ground, with countless giant icicles hanging upside down from the ceiling, each one tens of meters long, like swords suspended above his head. The ground was ice, smooth as a mirror, reflecting his shadow. Under the ice, countless corpses were frozen. Some were human, some were monsters, and others were unrecognizable creatures. A human body lay 3 meters below his feet. It was a young man, in his early 20s, wearing combat gear with a badge on his chest, level 10 SS level ability Flame Mastery. His eyes were wide open, the fear from his death still visible in his pupils. His mouth was wide open, as if trying to scream. Next to him was the body of a monster. It resembled a wolf but had 3 heads, each larger than a water tank. Its 6 eyes were all staring upward, its 6 legs stretched out straight, as if frozen mid-flight during its escape. A little farther, there lay a massive frost dragon. It lay on the ground, its wings spread wide, covering at least 500 meters. Its eyes were 2 giant ice balls, staring blankly ahead. On its back, several armored riders sat, holding swords and guns, their armor covered in frost. Su Lin stood on the ice, looking at the corpses beneath his feet. Hundreds of them. Possibly thousands. They had died here, frozen in the ice, becoming part of this canyon. He took a step forward. A crack sounded beneath his feet. He looked down and saw the ice surface crack open, a white chill flowing out from the gap. The cold air touched his ankle, instantly forming a thin layer of ice. Minus 10,000. Su Lin glanced at the ice on his ankle, then at the panel. Environmental damage received, extreme cold invasion, losing 10,000 health per second. 10,000 per second. He had 10 billion health regeneration per second, so 10,000 was nothing. He continued walking forward. At the center of the canyon stood a massive ice pillar. The ice pillar was at least 500 meters tall, with a diameter of 100 meters, completely transparent and crystal clear, like a towering crystal column. Inside the pillar was a frozen figure. No, not a person. It had a humanoid shape, but its size was enormous, at least 300 meters tall. It was half kneeling in the ice pillar, both hands resting on the ground, its head lowered, making its face hard to see. Its body was covered in pitch-black armor, with ice crystals growing on the armor. Su Lin stared at the figure for a few seconds. The thing seemed alive. Even though it was frozen in the ice, it felt like it could move at any moment. He looked away and continued walking forward. After walking for about 10 minutes, the voice finally rang out. Chapter 48, First Trial, The Path of Ice Marks. Tester, welcome to the Frost Tomb. The voice was different from the elder in the Blood Abyss. This one was colder. A mechanical, metal-on-ice sound. First challenge, the Ice Scar Road. Rules, cross the canyon, reach the end. Total distance, 12 kilometers. There are 13,600 frost wraiths in the canyon. They will attack you. But you don't need to kill them. You just need to walk through. Each wraith's attack power ranges from 30,000 to 80,000. Their attacks will stack the ice scar effect each time you are hit. The ice scar count increases by 1. When the ice scar count reaches 100, you will be frozen for 3 seconds. During the freeze, all surrounding wraiths will focus fire on you. Additionally, there are ice cracks every 500 meters on the canyon floor. Step on them, or stay on them for more than 3 seconds, and the ice crack will explode, dragging you into the abyss beneath the ice. In the abyss beneath the ice, there are things even more terrifying than the wraiths. Good luck. The voice vanished. Su Lin stood still, looking at the 12-kilometer frozen canyon before him. Above, the ice dome was gray-white, with countless ice spikes hanging from the dome, some over 100 meters long, others only as thick as a finger. Sunlight shone from an unknown source, passing through the ice spikes and refracting into millions of colorful lights. Those lights fell on the ice surface, like countless shattered diamonds, scattered all across the canyon. Beneath the ice, there were frozen corpses. Some were human, some were monsters, and some were things unrecognizable. They kept the last postures of their lives, some were running, some were kneeling, some held weapons. Their eyes were wide open, and the colorful lights reflected in their pupils.
Su Lin took a deep breath and took the first step.
The moment his foot touched the ice, a deep, mournful wail echoed from afar.
Then, he saw them.
The frost wraiths.
They emerged from the ice, 1, 2, 10, 100. Transparent, semi-transparent humanoids glowing with a faint blue light. There were men and women, old and young. Some wore tattered clothes, others were naked.
Their faces were blurred, with only their eye sockets, filled with ice blue flames, staring intensely at Su Lin. They floated in midair, their feet not touching the ground, surrounding him in a large circle, trapping him in the center. The closest one was a little girl. About 7 or 8 years old, with 2 small braids, wearing a floral dress. Her face was transparent, revealing the light refracted from the ice spikes behind her. Only her eyes, ice blue flames, burned fiercely. She reached out her hand, gently pressing it on Su Lin's shoulder.
Minus 45,000. Counter damage, 11,250. The little girl froze for a moment.
She looked down at her hand, and a crack suddenly appeared in the palm of her transparent hand. But she didn't stop. She opened her mouth, revealing ice spike-like teeth, and bit Su Lin's arm.
Minus 52,000. Counter damage, 13,000.
Another crack appeared in the little girl's palm, and a crack appeared in her arm as well. She took a step back, looking at the cracks on her body, tilting her head as if thinking about something. But the surrounding wraiths had already rushed forward.
10, 20, 50.
They charged from all directions, grabbing with their hands, biting with their mouths, slamming with their bodies. Each strike carried an excruciating coldness, and with each hit, a thin layer of ice formed on Su Lin's body.
Minus 38,000, counter damage 9,500. Minus 47,000, counter damage 11750. Minus 61,000, counter damage 15250. Minus 43,000, counter damage 10750. Damage notifications flooded the screen. Counter damage notifications followed in a frenzy. Su Lin didn't care about the attacks.
The goal of this challenge was to cross the canyon and reach the end, so he kept moving forward. The wraiths attacked him, but were pushed back by the counter damage. One wraith grabbed him 5 times, and its hand shattered. Another wraith bit him 8 times, and its head cracked. Another wraith charged at him 3 times, its chest torn open, blue ice light leaking from its transparent body.
But they didn't stop. Like crazed beasts, they kept coming.
Su Lin looked at the little girl. Her skirt was torn, her body full of cracks. Her left arm was gone, and her right leg was shattered from the knee down. But she was still limping toward him.
Those ice blue eyes. Staring at him. Su Lin locked eyes with her for a second. Then he looked away and kept walking forward. 1 step. 2 steps. 3 steps. With each step, a new vengeful spirit pounced. With each step, an old vengeful spirit was shattered by the backlash. The shattered vengeful spirits did not disappear, they turned into ice crystals scattered across the ice surface. The ice crystals reflected a rainbow of colors, even more beautiful than before. After walking about 500 meters, Su Lin stopped. There was a crack ahead. A crack in the ice. Just as the voice had said, there was a narrow gap in the ice, from which a faint blue light leaked out. The light was faint, but it was visible at once because it was completely different from the surrounding rainbow glow. Su Lin stood 1 meter from the crack, staring at the gap. He remembered what the voice had said. If you step on it, or stay on it for more than 3 seconds, the crack will explode and drag you into the abyss beneath the ice. In the abyss beneath the ice, there are things more terrifying than vengeful spirits. He looked down at the ice beneath his feet. Transparent, smooth, revealing frozen corpses beneath the ice. A middle-aged man, dressed in military uniform, a badge pinned to his chest, his hands still stretched forward. His eyes were wide open, and his pupils reflected the ice spikes above him. Su Lin withdrew his gaze and glanced at the ice crack. Then he stepped forward, crossing it. As soon as his foot landed, a huge explosion sounded from behind. Boom! The ice crack exploded. Ice shards flew everywhere, and the shockwave pushed him forward by 2 steps. Su Lin turned around and saw that the crack had turned into a 10-meter-wide pit. The pit was pitch black, its depth unfathomable, only the sound of rustling coming from below. Something was climbing up. Su Lin didn't wait. He turned and continued walking forward. Behind him, the rustling sound grew louder. After walking about 100 meters, he suddenly felt a tightening beneath his feet. He looked down and saw a hand reaching out from beneath the ice, grabbing his ankle. The hand was dark purple, with long fingers, and black nails like 10 small knives. It gripped tightly, the nails already digging into his flesh. Minus 80,000. Backlash, 20,000. The hand trembled slightly, but it didn't loosen. Su Lin looked down at it. Beneath the ice, a face was pressing up. The face had no eyes, only two black holes. The nose was gone, leaving only two nostrils. The mouth stretched to the ears, filled with sharp teeth, like piranhas. It pressed against the ice, its black hole staring at Su Lin, its mouth opening and closing, as if saying something. The hand gripped tighter. Minus 80,000. Backlash, 20,000. A nail on the hand broke off. But it still didn't let go. Su Lin lifted his other foot and stomped on the hand. Crack. The hand's bones shattered. The face beneath the ice twisted, its mouth opened wider, emitting a silent, piercing scream. Su Lin ignored it and kept walking. After walking just 2 steps, another hand reached out from beneath the ice. Then 2, 3, 10. They stretched out from all directions, grabbing his ankle, his calf, his knee. Each one gripped tightly, pulling him toward the ice. Minus 80,000, backlash, 20,000. Minus 80,000, backlash, 20,000. Minus 80,000, backlash, 20,000. Damage and backlash messages flooded the screen. Su Lin couldn't move forward as he was being pulled. He looked down at the hands. They were everywhere, at least 30 hands. All dark purple, with black nails digging into his flesh, blood oozing out. Beneath the ice, the faces were pressing up too. 1, 2, 10. All were eyeless, all had their mouths open, all were silently screaming. Su Lin locked eyes with them for a second. Then he started lifting his foot, step by step, moving forward. With each step, several of the hands were crushed. Crack, crack, crack. The hands were crushed and pulled back beneath the ice. But soon, new hands emerged. Su Lin kept moving forward, step by step. The sound of crushing bones underfoot filled the air. Behind him, the rustling sound was getting closer. After walking another 500 meters, a second ice crack appeared ahead. When Su Lin crossed it, he glanced back. He saw the thing crawling up from the abyss. It was a woman. No, it was half a woman. From the waist up, she was still there, but from the waist down, there was only a spine, dragging on the ground like a tail. Her skin was a pale gray, covered in ice crystals. Her face was beautiful, unrealistically so, delicate features, snow-white skin, long black hair. But her eyes were empty. 2 black holes, looking inside, there was no bottom. She crawled on the ice, using both hands to support her body, dragging that long spine, inch by inch, moving forward. With each step she took, the joints in her spine cracked with a sharp sound. She crawled slowly. But she kept crawling. Toward Su Lin's direction. Su Lin glanced at her, then looked away, continuing forward. Ahead, the vengeful spirits grew more and more. They crawled out from the ice layer, one after another, densely packed, like a sea of blue. They lunged at him, attacking, only to be shattered by the backlash. They lunged again, and again shattered. They lunged again, and again shattered. On the ice, shattered ice crystals piled up thicker and thicker. Stepping on them, they made a crunching sound. The ice crystals reflected a rainbow of colors, sparkling brightly, like walking on a field of broken rainbows. He walked 3 kilometers. 4 kilometers. 5 kilometers. The attacks from the vengeful spirits grew more and more frantic. That half-woman kept following behind, neither too far nor too close, about 100 meters away. She didn't attack, only followed, crawling, staring at him with her hollow eyes. Su Lin ignored her. He just kept walking. At 6 kilometers, the cracks in the ice became more frequent. Every 100 or 200 meters, there was a crack. Some were thin, some thick, some only a tiny gap, others cracked into huge spiderweb-like patterns. Su Lin had to constantly go around or jump over them. Once, when he jumped, his foot slipped, stepping on the edge of the crack for a second. Just a second. Boom! The crack exploded. The shockwave flipped him onto the ground, sliding several meters on the ice. Before he could stand up, a hand reached out from the explosion pit, grabbing his ankle, and yanked him down. Half of Su Lin's body was dragged into the pit. Below, countless hands were waiting for him. They grabbed his legs, his waist, his arms, desperately pulling him down. Minus 80,000, minus 80,000, minus 80,000. Recoil damage, 20,000, 20,000, 20,000. The hands were shaken by the recoil but wouldn't let go. Su Lin was being dragged down little by little. He could see the faces below now. Dense, thousands of them, all with their heads tilted back, mouths open, waiting for him to fall down. The most beautiful face was at the front. It was the half-woman. She lay at the very bottom, staring at him with her hollow eyes, her mouth twisted into a silent grin. Su Lin locked eyes with her for a second. Then he reached out, grabbing the edge of the pit. With a forceful push.
He pulled himself out of the pit. The hands were still gripping his legs, dragged out of the pit with him. They struggled in midair, then cracked and shattered. Su Lin stood at the edge of the pit, looking down at it. The half-woman was still at the bottom, staring up at him. Her mouth still twisted. Still smiling. Su Lin averted his gaze, turned, and kept walking. Behind him, the half-woman began crawling again. Crack, crack, crack. 7 kilometers. 8 kilometers. 9 kilometers. The vengeful spirits were fewer. Not gone, but no longer daring to lunge at him. They surrounded him, floating in midair, staring at him with their icy blue eyes. But not one dared approach. They watched their companions shatter into pieces, watched the path paved with broken ice crystals, watched the bloody human who just wouldn't die. They were scared. As Su Lin walked past them, they retreated. One by one, a group. He took a step forward, and they stepped back. He walked faster, and they floated farther away. Always keeping a distance of about 50 meters. Su Lin didn't care about them. He just kept walking. At 10 kilometers, the sound rang out again. Ice layer count, 87. 13 layers left until freezing. Su Lin was stunned for a moment. He glanced at the panel. Ice layers, 87. He really hadn't paid attention to this. Every time he is attacked by a vengeful spirit, an ice scar appears. What about those hands earlier? The hands that reached out from beneath the ice? They should count too, right? He did the math, and it seemed about right. 87 layers, still 13 more to go. He kept moving forward. After 10 kilometers, there were fewer vengeful spirits. But they hadn't gone far, they just drifted further away, about 70 or 80 meters, trailing him from a distance. The half-woman was still behind him. She was crawling slower and slower, her spine dragging on the ground, leaving a long streak of blood behind. But she didn't stop, she kept crawling. At the 10-kilometer mark, Su Lin stepped on the 11th ice crack. He didn't step on it, the crack suddenly appeared beneath his feet. There was no warning. 1 second, the ice was fine, the next second, with a crack, it broke open and his foot fell through. Su Lin reacted quickly, pulling his foot out as soon as it sank. But he was still a second too slow. Boom! The crack exploded. This time, the explosion was even fiercer, the shockwave lifting him into the air, flipping him twice before crashing onto the ice 20 meters away. Before he could get up, the ice shattered. Crack, crack, crack. Centered around him, the ice cracked like a spider's web, the cracks spreading in all directions. From the cracks, countless hands reached out. They grabbed his arms, his legs, his neck, his hair. Minus 80,000, minus 80,000, minus 80,000. Reflective damage, 20,000, 20,000, 20,000. Su Lin was being dragged down towards the ice. There were so many hands, and they were too strong, he couldn't break free. He was sliding down slowly, little by little. Beneath the ice, faces were waiting for him. They were tilted up, their mouths open, densely packed, like a swarm of fish waiting to be fed. The most beautiful face was at the front. She was lying at the very bottom, closest to him, less than 10 meters away. Her hollow eyes were fixed on him. Her mouth was stretched into a silent smile. Su Lin stared at her face. He felt his body sliding down. Little by little, inch by inch. 10 meters. 8 meters. 5 meters. He could see her face clearly now. She was truly beautiful. So beautiful, like an ice sculpture, like a fairy from a painting. If only those two hollow eyes weren't there, if her mouth hadn't been stretched to her ears, if she wasn't half lying there dragging her spine. Su Lin stared at her face. Suddenly, he moved. He didn't struggle, didn't try to climb up. He reached down. And grabbed that face. His fingers dug into those two black holes, into her eye sockets. -0. The face froze. Then, she screamed. A silent scream, but Su Lin could feel it, the whole ice layer trembled. Her hands released his leg and reached for his hands. Her nails were pitch black, like 10 small knives, scratching his arms desperately. -80,000, -80,000, -80,000. Reflective damage, 20,000, 20,000, 20,000. Her nails shattered. Her fingers cracked. Her wrists broke. But she kept scratching, kept grabbing, kept screaming. Su Lin didn't let go. He just held onto her face, his fingers dug into her eye sockets, pulling her up. The face was pulled out from beneath the ice. Along with half her body. She struggled in his hand, her spine swinging wildly, her mouth screaming silently. Su Lin looked at her. She looked at him. Those hollow eyes, now even emptier. Su Lin lifted her up, facing those hands that were still grabbing him.
The hands froze. Then, they released him. They withdrew. The faces beneath the ice, one by one, retreated. They shrank back into the darkness. They disappeared. Su Lin lowered his head, looking at the face in his hand. The face was still struggling, still shouting. He looked at her for 3 seconds. Then he let go. The face fell, crashing onto the ice, shattering into countless ice crystals. In the ice crystals, 7 colored lights reflected. Su Lin stood in the center of the shattered ice crystals, looking down at his hands. His hands still had some ice crystals on them, sparkling. He patted his hands and continued walking. 11 kilometers. 12 kilometers. Ahead, he finally saw the end. It was an ice-covered throne. The throne was 100 meters high, completely translucent, glowing with a faint blue light. On the throne sat a massive skeleton. The skeleton was 50 meters tall, wearing tattered armor, and a crown made of ice crystals on its head. Its eye sockets were empty. Only 2 pitch-black holes. In front of the throne, there is a door. A door made of ice, carved with intricate runes, flowing with icy blue light. Su Lin walked to the door. Behind him, that half-woman was gone. Those vengeful spirits also disappeared. Only the 12-kilometer road remained, paved with shattered ice crystals, sparkling in rainbow light. He stretched out his hand and pushed the door. The door opened. Behind the door was a larger space. But that voice sounded. First level cleared. Time used, 3 hours 47 minutes. Times attacked, 3462. Rebound kills of vengeful spirits, 241. Rebound kills of abyss ghost hands, 137. Rebound kills of abyss succubus, 1. Ice scar layers, 98. Freeze not triggered. Su Lin looked at this line on the panel. He remembered that half-woman. Rebound kills of abyss succubus, 1. It was her. Her name was Abyss Succubus. So beautiful, she was a succubus. Su Lin pushed open the second door. Behind him, the 12-kilometer road was still paved with shattered ice crystals, sparkling in rainbow light. Ahead was the second level. Chapter 49 Second Level, Ice Mirror Maze. Su Lin pushed open the ice door, and the scene in front of him froze him for a moment. It was not another battlefield as he imagined. It was a lake. To be exact, a huge frozen lake, its surface like a mirror, smooth enough to reflect a person's shadow. A huge crack split the ice dome above, and light from somewhere poured through it, scattering on the lake, reflecting thousands of rainbow rays. The light made the whole space dreamlike, like a fairyland. In the center of the lake stood an ice sculpture. The sculpture was in the shape of a woman, crystal clear, hands pressed together, head bowed, as if praying. Behind her was a door, the same ice door as before. Su Lin stood at the lake's edge, staring at the ice sculpture. The lake's surface was very calm, too calm to seem dangerous. But he knew, the more beautiful the place, the more it could take life. That voice sounded again, still cold, still mechanical. Second level, Ice Mirror Maze. Rules: cross the ice lake to reach the central ice sculpture. On the lake's surface are 13,600 ice mirrors, each hiding a mirror spirit. The mirror spirits do not attack actively, but if you pass in front of a mirror, the spirit will reach out and drag you in. Those dragged in will be trapped in the mirror world. In the mirror world, countless versions of you exist, each wanting to kill you. You have only one chance to leave the mirror world. If you fail, you stay forever. Also, every 100 meters on the lake, there is an ice crack. Like the first level, stepping on or staying more than 3 seconds will make it explode. But this time, falling through does not lead to the abyss, but to another mirror. A bigger mirror. Inside the mirror, more versions of you exist. Good luck. The voice disappeared. Su Lin stood still, staring at the ice lake. 13,600 ice mirrors. Behind each mirror hid a mirror spirit. He took a step forward, his foot on the ice. The ice was slippery, as if greased. He moved forward slowly, eyes fixed on the surrounding mirrors. The mirrors varied in size and shape. Some were only palm-sized, lying on the ground, some were 2 people tall, standing, some embedded in ice pillars, showing only a corner, some hung upside down from the ice dome, like lamps. Each mirror was bright enough to show a clear human shadow. Su Lin saw himself in the mirrors, a woman over 40, wearing a dark coat, hair messy, face expressionless. He passed the first mirror. The her in the mirror was watching him too. The moment he passed, the mirror's surface rippled. A hand reached out from the mirror. The hand was pale, thin, with transparent nails, like ice. It stretched fast, aiming straight for Su Lin's ankle. Su Lin looked down, he could not dodge. Grasped his ankle. -60,000. Reflect damage, 15,000.
The hand trembled, but did not loosen, instead grabbed tighter, pulling desperately.
Su Lin could feel that force, trying to drag him into the mirror. He resisted the strength of that hand. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. The hand could not pull him. It added more force. Minus 60,000.
Reflect damage 15,000.
A fingernail on the hand broke.
But it still did not loosen. Su Lin looked down at the hand, then looked at himself in the mirror. The she in the mirror was still watching him, expressionless. But her eyes seemed a little brighter than before. Su Lin lifted his foot, stepping on that hand.
Crack! The hand broke. The broken hand turned into ice shards, scattering on the ice.
The she in the mirror moved her lips, as if saying something, but no sound came out. Su Lin withdrew his gaze and kept moving forward. After a few steps, another mirror appeared.
This time an arm reached out, grabbing his calf.
Minus 60,000, reflect damage 15,000.
Grab, step, shatter. Another mirror, a hand grabbed his waist.
Minus 60,000, reflect damage 15,000.
Grab, step, shatter.
Another mirror, two hands grabbed both his legs at once. Minus 120,000, reflect damage 30,000.
Grab, step, shatter. Su Lin kept walking like this all the way.
Every mirror he passed, a hand reached out. Grabbing him, pulling him, trying to drag him in. Then trembled from reflected damage, and he crushed them underfoot. On the ice, broken shards increased. The ice shards sparkled in rainbow light, like shattered stars on the ground. After about 500 meters, Su Lin saw the first crack in the ice.
About 20 meters ahead, a thin slit on the ice surface glowed pale blue. He slowed down, walking around it.
Halfway around, his foot slipped. The ice was too slippery, he fell forward, 1 foot on the edge of the crack.
Just 1 second. Boom! The crack exploded. The shockwave flipped Su Lin over, rolling 7 or 8 meters on the ice before stopping. Before he could stand, the ice beneath suddenly split wide. He fell down. Into darkness. The moment Su Lin landed, the surroundings lit up. He stood, looking at everything in front of him. It was a huge space. Mirrors all around. Ceiling was mirror, floor was mirror, walls were mirrors, even the upside-down ice spikes above were mirrors.
In the mirrors, countless versions of him reflected.
But not the same angles. Some faced him, some sideways, some back, some tilted head, some head down, some head up.
Every reflection moved. Some walked, some stood, some crouched, some jumped. Su Lin stood in place, watching the reflections of himself. Suddenly, he saw something wrong. In the mirror in front left, that version faced him, but the eyes were not looking past him, they stared directly at him. Meeting his gaze. Su Lin froze. Next second, that version stepped out of the mirror. Truly stepped out. Like passing through water, crossing the mirror's surface, standing before him. Exactly the same. A woman in her 40s, dark coat, messy hair, expressionless face. Only her eyes were slightly brighter than the one outside the mirror. Bright like ice blue fire. Mirror Su Lin looked at him, speaking. Voice exactly like his, but colder, more mechanical. You came. Su Lin said nothing. Mirror Su Lin stepped forward. I've waited a long time for you. Su Lin looked at her, asked, waited for what? Mirror Su Lin smiled. That face, exactly like his, showed a smile. But the smile was awkward, like someone learning to smile for the first time, corners of the mouth up, eyes unmoving, still icy blue dead look. Waited for you to die. She said, then lunged suddenly. Speed unbelievably fast. A punch smashed into Su Lin's face. Minus 80,000. Reflect damage 20,000. Su Lin stepped back 1 step. Mirror Su Lin also stepped back 1 step. She looked down at her hand. On that hand, there was a cut. She raised her head, looking at Su Lin, the ice blue in her eyes shining brighter. Interesting. She lunged again. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. Each punch landed on Su Lin. Minus 80,000, minus 80,000, minus 80,000. Reflect damage, 20,000, 20,000, 20,000. For every punch that the Su Lin in the mirror threw, another crack appeared on herself. But she didn't stop, instead, she hit more and more wildly. Her fists became faster and more violent. Su Lin stood still, letting her strike. He watched her insane face, a face exactly like his own. After about 50 punches, the Su Lin in the mirror finally stopped. She stepped back 2 steps, breathing heavily, and looked down at herself. Her whole body was covered in cracks, dense, like a piece of porcelain about to shatter. From those cracks, ice blue light leaked out. She raised her head, looking at Su Lin. Those eyes, for the first time, showed an emotion besides madness.
Confusion. Why? Won't you die?
Su Lin looked at her, saying nothing. He walked up to her, looking down at her. That face, exactly like his. But now, the face was full of terror. Su Lin reached out, pressing his hand on her shoulder. A gentle push. She fell backward, crashing into the mirror. Ripples spread across the surface, swallowing her. Inside the mirror, she was still there. Facing him, but her eyes had returned to the same as the others in the mirrors, empty, lifeless, like a dead thing. Su Lin withdrew his hand and turned to look at the other mirrors. They all looked at him. But none moved. He stepped forward. The ones in the mirrors stepped forward. He raised his hand. The ones in the mirrors raised theirs. He smiled. The ones in the mirrors smiled. Exactly like him. Su Lin ignored them and started looking for an exit in this mirror world. All around were mirrors, no doors, nothing different. He walked a circle, returning to the same spot. A second circle, still the same spot. Third circle, fourth circle, fifth circle. Every time back to the start. The Su Lins in the mirrors kept watching him. Some tilted their heads, some lowered their heads, some raised their heads, some turned sideways. But their eyes were fixed on him. Su Lin stopped, staring at them. He suddenly noticed a problem. The Su Lins in the mirrors seemed to have increased in number. Before he counted, there were about 50 mirrors, 50 Su Lins. Now, at least 70. The extra ones stood behind, crowded in corners, hidden in upside-down icicles. When did they appear? He stared at them. They stared back. Suddenly, one moved. Not stepping forward, but its mouth moved. Chapter 50 acquired passive skill, Taunt High Skeletal Angry Taunt. It opened its mouth, silently saying something to him. Su Lin looked at that mouth, recognizing each word. You will die in here. After speaking, it laughed. That smile, exactly like the Su Lin in the mirror just now, mouth curling up, eyes unmoved, icy blue deathly. Su Lin withdrew his gaze, lowering his head to the mirror at his feet. In the mirror, another him looked up at him. That one's eyes were especially bright. Su Lin stared at him for 3 seconds. Then he lifted his foot and stomped hard. Crack! The mirror shattered. Shards flew, that one disappeared into the cracks. Below the crack was another space. Pitch black, bottom unseen. Su Lin stood at the edge, looking down. There was light below. Ice blue light. Twinkling, like a heartbeat. He took a deep breath and jumped. The moment he landed, the surroundings lit up again. Another mirror world. But this time, more mirrors. At least 500, dense, forming a huge circle. In the center of the circle stood a person. No, not a person. A humanoid made of mirrors. It had a head, body, and 4 limbs, all made of mirrors. Each mirror shone, and inside each mirror was a Su Lin. It looked at Su Lin and spoke. The voice was not mechanical, nor cold, but a layering of countless voices, some male, some female, some old, some young, some sharp, some deep, all mixed together, like 10,000 people speaking at once. You are very Sile. Su Lin did not speak. That mirror person stepped forward. Every step it took made the mirrors on its body shake, and the Su Linis in the mirrors shook with it, some laughing, some crying, some screaming, some smashing the mirrors madly. Your blood is a lot. Counter damage is also very strong. But this is the mirror world. No matter how much blood you shed, it is useless. After speaking, it raised its hand and pointed behind Su Lin. Su Lin looked back. Behind him, a mirror was growing. From the size of a palm, to a wash basin, to a door panel, to a whole wall. Inside the mirror, there was a him. That him was the same height, same build, wearing the same dark coat. But those eyes were pure black. Black and shining. Black, unlike eyes. The him in the mirror stepped out. Standing in front of him. Exactly the same. Then, the second him in the mirror stepped out. The third. The fourth. The fifth. 10. 20. 50. 100. Dense, surrounding him in the center. All were him. All were those pure black eyes. They stared at him, unmoving. The mirror person spoke again. They are all you. Some are your fear. Some are your hatred. Some are your despair.
Some are the self you want to kill. Can you defeat them? Su Lin looked at those selves around him. More than 100. All with those pure black eyes. He suddenly laughed. A light, faint laugh. You, he said, you even dare call me? No sooner had he spoken than the closest self pounced. A punch hit his face. Minus 100,000. Counter damage 25,000. That self froze, looking down at its own hand. A crack appeared on the hand, black water seeping out. But it did not retreat, instead it attacked more crazily. The second, third, fourth. Over 100 selves attacked at once. Fists, feet, heads, elbows, all striking him. Minus 100,000, minus 100,000, minus 100,000, dash 100000. Damage notifications went crazy. Counter damage 25,000, 25,000, 25,000, 25,000. Counter damage notifications also went crazy. Every punch the selves struck, a new crack appeared on themselves. Black water dripped from the cracks, hitting the ground, corroding small pits. But they did not stop. They attacked like mad, one after another, willing to die to hit him. Su Lin stood in place, unmoving, letting them hit. He looked at the faces of those selves. All his face. A woman in her 40s, dark coat, messy hair, expressionless face. But those eyes, pure black, stared at him like prey. He watched them crack, fall, and turn into black water one by one. The first fell. The 20th fell. The 50th fell. The 80th fell. The last one also fell. It fell at his feet, looking up at him with those pure black eyes. The mouth moved, saying one sentence silently. Su Lin looked at the mouth and recognized it. Who are you? He looked into those eyes, silent for 3 seconds. Then he lifted his foot, stepping on its face. Crack. Broken. The last self turned into black water. Silence surrounded him. Over 100 selves, all dead. Only the mirror person remained, standing in place. The mirrors on it were more than half shattered. In the cracked mirrors, some were empty, some still had half a Su Lin, some only a hand, a foot, or half a face. Those broken limbs and faces were still moving. Still struggling. The mirror person looked at Su Lin and spoke. This time, its voice was no longer layered, but singular, cold, mechanical. Exactly like the voice from the first level. You won. You are the first to walk out of the mirror world. Time used, 4 hours 23 minutes. Mirror clones killed, 137. Hits received by original, 1782. Su Lin looked at it. He didn't speak. The mirror person's body started to melt. Pieces of mirrors fell off, crashing onto the ground, shattering into ice shards. In the shattered ice shards, his face was reflected. A woman in her 40s, wearing a dark-colored coat, with slightly messy hair. But those eyes, they were still his own. Dark, deep, bottomless. When the mirror person melted completely, only a small mirror, about the size of a palm, was left at his feet. In the mirror, there was no reflection of him. Only a door. Su Lin bent down and picked up the mirror. The door in the mirror slowly grew bigger before his eyes. Then, a real door appeared in front of him. A door made of ice, carved with intricate runes, with ice blue light flowing through the runes. It was exactly the same as the 2 doors before. Su Lin pushed open the door. Behind the door was the ice lake. He stood by the lake, and across from him was the ice sculpture. The 13,600 ice mirrors on the surface of the lake were still there. But the he and the mirrors were gone. Only the empty mirrors remained, shimmering in the multicolored light. Su Lin took a step forward, heading towards the center of the lake. This time, no hands reached out to grab him. No ice cracks exploded. No mirror spirits crawled out of the mirrors. He just walked forward, step by step, passing through those empty mirrors. He reached the center of the lake and stood in front of the ice sculpture. The woman inside the ice sculpture was still in the same position, her hands clasped together, head lowered, as if she were praying. Su Lin looked up at her. She was taller than he had imagined, at least 10 meters tall. The ice was so clear that he could see her face. It was an extremely beautiful face. Not the kind of seductive beauty, but the kind of compassionate, gentle, motherly beauty. Her eyes were closed, her lashes long, and the corners of her mouth slightly raised, as if she were having a pleasant dream. Su Lin stared at her, suddenly recalling a phrase. That phrase was spoken by the voice in the first challenge. In the abyss beneath the ice layer, there are things more terrifying than vengeful spirits. He had seen that thing. A half-woman, incredibly beautiful, dragging a spine, crawling out from the abyss. That thing was called the abyss succubus. Then what about this? Who was this ice sculpture woman, praying at the center of the lake? He didn't have time to think. Because the voice rang out. Second level passed. Successfully exited the world in the mirror.
Congratulations, you have gained the passive skill, Taunt Frozen Corpse Taunt.
Taunt Frozen Corpse Taunt.
Range, 100 meters around the user. Effect, forcefully locks all monsters within 100 meters, causing them to develop an extreme, relentless hatred toward you, ignoring all targets, skills, and hate interference, crazily attacking you until either you or they are completely destroyed. The effect can be toggled on or off with thought.
Chapter 51, Su Lin was guessed. The woman's eyelashes on the ice sculpture were covered with fine ice crystals, sparkling in the rainbow light.
Su Lin stood in front of her, staring at the golden text on the panel. Congratulations, you have gained the passive skill, Taunt Frozen Corpse Taunt. Range, 100 meters around the user. Effect, forcefully locks all monsters within 100 meters, causing them to develop an extreme, relentless hatred toward you, ignoring all targets, skills, and hate interference, crazily attacking you until either you or they are completely destroyed. The effect can be toggled on or off with thought. Su Lin stared at the text, stunned for a full 3 seconds.
Taunt.
Forcefully locking all monsters within 10 meters.
Relentless hatred. Crazily attacking. Until one side is completely destroyed. He thought of his trillion health points. He thought of his 1% healing per second.
He thought of the bone spike rage he had obtained before. When taking damage, it rebounds 25% of the damage received to the attacker.
He opened the panel. Name, Su Lin, disguised state. Level, 10. Health, 10,000 billion, base 1,000 times billion times plus equipment. Attack, 1,000, base 1,000 plus equipment. Special ability?
Health limit increased by 1 billion times. Passive 1, healing enhancement percentage, hell level heals 1% of maximum health per second. Passive 2, bone spike rage, when taking damage, rebounds 25% of the damage received to the attacker. Passive 3, Taunt Frozen Corpse Taunt, forcefully locks all monsters within 100 meters, causing them to develop an extreme, relentless hatred toward you, ignoring all targets, skills, and hate interference. He crazily killed you, until you, or they completely perish. The effect can be activated or deactivated by thought. Item, Invisible Mask, any level 100 or below standing in front of you cannot see your true face. Points, 180,000. Heavenly Mall, click to enter shopping. What the hell is this combination? With taunting on, he walked into the pile of monsters. All the monsters rushed to bite him, unable to bite. Instead, they were bounced back and killed. He didn't even need to move. He just needed to find the monsters. Su Lin took a deep breath and suppressed the smile. He looked up at the ice sculpture woman in front of him. She still had that compassionate and gentle expression, hands pressed together, eyes closed, as if praying for him. Thank you. Su Lin said softly. He didn't know if she could hear him. He also didn't know who she was. But the thank you was spoken sincerely. The ice sculpture woman naturally didn't respond. Only the faint smile at the corner of her mouth seemed to rise a little. Su Lin withdrew his gaze, turned, and walked back the way he came. He passed by the empty mirrors, walked over the ice lake, and walked along the 12-kilometer-long icy path. When he reached the cave entrance, he looked back once. The entire frozen canyon shimmered in the 7-colored light. The path made of shattered ice crystals looked like a broken rainbow on the ground. Su Lin withdrew his gaze and stepped out of the frozen cave entrance. The ice membrane closed behind him, and the sunlight outside made him squint his eyes. Su Lin stood still, adjusting to the light. Then he heard. You came out? A stuttering voice came from more than 10 meters away. Su Lin turned his head. The 20 or so people were still standing there. None of them were missing. The tattooed man leading the group stood at the front. The knife in his hand had already fallen to the ground, but he didn't pick it up. He just stared, mouth open, as if someone had pressed his pressure points. The skinny guy next to him began to tremble again. Boss, she came out. The tattooed man ignored him. The tattooed man just stared at Su Lin, at that woman in her 40s face, staring at those eyes that were so calm they were eerie. He wanted to say something. Wanted to say you actually came out alive, wanted to ask what happened inside, wanted to ask who are you. But the words stuck in his throat. Su Lin gave him a glance. Just one glance. Then Su Lin withdrew his gaze and walked past him. The sound of footsteps clicking on the gravel. The 20 or so people stood still, not moving, watching that figure grow further and further away, until it finally disappeared behind the barren mountain. When they could no longer see him, the tattooed man collapsed onto the ground. Damn! He gasped, his back drenched in cold sweat. The skinny guy leaned over and whispered, Boss, it's her. It must be her. She cleared it again.
The tattooed man slapped him on the back of the head. No shit, I know it, sir. Do you need to remind me? The skinny guy covered his head, looking wronged. Then should we report it? The tattooed man froze for a moment. Report? Yes, report it. A person like this kind of thing, if we don't report it, we'll just wait to be scolded? He fumbled for his phone and dialed a number. Hello? It's me. The Frost Tomb in the East District. Yes. That crack from 2017. It's gone. Someone cleared it. Who? A woman. In her 40s. The one from yesterday. She came again. Cleared it again. Really? I saw it with my own eyes. She walked out from inside. The crack is gone. Yes. It's that woman. The one who cleared the Bloodbone Abyss yesterday. The Dark Night Market forum exploded again. Holy shit. That mysterious woman appeared again. The East District Frost Tomb was cleared by her. The 2017 crack. It's gone. Wasn't she just clearing the Bloodbone Abyss yesterday? She's clearing another one today? Is she even human? One crack per day? The key thing is, she's still alive. She came out alive. 2 in, 2 out.
The crack handling team has already headed to the East District, but the person is long gone.
Is this woman specialized in clearing cracks?
There are still 2 level 10 cracks around the Dark Night Market.
Is she going to take over the whole thing? Next is the Blazing Hell or the Shadow Maze? The comments section exploded completely.
But soon after, a more explosive post appeared.
Title, Rational Analysis, Who is this mysterious woman? Content. Let me list a few facts.
1. She managed to clear the level 10 rift, which means her level is 10 or lower.
2. The Bloodbone Abyss and Frost Tomb are both top-level rifts with hundreds of deaths.
She cleared both, showing her strength far surpasses the SSS level genius of the same level.
3. She chose the Dark Night Market, which means she doesn't want to be found or is being hunted.
4. She's continuously clearing rifts, meaning she needs to get stronger quickly.
Now the question is, level 10, strength far beyond SSS, doesn't want to be found, needs to get stronger fast. Who does this remind you of? This post was up for only a few seconds before the comment section went silent for 3 seconds. Then it exploded even more. Holy shit. Su Lin? That Su Lin from the Dragon City War Academy? The God-level Awakener? Yes. He disappeared before. Dragon City War Academy issued a missing person notice. He's also level 10. His bloodline is thick to the point of absurdity. He can tank and fight. And he really was being hunted. His father Su Jintian wants to kill him. The key point is, the Dark Night Market is indeed the best place for him to hide. No way. That woman is Su Lin in disguise? But he's clearly a guy. How did he turn into a girl? Isn't that simple? Disguise technique. What doesn't the Dark Night Market have? That's too far-fetched. Can a disguise fool everyone? Even the portraits sent by the Rift handling team match perfectly? What the hell do you know? If it's really a disguise, they would have prepared the right spot in advance and found a double to match the portrait. Anyway, I believe it. Who else but a god-level being can clear 2 rifts at level 10 in a row? Right. Those big shots who cleared a dozen or so secret rift dungeons, who didn't clear one and then refused to enter again. Only a god level can clear continuously. This post spread rapidly, soon reaching the top of trending searches. In the comment section below, people were shouting Su Lin is amazing, god level is truly god level, Su Jintian, you motherfucker, regret it. But some were questioning, where's the evidence? Just based on a few coincidences? However, the doubts were quickly drowned out in the wave of it must be Su Lin. Chapter 52, Su Jintian sends people to guard the rift entrance. Meanwhile, at the Su family in Sky Dome City. The light in the study was on. Su Jintian stood by the window, his back to the door, holding his phone. On the phone screen was the post titled, The Mysterious Woman's Real Identity Suspected to be Su Lin. The door was pushed open. Lin Wanqing walked in, her face pale. Jintian, did you see? Those people online say the person who cleared the rift is Su Lin. Su Jintian didn't turn around. I saw. Lin Wanqing walked behind him, her voice trembling, is it him? Is it really him? Su Jintian was silent for a few seconds. Level 10, can clear 2 deadly rifts. Who else could it be? Lin Wanqing froze. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but swallowed the words back down. She thought of the child locked in the basement for 18 years. She thought of the years he had been ignored, wronged, beaten, and scolded.
She remembered the day Su Lin left the Su family, standing at the door and saying that sentence. Since I am your shame, from today on, I sever all ties with the Su family. At that time, she thought he was just angry and saying things in the heat of the moment. A D-rank useless person, how many days could he survive after leaving the Su family? But now? That D-rank useless person cleared 2 deadly rifts. The Bloodbone Abyss, 23 years, over 600 dead. The Frost Tomb, 17 years, over 300 dead. He did it alone, in 2 days, clearing them all. Lin Wanqing's eyes suddenly turned red. How did he do it? Su Jintian turned around and looked at her. On his stern face, there was no expression. But in his eyes, something was stirring. He did what none of us could do. Su Jintian said, his voice deep, in the past 100 years, every one of us who cleared the secret rift dungeons was betting everything, risking our lives, and barely surviving. After passing, no one dared to enter a second time. But he entered twice. He came out alive both times. Lin Wanqing lifted her head and looked at her husband. In his eyes, she saw a trace of fear. Su Jintian, one of the 5 strongest in Huaxia, level 89 SSS superpower, standing at the top of humanity. He feared his own son. Jintian. Lin Wanqing's voice trembled. What do you want to do? Su Jintian did not answer. He turned and walked to the desk, picked up another phone, and dialed a number. It's me. A respectful voice came from the other side. Master, please give orders. How many level 10 cracks are around the Dark Night Market? Master, there are 2 left. One is called Flaming Hell, 28 kilometers west in the west zone, one is called Shadow Maze, 42 kilometers south in the south zone. Send people to guard them, Su Jintian said. If anyone tries to pass, notify me immediately. I will go personally. There was a pause on the other side. You will go personally? What about the tower challenge on Sunday? Sunday I will do the challenge. I already announced to the whole country that it cannot be changed, Su Jintian interrupted. Do as I say. Yes. The call ended. Lin Wanqing stood beside him, her face pale. Jintian, you want to kill him? Su Jintian looked at her, silent. Tears fell from Lin Wanqing's eyes. He is your own son. Su Jintian was silent for 3 seconds. Then he spoke, his voice cold as ice. Precisely because he is my son, I cannot let him live. He hates me. Hates the Su family. Hates all of us. If he passes more cracks, gets more rewards, rises to level 20 or 30, what do you think he will do? He will come back. Come back for revenge. Su Jintian turned to look at the night outside the window. Then, can you stop him? Or can I stop him? Lin Wanqing could not speak. Su Jintian continued, he is only level 10 now, yet he can already do this. When he reaches level 60 or 70, what will he become? By then, the entire Su family, even all of Huaxia, who can stop him? So, he must be eliminated before he grows up. Lin Wanqing slumped in her chair, tears flowing uncontrollably. She wanted to say something, but no words came out. Because what Su Jintian said, she could not refute. The child they abandoned had grown into a being they feared. And all of this was caused by their own hands. Meanwhile, in Kyoto, headquarters of the Awakeners Association. The top-level conference room was brightly lit. 7 people sat around a round table. Chen Zhozhou sat at the head, hair gray, face serious. To his left was an elder in a military uniform, level 85, military representative, surname Zhang. To his right, a middle-aged man with glasses, level 83, chief researcher of the association, surname Zhou. The other 4 were also high-ranking members, all above level 80. Several documents were on the table. The top document's title read, Dark Night Market Crack Passage Incident Analysis Report. Chen Zhozhou spoke, his voice deep. Have you all read it? They nodded. Give your opinions. Researcher Zhou pushed up his glasses, speaking first, from the data, Bloodbone Abyss and Frost Tomb are top-level cracks with hundreds of deaths. To clear both and survive, this person is definitely not simple. Nonsense, General Zhang leaned back, voice rough, the key is he really Su Lin? Researcher Zhou glanced at him, from the current clues, the possibility of him being Su Lin is over 90%. Over 90? General Zhang frowned, where is the evidence? First, the level, Zhou opened a file, Frost Tomb is level 10. Those who enter must be level 10 or below. Su Lin is exactly level 10. Second, power, he opened another file, Blood Prison Abyss, difficulty rank 345, over 800 died, he came out alive. National Academy contest, wiped out opponents in 30 seconds. This strength far exceeds same level SSS talent. Who else besides God level could do this? Third, motive. He paused, why did Su Lin disappear?
Because Su Jintian wanted to kill him. He needed to hide.
The night market is the best place to go, where all the black households are. It's harder to find someone there than to climb to the sky.
So, he went to the night market to clear the rifts. Makes sense. The meeting room fell silent for a few seconds.
Chen Jiuzhou looked at him with a complicated expression.
Old Zhang, do you know what this means?
General Zhang was stunned for a moment.
Chen Jiuzhou stood up and walked to the window.
For 100 years, those who have cleared the rift gates were all the top humans.
Battle the Sky, Su Jintian, Yun Zhengzi, Yi Wushuang. They supported the entire human defense. But do you know why after they cleared one, they didn't dare to go for a second?
General Zhang didn't speak.
Because it's a gamble with life, Chen Jiuzhou said.
They survived, 3 parts strength, 7 parts luck. If they tried again, they would die.
But now, there's someone who has gone through too. Both came out alive. Chen Jiuzhou turned around and looked at everyone in the room. What does this mean? It means his strength far surpasses those top-tier experts when they were young.
It means if he grows, he will become the strongest awakener humanity has ever seen. It means those rifts that kill millions every year might be closed one by him. The meeting room was deathly quiet. Researcher Zhou stood up, his voice a little excited.
The president is right.
There are 3,200 rifts nationwide, and the number of people killed by monsters emerging from the rifts each year averages over 1 million. For the past 100 years, we've only been blocking, defending, and filling with lives.
Why?
Because no one could clear them.
But what if Su Lin can do it? What if he really can clear the rifts one by one?
Those death rifts that have troubled us for decades or even centuries might be permanently closed by him.
How many people could we save every year? 1 million? 2 million? More?
General Zhang remained silent for a long time.
Then he looked up and stared at Chen Jiuzhou. You want to protect him? Chen Jiuzhou nodded. Yes. Even if it means going against Su Jintian? Yes.
General Zhang stared at him for several seconds, then suddenly laughed.
All right, count me in. He stood up and patted Chen Jiuzhou's shoulder. Damn it, I've never liked that Su Jintian kid. Using his position as one of the 5 top experts, how many disgusting things has he done over the years? Going after his own son, protecting his adopted son, thinking he's such a big deal? He wants to kill Su Lin? I'm going to protect him. Chen Jiuzhou also smiled. Then it's settled. He looked at researcher Zhou, Xiao Zhou, take people to the night market tonight.
Don't make it too obvious, stay in the shadows.
If you find Su Lin, don't alert him yet. See what he wants to do. If he really wants to keep clearing the rifts, find a way to protect him secretly. Researcher Zhou nodded, got it. He then looked at General Zhang, old Zhang, can you give a heads up to the military side? In case Su Jintian really takes action, we need to have a backup plan.
General Zhang waved his hand, don't worry, I'll talk to Zhang Tianxiong.
That old man has never liked Su Jintian.
Knowing about this, he'll definitely be happy to help.
Chen Jiuzhou nodded and returned to his seat. He stared out at the pitch-black night, murmuring softly, Su Lin, oh Su Lin, what kind of person are you really? Night market, Peace Inn. Su Lin arrived at the inn at 8 p.m. Su Lin lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling.
His phone buzzed. He picked it up and saw a new post pushed by the forum.
Exclusive. Awakener Association President Chen Jiuzhou rushes to the night market overnight. Suspected to be here for a mysterious woman. The comments section was already blowing up. Holy shit, the president is personally taking action? They're going to snatch him. Su Lin is awesome now, the association is protecting him, does Su Jintian still dare to make a move?
You don't know anything, if Su Jintian becomes level 90, the association means nothing.
True. In 2 days, Su Jintian is going to challenge the tower. Su Lin looked at these comments with no expression on his face. The association is going to protect him? It was expected.
He cleared 2 rifts, and as long as people aren't fools, they can see his value.
Su Jintian wants to kill him? It was also expected. His cheap father had always been cruel and ruthless. But it did not matter.
He had the invisible mask, could run when he wanted, could hide when he wanted. But if he entered the secret realm, and came out blocked at the entrance, if Su Jintian did not care what he looked like and firmly believed the one coming out was Su Lin, then he would have no way to escape death. Those 2 secret realms might not be possible to enter for now. Once he went in, Su Jintian might sense it and block the exit waiting for him. He could wait until Su Jintian went through 89 floors to enter, but that day Su Jintian might leave backup forces, sending others at levels 70 to 80 to block him, still no way. The only option was to go through the crack in the no man's land, but the cracks in no man's land were at least over 1,000 kilometers away. Needing to farm monsters to get points to buy a vehicle, walking back and forth would take at least 20 days, wasting too much time. Su Lin turned over, opened his phone, and continued reading about the cracks.
Total cracks in the country, about 3,200. Cracks below level 10, about 220. Near human settlements, about 20. In no man's land, about 200. No man's land.
Su Lin looked at them one by one, his brows slowly furrowing. These cracks in no man's land were over 1,000 kilometers from the nearest city.
Some were deep in deserts, some on snowy mountain peaks, some in the center of primeval forests, and some directly on isolated islands at sea. How to go there? Walk there?
A level 10 awakened could only walk a little over 100 kilometers a day, even without eating, drinking, or sleeping.
1,000 kilometers would take 10 days. Round trip 20 days. 20 days, too much time wasted.
And the road was full of high-level monsters, levels 30, 40, many of them. His thick blood meant he wouldn't die, but being entangled was annoying.
He needed a vehicle.
A flying vehicle. Su Lin opened the dark night market trading platform, searching keywords, flying vehicle, transport vehicle.
A lot of results popped up.
The cheapest was a second-hand hover motorcycle, range 800 kilometers, top speed 300 kilometers per hour, price 800,000 points. Next, a single-person flying vehicle, range 1,500 kilometers, top speed 500 kilometers per hour, price 1,500,000 points. Next, a small flying cabin for 2 people, range 3,000 kilometers, top speed 800 kilometers per hour, price 3 million points. Next, a military-grade flying vehicle, range 5,000 kilometers, top speed 1,200 kilometers per hour, with protective shield, price 8 million points. Su Lin looked at those prices, his mouth twitched.
How many points did he have now? He opened the panel and glanced. Points, 174,500. 174,000. The cheapest hover motorcycle was 800,000. Too far apart.
He had to farm points. Su Lin opened the Dark Night Market monster map again. Around the Dark Night Market, 3 levels of zones.
Low-level zone, level 1 to 20 monsters, suitable for beginners to farm. Mid-level zone, level 20 to 40 monsters, suitable for ordinary awakened. High-level zone, level 40 to 60 monsters, suitable for experts.
Beyond that, Forbidden Zone, level 60 plus monsters, extremely dangerous, usually no one dares to go. Su Lin thought a moment, directly crossed out the low-level and mid-level zones. Too slow. He had to go to the high-level zone. Su Lin put down his phone and opened the shop, flipping to the equipment page. He was still wearing that level 10 rare gear, which had good attributes, but all the points farming went to it. He could farm more to buy 2 level 10 legendary equipment. He did not need attack gear. His damage source now was Bone Spike Fury, passive, reflect 25% of damage taken. The harder monsters hit him, the faster they died. So he only needed to stack health. The thicker his health, the longer he could survive. Su Lin opened the Tongtian Mall panel, scrolled down, found level 10 legendary armor and ring. Level 10 legendary armor immortal armor, health plus 20,000. Level 10 legendary ring life ring, health plus 10,000, attack plus 1,000. Together, plus 30,000 health. After equipping, base health 100 billion plus equipment 3 trillion equals 3.1 trillion. Though it seemed a small boost, something was better than nothing. Su Lin did some calculations.
He needed
aircraft, 3 million, planned, but the 3,000 kilometers range is too short, afraid it would break down halfway.
Legendary armor, 1 million. Legendary ring, 1 million. Total 5 million.
Target set, he turned off his phone and closed his eyes. Outside the window, the night of the Dark Night Market was still noisy.
Tomorrow, go to the high-end district.
Chapter 53, Dark Night Market, the whole city in storm. The next day, Su Lin opened his eyes, lying on the bed without moving. Old habit, he first took out his phone and opened the forum. Su Lin read line by line, his face showed no expression.
Shen Jiuzhou came.
General Zhang also came.
Su Jintian sent someone?
His finger paused, then clicked the third post.
Reporter, head of the Su family, what is your opinion on the Rift Conqueror? Su Jintian, smile, this is an extraordinary hero.
If she is willing, our Su family would like to invite her as our guest at the highest level.
Reporter, some online speculate that this conqueror is your son, Su Lin, what do you think? Su Jintian, silent for 3 seconds, Su Lin is my son. Even though he has left home, I always think of him.
If he can achieve such accomplishments, as a father, I can only be proud of him. Su Lin stared at that passage for several seconds.
Then he laughed. The laugh was very cold. Proud of me? He murmured to himself, voice so low only he could hear. You damn well want to kill me with your own hands. He put down the phone, sat up, leaning against the bed. Outside the window, the streets of the dark night market were even livelier than yesterday. Normally at this time, at most a few dozen people would be on the street. Now, at least a few hundred, crowded together like a market day. There were awakened in combat suits, reporters carrying cameras, civilians in plainclothes but sharp-eyed, clearly spies from some faction. Many ordinary citizens were curious, holding phones, taking pictures, chattering. Su Lin leaned by the window, watching the people below. With a thought, the muscles on his face began to change. Changing into the appearance he had when he first entered the dark night market. Then he went downstairs, leaving the inn. The street looked even more lively than from above. People everywhere, eyes everywhere. The plainclothed spies stood on corners, scanning every passerby like scanners. Reporters raised microphones, asking everyone, have you seen this woman? Holding a portrait drawn from eyewitness descriptions. The woman in the portrait looked 7 parts like the face Su Lin used yesterday. Su Lin walked past them. The reporter glanced at him, eyes staying on his face less than a second, then looked away. An ordinary man, nothing special to see. Su Lin kept walking. After a few steps, someone suddenly bumped into him. Ouch, sorry. A small, thin man kept apologizing, bowing, nodding repeatedly. Su Lin looked down at his pocket. Nothing was missing. He glanced at the man. The man felt uneasy under his gaze, forced to smile, stepped back 2 steps, then turned and ran into the crowd, disappearing. Su Lin withdrew his eyes, continued forward. This morning at the dark night market was at least 10 times busier than usual. Street breakfast stalls were booming, the bun sellers' hands almost numb. Equipment shops had long lines, people wanting to take advantage of the chaos. A few obviously from out of town, looking around, clearly first time in the dark night market. Su Lin stopped at a bun stall. Boss, 2 meat buns. The boss, a woman in her 50s, quick with her hands, wrapped buns while talking, you also here for the excitement, right? She handed him the buns. Today the dark night market is hot, full of people. Those reporters, those big names, normally unseen for ages, now all here. Su Lin took a bite. Why? The woman opened her eyes wide. You don't know? That mysterious woman. 2 rifts cleared in 2 days. The Bloodbone Abyss. The Frost Tomb. The kind where hundreds of people died. She cleared them all by herself. Su Lin chewed on the bun and nodded. Oh. The lady was a bit choked by his reaction. Young man, your response is too calm, isn't it? That's a hero. A hero from our dark night market. Su Lin swallowed the bun and asked, she's a hero? Of course. The lady slapped her thigh. That crack existed for 23 years. How many people died every year? 2 or 3,000. She cleared it, and this year, those 2 or 3,000 people are saved. How is that not a hero? Su Lin didn't say anything. The lady handed him another bun. Here, for you. Eat more, grow stronger. Su Lin was stunned for a moment, then took the bun. Thank you. He ate while walking forward. Behind him, the lady was still chatting with the person next to her. What does that woman look like? I heard she's in her 40s, medium build, looks pretty ordinary. Ah, the more ordinary someone looks, the more likely they are to be a master. Su Lin walked farther away. He walked into a relatively quiet alley, leaned against the wall, and finished the second bun. Then he pulled out his phone and continued browsing the forum. Latest news, the crack handling team has been stationed near the Frost Tomb in the East District for a whole night, but didn't wait for anyone. There are also people squatting at the entrance of the Hellgate in the West District. It's said that the Su family sent someone. The situation in the South District's Shadow Labyrinth is even more exaggerated. Both the Awakened Association and the military are there. With all this going on, would that mysterious woman still dare to show up? What's she coming out for? To throw herself into the net? It might not necessarily be to capture her. Maybe they want to protect her? Protect? With the Su family's attitude, it's obvious they're up to no good. Su Lin read through each post, his brows slowly furrowing. East District, West District, South District, all 3 cracks have people guarding them. The Awakened Association, the military, the Su family, and a bunch of forces he didn't know. If he went to break through now, he'd be blocked as soon as he stepped out. By then, even with an invisible mask, he couldn't escape death. He closed the forum and continued walking. As he walked, he suddenly heard a loud noise ahead. He looked up and saw a group of people gathered together, with people standing in layers. He couldn't tell what they were looking at. Su Lin walked over and squeezed into the crowd. In the center of the crowd stood a few people. The leader was a man in his 30s, wearing a sharp black uniform with a badge on his chest. Awakened Associations.
He was surrounded by others in similar uniforms, and one of them was carrying a camera. The man was speaking loudly, so everyone around could hear. "We, the Awakened Association, express the highest respect to those who clear the cracks." President Chen Zhozhou himself came to the dark night market just to thank her in person. If she's willing, the association will award her the highest honor medal and provide any support possible. The crowd cheered. Good. The association is doing great. This is the right path. Let that Su family step aside. The man smiled and waved his hand, continuing, "Also, President Chen asked me to tell everyone, if anyone knows the whereabouts of the crack clearer, please make sure to notify the association. We guarantee her safety will be protected. Anyone who tries to harm her will be making an enemy of the entire Awakened Association." More cheers from the crowd. Su Lin stood in the crowd, watching the man. Protect her safety? Make an enemy of the entire Awakened Association? Who was he saying this to? He pulled his gaze back and turned around to squeeze out of the crowd. After walking a few steps, he heard another commotion from the other side. He turned around and saw another group of people gathered, with several people in military uniforms in the center. The leader was a man in his 40s, with a voice that was as loud as thunder. What does the military mean? The military's meaning is very simple. That woman is a hero. Whoever harms her is going against the military. Senior Zhang Tianxiang personally said that he will protect this woman. Good. Zhang Tianxiang is awesome. The military is awesome. The cheers erupted again. Su Lin stood by the street, watching the two groups of people, one on the left and one on the right, as if they were shouting across the space. The people from the association shouted, followed by the military shouting. After the military finished shouting, the people from the association shouted again. The crowd watching was so excited, waving their phones around, taking pictures, like they were watching a play. Su Lin glanced a few times and continued walking forward. When he reached another street, another crowd had gathered. This time, it was neither the association nor the military. It was a group of people in plain clothes, with the leader looking ordinary but with sharp eyes. He stood in the center of the crowd, saying nothing, just looking around. A few people next to him were handing out flyers. Su Lin took one and glanced at it. The flyer had a portrait printed on it, with a few lines of text below. Looking for the rift breaker. The Su family offers a large reward. 1,000,000 points for providing clues. 5,000,000 points for directly finding the person. We will never go back on our word. Su Lin finished reading and crumpled the flyer into a ball, tossing it into the nearby trash can. The person handing out flyers glanced at him but said nothing. Su Lin continued walking forward. After walking a few steps, he suddenly felt someone watching him. He remained motionless, continuing to walk. His peripheral vision scanned the area. Across the street, a man dressed in gray was staring at him. The man was in his 30s, with an ordinary look but a very cold gaze. Su Lin locked eyes with him for a second. The man withdrew his gaze and turned to leave. Su Lin continued walking forward. After about 10 minutes, he turned into a more remote alley. The alley was deep, with old houses on both sides, walls covered in moss. The ground was full of potholes, with stagnant water collecting. He reached the middle of the alley and suddenly stopped. Come out. Behind him, footsteps sounded. The man in gray walked out from around the corner, standing at the mouth of the alley, blocking his way back. Su Lin turned around and looked at him. The man in gray also looked at him. They stared at each other for 3 seconds. The man in gray suddenly smiled. Nice awareness, he said in a hoarse voice, but it's useless. Su Lin said nothing. The man in gray took a step forward. You were looking at that flyer earlier, he said, and then threw it away. Everyone else puts it in their pockets, but you tossed it in the trash. Why? Su Lin looked at him and said calmly, not interested. The man in gray laughed again. Not interested? He slowly walked closer. An ordinary awakened person, seeing a reward of 5,000,000 points, wouldn't be interested? Su Lin said nothing. The man in gray came up to him, looking him up and down. You don't have a badge, so I can't tell your level, he said, but when you walked past me just now, your steps were steady. Ordinary people would get nervous when I stare at them. But you? Like nothing happened. He paused, and his gaze became sharper. You're not an ordinary person. Su Lin looked at him and suddenly smiled. A soft, faint smile. So what? The man in gray was stunned for a moment. Su Lin took a step forward, standing face to face with him, less than half a meter apart. Those eyes were calm, like a stagnant pool, dark and unfathomable. The man in gray suddenly felt a chill down his back. He was a spy sent by the Su family, level 37, and had seen many big scenes. But at this moment, staring into those eyes, he actually felt like he wanted to back down. "You, what do you want?" He instinctively took a step back. Su Lin looked at him, saying nothing. He just kept looking. The man in gray felt a chill in his heart, stepping back another step. Then he turned and walked away quickly. When he reached the mouth of the alley, he couldn't resist glancing back. The young man was still standing in the middle of the alley, unmoving, watching him. Those eyes were still as calm as ever. The man in gray swallowed and quickened his pace, disappearing into the crowd. Su Lin stood in the alley, watching the man's figure disappear. Then he turned around and continued walking. When no one was around, he changed into the appearance of a 40-year-old man and kept walking. Damn, almost blew my cover. The Su family's spies have noses sharper than dogs. Just by glancing at that flyer, I got targeted. Doesn't matter. I'll go outside the city to grind for points first. Su Lin came out of the alley, already having changed his face. A man in his 40s, middle-aged, with rough skin, wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, and stubble on his chin. He wore a gray, dingy coat, his back slightly hunched, looking like an old slicker who had spent half his life in the dark night market. He blended into the crowd, slowly walking out of the city. The streets were still crowded. Members of the association shouted, military personnel shouted, and spies from the Su family darted through the crowd like rats. Reporters held cameras, chasing anyone who looked suspicious. The city gate of Dark Knight City was always the busiest place during the day. Called a city gate, but it was really a huge iron fence, separating the underground space from the wilderness outside. The iron fence was 20 meters high, with a searchlight every 10 meters, lighting the gate as bright as day. The gate was crowded with people. There were groups heading out to fight monsters, 3 or 5 together, checking equipment, dividing tasks. Some had just returned, covered in blood, carrying big and small bags of loot, their faces tired but excited. Others were doing business here, collecting materials, selling medicine, even selling food. Su Lin stood in the crowd, glancing at the bulletin board beside him. The bulletin board was full of information looking for team members, buying materials, task rewards, and portraits of Rift conquerors. The portrait was right in the center, a woman in her 40s, with the words high reward written below in big characters. Su Lin glanced at it, withdrew his gaze, and walked toward the city's edge. "Hey, buddy, alone," someone suddenly spoke beside him. Su Lin turned his head. It was a young man in his early 20s, looking spirited, wearing a half-new, half-old combat suit, with a badge reading, level 18, on his chest. Behind him stood 3 others, 2 men and 1 woman, all around level 15 or 16. The young man grinned, "Our team is missing someone. Want to team up and fight monsters? It's dangerous outside the city. Alone, you could get hurt." Su Lin looked at him and shook his head, "No need." The young man froze for a moment, wanting to say more, but the woman beside him tugged him, "If he doesn't want to, leave it. Don't cause trouble." The young man scratched his head and said nothing more. Su Lin walked past them and went through the iron fence. Outside the city was a wasteland. The ground was dry, black cracked soil, with fissures crisscrossing, and a dark red light seeping from them. The air smelled of sulfur, with a faint scent of blood. In the distance, hills and sparse dead trees were visible. Farther away, huge black shapes moved, that was high-level monsters. Su Lin took out his phone and opened the map. His current location was outside the east gate of Dark Knight Market. Going east 20 kilometers led to the low-level zone. Another 50 kilometers east led to the mid-level zone. Another 100 kilometers east led to the high-level zone. High-level zone, monsters level 40 to 60. He put away his phone and stepped forward. After about 2 hours, the ground beneath his feet began to change. The black soil turned into gray-white gravel, mixed with broken bones. The sulfur smell in the air grew stronger, choking. The overhead rock layers disappeared, replaced by a gray sky, the daylight coming from the surface. The surroundings were eerily quiet. No birds, no insects, only the rustling of wind over gravel. Su Lin slowed his steps, straining his ears. On the left. There was movement. He turned his head and saw behind the sand dune a head peeking out. The head was the size of a wash basin, gray-brown, covered in bumps. Its eyes were vertical slits, yellow, staring at him. Su Lin met its gaze for a second. The thing pulled back. Su Lin continued walking. After a few steps, there was movement on the right. This time, it was a group. At least 20, peeking from behind the sand dunes, all gray-brown bumpy heads. Their eyes stared at him, yellow, flashing in the gray daylight. Su Lin looked at them. He didn't care and continued walking. Another half-hour passed, and the terrain around him started to change. The sand and gravel turned into broken stones, mixed with larger bones, some were rib-shaped, others were leg bones, and some were skulls. Those bones were scattered all over, as if they were discarded trash. In the distance, a patch of withered trees appeared. All those trees were dead, their bare trunks twisted into strange shapes, like countless struggling hands. The trunks were covered in black bumps, rough and disgusting to look at. Su Lin walked toward the withered forest. Just as he reached the edge of the forest, the things following him finally moved. They charged out from behind the sand dunes, moving at an astonishing speed. Su Lin turned his head and saw them clearly for the first time. They were creatures that looked like a mix of lizards and dogs, about 2 meters long, with strong limbs and covered in gray-brown scales. Their heads were large, and when they opened their mouths, you could see a mouthful of sharp teeth. Their tails were thick and long, dragging on the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Monster, Sand Desert Lizard Dog, Level 41 Common. HP, 5 million, Attack, 500,000. Skills, Bite, Sand Escape. More than 20 41-level Sand Desert Lizard Dogs charged from all directions, and in the blink of an eye, they pounced right in front of Su Lin. The first one lunged and sank its teeth into his calf. Minus 500,000. Counterattack, 75,000. The lizard dog paused for a moment, lowering its head to look at its mouth. Its lips were torn, blood leaking out. But it didn't stop. Instead, it bit down even harder, becoming even more vicious. The second one, the third one, the fourth one. More than 20 lizard dogs pounced at the same time, biting his legs, his waist, his arms, his neck. Minus 500,000, minus 500,000, minus 500,000. The damage notifications were flooding the screen. Counterattack, 75,000, 75,000, 75,000. The counterattack notifications were flooding the screen too. Every time the lizard dogs bit, they would open new wounds on themselves. The harder they bit, the bigger the cracks would become. But they kept going mad, not stopping at all. Su Lin stood still, motionless, letting them bite. He looked down at the lizard dogs frantically tearing at him, his face showing no emotion. Suddenly, he remembered something. He had a new passive ability that he hadn't tried yet. Taunt. Frostbone Fury Taunt forcefully locks all monsters within 100 meters to you, causing them to develop an unrelenting, extreme hatred toward you, and relentlessly attack you until either you or they are completely annihilated. Su Lin thought for a moment. Activate. In an instant, the eyes of all the lizard dogs around him turned red. What was once just craziness was now pure madness. They no longer bit and retreated, but instead clung to him with all their might, tearing and biting relentlessly. Some held onto his leg and wouldn't let go, even as their bodies were dragged along. Some climbed onto their companions, leaping toward his shoulders. Others directly leaped at his face, only to be slapped away, but immediately jumped again. Aoo! A sharp screech came from the withered forest. Then, more lizard dogs surged out from all directions. 30, 50, 100. They swarmed, dense as a flood, like a sea of gray-brown. They all charged straight for him. They attacked and bit like they were all mad. Su Lin was submerged in the sea of lizard dogs. His body was covered in lizard dogs, layer upon layer, piled up into a small mountain. The lizard dogs at the top frantically tore at him, while the ones beneath were crushed and struggling to breathe, still desperately trying to push forward to bite him. Even a single bite would do. The damage notifications were scrolling so fast that the numbers couldn't be seen anymore, only minus 500,000 flashing wildly in front of him. Counterattack was also flashing uncontrollably. As the lizard dogs bit, they were torn apart by the counterattack. Some bit several times, their heads cracked, their mouths unable to close, yet they still charged forward. Others bit dozens of times, their bodies full of cracks, blood seeping out, their eyes blinded, but they kept opening their mouths and charging forward. Some bit halfway, their bodies shattered, turning into a pile of blood and flesh, but before they shattered, their mouths still held onto his leg. Su Lin just stood there. He remained motionless, letting them bite. Time passed second by second. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 3 minutes. 10 minutes. Half an hour. The number of lizard dogs started to decrease. The bodies on the ground became more and more. Corpses piled into a mountain, surrounding him in the middle. Su Lin crawled out from the mountain of corpses, stood on the top of the corpse mountain, and looked down. Around him, there were at least more than 200 lizard dogs. But they did not pounce anymore. They stood 100 meters away, using those yellow bright eyes to look at him. In the eyes there was no madness anymore. There was only fear. Su Lin looked at them. Su Lin stepped forward 1 step. They turned around and ran. More than 200 lizard dogs, like frightened rabbits, fled in madness. In the blink of an eye they disappeared into the deep part of the wasteland. Su Lin stood on the corpse mountain, looking at those fleeing backs. He opened the panel and took a look. Killed sandplane lizard dogs times 347, gain points, 347 times 50,000.